What a day it's going to be at Mount Panorama. The Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour begins here. Welcome to the race fans. Welcome to our viewers from all around the world. 5:30 a.m. local time, but they are queued up, ready to witness greatness at the mountain. You never miss the opportunity to see this brilliant mountain come to life. And it is dark out there, just a slither of moon over the Blue Mountains. The Mount Panorama sign is lit up and ready to go. We've got a full grid of GT3 cars ready to tackle Mount Panorama for what is going to be a huge 12 hours from the pole sitters all the way back through this packed grid. Garth, Tander, there is a fantastic atmosphere, but it is dark out there.
Very early time to be at the racetrack, Chad. Race start 5:45 a.m. local time, and it is dark, remains pitch dark for the first 30 to 45 minutes, and then as the sun crests over the skyline and you make your way out of McPhillamy Park across the top of the mountain, it is the most magic time to be driving a race car here.
Well, luckily they're all going to start nice and slow and just ease their way into it, aren't they? That's what we saw last year.
If you roll the clock back 12 months, they got exactly from right here at the start line to turn one before they started banging into each other, and that was the start of a 12-hour race. All the way up Mountain Straight, they were crashing into each other, and that really set the tone for last year's race. Add another 12 cars to the grid this year, and we've got a really spectacular 12 hours ahead of us.
I remember the early days of this race being GT3 in the mid-2000s and 2010 era. You could walk around on the grid out there with about 5 other people. It is absolutely rammed on the grid right now. It shows you how far this race has come.
Yeah, we've seen it all week. When we got to the precinct earlier in the week, the campgrounds were full. When the cars did their track to town early in the week for the fan engagement, there were so many people downtown Bathurst. We've seen a massive uptick in crowds this year, and to your point, the grid, we're going to go walk through there a bit later. It's going to be a bit of a mission to get through, but it's great to see so many people.
Let's chat about the boys that are on the pole. We love that Aussies versus the world theme that you get with this event, and yesterday it was a special day for Cam Waters and the Scott Taylor Motorsport crew. Pretty ripping lap time, a 2:01 flat, the second quickest pole time we've seen here for the 12-hour.
We know what Cam Waters can do around here in a supercar, and we've seen him do that in shootout laps over the years gone by in the one-lap run. But for him to do that lap in that car yesterday, hasn't got a huge amount of GT3 experience, but to do it against all the GT3 guns, all the international pro drivers that come here every year, to do that lap time, he'd be pretty proud of that one. And also all-Australian team, so all-Australian engineering, all-Australian crew, all-Australian driver lineup. That's a real nice story to start this one.
Shows how ridiculously versatile Cam Waters is. It's a very good morning to Shay Adams, who's down there somewhere in that sea of people on the grid. Shay, it's ready to go, and good morning to you.
Good morning, gentlemen, and yeah, good morning to Thomas Randall. Starting on pole, and you said, man, it's dark out there. There were cars in front of you on that outlap. How different is it going to be when it's just your headlights leading the way up the mountain?
I'm not sure yet, Jay. It's going to be pretty intense. So yeah, it's amazing to be starting this race on the pole. And I mean, you've got to thank Cam and the whole team, Chaz as well, Baz, Scotty Taylor, Ash Seawood. They've put an amazing car together, but there's still a long way to go. We haven't started the race yet, so yeah, it's pretty cold out there, as it always is, and I think it's gonna be, if we get the lead into turn one, it's going to be interesting being the lead car, and the vision is not as good.
Might there be an advantage to giving up the lead on the first lap? Then you're not the first one across the mountain, and any wildlife, let's say, wouldn't be the first across your nose.
True, yeah, no, there's definitely an advantage in that. I mean, there's pros and cons to both for sure, so we'll just see how the first lap goes. You know, just want to get through it and get through the first stint. It's just try to set up the race, and everything's cold, so yeah, just want to be nice and easy at this point of the race, but later in the first stint when the sun starts to come up, it normally gets pretty quick, so that's a fun part of the race.
I hope you have a lot of fun today. Good luck, Tommy.
Thanks, Shaya. Enjoy everyone at home watching as well.
It's also poignant to remember, Garth, that this is the first stop of a global tour, and check out how impressive the IGTC Trophy is.
It's a fantastic bit of kit. We won't want to get too close to it, don't want to have our Hungry Grand Prix moment, because it is such a beautiful trophy, but it does form a four-round championship. This championship contends the Indianapolis 8-hour, Suzuka, Spa, all the global GT races, so it's fantastic for Bathurst to be part of that, our 12-hour event. And it has been for quite some time.
Very much puts it on the map. All right, let's go for a wander. We've heard from the STM team alongside them. I love the look of the Craft Bamboo car this year. It was a bit of a sleeper in the pack. Had to actually get through to the top 10 from the first qualifying session. Maxi Gertz is driving this car. We'll see if we can quickly turn Maxi around for a quick chat. On the front row, you're loving this event. We've seen you here for a few times now, Maxi. Are you looking forward to the start of this one?
Yeah, so it's my 7th race here, so I'm really enjoying it so much since over the years. It's one of the best races on earth, so I'm really enjoying it. And I'd be proud to start again, like in the past year. So I did it 7 times. All the time I've been here, I did the start. And also last year, I remember what happened. Always banging doors down the down the Mountain Straight, and it was fun. But I tried to avoid it this year to keep the car without any scratch in the first lap, and for sure the conditions are a bit cooler this year. So it's really hard to bring the tires in the window in the first 2 formation laps. So I think the pace will be a bit slower than usual in the beginning of the race, because it takes a while to be there and not taking any risk. So let's see, but I really enjoy it.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Loving the look of the Initial D sketch look on that car as well. Very comic book-esque for that one. It's a bit of a sleeper in the pack like we talked about in qualifying, Garth, but certainly very, very fast when they lit that thing up for Lucas Auer. And on the pole last year, and like you mentioned, that 3-wide image up Mountain Straight was something else.
Certainly was. So just catching an image here of Brad Schumacher, who will be sharing this Audi with Christopher Haasser and Will Brown. Local racer, Brad. You've had success here in, I think, bronze, Pro-Am, silver, but not outright yet. But you've got a seriously fast car and a couple of really fast co-drivers.
Yeah, it's been nice to have some good results in the past at the 12 hour, but I feel like for me now it's a pro all-out entry, and I want to finish this race in first place outright. So it's awesome to drive with Hussey the Rabbit, and obviously my good mate Will Brown here. Car's been really strong all weekend, and yeah, to start P5 off the grid, that's about the right position for us to start this morning's race. Conditions are good, so I think it's going to be exciting.
Have a great day, mate.
Cheers, thanks guys.
Matt Campbell is a name that we have long associated with success at Mount Panorama. And Matt, good news for you. The car that started in the 4th position on the grid has gone on to win the last 3 years in a row, including when you did it a few years ago. P4, it's not game over from here. It's just the beginning, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got a really good car. You know, we're really happy with our performance yesterday in qualifying, and I think our race car is just as good. So looking forward to it. You know, I think it'll be a really fast race. You know, it's cooler conditions compared to what we normally expect here at Bathurst. So yeah, we're in a good position. Let's see what we can do.
What are you going to do for the start of the race? Because you're in a position of helplessness. You're just watching Alessio Picariello take the green.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't usually take the start here, so I'm quite used to it, let's say, from the last couple of years, and, you know, we're in good hands with Alessio. So, you know, we'll go for our rotation. Bastian will be in the car next, and then myself. So, yeah, just got to get through the morning. I mean, it's cool conditions, so, you know, the warm-up phases at the start of the race will be a little bit difficult as well, but, yeah, we're really happy with our car.
So on that rotation, that means you're not going to be in the car until we're more than a quarter into the race?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, we'll see how we go at the early stages regarding the stints. We don't know if we'll do singles or doubles yet, but nevertheless, you know, we'll stick to our rotation and see how we're getting through.
Good luck today, Matty.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, a lot of Aussie hopefuls in this field, and Maddie certainly leading that charge as past winners of the event. How about car number 46, the beautiful BMW? The turbo cars love the first hour of this race. We've seen that in the past with Chaz Mostert as well, and this is definitely one of the cars to watch out for, with Augusto Farfus driving, hopefully defending his championship from last year. We've got Valentino Rossi, who was over on the pit wall just a moment ago. We'll get you a quick shot of the doctor. Come with me for a moment here. We'll sneak around the front of the car. You don't often get to see him up early, motorcycle boys, at this time of day, but Valley's over against the pit wall and ready to take charge of this car. Second for Valentino Rossi last year. Imagine if we can put Valentino Rossi's name, Garth, on the list of winners here at Mount Panorama. That'd be pretty cool.
That would be very cool. And one of the very cool things also about this race is you've got one of the absolute outright gun cars in the BMW, the 46 BMW, and right next to it, a Pro-Am car. And Scott Andrews did an amazing job in the 44 Gaio Valmont AMG Mercedes yesterday to get it into the top 10. But have a think about Sergio Perez, who'll be starting this car. A bronze driver going up against all these guns. He's going to have to work really hard to keep his nose clean. But Sergio Perez, Marcel Zalur often share this car in the Australian GT Championship. They always plug Scott Andrews in this as a third driver for this event. He does a great job in qualifying. This will be one to keep an eye on in the Pro-Am racing.
Let's check back in with Shay.
Down at Ford World, this is an exciting place to be. Dennis Olsen debuting the Mustang GT3 on the mountain. You've got big wigs here. Mark Rushbrook is in-house. What does it mean that we are finally about to make this happen?
We're excited. And first of all, good morning. It's early morning here in Australia. We are super excited to bring the Mustang around Bathurst. We had a huge improvement from the first day to the second day, and now it's race time. So we do think we have a good race car, and it's just all about the execution and see where we end at the end.
How nervous are you going to be at the start of this one when all you can see are headlights on the TV screens?
Well, up to me, it's I can be relaxed in the box. It's more up to Misi. So we have full confidence in Misi, and Brock still sleeping in the RV. So all good, and we are ready to race, really.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Well, how about this Quinn car that we've been calling it this week? This is an amazing story, 3 generations, and for a young rider who had an opportunity to qualify that car yesterday, it was very impressive, Garth.
It certainly was, and the lap time that Ryder did in this car in practice and in qualifying, seriously quick, to the point where the family patriarch Tony Quinn got very emotional. I mean, think about that, sharing the car with not only your 2 sons but your grandson. We've done as much research as we can find, and we can think this is the only endurance sports car event that's entered with 3 generations of race car drivers in it at the same time.
Let's knock back a row here, because I want to show the fans the Ferraris. Haven't had a close look at these Ferraris yet, these beautiful 296 GT3s. We've got a couple that have come across from Western Australia. They've got the factory support here this weekend. Ryan Wood, obviously very familiar to local fans here in Australia. We'll have a chance to see him go at it here today as well. It's great to have Woody with all that experience. He's been doing some open wheel racing. Obviously, he'll be back in the Supercar next week as well. And a familiar brand returning outright to this race as well alongside it.
Yeah, great to see McLaren back with their 720, a car that we don't see a lot here in Australia. So a couple of cars that are not really common here in the Australian GT Championship, starting a bit deeper in the field. So keep an eye on the McLaren. I actually just went and put my hand on the rim because everyone's talking about tyre warm-up. It's very cool. Obviously no sunlight yet, so no UV on the racetrack. But that McLaren, the tyres, the car's been sitting on the grid for about half an hour, but the tyres have still got a fair bit of warmth in them. So what the drivers have done is ride the brake as heavily as they can to get to the grid to get a bit of residual heat and keep that in the tyres. So they'll be interesting. You watch how hard the drivers work on these laps getting started before we go green racing, just to try and get some tyre temperature in.
Nicely done. All right, the grid is set. I'm excited. Garth's pretty excited. He's heading up to the commentary box, and that's where we're going right now. Richard Craill, John Hindhaugh. Morning, boys.
Morning, Chad.
Morning,
Marvellous
Chad.
to be with you for the first time today, and this is going to be an incredible car race. This is one of the strongest fields we've ever seen at Mount Panorama for Australia's International Enduro. Not long now until the cars set off on the first of 2 formation laps. I say good morning to our international voice of this race that joins us every year, John Hindhaugh. Good morning to you. The build-up to this has been fast, it's been flat out, and it has all the pointers towards a whole lot going on over the next 12 hours or so.
Craill, yesterday was this event in microcosm. We started from the last 2 sessions of effectively free practice, and then moving into qualifying, and then the Pirelli Top 10 shootout, and that we were just gathering pace. The waning crescent moon, just under 8% of light from the moon, and what lies ahead somewhere close to 300 laps around possibly the most famous piece of tarmac in the Southern Hemisphere.
Some of the most famous names as well, the Ford cutting, then that 1 in 6 gradient out of it. 174 metres above pit lane lies the top of the mountain, and they plunge down Brock's Skyline to the elbow. 280 kilometres an hour through the kink at the Scuderia Auto Art Chase. It's the fastest corner in Australian motorsport, and then down towards turn 23, which is Murray's Corner. And as John said today, they could do it more than 320 times. The record is over 2,000 kilometres in a day's racing at this place. It provides all kinds of drama and excitement. There is a massive crowd here, bright and early. That's the view up to the top and down to the chase as well as the grid begins to clear. But lining up at before 4 a.m. this morning they were to try and get into this place.
6:37 is sunrise, 6:37. So we're looking at pretty much an hour from now. And if you're new to this, as we roll off, the 12-hour countdown will begin.
Race control attention all teams, 30-second signals being displayed.
30 seconds.
2 formation laps to allow these teams and drivers to build tyre temperature. We'll work our way through the race. Shortly, we're going to hear a little bit more about what it takes to win this car race. And then we'll work through the full grid for you. 34 cars to take the start in this race. It's the biggest field since 2020. And certainly one of the most competitive we've ever seen, with more than 60 international drivers.
Flag formation
out
lap.
of the
Green flag
120
formation lap.
started this weekend, 22 nationalities represented. So the clock officially starts ticking now. They're behind the BMW M safety car. They'll get 2 laps to generate some Pirelli tyre temperature and build themselves up for the start of the race. And as Garth, Tander and Chad Naylor mentioned on the grid, the start of this race can be aggressive. If you didn't see the start 12 months ago in the 2025 running of this race, they were 3 wide, right about there, heading up to the hump on Mountain Straight. And there was an Audi in the middle of a Mercedes-AMG sandwich, and it was getting pogoed around at the start. So they played for keeps early, and that set the tone for a very, very competitive day. So let's set the tone, indeed, from the Pirelli pit bunker for the first time. We go back down to Chad Naylor.
Yes, love it down here, and so do the fans, and it's a great spot to just come up to speed with how today is going to play out. We'll start with our race facts, the basics, the things you need to learn as we head into today. We're going to finish it at about 5:45 p.m. local time. We're going to be looking for around over 300 laps. We got to 306 last year. We have ticked over 2,000 Ks before. Could we get there this year? It's about 322 laps to get there. Last year, 7 safety cars, but the end of the race ran so fast and green towards the end. We should see more than that this year with the extra cars in the field. You can have 3 or 4 drivers per car. We've got multiple classes of racing. Now, you break the strategy down, not so much about fuel and tyres, but your driving time and managing that across the course of the day. The big ones to notice here, 5 hours and 40 minutes. That's the maximum driving time for your pros. The bronzes have to do a minimum of 3 hours, which includes an hour in the back half of the race. If we look towards the fatigue rules as well, this is probably the biggest one to watch out for today. The pros are not allowed to go more than 2.5 hours of continuous driving, and they'll get pretty close to that with 2 stints of driving and a minimum of 1 hour breaks between the stints. That's reasonably easy to manage. So what does all of this look like when you break it down for the team that won last year? So Farfus, Sheldon van der Linde, Kelvin van der Linde. They started with Augusto Farfus and they caught every single safety car in that BMW. They caught a few more later in the day, but you can check out the driver that's listed in black, Kelvin van der Linde. Only did a little bit in the morning and they saved him for late in the day, and they went bang, full tanks of fuel the whole way through. We believe the BMW won't quite be able to go 95 minutes this year on a full tank, but that is a great way of looking at how they break this down. They'll be taking those safety cars, particularly with the slower full course caution speeds out there. How's the weekend played out so far? There's been few incidents on track, thankfully, so far. This is one of them. Sadly, on Friday, we lost one of our only 2 GT4 cars when the Kiwi Aston Martin went backwards into the fence. Contact with the Porsche, very hard spot on the racetrack, and it was a large enough whack to put enough energy through the chassis and take that car out of the weekend. Kai Allen was lucky that this happened going up Mountain Straight. Not so lucky for the Shannon signage there as that Pirelli parts way. That would bring out a red flag during qualifying. And they did get that car amazingly back on track, but it wasn't enough to put him into the top 10. Unlike this guy, Cam Waters, he has been oh so fast this weekend, sharing that car with Chaz Mostert and Thomas Randall, who's about to start it. 2:01.0, that was the pole lap, did it in fine style, beating the European and international stars this weekend and taking that Alan Simonson pole trophy. A great day of racing yesterday, and it's going to be a big day today. They're going to be starting on the front of what is a packed grid here for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour.
Thank you, Chad. And there's some anticipation down in that Scott Taylor Motorsport Garage. The weekend they've executed so far has been outstanding all the way through. Lots of laps for all 3 drivers. Thomas Randall gets the job to start this race, the 29-year-old from Melbourne. That's his Supercars full-time teammate. And finally as well, Cam Waters and Chaz Mostert actually get to share a car at Mount Panorama. They tried in 2015 in the Repco Bathurst 1000. Unfortunately ended very early. Big crash for Chaz that weekend, and the car ultimately did not make the start of the race. And that team, to show you the intent that Scott Taylor, who's put all this together, has. He's drafted in Barry Ryan to call the shots this weekend from a strategy and team management point of view. So there's some heavy hitters up and down this pit lane, but Scott Taylor has given his team the best possible chance to win this race, and the drivers so far have delivered. So the car's now on their second of 2 formation laps, and we're going to tell you where they're starting and indeed who is starting them, because these teams have 3 or 4 drivers behind the wheel. Here's how they line up. It's Mercedes-AMG 1 and 2 for the 3rd time in 12-hour history, and it'll be Thomas Randall from pole on the outside. The 40-year-old German Maxi Goetz making his 8th start here will be fast. Lucas Stoll's double winner starts car 75. Matt Campbell, we heard from him, he'll be in the car later. Picarello starts the Porsche. There's BMWs and Lamborghinis in the field. Philip Ellis will start the number 6 Tigani Motorsport Mercedes-AMG entry. The defending winners will come out of 12. If they defend, they win. That will be the lowest a winner will have ever started this race. Cracked brake disc for the BRM Audi. They're out of 17th. They thought they'd be in the top 5 based on car speed. So they've got some work to do today. And as we work our way through this 34-car field, there are some big names buried down in the field that are going to work their way forward. One of those is car 888, Mara Engel, Mick Grenier and Maxime Martin, who will start the GMR Mercedes-AMG. They have had a really, really tough weekend. And then even further back, the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche had some dramas in qualifying with a little technical infringement. They lost their time. They're going to start right down the back with Ricardo Feller behind the wheel. That is Scott Taylor, Garth Tander and John Hindhaugh. He has put his heart and soul and everything else, a lot of investment into this race. Can they deliver over the course of 12 hours?
It feels really good. There's a lot of nervous energy down there, John. And it's like Richard mentioned earlier, you wind the clock back 12 months. I feel like everyone's saying right now, oh, look, we're going to take it easy. We're going to build tyre temperature. We're going to ease our way into it. Then the green light will come on and they'll do exactly what they did 12 months ago and get into it. What I did do is I was checking all the cars while we're on the grid, grabbing hold of the rims and trying to get an idea of temperature that they had, residual temperature in the rims and in the tyre. And there actually was still quite a bit of tyre temperature and a bit of rim temperature in there. So that's what they'll be doing right now. You can see obviously the traditional weaving left-right, but also look at the brakes and keep an eye on the brake lights. They'll be riding the brakes, trying to get that temperature into the brake rotors that then radiates through the rims.
So the field behind the BMW M safety car, they'll stack up 2 by 2. Anything can happen in this race. Over the course of the day, they could go more than 2,000 kilometres, 2 Bathurst 1000s in a single day on the mountain. This is a race of track position. It is a race where you want to be leading as often as you can. The world has come back to Mount Panorama. 12 manufacturers, 120 drivers from 22 nationalities. This is where the world comes to race. And for 2026, Australia's International Enduro bursts into life at Mount Panorama. The Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour starts now. Maxi Goats on the outside. On the inside is Thomas Randall for Scott Taylor Motorsport, squeezing down. And once again, they'll go 2 by 2, maybe 3 by 3, 2 years in a row. And there's dramas in the background on the exit of turn 1. But what a start it is for 75. Lucas Stolz from the second row of the grid. He's going to try and rocket to the lead. They're still 3 wide, up to Griffin's Bend for the first time. Mercedes-AMG's fighting among themselves as they clear the way up. The Porsche's got some ground as well. Lucas Stolz went to the outside. It's actually going to cost him track position.
I think Tom Randall's got through to the lead there, Craill, as he went up into Griffin Bend for the first time through the Ford cutting. In the darkness, incredible. The first vestiges of sunlight just beginning to break through in the distance. What a sight this is, Garth Tander. Is there anything better in any world motorsport?
I wasn't sure that they could top the run-up Mountain Straight for the first time that they did last year, but they managed to do it because they were 3 wide for 2 rows. There were 6 cars covering about 5 metres as they made their run up Mountain Straight, but ultimately it was Maxi Goats who got the lead heading into turn 2. It was a big start by Lucas Stolz, and it was looking like he might have the lead as well. So we talked about how they were going to play themselves in and they were going to take it easy, and yet again it took all of about 150 metres before they threw that out the window. And that just tells you how important track position is in this race. We have 11 hours and 50 odd minutes left to go in this one, and they're already battling for track position.
That's the view further back in the field. Bright headlights and bright LED tail lights in this 34-car field. Down Conrod Straight for the first time. Good start, Maxi Goats. Set on the grid every single time he's been here. He has been given the job to start, and Craft Bamboo Racing will lead the opening lap of the 2026 Meguiar's 12-hour. Here a little moment further back. One of the Audi squeezing up the inside there, almost looked like a little bit of contact. Down the inside goes the Arise Racing GT Ferrari. One racing lap down. Goats, Randall, Picciarello in the Porsche upper spot. Augusto Farfus, defending winner in car 46, upper spot for BMW. Chris Haase as well in the Audi. Lucas Stolz has dropped 3 positions on the opening lap. Was brave, as Garth said, it didn't pay off in the end for car 75. Chris Meese in the Ford Mustang GT on debut is 7th, double winner, the German. Great to have him back. Then it's Marco Mappelli in the Lamborghini, then it's Kelvin van der Linde.
Van der Linde up 3 spots, last year's race winner aboard the BMW M4. Coming outside the top 10, already made his way up to 9th, and look for that car in these cool conditions to continue to make its way forward.
The other point that you made on the grid was Sergio Perez starting that Guy Valmont racing car from 8th position, an AM driver against all the pros, and he has had a very sensible opening lap, which I imagine would have been the discussion. He's 16th at the moment and just settling into a groove.
Yeah, there was a fair bit going on. Well, you were keeping an eye on the front of the grid as they exited turn 1. We all had eyes on stalks to the back half of the grid, and there was a bit going on in the back half as well. So I do wonder whether maybe Sergio, just being with that conservatism at the start of the race, and a few of the pros taking advantage of that, getting a bit of a run on him. So you're right, it's important. He's done the hardest bit now, is getting through that first lap without getting any, hopefully without getting any significant damage. And now you can settle in, get your rhythm, follow some cars. It is so hard. It's hard. Our cameras are so good here, but it is hard to express just how dark it is across the top of the mountain right now.
Oh, it's proper. It's proper out there. This is not your Daytona Rolex 24 or the 500s. This is dark, and the headlights need to be pointing in the right direction as well, so you can see those apices of the corner. Up on the top, the walls reflect the light back at you. Quite interesting in this early playing, Garth, in some ways. When it is dark and you can only see what the headlights are illuminating, you've got a, in some ways, you've got a more focused view than later on in the day when the sun comes.
Oh, your attention, you get out of the car at the end of this first stint and you're so incredibly fatigued mentally already after 1 hour because of the concentration required of picking your apexes, particularly across the top of the mountain. It's actually reasonably well lit up down here at the bottom. But when you get to across the top of the mountain where you're literally apexing against concrete walls, and inevitably those concrete walls are always painted dark, it's actually hard to really pick them.
This is the start, so really good jump from Maxi Goetz on the outside of the front row, but then Randall was on the inside run. This was busy behind. Imagine being in there, just in this absolute flurry of light and nothing else. On board for the 3rd row of the grid, this is the Lamborghini Huracan. Marco Mappelli, the Italian driver, who was so exciting. Oh, and he copped a whack.
Got hit. I think that was the BMW.
No, that was the 46. Of Augusto Farfus. Then this was 3 wide. So Lucas Stolz right of screen. And then look at the behind trying to get ground there. And it's Picciarello who got to the inside of the racetrack and just sliced up the inside in the Absolute Racing Porsche with the big Skippy plastered on the bonnet of that car and was able to squeeze up the inside.
Look how much dust was getting thrown up there as well, Garth. We forget that this is a public road for most of the year, and although it's been closed all this week, there's nothing run on it overnight other than people walking up it, so there has been dust and debris settling on the circuits.
And that'll be a big thing as the race progresses, as the car's getting offline, the marbles and debris and tyre pickup. So you don't want to wander too far offline at any stage of this race, because you instantly lose a lot of grip, and that was a pretty graphic example of the dust and debris that gets kicked up when you do go wide.
That's the wake-up call, isn't it? As they fly through into the Scuderia Auto Art chase at 280 kilometres an hour. Oh, and there was some side-by-side stuff going back further down in the field as well. We will bring you up to speed with some of the heavy hitters that started this race further down the field. Bamba Motorsport were excluded from qualifying. They had a technical breach with the rear wing height on their Porsche 911. So Ricky Feller started that car from the back of the field from 34th. He's up to 27th already, and he's actually got past Maxime Martin, who's in the 888 GMR Mercedes-AMG car. They are 2 cars that are 100% contenders today. they're going to have to work hard to get themselves back into contention and back towards the front of the field.
Might we see that a little sneaky early stop from those guys to put themselves off kilter to everybody else?
Yeah, I'd imagine any opportunity that there's to go off strategy with the rest of the field, they'll take. Because we've spoken about track position at the top end of town, how much they're fighting for it. And really at the moment, if you're starting deep in the field like Martin or Fella, you need to be patient in this part of the race and let the race come to you. So don't force it, wait for the opportunities. There will be an opportunity in the first hour or two to do something different with the strategy and try and buy a bit of track position.
The strategies change when you get beyond about 8th position. I spoke to 5 or 6 teams this morning to get the vibe on what they're planning to do. And at the front, you basically run to your fuel tank, run the thing out of fuel, pit, change drivers, fill it up, send it again, until you get towards the back end of the race. It changes beyond that, where if you get an opportunistic safety car, you have to take it. It's almost mandatory to do something different to everyone else and get that track position further up the field. We'll unpick the race strategies for you as this one unfolds, but expect at least 10 pit stops for the leading cars over the course of the next 12 hours.
Yeah, and it's a slight difference in the fuel fill and the fuel tank sizes for some of the cars from last year, so we're unlikely to see those 35 lap runs that the BMWs managed last year. They did a couple of 33s, 34s and 35s. They're going to be a couple of laps shy of that at least. I think they've had 7 litres taken out of the capacity of the BMW M4 GT3 fuel tanks.
That was Ryder Quinn just getting up the inside of Tony Ruan in the Team KRC BMW.
Up to 11th for him.
Yeah, good start. He was one of the star stories touched on the grid of yesterday's performance. Qualified 14th, but it was his heroics in qualifying that were in practice that were even more impressive. The Quinn Quartet, just outside the top 10. Maxi Goetz leads, just 0.6 of a second. Penrite racing car. Kai Allen getting his first crack at starting Australia's International Enduro, and he is trying to challenge for position on that Team KRC BMW M4.
Started back in 20th with that wheel that came from the car in qualifying, already up to 13th, so it's been a good opening couple of laps for Kai Allen aboard the Penrite Racing Mercedes-AMG.
You can see the cars are brim full of fuel going up Mountain Straight there, car. Bottoming out, kicking the back wheels off the ground. It'll be just raising the revs slightly for the guys in there.
Also low tyre pressures, so as the tyres continue to build early in this stint. And what is that?
That's the Mustang.
That's the Mustang.
No.
That's the Mustang. Park drivers left on the run down towards the chase. So that's the entry to the kink. The incredible supporters at Camp Shakedown there, left of screen, and on top of the hill is the Ford Mustang Corral, where Ford owners from around Australia have gathered. So wave yellow flags.
Safety car boards and flags, safety car boards and flags.
And race director James Taylor in Motorsport Australia Race Control confirms that we are going safety car for the first time today.
There's more to that story because you can actually see the cars collected. I think one of our
countdown
hoarding.
Yeah.
So there's more to this story, and we'll try and unpick that for you as we go safety car.
Chris Meese at the wheel of that car. That's unfolded from further back.
So it's got one of the Pirelli boards on the left running down Conrod, and it looks like it's sitting down
on the right
rear. Chris Meese is out of the car. It's not far from where Chaz Mostert stopped in the 1000 last year. It's probably a bit early to have a drink like Chaz did last year, but actually Chris has got stuff all over him. Look at Chris's suit and look at his face.
Oh,
so there's been some sort of significant failure in the front of this car. You can see the smoke
from the engine.
But I've never seen a driver get out of the car with that much stuff all over them.
That looked like oil.
It's the Haupt Racing team who are running this car this weekend. The debut of the Ford Mustang in GT3 trim here at Mount Panorama.
That's got to be some sort of high-pressure failure because it's even on Chris's back. So you think he's sitting in the seat, strapped into the seat, and somehow something's on his back. Look at the Ford logo. And, I mean, Chris looks like he's struggling a little bit, maybe getting all that junk
out. He's spitting it out,
He's taken some on board. Needs a bottle of water stat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So recovery teams on their way. It's field condensed behind the safety car. The procedure is the moment the safety car is called, teams will get into the speed limiter to slow the field down. Brock Feeney watching on from pit lane. It's been a good story so far, the progress they've made. They really struggled on Friday with the Mustang, but tuned it up overnight, and it was quite rapid in qualifying. And it's been a good car to drive. So we'll bring you up to speed on Chris Meese's condition and what has occurred there. While that's been going on, teams have elected to stop. Interestingly, Alessio Picarello's pitted the absolute Porsche out of 4th place. 3rd place has decided to stop. Jackson Evans in the Arise Racing Ferrari in pit lane. Chris Froggatt in the 2nd of the Arise Ferraris, and Earl Bamber in the lead JMR Corvette. This place is brutal sometimes, and 20-odd minutes into a 12-hour race, the Mustang is out of contention.
Time to talk about pit lane and the procedures there, Crillsy, just to get everybody up to speed on the differences. So the transit time is 80 seconds from pit in to pit out. So that's why cars are sitting. SPS Heart of Racing, they're only coming together this year in terms of their racing program for SPS and Ian James's Heart of Racing team. So if you're seeing cars sitting there not doing very much at the moment, that's because of the 80 seconds. As soon as you do a driver change, I'll put the fuel probe in. It's got to be an 80-second transit time.
Yeah, so the cars haven't burnt a lot of fuel yet, so they're not, the fuel rigs are not sitting on, and you're probably not going to change tyres. You're going to double stint your tyres. So effectively, to your point, John, they literally will come in, top up the fuel, take 5 to 10 seconds and sit there for 70-odd seconds while they wait for their minimum pit stop time. The general rule of thumb when you get a safety car this early in the race is you generally only pit when you've used half a tank of fuel, particularly when you're at the front of the field. So these cars that have come in are trying to buy track position in about an hour's time. That's what they're doing. They're starting to project forward into the race. So that's what a majority of the second half of the 10 have done.
Early damage early for the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car. This is being run by ARGT. That's the little pod in the front clip of these cars where the spotlights basically mount in the Ferrari. So there's been some front to tail contact there. It's good to see Measy talking to Team Medical Australia and in better spirits now than he was initially, and recovery medical teams on the scene.
Let me quickly run through the cars that have stopped, Craill, while we unpick what's going on. We've got the rollback there as well. A huge disappointment for Chris and the rest of the Ford team. So the 268 Audi came in. Mark Ross has taken that back out. Earl Bamber in the number 2 Chevrolet Z06 Corvette from the Pro class in and out the pit lane. Jackson Evans in the Ferrari number 26 in and out the pit lane. Ricky Feller in the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche 911 number 61. Jonathan Hui in the Ferrari 296 193. We saw that one. Ian James SPS Heart of Racing, and Kerong Lee in the 86 Porsche. They have been in the pit lane, and you can add Alessio Picariello to that as well in the number 911, the Absolute Racing Porsche, to the list of pit callers. Ted down to the Alfoil pit lane and Chad Nyland.
A little update on those who have stopped, guys, during this session in this safety car period so far. A lot of the Pro-Am teams have elected to stick their AM guy in this part of the race. It's a little bit more calm than it was in the early part, so get some of those hours ticked off, particularly in the bronze class. Kenny Habul is standing by, suited and booted, ready to get into the 75, but they didn't elect to actually stop in that first chance, and a lot of the All-Pro teams just topped up on fuel. Also, the BRM Audi had a little damage in the right front corner as well, guys, so there's a few guys carrying scrapes, and one of them was the BRM Audi, but they were able to fix that with a bit of race tape.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. It's worth noting, talk about strategy. Last year, the race was decided in essentially 20 minutes of fuel. It was decided right at the end as Sun Energy One does come into pit lane. So they've waited an extra lap. It's going to cost them track position early, but they've decided to come in to put Kenny Habul in that car. And to Chad's point, the idea is if you can tick off some of the bronze driver time under a safety car especially, that's a massive win for your flexibility later on in the race. The point on fuel, this race was won on 20 minutes of fuel last year. The Arise Racing Ferrari was 20 minutes short of making it to the end. We're 25 minutes into the race now. These are decisions you make now that could pay off later on. Back down to L4 pit lane with Shea Adam.
And Dennis Olsen. Dennis, this is not what Ford fans around the world were hoping to see. When we talked on the grid, we were very optimistic. It seems that the mountain has decided this is not going to be the day for Ford.
No, unfortunately, we had an animal on track and hit it in 250 kph. Luckily, Misi's okay. We can see that, he was for sure impacted by that. So I'm glad he's okay. That's the main thing. And very unfortunate that we cannot show the performance of our car here. But what to say? We have to come back next year and try to win.
Exactly. It's more incentive for the future and building up. What sort of emotion have you felt from the fans bringing this Mustang GT3 to the mountain for the first time?
It's been great. It's been great. I mean, we feel so welcomed here in Australia with our Ford, and it's a shame. We're sorry that we cannot show the car more for all the fans and hearing the roaring V8, but we have to come back, and we loved it here. The track really suited the car well, so we're just gonna look ahead and try to come back next year.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you.
2019 IGTC champion and Bathurst 12-hour winner Dennis Olsen.
Thanks, Shay. And as you said, obviously going to have to come back now to prove what that Mustang can do, because it's been reasonably potent as they've developed it and understood it and unpicked it over the course of the weekend. So unfortunately, racing at this place comes with some challenges, and the wildlife can present that. It's worth mentioning that the Bathurst Regional Council do an enormous amount of work to try and prevent that. There's loads, miles and miles of temporary fencing that gets put up before each event here on the mountain, and then there's sweeps regularly throughout the morning before the start of any track activity here to make sure it's clear. But kangaroos can do things, wildlife can do things, and get places where you least expect them. So unfortunately, that is part and parcel of racing at this place.
SPS Heart of Racing back in for some running repairs as well on the right-hand front. Meantime as well, it looked like the 111 Darren Curry IRC GT car was struggling going out the back. He might have just been waiting for his 80 seconds to be elapsed.
Oh, this is the Ferrari on board.
Oh, so they're reacting to the yellow flag.
Well, and that's the Mustang.
The yellow flag was out. So the yellow flag was out for the wildlife on track, and then the Mustang, unfortunately, collecting wildlife and taking that car out of the race. And we have seen that as recent as the 1000 last year with Kayo, and narrowly missing a kangaroo on Conrod Straight in very different conditions. So
it's been incredibly dry here. In fact, it hadn't rained in Bathurst since mid-November up until early this week, or on the last weekend was the first rain they've had here. So the wildlife have come out to get some of the moisture and the new grass that's been growing with the rain that they've had over the last week here in this part of town. So an early recovery in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. We've started to see some early strategy decisions being made, some driver decisions being made, and one contender already scratched from our list of those that could or perhaps contend for Bathurst victory today. The BMW M safety car out. This race averages over its history 10 safety car interventions in the GT era of the race. So it is something you need to play in the back of your mind when you're working out your race strategy. You need to be very much clear that it will be part of the way the race plays out. So this is Marco Mappelli's view from the Lamborghini Huracan. And that's Chris Meese right in front in the Mustang. So he's, oh man, so he's lifted.
Yeah, he's lifted off there, but...
So lifted, they got the warning.
Yeah, the yellow flag was out.
Before the contact was made.
So left up front of the car.
Important to note here that all the cars are not queued behind the BMW M safety car yet. They are all at 80 kilometres an hour on their speed limiters whilst that recovery takes place. And once the track is clear from the recovery and everything is back into pit lane, then you'll hear Motorsport Australia Race Control say that speed limiters can be lifted and you can queue up behind the safety car. So that is why the 75 car pitted about 2 or 3 laps after the yellow came out, because you're not losing any track position to the queue, if you like, in the traditional sense that we've seen in the past. So you can be a bit more flexible, even under safety car, in your strategy with this system. So what this has done is allows them to get to work straight away, slows the cars down, allows them to get to work straight away to effect the recovery. And then once that's done, everyone can speed up, queue up, and we go racing.
I really like it, actually. I think it adds a bit more flexibility to the race, and I think it encourages people to roll the dice a little bit more from stopping outside of perhaps when you might otherwise not come into pit lane.
There's another slower cars came in there, most notably was the Mercedes-AMG, the number 75 Kenny Bull's car, and Kenny is now in that car as the sun begins to rise.
Well, this is the first time this race is being shown in 4K, and we are going to get some amazing pictures over the next 60 minutes or so.
Race control attentional teams. Speed limiters can be deactivated. Speed limiters deactivate. Cars to accelerate to catch the train.
Our cameras are that good that it's actually not that light out there at the moment.
It's nowhere near that.
Because I just looked out the window and going, are we getting different pictures to what's happening really here? So that's how good the cameras are, but that's a sorry sight. Just the one Mustang in this year's event, and I dare say there will be more Mustangs back next year.
Well, there's another one in the Ford area, isn't there, that Tony Quinn has acquired. Another Ford Mustang GT3. That car on display here. Tony not quite ready to race that car here.
Ford have been hugely engaged with their driver development program, and Ryland Gray has come up through the system and will race for the Shell V-Power team. Dick Johnson Racing in Supercars this year, having raced the GT4 Mustang and Super 2. Oh, and buried in the gravel trap is the KTM, where under the control of the BMW M safety car, it's made contact as well with the tyres down at the final corner. It's at Meguiar's Murray's Corner.
So has he checked up to miss somebody? Has he locked something up? Mustang, you've got Mustang Cup as well, haven't you?
Race control attentional teams, be aware. Instant turn 23. Instant turn 23. Driver's right.
So all the field on, or most of the field now on Conrod, straight behind the safety car, so they will catch them up. But this is going to last a little bit longer than perhaps we had expected. How on earth does that happen?
I wonder when you're told to turn your speed limiter off, you're very cold tyres, so you're, all right, let's get going, and you just understeer off the racetrack. So here we go. Replay coming down the final corners. Jump. Oh, no. Something's happened there.
Something's broken there.
Much more than cold tyres.
Stuck throttle?
David Crampton at the wheel. Either stuck throttle or not enough brake in the car. So that's a weird one.
He bailed out that really early, didn't he, Garth? So he knew something was the matter there. That's not driver error.
Absolutely not. So we saw the damage, and I thought when we first took the shot, you could see the damage on the right front. So that's a lot of damage to just understeer wide into the gravel trap. So replay picking that up. So that's a real shame for that car.
They actually got pinged in qualifying yesterday for going too quickly. The invitational class has a benchmark lap time of 2 minutes and 6 seconds. And Glenn Wood, who is a Carrera Cup race winner now for the first time, having won late last year, did a mid-5, so they actually got nobbled for that.
The good thing about being invitational class when there's only 2 cars, if you get pinged, it's not the end of the world. You're just okay. So the team probably wanting to find out exactly how fast the car could go. The Hallmark Audi makes its way into pit lane. Team Fiore at the wheel. So that's from 9th position, so giving up a bit of track position. Yeah. And quite late, so I'm not so sure that this is the best call because the queue has formed now behind the safety car. So you dive deep. So what they've done is burnt as much fuel as they can under safety car and filling up as late as possible to get as much fuel distance later into the race.
So while we're behind the control of the BMW M safety car earlier in the week, in happier times for the 3 Ford drivers, Chad Nailon took them to one of the great local spots at Reckless Brewing to have a chat about the Mustang campaign.
Well, no trip to Bathurst is complete without a quick stop down here at Reckless Brewing. This is an incredible spot to stop for a cold drink on a hot summer's day, or maybe even tuck into some of the food here as well. So I've brought the HRT Ford boys here. It's great to have the Mustang in Australia for the first time as well. Now, Brock Feeney, it's going to take a little bit of getting used to here, this whole idea of HRT Ford. Can you explain what this is?
Yeah, I suppose for us Aussies, it's a bit different hearing that in the same sentence. First weekend in blue for me, so it's pretty exciting to sort of launch it here with Ford and their first time being here at the 12 hour. It's really exciting and yeah, just stoked to be a part of it with these boys.
Does this feel like a new era for yourself?
Yeah, it sort of does. I mean, it's probably a lot harder for the fans than it is for me, you know. Swapping cars, I'm pretty used to that in GT racing, but I've had a lot of heartbroken fans come up this weekend and then a lot of happy ones that are stoked to see me in blue. So great to be part of the Ford family and yeah, just looking forward to what's to come in the future.
I'm stoked to see this guy back in the country. Christopher Mees, welcome back, man. You were one of the founding fathers of the GT race here in Australia, so how excited are you to be back and now with this Ford program that you've been a part of for a while now?
You make me feel old a bit, grandfather. But no, it's great to be back here. I missed being here. It hurt a bit last year watching the race on TV. But now finally being back here with Ford for the first time, with Brock and Dennis in Team HRT Ford. So I'm really looking forward to the event.
How much of the passionate red versus blue, Ford versus, at a time, Holden or now GM are you aware of? Because you spent quite a lot of time here in Australia.
Obviously you're aware of it. It's the same bit like in Europe with other brands, but obviously there's a big rivalry in supercars between these two manufacturers, and I'm part of one of the manufacturers, so it's a big story.
Dennis Olsen, you make up the trio here of this incredible Ford operation. Now, you have experience here, but very different configuration of car with the engine in the back, so can you talk us through the technical differences between the Mustang and the other brands that you've driven for?
Yeah, it's obviously a really good car. Coming here, it's going to be exciting for us the first time bringing our roaring V8. It's going to be great. We got good power and a good solid base in our car. Hopefully the car is going to treat us well this weekend. It's going to be new for all of us and we're super excited.
It's been a while, Christopher, as you mentioned, since we've seen you here in Australia. Can you just tell us a bit about what it's been like with the huge change in your life and moving over to the Blue Oval?
Well, I spent 15 years with a different manufacturer. Now, since 2024, I'm with Ford. So when I signed with them, I was hoping they'd become here one day. I was hoping for last year already. Finally, it happened now this year. I just look forward to do the first lap around Mount Panorama.
Now, guys, obviously you've got eyes on the prize this weekend, which is driving the race car. So it'd be remiss of me to not hand you out the beautiful BX Lager from Jared and the crew down here at Reckless. You might have to save these for Sunday night. Thank you for coming down here to Reckless Brewing, and I hope you enjoy these, maybe after the top step on Sunday. Thanks, boys.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, possibly that delicious BX Lager might be cracked a little bit earlier today, unfortunately, for the Ford Racing trio. What a massive disappointment for that team and all the energy that's been put in. That's a good sign that David Crampton has jumped out of the KTM. This was one of the stories of the race last year because David had thrown everything he had at getting this car not just to the finish of the race, but trying to win his class. And last year they did it, and he threatened to retire the car after that, but the lure of Bathurst dragged he and Trent Harrison and Glenn Wood back in. And I wonder maybe if the thing perhaps should have been parked up in the garage under lights as a testament. Unfortunately, that car will be out of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour as well. So 2 cars down out of the 34 that started.
Still got a few
40-minute mark.
Sorry, Chris. Still got a couple of cars to jump into pit lane. The high-class Porsches just popped in. Alessio Piccardiello in the Absolute Porsche, the number 911 car. He's the driver and team combo that are furthest up the timing and scoring who have made a little splash. Well, he was one of the early ones in. This is interesting now. Ian James has been through the pit lane 3 times now in that number 27 Harter Racing SPS car. They were working on the front end of that car, so they've dropped all the way back down outside the top 30 now. But of course, the key thing is all that work that's been done, that remedial work that's been done, Garth, they haven't dropped off the lead lap.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd be doing if I was in their situation, is going to work. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen the Ferrari, Kayo Sports Ferrari in pit lane, because that had more damage than what we're seeing from the Heart of Racing Mercedes. So while you're under safety car here and you're at the back of the queue anyway, you might as well make the car as good as you can make it. Take this opportunity under the BMW M safety car to make your car as good as you can, because you might not get another chance today to do that, given the nature of how fast this race is in the second half.
Well, and it can change so quickly here as well. Cast your mind back 12 months. The the first 7 hours of the race were quite busy from a safety car point of view. And then the run to the green flag was the second longest green flag run in the entire history of the race. It was almost 4.5 hours, absolutely flat out as the race settled itself down. It was awesome. And that allowed that strategy stuff that we've been talking about to play out as well and get the quite compelling finish that we had. So it really can change. The rhythm of this race changes so quickly over the course of the day, and you can go from periods where there are quite a lot of safety car pauses into these really long green flag runs. So you have to be very adaptable the way you manage your race. As it is, Maxi Goetz has managed the opening part of this race extremely well. So he and Craft Bamboo Racing driving into that beautiful sunrise lead the way. Thomas Randall in second place. Christopher Haase third in the Audi now. Then it's BMW's Augusto Farfus in fourth position, the Brazilian. Marco Mappelli up to fifth in the Lamborghini. Kelvin van der Linde from outside the top 10 into sixth position in the BMW, running that beautiful tribute art car livery to a quite famous BMW art car painted by Aussie artist Ken Doan in the late 1980s. Philip Ellis started car number 6. That's the Tigani Pro Mercedes-AMG. Ryder Quinn inside the top 10. Tony Ruan also for Team KRC, and Kai Allen, with all the pit stops in front, has worked his way into the top 10 for Penrite Racing as well. What a morning.
Great morning.
Heading for a top in the low 20s today, 24 degrees. There's no rain in the forecast. There was earlier in the week, but it's cleared up. Real gentle breeze predicted today as well. A stunning day in this beautiful part of New South Wales.
Hadn't any rain in these parts, talking to some of the locals since November. And then last weekend, 45+ millimetres, so a couple of inches of rain last weekend. That's why everything is so green around the parts. We had the council, the Bathurst Council, out doing the verges and the hedges. Looks an absolute picture around here at the moment.
Look at the crowd up at the Scuderia Auto Art Chase, bright and early on Sunday morning. More than 2,700 campsites completely sold out for the event this weekend. All the VIP and corporate hospitality completely sold out for this weekend. The interest levels in this race in Australia and globally absolutely skyrocketing, and it's been building for a long time since the pandemic pause. And boy, it has been a massive weekend in Bathurst. Even on Thursday in the Track to Town, which is the parade where we take the cars and we literally drive them down to the centre of Bathurst, there were a whole bunch of expensive new cars registered temporarily for a day in the state of New South Wales. They all get a temporary rego permit for the day to be able to drive down.
Crazy, it was raining quite heavily when we pulled off the track, and yet there were more people at more parts of that run. Slightly different route that we took this year, but every corner, every part of the street, there were people out there taking pictures. It was absolutely stunning. And the thing that I noticed was not just on the way down, on the way back as well, and I've never seen that in the years we've done Track to Town here.
It's a good time to people watch behind the safety cars this morning. So we had the bananas. I say it with love. We had the bananas down there at turn 1, dressed up. There they are.
Morning, crew.
Good morning.
The minions.
Morning.
Now you need to keep those on all day. I need to see those at the race finish in 11 hours and 16 minutes. And then at the top in the Skyline Tower, there's a champagne breakfast going on as well, which is a bit of us. I wonder if that's where Shea Adam is.
No, guys, you know where I am. I'm in the pits because this is the heart of all the action, and I am down with the Heart of Racing team. We might have noticed that it has come into the pit lane. This would be time number 4 behind the safety car now for Ian James. It is not because he needs a champagne breakfast or indeed more shots of coffee. It's because they're trying to make sure that the splitter is taped down and that the camera that they have running up inside the car is fully functional, because they want to be able to see what Ian is seeing. And as of the last stop, when they came in to do other repairs, they had not fixed the camera. So one more stop, one more 80-second traverse down the pit lane to try and make sure that the crew can see exactly what they need to as far as what Ian sees out on the track too, to try and give him better feedback.
GT2 KTM with that inline 5-cylinder engine mounted amidships, the carbon fibre monocoque and the spaceship clamshell opening. Sadly, that invitational car on its way back to Park Fermé.
Lights will be out on the BMW M safety car this lap, so the field will go back to green, and it's the first opportunity today to think about the safety car restart process. And we've touched over the course of the weekend about how it can be different from race to race, and that sometimes it can be what catches international drivers out at the safety car restart rules here in Australia. So the teams will be on the radio just reminding them of the process when the lights go out on the safety car, which is generally at the top of Conrod Straight on the run down towards the chase. Genuinely a champagne breakfast going on at the top of the mountain there for some lucky guests up in the tower.
I think that would be a great place for a commentary booth, don't you? You'd have a great
They used to commentate up there. There used to be split commentaries back in the day, early supercar days or touring car days.
Bring it back.
Well, I figure our invite to the champagne breakfast got lost in the mail somehow.
Yeah,
so
yes.
We'll have to fix that for next year. But lights out on the BMW M safety car, and that will be the cue. You can see as it comes out of Forest Elbow and makes its way down Conrod Straight. Drivers still weaving. You can still see the lights flashing. Once those lights go out on the BMW, you have to stop weaving. So it generally tries to do it at the top of this next crest so that the entirety of the field behind can see in case of comms failure. So as a driver, you're working super hard right now to get that last little bit of tyre temperature into the car, brake temperature. Also, you cannot accelerate and brake, so you have to maintain 80 kilometres now. There you go, lights out. And if we take a shot of the cue, instantly they stop weaving. And inevitably, sometimes, like, was that Thomas Randall on the flasher?
On the flasher immediately. So he didn't like Maxi Gilt's lifting off there, I think.
No, I think he's playing games. I don't think it's going to be.
He's still on it. Fantastic. So Maxi Gilt's now effectively, Rich, becomes the safety car. There's no restart zone or anything like that. It is down to the leader to pick his spot. He'll try and do it when everyone else has got a bit of lock on so that they can't get right on him. He can't accelerate and brake. Coming out of the Scuderia Auto Art chase under the RPM bridge. Ridges on the right-hand side. Green flag waves. He still hasn't gone. He's holding on. He's holding on. Coming down to Murray Maguire's now, and
he's gone.
He's gone.
So nice restart. Good restart. Chris Haase in the Audi 2, tucked up behind the rear wing of Thomas Randall. Watch remove down here at turn 1. Farfus just in behind them as well. Goes wide on turn in for Hell Corner, but gets it out, and a couple of cars running very wide. Dust being kicked up as they go up Mountain Straight. Haase with a really good restart. Thomas Randall under some pressure, sparks flying from the Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG. Parks the car on the inside up towards Visit New South Wales corner. Farfus and the fast Marco Mappelli playing into this, and isn't the Lambo going well this weekend, running inside the top 5. Then it's Kelvin van der Linde, Philip Ellis, Ryder Quinn, Tony Ruan and Garnett Patterson now in the McLaren has climbed his way into the top 10.
So after nearly half an hour behind the BMW M safety car, all that tyre temperature and indeed pressure, of course, Garth, that you built up in your Pirellis, that's all gone. You've got to do it again.
That's correct, and Maxi Goetz has done the best job of activating the tyre and getting up the road a little bit. Nearly 1.4 seconds on this first restart lap, and you can see Thomas Randall still working hard, trying to get temperature up. So that's a little bit of the experience of this tyre, these cars in cold conditions for Maxi Goetz, Christopher Haase and Augusto Farfus, Marco Mappelli as well. So Thomas Randall with not the same experience. The supercar fires its tyres up so much quicker than the GT car. So Randall just struggling a little bit on this restart lap. Haase that time a little bit wide through the BMW M Forest Elbow. As the rest of the field file their way down Conrod Straight. On board with the MPC JMEC Racing Audi.
Gee, that's a good sight, isn't it?
Great sound.
I think we're supposed to be talking when that happens, but we're all just opening our eyes and bringing it all in, enjoying the sights and the sounds.
How's the light this morning all of a sudden?
Beautiful.
We're not far away from the sun poking up over the Blue Mountains in this part of the world, but this is beautiful.
2 minutes to official sunrise.
Glow.
It's a glow. It is a glow. It's extraordinary.
Golden hour. That's very well named.
What's the iconic part of this race globally is the sunrise shot taken from the top of the mountain, looking down over the Dipper and this beautiful part of New South Wales stretching out towards the mountains.
And you get a bit, if you get a bit of cloud in the sky, it's just absolutely glorious. Still the cars running very, very low and very heavy, with some cars having topped up again. And I'll remind you that in 14th position in the 911 Porsche, the number 911 Porsche, Alessio Picariello is the driver who was furthest up the field, who took the splash. He only came in quite early on in that half an hour neutralisation by the BMW M safety car.
So the tyre just coming back for Thomas Randall now. You can see he's managed to escape up the road a little bit away from Christopher Haase in the Audi. So just that first lap for Randall, and he'll learn from that should we get another safety car in the next period of time, what the car feels like, what to experience, what to do to better prepare the tyre so that he doesn't, one, lose a little bit of track position to Goats, but two, is not vulnerable to the cars behind. It's all but matched Goats to the end of the first sector, so the tyre certainly switched back on. Thomas?
Sorry, Garth. We saw Kenny pit twice, so he stopped again just to top off the Sun Energy 175 Express car. That was while Ian James was in the lane, part of racing by SBS, so they're buried down the field a little bit now for 75.
Similar story for Karong Lee in the 86 Porsche as well. That was 2 splashes of fuel.
Just looking at our timing screen, and everyone, nearly every car did a personal best across the top of the mountain on that lap. So sun's coming up, tyres are coming up, drivers are coming up, and we're going to start seeing some serious lap times over the next 30 minutes. And I mentioned it at the head of the show, now that the sun's up and there is enough natural light, this is the best time to be driving in the race.
Here's a pass, Tony Ruan, a little bit wide on the entry into the final corner, and it opened the door for Kai Allen, but the BMW got pretty good drive out of the corner and will hold on to that spot, but he's got the freight train behind him. The Optimum Motorsport McLaren 720S GT3, that's the orange, papaya car that is in that train. It's great to have McLaren back here with the presence. And then the first of the Corvettes, which is the 99 car, brand new chassis for this race. It's being driven by Jordan Love. It's a Pro-Am class contender, but with a pro driver in it right now, running in 12th position. And just behind them, basically called Mr. Bathurst at the moment, David Russell in the Superbarn Supermarkets, number 47, Mercedes-AMG. And then that first of the cars that has actually stopped is Alessio Picariello. But the BMW is a bit of a roadblock at the moment, the cork in the bottle.
And we saw as they left turn 1 for the run-up mountain straight, BMW's got some pretty good straight line handling, so it was able to escape up the road on Kai Allen, who just rubbed the wall on the exit of Reed Park on the run to McPhillamy. So Allen trying to be as close as he can to the rear bumper of this BMW as they rake their run down through the S's to the Dipper, and potentially have a look, one down here at Forest Elbow, or it's too far back for Forest Elbow now, but then get a really good run off Conrod Straight and use the toe. But we saw going up Mountain Straight, the BMW was able to skip away.
Got the yellows out again as warning for wildlife near the track. The area that Chris Meese had the issue earlier that caused that first intervention from the BMW M safety car.
When there was a green flag, John, just past there. So clearly the officials in that area have reported sighting some wildlife. So they'll, between 2 marshal points, they'll wave the yellow flag and then the green to clear it.
That's very, very sensible indeed. As IMSA President John Doonan said in our booth a couple of weekends ago now, a bit more than that actually, when we were behind the safety car for fog for all that time. Never apologise for safety. That's and gives us the opportunity to say thank you very much indeed to all of our volunteers here, whether they're making sure we park in the right place and checking passes, or the ladies and gentlemen on the posts, safety crews, recovery, track services. It takes a village.
This is a really nervy battle pack, this, bottled up behind I was trying to find the right adjective for it, bottled up behind Ruan in that BMW. Great story published by Sportscar 365 yesterday about how Team KRC came to be here, and it was because Ruan was racing on iRacing and went, gee, that Bathurst place is pretty good. We should take the real car there. hand on heart, real story.
Brilliant.
And that's how KRC Kang Racing Team ended up here for the first time. And they have been really impressive all weekend long, both in performance and in presentation and how they've engaged with their fans.
Just going back to that Kai Allen swipe on the top of the mountain there. That was pretty much square on there. The sparks that we saw would have been from the wheel?
The wheel, I would imagine. So probably got a vibration now in the wheel. Here we are down at the final corner. What are we seeing here? Oh, bit of contact.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, so that's Bryce Forward in the Aston Martin. Here's Kai Allen, Exeter Reed Park. So Ruan gets nice and close himself, and Allen just drifts out, makes the lightest contact with the wall. And I dare say it would have been a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment down in the Grove Racing pit bunker when they saw that.
Yeah, he's just put a little bit of red sidewall on there.
It's got the retro look with red sidewalls.
Exactly right.
4K pictures are good. You can see the individual sparks flying as that happened. And I'm sure the team hated that. That's the view down at Penrite Racing. Will Davison and Brenton Grove to share this car with the young Supercars ace. There was Brenton. He looks pretty relaxed, sitting on the lounge, headset on.
He's been relaxed, but he's been very fast this week, hasn't he? Probably turning his fastest laps ever at the moment.
No, he said, I went and spoke to Brenton after he did a 3.5 in practice, it was super fast. He said, is that the fastest you've been? He goes, no, I did a 3.3 on brand new tyres, light fuel, and that was on old tyres and full fuel. I said, well, I think your 3.5 is better than your 3.3. So good job and a great start to the weekend for Brenton.
We saw Brenton chilling on the couch, Garth, so I figured I'd come and get a quick word from him. Kai's pushing the limits and learning about this level of racing at this time of day right now.
Yeah, he's just brushed the fence, which normally I wouldn't care about, but when I have to drive the car after him, it makes me a little bit nervous. But no, he's doing a great job. I can't believe how calm he is. He's never done this before. He's never driven in the night. And it's just normal for him. So it shows we've got the right driver in the car at the moment.
Did he report any vibrations?
No, I think he was hoping we didn't see that, but we have an in-car and he was on TV, so we see everything. And
in 4K as well.
I'll have a chat to him when I get back and see if he admits it or not.
Now, yesterday we did see the wheel come off the car. I imagine you guys investigated why. Did you get to the bottom of it?
Yeah, it seems that there's a procedure with the AMG that's different to the supercar, and the boys had done the wheel up, but it wasn't quite seated. It was a bit of a false seat, so that's a learning for us overnight. We're lucky it happened yesterday and just out of the pits. So yeah, I mean, we're an experienced team, and the guys we've got are incredibly good, but there are nuances with each individual car, and I think the material of the wheel is different in the AMG than the supercar, so we'll probably take that learning back to supercars with us and keep building our systems to make sure that we're as robust as we can be.
Thanks, Brenton. Have fun out there, mate.
Yeah, thanks. I'm happy watching at the moment.
Chad, you're not leaving that couch for a little while, are you? That's
no,
comfortable.
Pretty comfortable, actually. Might just chill here with Brendan for a bit and just flick the rest of the 11 hours of coverage to go from here is pretty comfortable. Get a few coffees for the rest of the day. I reckon Shay can cover the other 33 cars.
Bit of team catering while we're at it. Well, one of the joys of this style of racing is that these different makes and models all produce their speed in different places. But right now, Kai Allen hates that fact because all the bits where he's fast, he can't get by, and all the bits where the BMW is really good, which is in straight line handling and punching out of slower speed corners especially, it makes life very challenging. Hence why he's been bottled up behind Ruan in the KRC entry. And he's got this freight train behind him with Patterson, Love, Picariello, Maxime Martin is in there now, and they've got David Russell not far behind them.
Are you on the phone now and saying, patience?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you are. And that's not just to Kai Allen, but it's also to Garnett Patterson, Jordan Love, Picariello. I mean, I would imagine Picariello right here is loving life because he's full of fuel and just sitting in, just waiting, and he can be saving fuel right now, so lifting and coasting at the end of the straights, and he's right behind the cars that haven't pitted yet, so he's effectively half a tank to the good of them. So in half an hour's time, his world will open up and he'll have a whole heap of track position and still half a tank of fuel to use it.
And Porsche gave away a little bit on the grid. Well, Matt Campbell did at least their plans for this. Oh, Ruan very wide. The braking, ironically, for the BMW, elbow, and Allen's gone wide.
Is there an issue that for the BMW? Gathered it back up. Oh, now we're going to go too wide.
I think he just bowled it wide on the right-hander coming down the hill, and now Allen's in there, and Garnett Patterson trying to work his way past. the intensity of this proves how important track position is in this race. So Kai Allen's going to get through, and the BMW is sensible enough to let them go.
And McLaren had to pick a lane there, and there's another position lost for the BMW. Yeah, he's a bit rattled there, Garth, isn't he?
Yeah, you make one mistake and the whole queue comes through. Maxime Martin in the GMR Mercedes, he's not going to be as patient, I would not imagine. Here he comes straight up the inside and gets the job done. So Ruan just wrong-footed at the elbow, and you can see how much it's cost him. Here comes Dave Russell in the Superbarn AMG Mercedes. He'll get the job done up the inside at turn 1. Does he? No, he thinks better of it. So he has to now engage patience mode, because we know that BMW is super fast up the mountain in a straight line.
It's got some torque, hasn't it, getting out of the slow speed corners.
Turboed. So here Ruan just really wide, gathers it all back up, and Allen inevitably finds himself on the outside of the elbow where you don't want to be. And I thought right here maybe there was an issue.
He was very respectful there, because he didn't go back on the racing line when he stood the Penrite car up in the middle of the corner.
And then you can't really bump draft in a GT3 car. So Garnet Patterson was trying to choose a lane. Which one's going to be fastest?
Left, right,
and
left.
Eventually followed Kai Allen through down Conrod. But just shows one moment how much it can cost you here when you get it wrong at the wrong part of the track. Been tracking this gap at the lead, and remember after the first lap when we restarted about 5-6 laps ago, the gap first to second was 1.4 seconds. It's down to 3/10. We don't really need a time. You can see how much Thomas Randall's closed in on Maxi Goats.
Pace starting to build, Garth. Ironically cleared now of that traffic. Kai Allen's just gone purple in the first sector, so he's, oh, thank goodness I've got clear air, I can press on. Last time by Philip Ellis, who's running in 7th place at the Tigani Mercedes-AMG, 203.8 on lap 17, so that is the quickest lap of the race. But there is some energy on that timing screen at the moment, with lap times being punched out. The leading trio locked in. Van der Linde's been fast in the BMW, running in clean air too. Kai Allen, he's going to set the fastest lap.
Well, I think it was,
by.
John mentioned earlier, patience. I think there's a fair bit of frustration relief going on in that number 100 AMG Mercedes as he goes purple in the first 2 sectors. Fastest first sector, fastest middle sector of the race so far.
Just emphasising the international interest in this race. And join the conversation, by the way, hashtag B12HR. Hello to Nebraska. People doing strange things while watching us. Andy McAllister is at an indoor track meet, and he's got, while he's looking after that, he's got the timing up, he's got the world feed up as well. Andy, thanks for joining us. Europe, UK in the early evening.
Kai Allen did a 3.0 on that previous lap.
There you go.
The next fastest car was a second slower than Kai. So I would imagine the radio call's gone out now. Okay, Kai, calm down. 10 hours and 57 minutes left. Plenty of time.
Yeah, bit of clear air, bit of pent-up energy for the young man from Mount Gambier. So he moves his way up the order a little bit into 9th place to Elfroy Pit Lane and Shea Adam.
Paying off one of the storylines from yesterday, a hero lap from Scott Andrews to get into the Pirelli pole battle. It was amazing that you were so close to the overall pole sitting time. In another Mercedes Pro-Am, doesn't matter. You guys can go for the overall win, can't you?
Yeah, overall win would be quite tough, but yeah, no, it was a lot of fun yesterday, and yeah, grateful the Kayo Motorsport guys gave me an opportunity to qualify the car. It's just so much fun around here. You know, low fuel, few tires. It's one of the best feelings ever in racing to go flat out around the mountain. And a GT3 car is just so much capability, like so close to being flat over the top, which is just mental in a sports car. So yeah, a lot of fun, and just great to be back in the home country too.
It's hard when you have a 4-driver lineup for practice, and then you're trying to get everyone cycled through the race. But now that we're in the race, you get a little bit more time of a break. Can you use that as an advantage?
I mean, yeah, you know, it definitely helps. Yeah, we missed the test day as well, so we actually had to run in quite a few things. So we missed even more time on the track, you know, and I'm sure, you know, everyone knows here is just laps. You know, you just need laps and laps and laps. So, yeah, I think, you know, Tigani boys prepped a great car, and, yeah, everything's gone very smoothly, rolled out nice, and, yeah, you know, like the rest is nice, but, you know, me and Brendan would love to be in the car, and you know, it's so much fun having all the boys as teammates, and Brendan's awesome. He's super quick, really talented young guy. So yeah, I look forward to sharing the car with him at the end.
And the secret to his success, the coffee. I want to just point over to the coffee bar that they've got. Longest line in the pit lane is not autographs for Valentino Rossi. It's the Tigani Motorsports coffee bar.
It's pretty empty at the moment, but yeah, the line was big at 4 a.m. this morning.
Share that's a flat white, no, 2 flat whites and a long black, please. Okay. 2 flat whites and a long black to the booth. Thank you.
I need an extra shot in mine, please, just FYI. just for reference. This leading group battling up. It's great to see Scotty Andrews back in Australia from Torquay and Victoria down near Geelong. If you're playing from overseas and looking for your Aussie geography, beautiful part of the world. And he raced open wheelers, Formula Ford here in Australia. And of all the crazy categories, one mate Commodore Cup racing. Old Commodores with a 253 V8. He was awesome to watch in those as a kid. And it's been so satisfying to see him build a sports car career overseas and make a living out of driving race cars. Lives in Miami full time now, been roped into that team that were taken out of last year's race, and they came back with this real redemption arc for them this year to try and make amends for that, and they've done a super job so far.
How about the story that's unfolding for the Lamborghini Huracan, the wall racing car? Marco Mappelli's come up and brought his engineer with him, and that car's been super quick. Meantime, problems for the GT4. Maybe not problems, just speed differential.
McLaren on McLaren there.
Yeah, trying to stay out of the way.
Oh, Di Fiore, very wide. We saw Ruan in the BMW have that moment. Just brushed the wall in the number 9 Hallmark Audi, Di Fiore. So,
see how slippy it was offline?
Yeah, well, you just got to get a little, particularly there, because the camber of the road falls away. So if you miss the apex going into the kink for the run down to Forest's Elbow, it gets away from you so quickly. So you see it a lot in the Supercar 1000 drivers that miss it there, and they end up clattering into the wall. So far, Ruan got away with it in the BMW, and Fiore just scraped the wall. Bit of energy in this one, Rich.
Bailey Hall looking around the outside. That's the white and red McLaren tucked in behind the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche. Ricardo Fella is behind the wheel, the car that started right at the very back of the grid. Technical infringement post-qualifying regarding the rear wing height, which is one of the various tools that SRO, who govern the technical eligibility of GT3 cars, have to manage the performance across the different makes and models. So rear wing height is measured routinely, and they were found to be in breach by a couple of mils, so they were restricted. Bailey Hall in this silver class entry, the only silver class car in the race for Volante Rosso Motorsport, Sydney-based team. And young Bailey's a multiple race winner in Carrera Cup. And he picked one of the hardest venues on the calendar to win at too. He's dominant on the streets of Surfers Paradise. So he's pretty good on a street circuit, Bailey, making his GT3 debut. He said to me yesterday, he said, I'd drag a Carrera Cup car around here to do a mid-5 and a roll out in this thing, having missed most of practice on Friday, and just punch out an easy mid-4. He said it's just a slightly different world when you've got all this downforce and all this grip that a GT3 car provides. But it's been a good bounce back for that team. They had a horrific Friday. They got exactly 1 lap with a bunch of technical problems and gearbox issues, some fueling dramas, but they've rebounded nicely and running along in 18th place.
Sergio Perez leading a Porsche and a Ferrari down Conrad. Perez started out of position 6, 8. Yep. In the AMG for Tigani Motorsport. Hits Ferrari having a look up the inside, doesn't get it done. Still with that heavy contact now. Fella up the inside of the BMW. Hall sniffs it, but that door was always going to get closed, and very close to contact at turn 1 between the McLaren and BMW. David Russell in the second of the Tigani Motorsport AMG Mercedes. There's 3 of them here this weekend having a look as well. So I knew that Fella wasn't going to be very patient. He was going to get through as quickly as possible, remembering that car starting from the back of the grid, as Richard pointed out, for a technical infringement in qualifying. Found him, so he's exactly halfway right now with Ricardo Fella. And I think they did a pit stop as well in that first round of pit stops. Yes, they did. So not only is he halfway up the field, but he's got some more fuel on the tank as well. So we said right at the start that those cars will use a bit of strategy to get themselves back in the game. We're starting to see that already from the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche.
Yeah, which they've done. So they're 4th of the cars who've made a stop so far touched on, 20 minutes here or there can make or break. It could be the difference between you having one extra pit stop. And bear in mind, a pit stop 80 seconds in this race, and that is a big margin. The average winning margin in this race is just under 10 across its entire duration, excluding the races won by a lap. So the margins here are tiny, and one pit stop can absolutely be the difference. Mercedes-AMG still 1 and 2 out in front. 10 GT3 entries, which is a record for any single manufacturer in the history of the Bathurst 12 Hour. It is such a durable car, a fast car that suits the characteristics with the big, torquey 6.2-litre V8. The platform that it's in, it's basically mid-front engine car. It sits a long way back in the chassis. It's a really stable platform. It's good going up the hill, it's great going down it, but as we've seen in qualifying this weekend, they're very good across the top. They've been about as quick as anything in that middle sector, all the twisty bits from the Ford cutting all the way down to the BMW M elbow. So it's a great package. That's why Mercedes-AMG is one of the most successful brands in Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour history.
I feel like Maxi Gods is just driving to a lap time here. There's no point scurrying up the road too far and burning up a whole heap of fuel, because we have a long way left to go in this one. So Maxi Goats is so experienced in AMG Mercedes. And here at Mount Panorama, he said on the grid that he's been here 7 times, and I've started the race 7 times. So he knows how to do this part very, very well, and knows all too well that at some stage we are going to get safety cars. So you're better off just saving fuel. He is pushing all the air himself. So ultimately, Thomas Randall, sitting in right behind him, is using slightly less fuel in the same car. But just the fact that we've got the top 8 cars all queued up effectively almost in the same shot just says to me that no one's really extending themselves right here. Got over that first bit of energy right at the start of the race. Now it's time to start locking in and just start punching out laps.
We've been talking across the weekend about the best yet to win the Bathurst 12 Hour, and the 40-year-old from West Germany is in that conversation. He was 3rd here in 2019 and 2020. Didn't race in 2021 because the race didn't happen, and then he was 3rd again in 2022, 5th in 2023. His strike rate here is extraordinary. His hit rate is very impressive, and that's why he keeps getting asked back. Ryder Quinn up the inside of Philip Ellis. So really handy, fairly handy guru. Put that on your CV, young rider.
And he's been stacking his CV this weekend, hasn't he, Ryder?
Yeah.
Into the 2s, and if you do a 2 around here in any car, you're doing very, very well. And then straight up the inside of a factory AMG driver. Just wanted to catch a look at this number 32 BMW, because I thought I saw a bit of damage to the front of it, and it's got significant damage to the front left. So this is going to be a story that plays out for one of the genuine contenders. So look at that, it's missing the whole right side of the front splitter and half the guard as well. So the fact that that hasn't folded back is impressive. So that's going to be something that team, I'm not sure that they can rectify that thing in a hurry. It's not the sort of thing you can put a whole heap of race tape on, because there's nothing to put race tape on. Not sure where that's taken place, but not hurting the speed too far at the moment. A 3.7 for Kelvin van der Linde.
But that is going to hurt the air roll.
Oh, absolutely.
Massively.
Yep. Significant.
Shay Adam.
Might not be as simple for the Quinn car to have gotten around the number 6 Mercedes, because they are nursing a slightly damaged car. The number 6 of Phil Ellis, they were getting a new nose and a new grille ready for that car. So they have gotten reports from Phil that something has come through the front, and they want to make sure that the radiator is okay.
Yeah, thanks, Shay. That sort of helps understand where that car's at as well. He's being hauled in by Kai Allen. In fact, Kai and the Penrite car's got to the back of Philip Ellis as well. We'll share that car. Jada will drive that car a little bit later on today. A bit further back, we find the Tsunami RT Porsche with an utterly wild sort of paint splatter and fluoro yellow livery. We announced this car coming to the race quite early, though, one of the early entries, and the only photo that we had was that car at Spa with that livery. And the reaction was intense, and everyone's like, oh, you've got to bring that to Bathurst. So the memo came through, and they actually rocked up in their shipping container with 2 of them. So there's a spare car parked out the back, and they have been a really bright and colourful addition to the field.
A couple of the world's best non-pro GT3 drivers at it here for position. the black Herbeth Porsche and the bright chrome orange Kenya Bull-driven AMG. It's Ralph Bourne who is in that car.
I've got to tell you, John, you know the drivers that know how to work the system. And the drivers that know what side their bread's buttered, frankly.
Yeah.
And one of those is Invercargill's finest, Brendan Leach, because he has just arrived in our commentary box and delivered coffees. So the Guy Valmont Racing team, they're okay in my books. Thank you very much to Brendan, and g'day to Barry and Marguerite if you're watching down in the far south of New Zealand.
Just one minute to my end.
Oh, that's yours.
That's yours.
Thank you.
Oh, that is outstanding work. Racing car drivers fast behind the wheel, and quite a lot of them know how to work the system nicely too, because we're going to look after them today.
Well, Brendan Leach joining Mark Webber as someone who's coffeed us up this week.
Yes. Actually, we're doing a pretty good CV, aren't we?
Right, so bacon and egg rolls then. What do you think? Racing drivers form an orderly queue.
I'm just trying to think what team's got the best team catering I've seen up and down the back of the paddock. So we'll work on that, and breakfast isn't too far away. We're an hour and 15 minutes into the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Now, ordinarily, a vast majority of all the leading cars would have been into pit lane now. If you're new to this style of racing, and especially this race, a fuel window for a GT3 car here is anywhere between 55 minutes and an hour and 15 minutes, depending on the conditions and the pace of the race. But remember, we had half an hour under the BMW M safety car, so that's going to draw that first stint of the race out. Having said that, don't think we're that far away from the first racing pit stop for this leading group of cars. Chad.
Boys, you mentioned the damage to the right front corner of the BMW. I can report that down at WIT, they do have the spare front splitter assembly ready to go, and that is the corner of the car that was damaged. But the plan is to not change this. It is here just as a precaution. They've already been into the pits once in the race to try and work on that damage. There's a little tiny piece that's down on the floor at the moment, and they're going to continue to try and monitor this and just make tiny repairs throughout the race. But if they need to, they can change this. If you're wondering how we got to that damage, it was another wildlife incident, and it actually happened before the Ford's one happened. So it happened very early in the race.
That's why we didn't see it. It's still dark.
Still dark. Yeah, the bit that's missing is very dark, so...
Well, the team obviously have cut that part out.
Yeah.
So they've been able to start work on it, and they'll continue to massage the front of that car over the course of the next 10 hours.
Something I just picked up on, guys. A latch was on that bit of debris on the floor of the garage. Does that come off of the new piece from the nose that would go on? Or is that a bit that would hold the new piece on? That's the alarming bit. Can they actually replace the nose if they needed to?
That's a really good point Shay makes, because the damage is back onto the guard as well, and that's where the front bumper assembly, the front splitter, does attach on the BMW. It's the time that it takes to replace that whole fascia, if you like, on a BMW. If we get a chance, we'll talk about the Ferrari and their modular system, but the BMW doesn't have that. It's a more traditional mounting system on the front. So you're talking 5-6 minutes to replace that front fascia on a BMW, and you're certainly not going to give up that time over the course of the race. That's why they haven't decided to change it.
And that's the sort of thing that you look at when you're doing the evolutions of cars. They have made some changes to the back of the Ford Mustang to make that more easily serviceable, and in fact the BMW M4 Evo at the back end, we saw that diffuser under the back of the car being changed very quickly earlier in the week. These are the things that you find out when you're racing a car that's based on a production car but has to endure the rigours of racing for 12 or 24 hours. Not just racing, but being serviced within that. There's no point if, I don't know, something that you've got to get to, an alternator that takes you 2 hours to change in an endurance race, that would be the end of your race. That's why they're designed the way they are.
So let's just dive into what has been an exciting race and very much a busy race so far throughout the first hour and a bit. We started in darkness, lights ablaze, and similar to what we saw 12 months ago, it was 3-wide action up Mountain Straight, even closer than what we saw last year. Pretty tight. We saw a bit of damage in the background with 1 or 2 cars getting together in the early stages. Through turn 1, we saw a few drivers having to take early pit stops for that damage, but there's the 3-wide up and over the mountain down towards the quarry. How good is that image? And it was Maxi Gertz So often he starts this race wrestling the lead away from Australian Thomas Randall, and this was the big moment of the race. Just watch up ahead here, the Ford with Christopher Mees at the wheel and nasty contacts, unfortunately with some wildlife down Conrod. That's the damage to the left front corner and the windscreen of that car. And then just as we're getting ready to go back to racing, a massive failure for the KTM. David Crampton at the wheel. He got out of that car, thankfully okay. But a couple of scary incidents in the dark here at Mount Panorama. So it was an extended safety car period with the BMW pacing the field. Back to the racing, it was the two Mercs that would lead us away. Kai Allen pushing the limits across Reed Park, just dipping that right rear into the fence. And the BMW that found its way going backwards through the field after a tiny error going down towards the elbow. Since that early safety car period, it's been frantic racing at the front of this field. Maxi Gertz doing a nice job so far for Craft Bamboo.
Thanks, Chad. Nice summary of the way this race has played out so far, and here's how the leaderboard sits. So tightly packed, the leading group of cars 5 seconds down to 8th place with Philip Ellis as we race our way towards the first pit stops, and a bunch of different brands are in the mix as well. The colour around the number indicates where the class leaders are, and indeed each of the class contenders. So look back down to the bronze car of Lee Holdsworth, Dean Fiore and Mark Sini. The IRC car leads the way in the invitational class, running down there with Darren Curry behind the wheel. And this is the leading group of cars. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 2 Mercedes, an Audi and a BMW. And as much as new brands come into this race and different nationalities are represented, the German brands have had a stranglehold on this one for a long time. We're just missing the Porsche in there to complete the set, but they are all very evenly matched, and they all desperately, desperately want to win this race. So that's the leading group, not far away from racing pit stops for Maxi Goetz, Tom Randall, Chris Haase, Augusto Farfus, who is one of the defending winners of this race. They've been split up this year. Kelvin van der Linden in the 32, which is the car that won last year, and Farfus, the vastly experienced Brazilian, a superstar of World Touring Car racing for a long time. Look back to the Porsche 911. Alessio Piccirillo, he's in 12th position. He brushes the fence under the tree. We saw Matt Campbell do that a couple of years in his pursuit of Maro Engel for the lead of the race. And early for that now.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind betting that the steering geometry may have got a little tickle there. So early in the day for that, for Piccirillo just drifting wide. Doesn't look like it's done any significant body damage. Certainly not rubbing a tyre or anything like that. So could it be that little bit of Bathurst luck that you need when you see these things early in the race? Go, well, that's them done. They're going to have damage for the rest of the day, and then they pop up. The first of the leaders to blink, Marco Mappelli in the Lamborghini, comes to the lane. So this is where we start to get an understanding of each manufacturer's fuel economy, how many laps they do. I mean, we did have the safety car intervention in the mid part of this first stint, so we're not going to get an idea of total laps, but we will certainly know now. Those that go the longest here potentially have the best fuel economy. But Mappelli into the lane.
So that's two warm-up laps effectively, and 26 laps, of which 7
had the safety
half an hour,
yeah.
7 and half an hour with safety car.
So still not a true read on total tank capacity or tank distance, if you like. But Mappelli in.
New tyres as well.
Yep.
That's interesting at this time of the day.
Climbing in.
Right, colourful helmet would be Grant Denyer.
Yeah, so I think Tony D'Alberto.
Yep.
Yep, it is Tony jumping aboard.
So new tyres because new driver. I think some of the cars shut further up the field. If the driver stays in, would you double stint the early tyres?
I'd be double
stinting. They haven't had a lot of work.
I'd be double stinting the early tyres for sure. So certainly early in the morning, nice cool conditions.
Yep.
You've had that safety car period, so 7 laps of not taking all of the goodness out of the tyre. You can tell that the pit stop cycle's about to start because the first two cars in the race have just gone personal best sectors in the first and second sector. So they're starting to push on as the pit stop window happens. Tony D'Alberto leaving the lane. And you can even see leaving pit lane what a challenge it was on the cold tyre, let alone getting up the end of Mountain Straight at speed.
Important thing about the tyres, no tyre warmers allowed, and we don't have enough sunshine to put them out sunbathing out the back of the pits at the moment. 12 sets of tyres were what were allowed from the start of qualifying.
into pit lane comes the 27 Heart of Racing Mercedes-AMG. These are the defending champions in the bronze class.
Curious about that car because we saw that car come to the lane several times to be fixing damage, so it would have topped the fuel off as well. Oh, have we got an issue here for one of the cars, the 44? It looks to be slow and it's got the hazards blinking. So has there been an issue for this car somewhere? No real significant
that car was running its hazards earlier on Saturday, so I wonder if they've just banged the switch somehow.
No, I think it's a bit awkward.
Oh, so there's somebody who owes the pit crew a couple of beers because ran long there in the pit for Ian James.
It looks like they're not really ready here either. It's a bit
But they weren't due in because they've had all those stops.
Yeah, that's right. They had the stops. They would have topped the car off. So you'd expect that this car would have gone another 25, 30 minutes.
It's had work on 3 of the 4 corners.
Yeah, there's an issue. It's had a failure. That's why they weren't ready. And I do wonder, was there contact with maybe the Perez car? Because, anyway, we'll hear from Shay in the Elf Oil pit lane.
The gutting sign across the throat was given by the mechanic who looked at the right front of the car. It's on the skate. The Heart of Racing number 27 Mercedes going back into the garage. The first of our Bro class cars to hit any sort of trouble today, guys.
And also behind it, the car that pitted for the car number 6, we saw it with that front to rear contact early in the race. Looked like quite a bit of damage to that front grille, and they were picking pieces out of there to try and clear it out, but the damage not too bad to be able to send it away, mostly cosmetic.
And Ian James doesn't have to buy the beers because he had broken rear suspension as he came in, so that's why he went long on those immaculately prepared and hammered down tape lines. Now, is there there's a load of vibration on the back of the Porsche. And
wow, how's the glow?
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Running so hot.
Don't need taillights on a Porsche.
No,
just light up the exhaust.
Just need to dump some fuel in and get an afterburner into the Audi.
Wow.
Chris Hazer attacking the Elf Oil pit entry. Ryder Quinn.
The Quinn Audi as well.
Yeah, and Garnett Patterson in the Optimum McLaren. So they've gone a lap longer than the Mercedes-AMG that stopped just before.
Important to note that the Lamborghini Huracan and the Audi R8 share the same V10 engine, so you'd expect that their fuel economy very similar. Each car has different fuel tank capacity based on their BOP allowance, but very similar fuel burn for those two manufacturers.
Yeah, even the Lambo's slightly different size fuel tank to the Audi, just like the same engine. That's all the magic that gets spread into balance of performance. So driver change going on now for this team. So Brad Schumacher is going to jump behind the wheel of the Jamek Racing Audi.
No hurry. Remember the 80 seconds. So don't worry that you think your favourite team or driver is taking too much time.
And the good teams are really good at it. Yeah. Last year, WRT were unbelievable in pit lane, and with routine German efficiency, every pit stop, 80.1, 80.2, 80.1. They were amazing. And it's those tiny little moments that can make or break your race.
I don't think I saw a tyre change for that car, so it looks to me like they're double stinting in the Audis.
Well, and that's sensible as well with Brad Schumacher getting in to keep him on a hot tyre, a warm tyre. Chad?
Yeah, that is a firm, Garth. I was just about to mention that. I think it might be the same also for the Quinn Audi behind them too.
So we'll actually keep an eye on Tony D'Alberto's early pace in his stint versus Brad Schumacher. You'd expect that Tony, with his experience, to be faster than Brad, but he's on a cold tyre right now.
Yeah.
So D'Alberto's last lap was a 9.4, and he's probably done 2 laps already at this stage. There he goes by. So Tony, with a huge amount of experience, was in the low 3s in practice early in the week. But just the tyre warm-up takes a long time, so all part of strategy. Teams will double stint tyres early in the race. You made the point, John, that only 12 sets of tyres, and that's not just for the race, that's the entirety of the weekend.
Into pit lane was the 99 Corvette, but it's gone across the gravel trap.
Entry denied.
Yep. Go around again.
The pattern is full.
So the problem with go around again, Rich, is how aggressive you are with your fuel use and how deep into the fuel tank you go. Race leader in.
So Maxi Goetz in, it was Jordan Love behind the wheel. Hugely experienced guy to do that. So in the Corvette, by the way. So into the lane comes the Craft Bamboo racing car, and they've got an embarrassment of riches in drivers that they can plug in here. And that looks like Lucas Auer, who is going to jump in, I think. Maxi Goetz, what a start to the race. Managed that beautifully. Thomas Randall will go around again, so he's going to try and run in a bit of clean air. Even though the pit stop times are the same for all of the cars, you can make it up on your in or out laps.
Oh, crucial.
That's why you saw Christopher Haas attacking the entry.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And that's why Jordan Love probably went off at pit entry. I may or may not have done that in the past myself. It's very easy to do. It's so easy to do.
Very, very good of you to admit that. It's just Darryl O'Young in the background, the team boss for Craft Bamboo Racing. Here's Jordan Love.
Yep. Attacks the entry, just understeers wide and decides that he's not going to turn very smartly because he would have nosed it straight into the tyre barrier there. So
sometimes you've got to admit that you're not going to make it, haven't you? Yeah, that was really good.
And right about here, Jordan's going, gee, I really hope I've got another lap of fuel in this thing to get back around.
That amazing initial D livery on the Craft Bamboo car. Darryl O'Young and his guys and girls bring something special every year they come to Mount Panorama, and I love what they've done, the anime theme on the Merc.
Have a look at Kelvin van der Linde here. He's starting to close in both the BMWs, Farfus and van der Linde. So Randall pits from the lead. He was second. He assumed the lead. He pits, the BMWs go around. So we're starting to get an understanding now of the fuel burn, and it's got a whole lot of history repeating right now as the BMWs continue to truck along as the rest of the manufacturers come to pit lane.
Well, look who's 1 and 2. BMW, Farfus leading van der Linde. Interesting thing, I've been looking at the pace of that car. Despite the damage on the right front corner, it's still pretty rapid for van der Linde. The worry will be later in the race how that plays out, and certainly in traffic as well. Randall hits his marks, and we'll hand over to Chaz Mostert, who'll jump behind the wheel for stint number 2.
He's not getting 2 posters delivered there on the right-hand side, which is what look like 2 big poster tubes going in. That's the dry ice going into the driver cooling unit. Probably, you might think you might not need that. Oh, bad news for AMG number 44.
And we saw Sergio Perez earlier. Car looking awkward as he made his way across the top of the mountain and brought it into the box. Oh no, huge one.
It's the Team BRM Audi. Mark Rosser is behind the wheel. He's the car owner, and immediately behind the wheel, behind the safety car. So second safety car interruption for the race at one of the most awkward moments, right at Brock Skyline, under the Expel Bridge. And out goes Thomas Randall.
Garth Tander has just said to me, remember last year? What happened last year, Garth?
Well, the BMWs had exceptional fuel economy, and they caught a safety car at the start of the race to do their pit stop under. And no, you're not watching a replay of last year's race. It's happening again. So the tactical masterminds in the WRT garage, no point leading early, no point burning a whole heap of fuel. Just cruise up to the race, save some fuel, extend your window, and you never know what might happen.
And that is the key, isn't it, Garth? Incredibly, that you might say, well, what does 1 lap make? What does 2 laps make when you've got a 12-hour race? Well, it gives you that opportunity to do something under a safety car. The other person who might actually be all right here is Alessio Picariello, because of course he's still got a bit of fuel in the tank, so he's going to get track position. But does he come in again?
Well, also you'd come in now, as would Kai Allen. So he was the only Mercedes that hadn't pitted at that stage. So and you wouldn't say he was saving a whole heap of fuel when he got a bit of clear track. He went a little bit mental for a few laps and made a whole heap of pace and started to catch the leaders. But that's a sorry sight, the BRM Audi R8.
This team was rapid throughout practice, and they rolled the car out for qualifying and put their brand new set of rotors, brake rotors, on the car, and one of them cracked. So it's a component failure, and they qualified a little bit further down the field than they wanted to. Mark Rosser behind the wheel. Alex Peroni was due to jump in that car, I believe, early on in the race. Chad?
Yeah, Penrite Racing are pretty good at catching a safety car in the Repco Supercars Championship. They've caught another one here right now in the 12-hour. I can see Will Davison about to have his first ever laps for Grove Racing. He's standing by suited and booted. It looks like they're going to throw some fresh Pirellis at him as well. They look brand new. So that's the good news here for these guys. They'll go fuel, tyres, driver change for Penrite Racing.
Piccarello coming to the lane as well, to answer your question, John. And
had to.
And like I was saying earlier, the general rule of thumb is once you've burnt half a tank of fuel and a safety car comes, you take it. So they rolled the dice early to get track position. It sort of has worked.
Yeah.
It's not like they're going to have a short fill here because they've got to do the 80 seconds thing anyway, but...
He's done 27 laps, mind you, so he's right, he's in the window.
Yeah. So BMW, WRT go to work with their ruthless efficiency that they have with this team. Curious on the 32 car how much attention they take with the right front splitter on that car, the right front bumper.
As Craill said, it wasn't slowing the car down, and we know it's not a quick fix. So right now, you say we'll leave it. They are going to, but they'll have had some Bondo tape.
They'll continue to tape it, yeah.
They'll have had some Bondo tape already cut to size, knowing those guys, and it'll be getting slapped on now. It's not like you can recreate it by tacking something on, but you'll just make sure nothing falls off, nothing's hanging around or waving around in the breeze that might catch the eye of race control, because what you don't want is a black and orange flag. Now, this is not going well for Absolute.
I thought, looking to me like the few comms issues there, like when the car controller pointing to his ears, not copying.
Mark Rosser climbs out of the BRM Audi. It's quite a late program to put this together. Steve Brooks, who is the Wolfbrook on the nose of that car, the man from Canterbury region and the South Island of New Zealand. And they roped in James Golding, who was on the podium here in the Repco Bathurst 1000 last October. A really strong program and a really fast race car. Try and get an understanding of what's happened to those guys. They want to be back. They've already been talking about it this weekend, coming back, and pro cars and all sorts of stuff. So hopefully they can, and hopefully an early exit from this year's race doesn't dissuade them from that. That's the BMW M safety car, and the two BMWs 1 and 2 behind it. Shay.
It was Maxi Getz who had the best start to the race, arguably, and you had the advantage of being able to have the clear track and control the pace. Are you happy with how that first stint went for the Mercedes?
Yeah, of course. The start was great. I was on the outside. I was then on the inside for turn 2. It was, like last year, a hard battle down there. We touched a few times, but then I was on the inside and I kept controlling it. Then there was an early safety car because Misi hit the kangaroo, so unfortunately, this can happen here. But then after the restart, I controlled it a bit. For sure, it's not easy to take the pace in front. We tried to follow our strategy. Now it didn't pay really off because we stopped 2 laps too early, but we were running out of fuel. So now we have to find rhythm about our fuel strategy. I think that's the most important now. We will lose some places now, but anyway, it's a long race. The car feels great. We have a good pace, but I love to be in the car in the first hour here.
Your adrenaline is going, so much excitement. How do you calm back down and get ready for your next stint in the car?
Now I get a massage. My calves are already a bit stressed. No, anyway, it's some breakfast now, coffee, talking to the guys, following the race, take a quick, not nap, but relaxing a bit, and then I'm back in the car. So I really love it. It's one of the nicest races on earth, and I'm proud to did a start for the team, and we had the lead for so long now.
We're proud to have you here. Enjoy your break, Maxi.
Thank you.
He's a great character and an awesome part of this race. It's great to have him back. Well, we're in New South Wales and there's so much to see and do here. And Sydney Harbour in the early morning actually took the BMW drivers down to Mrs Macquarie's Point, just behind the Opera House there, early in the week to check out the local sites. And they loved checking out the Sydney Opera House and the Harbour Bridge. And they were talking about jumping on the ferry and heading up to Manly for lunch. So a lovely relaxed build-up to this race. What a beautiful part of the world for this great car race to be part of. And we thank Destination New South Wales and all the team and the government for getting involved, and Bathurst Regional Council more locally for turning on such an incredible venue for us to play once a year with the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour. Back behind the control of the BMW M safety car for the second time today. Cars still with their speed limiters on, but it is remarkable, isn't it, how WRT do this time and time again. Chad?
Interestingly, Craft Bamboo back in the lane. We saw a few years ago when we had the minimum pit stops they had to serve in the race, that they decided to pit after every safety car that they could get, but second time we've seen it in quick succession, just topping it up with fuel. We also did a bit of work on the side mirrors as well, just for vision. but I'm just wondering if it's because they lost the track position with the timing of that safety car benefiting 3 or 4 of the teams, and they thought, all right, we'll happily just drop back into the pack a bit more here and keep it nice and topped up the field.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, Chad, that if you're going to be buried in the field, you might as well be buried in the field with as much fuel as you can take on board and try and extend the window at the other end.
Yep.
And save as much fuel as you can under safety car and when we get going again.
So I was interested to hear what Maxi Goetz was saying to Shea Adam down there in the Alfoil pit lane. That stint that he did was 31 laps with the safety car involved. Now, you don't use full fuel when you're going behind the BMW M safety car, clearly, Garth. So 6-7 laps behind the safety car. What do we think that is in race laps? Probably 2, 3, maybe 4 laps on that that they've saved there. So you're talking probably about 26, 27 laps at full green, and that's quite a bit down from what we saw last year.
Yeah, no, they'll go further than that, but you sort of stop when you can and when it works for you. And the other thing you need to keep in your mind with this race is driver time as well.
Yeah,
so
good point.
Quite often they'll work around that from a pit stop point of view. And all in the back of their mind, the number I think everybody has to consider is somewhere in the vicinity of 1 hour and 10 minutes before 5:45 p.m. local time. So that's the race finish. The stints you get out of these cars. Last year, the longest stint we saw was about 1 hour and 15 minutes. So if you can get yourself within that window at the end of the day, with one final pit stop and race your way to the finish, you're going to be in a good position. And they'll just have that in their back of the mind all the way through while this race builds and develops and the strategies unfold.
Well, we need to unravel a bit of a mystery. Kelvin van der Linde, where did the damage on the 32 BMW come from?
Unfortunately, turn 1. I mean, so early in the race was a bit unnecessary. I saw a couple of guys going super hot into turn 1. And didn't have the Lamborghini on my radar that probably went a bit off track. And as he came across, everyone just kind of drove into the middle of the track, and that's where I was. So yeah, unfortunate because we have a lot of damage, but actually the car felt okay throughout the stint. We were able to get on and move up. So hopefully it doesn't mean too much of a disadvantage later on.
The nose is an easy-ish piece for the BMW to fix. That's part of the wonderful design of the M4 GT3. Does it need to be fixed, though, from your opinion in driving it?
Not at the moment, but obviously if we want to fix it, we need to bring the car into the garage. That's the only thing we can't do it outside, so we're going to try and stay out as long as we can, and hopefully it holds up.
If everything goes well, is there going to be a fight between you 3 drivers over who gets to keep that little piece of debris?
Not really. I would have had a massive collection by now if I was collecting them, so I prefer to leave them in Australia.
Very fair. Good luck, Kelvin.
Thank you very much.
Reminds me of the old super touring years in the UK, and Jason Plato, who's coming back to as a team owner actually to British touring car racing. Well, Plato went away on holiday for a while, and his mechanics was Williams Renault, I think, with the Laguna. In the back garden, assembled a shell of a car from the bodywork that had been dented.
All the broken bits.
All the broken bits, and he came back to a bit of sculpture that he wasn't expecting. I can imagine, well, in fact, I know, because I knew Plato very well indeed. I used to go out motorcycling with him. I haven't seen him for a little while. But I could just imagine the back and forth that went on there.
Having one conversation. Just discussing the start of that one, Thomas. 3 wide up Mountain Straight in the dark. Tick that one off your to-do list.
Oh, bloody hell, that was crazy. 2 years in a row for the 12 hour, not for me though, so I'm just very happy to get through that one unscathed. I think the Porsche was pretty kind to me, but yeah, 3 wide up to turn 2 in the daytime's hard enough, let alone in the night when you just cannot see anything. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, happy to bring the car home there at the end of the stint. I think we obviously just missed the safety car by a lap, but that's all right. We've got a long way to go, and I think we've got a pretty good race car.
You were heavy on the flashing lights coming up to the restart there.
I like that button. It's quite handy, that button. So I think that'll get used a fair bit today. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. And yeah, Chaz is in the car now, so we'll see what he can do. But yeah, I think we've dropped a little bit for that safety car. But yeah, it's already been a wild hour and a half. So going to get a breather, and yeah, we'll be back in the car later on.
Ripper stint, mate. Well done.
Thanks, Chad. Cheers.
So the upshot of that safety car intervention, Craill and Garth, for the Audi number 268, which is now already on its way back down to the paddock with the broken rear suspension, is that the two WRT BMWs that were going a little bit longer have once again got the free pit stop, free in inverted commas. It still has to be the 80 seconds. But they've now done their pit stop, Garth, and they've emerged at the front of the pack. And all that is down to the fuel economy.
It's a great shot of the Volante Rosso Aston Martin down through Reed Park, and the car's bottoming, sparking nicely. We see that a lot from the AMG Mercedes as they bottom out across the top of the mountain. And the glow from the exhaust pipe of the 911 Porsche as it makes its way towards the exit curb on the way out of Reed Park and up to McPhillamy.
You see that on the exhaust tips of the Corvette as well.
Yeah, the Audis do it as well. Yeah. You look directly into the tailpipes of the Audis, you can see the catalytic converters all glowing up bright, bright red. So this safety car has flushed the field a little bit, and Corvette is starting to make its way to the front of the field. That car now fourth with Alexander Sims at the wheel, and the car that started last after a technical infringement in qualifying, the El Bamba Motorsport 61 Porsche, now finds its way fifth. So they've already strategized their way to the front of the field. Another team working hard on strategy in pit lane again is the number 75 Sun Energy 1 AMG Mercedes. And the Harder Racing team fixed the rear of this car and bring it back out into the lane on the skates.
Well-timed safety car for them. So yes. It sort of minimises the damage.
Yeah. Craft Bamboo in pit lane again. So we saw it a couple of years ago. Craft Bamboo did about 100 pit stops in the first 6 hours of the race and still found their way to the front. So they continue to top off and keep the tank full.
7 laps for that
safety car in this lap. In this lap, there is no wave by. Lights out at 19.7.
The 7 laps, that repair for Ian James and the SPS Harder Racing crew was left rear suspension that was damaged.
Yeah, right. Okay, so it's a splitter change for car 6. Jade Nojada was just giving me a bit of an update. And this one might also be wildlife related, but secondary because it was a car following another car that had a wildlife incident, if you get what I mean. So I saw this car in the lane earlier and they were fixing the grille. It looks like they're going to put a new grille on the car and not replace the whole front splitter at the moment. But I said it was cosmetic damage earlier, but it looks to be a little bit more serious.
They'll want to hurry up, Chad, because the lights are going out on the safety car. They slope the field to the top of the mountain behind the BMW M safety car. So there's time yet for them to catch. Craft Bamboo Racing Merc has left the pit lane with Lucas Hour behind the wheel and is heading up Mountain Straight. So we'll get to the back of the field before the race goes green. But the one thing you cannot do at this point is go a lap down as a pro car. That'll be very, very, very hard to come back from.
Well, yes and no, Rich, because don't forget we have the wave by and there are no other cars 1 lap down right now. So if you're the first car 1 lap down at the next safety car, you get that back. So if you're going to do the job, you do it now. So yeah, I saw this actually when Lucas Hour left pit lane. There was already a Porsche that beat him to it. So very quickly he reacted, probably got the call to form in behind the Highline Racing 911.
See the wheel spin from the red and white Porsche there as they were coming off the pit lane similar. Wow, that would be so easy to just fence that on the way out the pit lane.
Yeah, very, very easy. So you can see we're expecting lights out on the BMW M safety car. I have it there.
Yeah, no, you're a week ahead of yourself. That's fine. Don't forget to catch the opening round of the Repco Supercars Championship next weekend, live at Break Free and Racing and in 4K from Sydney Motorsport Park.
Okay, I will.
Yeah,
I will.
I think you should stick around. So they're going to get this car out before the safety car. So the wave by, you heard it from James Taylor, the race director, it's not open yet. So the lucky dog, as we call it, isn't available. But they're going to get out. They're going to be a long way behind and they're going to have to drive that car very, very hard, and then hopefully safety cars for that team later in the race will bring them back into play.
So how hard can he push up Mountain Straight now?
As hard as he can, but if he's on a cold tyre, you can't really push, so potentially I would be double stinting a tyre, but this lap in particular to make a bit of hay where everyone else is on a cold tyre.
Correct.
Valentino Rossi leads the field back to green. So green flag waving in the background doesn't mean he has to go immediately. He can choose when he wants to go now. You can see him opening up the entry.
And he's got the advantage of having his teammate as the tail gunner there as well, Garth. So that took a little bit of the pressure off. It's a fantastic start by the two WRT BMWs on the restart. What, they've pulled 10, 12 car lengths and down the inside, the Obama Motorsport. Porsche having a little look on the Corvette, but managed to stay away from each other. I thought there was going to be a magnetic pull between them, and the Obama Porsche on the outside getting hung out to dry.
Daniel Serra in the Ferrari drives past the Porsche. So great restart from the BMWs, not a particularly special one from Will Davison, I don't think. And that's bottle this field up.
Going on here.
Side by side through Griffin's Bend. The Porsche is right in the thick of this. The Absolute Racing car's in there as well. And the silver class car with Bailey Hall, who's actually a lap back. So he's not fighting for track position. That's the red and white car, second of the red and white cars in this queue. But Daniel Serra making ground, getting advantage there in car number 26 for Arise Racing GT.
It was Will Davison that really struggled coming to the line at the final corner and bottled the field up. So when Kurt Batchelor had a look up the inside at turn 1, it bottled the rest of the field up. Daniel Serra, thank you very much. I wasn't sure whether he was going to get around the outside, but was able to do that over the crest.
It's probably the other thing we should have pointed out. If you're new to the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 out, restarts really intense.
Yeah.
Really intense.
Really? Yeah, absolutely. The positions gained on the timing tower, the totem to the left-hand side of the screen. The leading car up 6 seconds of the WRT BMWs up 10, 17 positions gained for the number 103rd. And how about 28 positions gained for 6th place? Klaus Bachler, incredibly, on his first visit to the mountain.
The McLaren having a look around the outside of the Ferrari, and he'll get it done.
Get it stopped.
And the Porsche still arguing back behind the Ferrari, but how's the McLaren? Probably wider than he needed to be at the kink, and grabbed a handful of opposite lock, full throttle at 280k an hour.
My internal monologue was going, I think it might be good for Daniel Serra just to let that car go, because sometimes there's nothing worse than a lapped car trying to unlap itself, getting all racy to work out your race. Now the Porsches are playing the two factory-supported entries, one from Obama Motorsport, one from Absolute Racing, Asian-based teams. Just in behind that is Chaz Mostert. He's the guy you want on your side on a feisty restart at Mount Panorama, and Triple Two's got a very good run out the corner. He's going to try and bump draft the Porsche on the run up the hill. The Absolute car's going to lose a spot here. Chazzy drives through.
Yeah, Bachler's struggling a little bit in that Kiwi silver and black car on the restart.
Remember, the Porsches take a bit longer to get the front tyres especially warmed up and heated up following a restart. So they are both struggling, and the Mercedes pouncing, taking advantage.
Now Bachler beginning to get into his stride. It is really interesting, isn't it, that you see the cars beginning to come to life and get that front grip, particularly on the Porsches. The drivers just look way more confident as they commit to a corner, Garth.
Yeah, that's right. And don't forget, the majority of these drivers have just jumped aboard. So these are their first laps, some of them since yesterday morning in practice. So they haven't experienced the cold tyre warm-up with a full tank of fuel, so all learning on the run. And we have been talking about it all week in practice and qualifying, and even at the start of the race, just that the tyre warm-up is taking more than we expected. 3, 4, 5, 6 laps sometimes in race conditions to get the tyre temperature that you need to feel confident. Chaz Mostert looking racy. And Richard Craill made the point that the Porsches traditionally do take an extra couple of laps for the front tyre. And with the Mercedes being front engine, that activates its tyres very quickly. Chaz Mostert, we know how good he is early in the morning here at Mount Panorama.
It's everything you don't want on a Porsche, actually, because you've got a full tank of fuel which sits at the front and you've got cold tyres.
I thought you just meant Chaz Mostert behind you.
Well, there is that as well. That is a fair point, well made and beautifully presented, Mr. Six. Thank you, JT. Coming down to 2 hours completed already. Where's that gone? 6 minutes to go before the 10-hour mark, and it's getting feisty again on the restart. Cold tyres, remember, on the restart. No tyre warmers allowed, and it's still Valentino Rossi leading out from his teammate Charles Vert, the 2 WRT BMWs ahead, and the top of the timing and scoring showing BMW, then the AMG of Will Davidson, and then Alexander Sims up into 4th for the Corvette.
Elf Oil slick pass, and it's going to be Bailey Hall trying to get himself back on the lead lap of the race. So silver class car is a lap down. Carrera Cup graduate, hasn't announced plans for this year, but I understand they're pretty big, so looking forward to seeing what the young Queenslander's got up his sleeve, and then has a little wobble through the King, the Scuderia Auto Art chase, and I think that is worthy of an Elf Oil slick pass. The montage of those at the end of the day is
going to be great.
Really good fun. Just an asterisk on this car, they're actually under investigation at the moment for pit stop procedures and not abiding by them. So Valentino Rosso under investigation by race control.
I'll have Bailey on Midweek Motorsport on Thursday morning, as it will be here Wednesday night in the UK, to talk about his 2026 plans. A young man with a future. First really got to know about in Malaysia at the back end of last year when he was driving some GT cars there in the 12 hours.
There's nothing wrong with the car speed of that Valentino Rosso McLaren, though. He's hauled in to the back of Alex Sims and Will Davison in the Penrite Mercedes.
He's had no laps in that car, you know.
Well, they have no laps on Friday at all.
None of the drivers, yeah.
Klaus Bachler is still under pressure from Chaz Mostert. Bastian Boos is behind the wheel of that Absolute Racing yellow and black Porsche. The point I wanted to make as well is what these early safety cars have done. So it's brought that EBM Porsche into the mix. We touched on that. The other car that it's really helped is car 888 Maxime Martin. That's that sort of dark red and black GMR Mercedes-AMG. That's the 4th car in this queue. They started right at the very back of the field after issues yesterday. They are now very much back in contention and on a similar strategy to all of their contemporaries that lead this field. Side by side, 77 car is the early leader. Lucas Auer gets up the inside and off at the Scuderia Auto Art chase is the 111. The sole remaining invitational class car. It's Danny Studdard behind the wheel.
That's that drama coming down well before where he's ended up, but then again, that is the fastest corner in Australian motorsport, crazy.
Well, that's not where the rear wing should be for that car. He's had an adventure as Danny started on. He's lost the rear on entry. I think there's been a rear wing failure as he tipped in at the kink. Wow.
And if you want to know what about the airflow, as soon as you go backwards there at that speed, that has torn off that rear wing because it's not meant to be going backwards at 280 Ks.
So big ride for Danny Studdard in the remaining invitational class car. And where's he headed off to? He's disappeared. Where's he gone?
He's had Scotty beat him up.
He's pressed the reset button, gone back to pit lane.
That's good. Control-Alt-Delete, absolutely.
Well, literally, it's pressed the reset button and gone back to pit lane.
These cars are... That's incredible. So he's just spun at 270 Ks an hour, had a little moment to compose himself, shed himself of 40 kilos of rear wing and front clip, and gone straight back to the IRC garage. They'll put the car on the Go Jackson.
Oh, you can see the wings hanging down already.
He's already had damage.
Wow. Yeah, so the failure's happened already as he's tipped in. Probably going a whole lot faster when he got to the kink as well because there's no drag off from the rear wing.
He's got DRS. He didn't realise.
Those of you that are long-time watchers of the Australian Touring Car Championship will know that they had a sprint round here once and they were talking to Dick Johnson as he made his way down Conrod in the Falcon, I think it was, and had a rear wing failure. As they were talking to him, as he tipped it into the chase, and he went around. And commentators right then thought that maybe they'd distracted the legend that was Dick Johnson. Here we are, turn 2. A couple of outright runners. This is Grant Denyer, Tony D'Alberto and Brad Schumacher. And remember, they were running very close together earlier, and they went away with each other with strategy and come back together again.
And Jules Gounon getting a little position there as well, taking the advantage. He's taken back, he has taken over the number 75, the chrome orange car from Kenya Bull in that last pit stop sequence.
My first thought was to Dick and Jilly sitting on the couch up in Queensland. I've seen that before.
Danny Studdert.
So Danny out of the car and A-OK. And these are incredibly modular race cars. It's Darren Curry, who's one of the 3 drivers there with his very good mate, Axel Donaldson. So these cars are very modular, and there's a very good chance they will be able to get that car patched back together. Elbamba Motorsport in pit lane, so Klaus Batchelor back in the lane. So they're using this safety car as some opportunity, and GMR are going to do the same. So Maxime Martin, who started the race behind the wheel of car 888, is in there, and Optima Motorsport doing the same in the McLaren, which has been creeping up on it in this one. And Garnett Patterson's done a lot of the legwork early on, the young Australian driver who's plying his trade as a global GT racer, and was actually, oh wow, yeah, that's a rough ride for the Lambo on the limiter getting down towards their box. Just to make the point on Garnett, was heavily responsible in bringing that car to this part of the world for the race, introducing Optimum to the 12-hour organisers and getting them here.
That's very early for some of these guys coming in. We're talking about 7 or 8 laps.
This has been a really awkward entry for Wall Racing to get that car into their box.
Yeah, the GMR Mercedes were in pit lane. Some of the characters around the mountain.
It's okay at 7:44 in the morning, but what's it like in that helmet at about midday?
He was at Tractor Town. He's dressed like that.
See Lego man everywhere. Never seen the guy with the safety car lights on his head before, though. That's a new one.
I like it. Of all the things to put on your head, I like that. Maybe not to Motorsport Australia Race Control.
I need to get Joe Bradley one of those for the pit lane at Le Mans, and given his old police days, get him a rotating beacon on the top of his helmet when he's working the pit lane at Le Mans.
Craft Bamboo.
They've gone platinum for the frequent pitters program again. It's just I think there's a competition between them and the 75 Express Sun Energy One team, how many pit stops they can cram into the first half of the race. So they continue to top off with fuel. Here's a replay of the IGTC car. And you can see the rear wing hanging down already, so it's been a failure. And you do check the rear wing when you go over the hump to see if it's still there, but as you're tipping in at 300k an hour, you're sort of concentrating on where you want to go and not looking in the rear window. So it would have got your attention absolutely for Danny Studdert.
Do you look in the rear window and go, yeah, it's still there?
Yeah,
wow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, wow, that's interesting.
Well, I do, because I remember watching that one of Dick Johnson. So.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for that. Yes, absolutely. So the incident has been cleared.
Oh, it's an early start for some. Oh, welcome back.
You've got the Wall Racing, those hats. You can spot the fans of the Lambo from miles away. I don't know how many of those hats Adrian Dietz has given out this weekend, but there's a lot.
Has he given them away?
I reckon
he could be selling those for sure.
Yeah.
The bucket hat has become a thing in the last few years, hasn't it?
Here especially.
Last year's art bucket hat was absolutely brilliant. We got a few of those for people back at home. So, incident cleared. We will shortly hear race control tell everyone that you come off the limiter and close up behind the BMW M safety car. Gives us an opportunity to nip down to the L-foil pit lane.
Yeah, just down in the Audi precinct, I guess you could call it. It's like one big area with all the MPC cars down here together and BRM on the other side. I can see Will Brown's just about to start getting ready over to my right-hand side, but that's Brad Schumacher in that car. And it made me think this is actually a pretty good safety car period for the Pro-Am drivers that are behind the wheel at the moment, and especially for Brad, who at the moment is competing for Pro outright honours, even though he's a bronze driver. It looked like Kenny Habul actually got out of that car, timing showing that Jules Gounon's in the car at the moment. But if this goes on much longer, there is a chance that technically Brad could do the part of the race and essentially just hand it over to Will and Christopher to do the end of the race. There's actually a few more guys that have their AM drivers in the car at the moment. That's quite helpful for them as well because they're ticking away those hours at the moment, but they do, if you are competing in Pro-Am or Bronze, have to do more running later in the day in the second half of the field. A little bit of a shout out to the Quinn guys next door who are doing a pretty good job with that multi-generational operation, but I want to take you next door to BRM and show you the work that's going on, because usually when you see a car in the fence at that particular part of the racetrack at the approach to Skyline, you'd think it's completely done for the day. But amazingly, all of the damage is on the right rear corner from where Mark Rosser went in, and they're actually trying to grind the spokes of the wheel away so they can take the inside of the wheel off. And they're doing that because it is stuck on there. They've been working on this for about 3 minutes to try and get this right rear Pirelli and wheel assembly off. And so they're literally trying to cut it out at the moment. You can see where this is scraped along the wall, just approaching Skyline. Chatting to Mark, he said it was a real simple error. Just dropped the right side off the road at McPhillamy and it looped around. But, gee, we've seen some near misses this weekend, guys, and this is another one. That could have been a complete car in pieces up there, but thankfully it's only hit this one corner. If they can cut through this wheel and get it back off, we'll see what the transaxle's like at the rear of this car and if this car can get back into the race and hopefully finish.
Yeah, nicely done. Chad down in L4 pit lane. And so you're saying there's a chance you might get back out, and it's such a massive investment to come and do this race. You may as well continue on if you get that opportunity to get back out there. Wow.
That's why you cut the wheel off.
Yeah.
So it looks like you can see it's jammed up in there.
Yeah, correct.
So
because the suspension's collapsed.
Job done. Well done.
Someone's getting an unbelievable souvenir with that wheel centre. That looked really good above the bar.
I feel like there's a coffee table in that Rim's future.
Did you mention coffee again?
BRM guys are a bit busy right now, John. I'll get you a coffee soon.
I did have on my list, given we've asked and the world has provided today, that Maxi Goetz did mention massage at some point, so I wonder if that might just happen at some point up here in the box.
Can you do that in the other office, please, Rich?
Yeah, certainly.
That'll be great, thank you.
One of the other things I did want to touch on as well is the charitable efforts that are ongoing throughout the weekend for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, who are the official event charity and have also been the official charity of Scott Taylor Motorsports since 2022. They are doing an unbelievable job raising funds for one of the most important causes in men's health at the moment, and can tell you that right now officially on the website where you can go and buy a virtual lap, they've raised nearly $90,000, but that doesn't take into account the merchandise sales and donations made here at the circuit. So they're aiming for $100,000 this year. We did put out into the ether earlier on in the week that a really nice number would be $222,000, given it matches the
in various locations. Exercise caution, please.
The race control just reminding teams that there are recovery vehicles on the circuit cleaning up the debris down at the Skid Area Auto Art Chase. So congratulations to that team and everyone working hard. Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, nearly $100,000 raised already.
And guys, if you're over 40, go and get a blood test. Get it done. We are rubbish at looking after ourselves, blokes. It's that, yeah, it'll be fine. She'll be right.
Well, this is such a cool part of the world to come and visit, and you drive over the Blue Mountains and head into the Bathurst region. And until I saw this earlier on in the weekend, I didn't know that maze was here, but that's why we come to this part of the world. You can get yourself lost in this region. Go and get some truffles. GT, having won Bathurst 6 times, requires truffles on all of his meals these days. Very, very important. But you can get them locally. Great coffee. Give a shout out to Crema down on George Street, who opened at 3 a.m. this morning to cater for the pre-Bathurst 12-hour crowd. So local businesses absolutely stepping up, and also, let's be honest, knowing their market extremely well.
I was talking to a few fans at the Shakedown collective meeting on Friday night who think it's super cool to be standing in a coffee queue with some of the world's greatest GT3 drivers on any morning, any given morning, as they come up to Mount Panorama. Big crowd here this weekend. And the crowd was here early, couldn't get into the camping until Wednesday, but there were plenty of people around Bathurst, and in a relatively short space of time in motorsport terms, the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours has become a blue ribbon must-do race for GT3 drivers and manufacturers all around. Let's go somewhere nice for Valentine's Day. I'm going to take you up the Blue Mountains. nice. And have a nice weekend away.
Come and do some wineries and some breweries and see some nice places.
Stay in a nice Airbnb somewhere. Be romantic. Oh, look, the race is on.
What is it?
Oh, wow.
New restriction signs. All cars are still to deactivate limiters. No limiters.
So that's proof that we're not far away from going back to green when the teams are told they can deactivate their speed limiter and they'll get to the back of the safety car train, and then the restart procedure will commence with 9 hours and 51 minutes remaining in this race. And a race that's yet to get real flow and momentum and actually feels a lot like how last year's race played out, just with more cars and more depth of competition throughout the field. It got a long time to get into a rhythm last year, Garth. When we got there, the rhythm was amazing for the back half, but it took like a while to settle down, and it's been very much the same kind of vibe this year.
Certainly has. So you can see a bit more energy going into the cars as they anticipate a restart sometime soon. So drivers working very hard to get some tyre temperature into the Pirelli tyre.
This is one of the best racetracks in the world for amateur photography. The access you get here with a GA ticket is extraordinary, and the shot you can get is outstanding. So it's nice to see so many people with their cameras out, getting the snaps. That's down at the Meguiar's Rides and Coffee area down in Harris Park here, just behind the final corner, and that's the coffee line.
Have you seen the cars that are in there? That is extraordinary. There are so many lovely, like, which one do you want to take home? I know that one, that one, that one, that one, literally all of them. And just down from that is the Shannon Super Rig as well, which gets about 60,000 visitors to it across the year at automotive and motorsport events, and half of that at the Aussie
Race
Grand
control
Prix.
potential teams, just advise your drivers there'll be a lack cohesion flag displayed at turn 20 for the first 2 laps.
Slippery surface flag will be shown.
Lack of adhesion flag will be displayed at turn 20.
Stereo auto art chase. Yes. So just warning of that big pile of gravel trap that was moved by Danny Studden from the gravel trap onto the racetrack.
The officials have done their best job to put that gravel back in the gravel trap.
Yes, exactly.
Ultimately, there will be a bit of dust and debris down there when we get going again. So curious for this one, we saw the BMWs really scamper away at that previous restart. So who has learned after that first one about tyre temperature, car performance, and how to get the tyre switched on? I would imagine Will Davison has. Bailey Hall was very fast in that McLaren that's a lap down, and he's seeing this as an opportunity to get his lap back the old style way and just go up and take it, thank you very much. But the field is a bit scattered in this restart. So the Audi's deep in the field. We've seen the Craft Bamboo and the 75 Sun Energy 1 car come to pit lane several times. The Craft Bamboo car's already stopped 5 times in 2 hours. And most of those 5 times are in the last half an hour.
So just a reminder that the wave-by procedure's 3 hours into the race, and then it cuts off a couple of hours before the end. So that's why you heard the race director say no wave-by yet. So Bailey Hall, as you said, Garth, has to do it the old school way by passing those cars.
So yellow lights to be going off on the BMW M safety car at about the next spot, the next marshal post down.
What will Will Davison, Garth, have learnt from that first restart where the BMWs drove away and he found himself under some pressure?
Yeah, well, I think put more energy into the tyre under safety car. So really, you tend to, in the supercar, not warm the tyre too much because the car activates it itself. But with a GT car, you have to work super hard under safety car.
I believe I just heard race control mention that they're going to keep the safety car out for 1 more lap, guys, which is why you're not seeing it pull away from the field just yet.
Yeah, spot on. Just as I said, the lights will be going out at the next point. It drove past, I thought, oh, there we go. So blame Hindhaugh, hashtag blame Hindhaugh on that one.
That'll be trending at the end of the day.
Will be, mate. Yeah. Will be. I can even
race, it happens.
I can even curse the safety car.
Now that's impressive.
Wow.
That's elite.
Thank you.
That's elite level.
Thank you.
Rich and I can only dream to get to that level.
I've been at it a while, in fairness, Garth. I have been at it a while. So we're going to have at least 1 more lap behind the BMW M safety car. It's still the 2 BMW M4 GT3 Evos of WRT. Valentino Rossi in the 46. This is his last year as 46.
Well,
in his
last day it's 46.
Age 46, absolutely. Charles Vert's in the number 32 behind him. Will Davidson to restart the number 100 AMG. Penrite car in third position. And then it's the number 2 of Alexander Sims. Real big game for the Corvette and Alexander Sims. So, hey, how about this for pivoting with the guys coming into the pit lane as soon as they knew that we were going to do one more, and it will surprise you not at all to hear that the express lane, the frequent flyer lane, is open again for Craft Bamboo, and they will put a little more racing fuel into that car. Well, this is the 156th time they've been in.
There are privileges for being a very frequent flyer. It makes your life easier, and I wonder if that might be the case for them later in the day, for getting it all out of the way now and just keeping the car topped up. Extend your stints as long as you can.
I just feel like it's muscle memory for Lucas Sauer at the moment. Comes, sees the pit entry. Yep, I'll drive in there. But one thing to keep in mind, there is no minimum amount of pit stops, so they're not ticking off a reg here. All they're doing is keeping the car brimmed with the fuel. So as soon as they announce an extra lap, they're like, okay, we'll just put another lap worth of fuel back in the car again.
This is what Hindhaugh Motorsport have done for years in all forms of endurance racing that I've seen, where that if they've got a chance under a Co 80 as effectively virtual safety car or a yellow flag, they will pit their Porsche and try and just get the fuel side of things. Now, we've been talking all this week about how this is a track position race. Well, it is, Garth, but it's track position later.
Yeah, they're buying track position later, trying to buy some fuel credit for future life, if you like. So they're living an hour up the road right now. And, you know, there might be a safety car at an opportune time between the halfway point of this next stint and the end of the stint will work in their favour, and they'll get some track position back. You just don't know what's going to play out. So all they're doing is opening their options in the next stint and hoping that it falls their way. They're already at the tail of the field anyway, so you might as well keep coming and topping it off anyhow.
Lucas Sauer is a fine example of how deep this year's field is, because he qualified on pole position here 12 months ago for the Alan Simonson Pole Award with the third quickest lap in Bathurst history. He went quicker than that this year, qualified second. So the depth of the field is just truly remarkable. But he in particular has been such a great addition. 31-year-old Austrian. It's actually the nephew of...
Race control safety car, return to pit lane this lap. No wave by, lights off at 19.7, please.
Of former Formula One legend, Gerhard Berger, as we go back to Chad.
I tell you who this extra safety car lap is good for. It was car 6, who's back in the pits and still working away on that front grille assembly, and it looks like they might just be able to beat this safety car back. Jada's watching on in the corner here. Juice, what's going on down here, mate, with this car and the continual work?
Just trying to optimise it, tag that kangaroo from the BMW earlier on, and yeah, it's sort of rearrange the front of our beautiful Mercedes-AMG, so now just trying to make sure we can have a decent car for the next 10 hours of the race.
And if you like sounds of the game, thank you, Jaden. Have a listen to this.
Yeah, the reason they want that car out now is they do not want to be caught in the pit lane. They'd have to have the green light at the end of the pit lane, so get it out, get it off the trolleys, get it on the ground, and as soon as you've done that, come on guys, need to get those trolleys out. They've done it. Drop the car, fire it.
Oh, no. See the angst to get the car out. There's still one of the dollies was there. So it's those little 1%ers when the pressure's on that you see happen time and time again. It's great to have Chad's mic live there and hearing all that in the background. So he does have a green light and leaves as the field comes into the chase. So they're the best part of 7/8 of a lap behind, but still on the lead lap.
And Valentino Rossi brings them back to green at the 2026 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. Again with cover from Charles Verts in second place. Then Will Davidson in the MG in third. Alexander Sims in fourth for Corvette. Daniel Serra for Ferrari in fifth position. Chazzy Moster in the 222. That's your top 6. Then it's the first of the Porsches. Bastien Bus in 7th. The second of the Corvettes in 8th. Another Ferrari in 9th. Here they come, and it's another great restart, certainly by Valentino Rossi. Vert's not quite as good this time, and Will Davison has learned from the first time. He's a little closer to the two Beamers ahead.
Bailey Hall is sort of the joker in the pack here at the moment in that red and white McLaren, 5th car in the queue, trying to unlap himself. He's in behind Alex Sims in that JMR Corvette, who's got a very good run on Will Davison, by the way, and they're going to go side by side up to Griffin's Bend. Sims on the outside, Davison on the inside. Can the Corvette sweep past? Yeah, he can before they turn into the corner. And Bailey Hall will send it round the outside and try and unlap himself from the Penrite car. Just bail out of it, Will. There's no point fighting this. And he's smart and experienced enough to know that. So he goes through. Bailey Hall ticks another one off. Nice opportunistic move by the Corvette, who now sits 3rd outright. And in race trim, they look decidedly better than they have been in the weekend so far. So the race is starting to come to them side by side here, further back. Car out of position. EBM Porsche with Klaus Bachler behind the wheel, trying to get ground and being bottled up behind the Mercedes. How's the traffic jam?
So that actually was a nice little move, bit of patience to start with.
Race control attention all teams. The stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty of drive-through to car 15 for a breach of pit stop procedures.
That's the
that was
McLaren.
The previous one, wasn't it?
Yeah, they've been investigating that for a while, and with the safety car, they haven't been able to apply any penalties. You're not allowed to apply them, or not allowed to serve them under a safety car. So now we're back to green. That penalty's been applied by the stewards in Motorsport Australia Race Control. And for Bailey Hall, who's been wringing the neck of this thing to try and get back on the lead lap, it's going to be all for naught, and they might have to rely on a wave by later on today to get themselves back into contention.
Did you take that straight away, Garth?
Yeah, because you don't want a safety car to come out, so you get it done straight away. Safety cars sometimes breed safety cars, so whilst it's still green, get in, get it done, get a reset. To Richard's point, you might catch a wave by later on. So it's Marcel Zalua back in the 44, Faya Galmont, AMG Mercedes, as they've rebuilt that car and got him back on track. So he's getting up to speed while everyone's trying to fight for track position. So he was a little wrong-footed across the top of the mountain, and here they come. Oh, the Group M car. Oh, no, we're going to have an argument at the final corner. Somehow they all come out the other side. I just was finishing the sentence, safety cars breed safety cars. Very nearly had one from some of the fast cars. Here we go again. It's Grenier up the inside in the 888.
It's Prince Abu Bakar Ibrahim behind the wheel of that Pro-Am Corvette. So the two cars, one in Pro, one in Pro-Am. And away goes the 75 Sun Energy one car as well. This is busy. It was a big move by Grenier to get that done. The McLaren trying to squeeze past here as well.
It's Ben Barniker in the McLaren, Jules Gounon in the chrome orange number 75 AMG. That's a bit tight, a bit feisty.
Well, some of the big dogs starting to flex a little bit there. So we need to fight back. We need a bit of track position, and we're going to take it.
Good morning, I'm here. Ding dong, Gounon calling.
I think Jules Gounon in a mirror is going on. No.
Well, and now Lucas Auer, of course, has also been down the pit lane all those times we mentioned. So he's now got traffic to deal with. And with due respect to most people around him, he's probably got a decent car underneath him. But again, it's the balance, Garth, between aggression, patience, and good decision-making. Has a little look underneath the Expel Bridge and Skyline there, but doesn't go through, I think, sensibly on the Supercar AMG ahead of him.
So this is the only flaw in the filling up with fuel and sending yourself to the back strategy is you can potentially get caught up in some of this hijinks that happens on restarts because you could be no fault of your own trying to keep your nose clean and you find yourself involved in someone else's accident. So drivers with the experience of Lucas Auer will do everything he can just to be patient because he knows his race isn't happening right now. It's happening in half an hour's time.
Also mentioned the purple Audi behind. That's Kent Quinn now behind the wheel of that car. Car running solidly in the top 10. I think got up to 6th early on. This young rider who was the Rooster. Side by side, high class racing on the Corvette into Shannon's Hell corner. That looked like that one was done.
And he's Fjord back behind the wheel of that car, so he's snuck up the inside. 2 Pro Porsches, and then they're playing in the classes with the other 3 entries. All of them have been really strong though. And down the inside goes the 47 Superbarn Supermarkets car. That's James Conduras from Canberra, the ACT behind the wheel. Back up a little bit further up, Mick Grenier is being chased by Jules Gounon. They're trying to get some track position back, having gone a little bit out of sequence, having stopped regularly under that safety car.
Yeah, and I put that at the wrong corner. Sorry, that was the last corner, not the first corner. Meguiar's rather than the aptly named Shannon's Hell corner. Such a tough corner. This is exactly what BMW didn't want at WRT. We were talking about this. Get it fixed. Make sure nothing starts dropping off, that race control could throw you a mechanical flag, the black and orange flag. It's the headlight unit on the right-hand front of that.
A lot of understeer there too for Wits at the elbow. So the tape's come adrift. And the headlight, your point, John, is 100%. It's actually fallen in behind the front bumper assembly, and it's just starting to rub now on the right front tyre for Wits.
Race control will have them in for that.
Well, don't like to jump it, but that headlight's still in there, but it's not really attached. It's probably just the wiring loom holding it there. So Wits lets the Corvette go. Does he come to the lane here?
Well, he's going to stay out until he's told.
I reckon you wait until you're called.
Yeah, exactly.
So here comes Bailey Hall to take his drive-through penalty. That's smart.
Yes.
Get that done before any potential safety car.
So if you're just joining us, they taped this car up. It was damage done on the opening lap of the race. Kelvin van der Linde was behind the wheel. So in that busy run into turn 1 and up the hill, they patched it together, and they have been shown a mechanical black flag. 32. So they will now have to pit, and they'll have to pit under green flag conditions.
And a mechanical flag.
Race control all teams. Mechanical black flag is being displayed to car 32.
Now, most flags you get 2 or 3 times past the pits to do it. It's next time by for a mechanical, and that's because it's been shedding parts of that headlamp unit, and that's a substantial piece of that car. You do not want that lying on the racing track.
I think that was the lens of the headlight, but not necessarily the body of the headlight. So that's still in there.
And guys, they are doing the worrying thing of clearing out all the chairs, all the seating area, and making sure that they have room in the garage, because as Kelvin van der Linde told us, they have to come back into the garage in order to execute the repairs. And I did see an onboard video from the start of the race. It was contact with the 44 Valmont Mercedes that created this damage.
And the reason they'll take it in is because you can have more people working on it. They could do it on the pit lane, but you would only be able to have a smaller number of people to do it. It would take longer. So get it in there. Get everybody working. They have practiced this and practiced this and practiced this. They know what to do, but early doors, this is not great for that BMW.
I have to say, the repair job that they've done on this car was very un-WRT. I would have thought, not to change the splitter, but effectively they got a couple of little bits of tape on the front of that thing, and that was always going to come adrift at speed. You can see that now rubbing much harder. I would have thought, given the early stage of the race, the amount of safety car laps we've had, I would have been coming to the lane lap after lap after lap and just getting the right amount of repair on it should you get an opportunity later in the race. But now it's been forced upon them because the car's starting to come apart. So that's probably the first time in a long time an un-WRT type activity that you'd expect them to be better at the repair.
What's a safety car lap?
A safety car lap's 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. So you use multiple safety car laps, 3.5 minutes, get out, 3.5 minutes, get out.
Well, even to change the front bar,
well, I was just going to say
it's 7 minutes. You lose 1 lap, so you know you could get on the tail of the second lap. You get the wave by later in the day, you're back in the game, but now you're going to lose under green multiple laps.
Chaz Mostert, left of screen, is having a go at Daniel Serra here. It's for 4th and 5th position. He went one side, now he's going to go the other, and he'll get that spot away. The 222 Merc goes up 1 more position. And now it's Will Davison, a guy he's very used to racing with, who'll be the next target in the Mercedes-AMG for a spot in the top 3. Meanwhile, WRT, now there are prescribed rules about how you can service the car in the garage as well. And in the Repco Bathurst 1000, you might see a car just drive straight into the garage. Here, you need to get the car stopped. You'll put the fuel in first so you can tick the fuel box regardless. Then it has to go on the go-jack to be pushed into the garage. You're not allowed to drive them in. Part of the prescribed regulations around this race that do differ from some of the other forms of domestic racing here in this part of the world. It's fairly bright at the moment. The sun's a really awkward position, barreling over the top from the Porsche. So they're in their garage now. They will lose a lap, possibly 2. There are opportunities, as we've discussed, to get it back, but that is a massive blow for the car, the 32 car, with one of our defending winners from last year's race.
You know, I said earlier, Rich, that just as the sun comes up, it's a magic time of the day to be driving around Mount Panorama. Right now, where the sun is exactly there, heading across Skyline, it's probably the worst time of the day because it is literally that you're driving into the sunrise. And there's about a 15-minute period where it's right at the point where it doesn't go behind the sponsor banner at the top of the windscreen. So you almost start the race with a tinted visor, but you have your visor up, and then as soon as you get to this phase, visor down and squint every lap that you go across Skyline.
Well, we are 2.5 hours into the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours, so it has been a frantic start, lots of action inside 2.5 hours, and Valentino Rossi leading the way for BMW, but is now the sole BMW at the front of this field. Here's how it's played out through the opening 2.5 hours, and picking it up from the restart point earlier in the day. It was all Mercedes running at the front. Alessio Picarello had a little scrape along the fence at Reed Park. There's been a lot of cars going back into the garages, getting repairs, because there's been such a high attrition rate in the early part of this one. There was a safety car period that came out just after this first round of green flag stops. For that Chev, it was an unlucky miss for the Corvette going through and having to go around one more lap. This incident brought out the safety car at a really nice time for the BMWs, who were able to come in and take essentially a free pit stop with the field circulating around under full course yellow conditions. Back to racing. It was an interesting move from Bailey Hall, who's trying to unlap himself in that McLaren and nearly losing the lot going through the very fast kink. Unfortunately, that car's also been given a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement and has to come back in. This was a scary one. Just watch this, rear wing failure at about 90 kilometers per hour for Danny Studdard, and that car just about lifted off the racetrack. He would bring out the safety car. Danny okay, thankfully, but that rear wing failure was a very scary moment. Brought out our most recent BMW safety car, and it's a BMW leading the way. And check out that famous helmet through the windscreen. That's Valentino Rossi leading the 12-hour.
Which never gets old to hear said about this.
No.
So out of the lane is the number 32 car, having completed repairs with a brand new front clip on the beautifully liveried Ken Doan tribute BMW M4 GT3.
So it has dropped a lap, that is all. So to your point, why didn't they do that under the safety cars?
One of life's Bathurst mysteries. We'll try and get to the bottom of it at the end of the day. Here's how they stand as we work towards hour 3 of this race. All these cars you have to consider still in the mix. The 55 Audi, which has been one of the fastest cars of the weekend, still just circulating in 14th place. They're about 21 seconds off the race lead. The Queen's still in the mix. Lead lap cars still quite a long way down at this point with all the safety cars. It's kept a lot of cars on the lead lap of the race. Down to Fabian Schiller in 25th position in car number 6, and that was the car that we saw do the full cold trickle, get me out before the pace car kind of line, and they did that, so they remain on the lead lap, the 25th and last car. Out of the race, David Crampton in the KTM. We understand it was just an error from David that saw him fire down there off the road, which is unfortunate for the Invitational class car. Meanwhile, 3 wide. How's the heavy hitters in this fight? Brad Schumacher in the Audi electing to not be involved in that. Jules Gounon looking up the inside of Mick Grenier. Couldn't get it done in the end. Did he do it a lap later? No, because Grenier was fighting down the inside of Backler in the Porsche at the final corner, and Gounon goes, thank you very much. I'll take that.
Heads up from Backler there, though. You don't need to be banging wheels at this point. You may have lost 2 positions, but that car still has everything pointing in the right direction.
Well, the damage repairs to the 32 BMW have been completed. The car went back out onto the track. They lost about a lap and a half's worth of time. They did not do the work in their own garage. They did it in the garage of the 46, simply because it's easier to traverse in and out from the pit lane on that side rather than with the fuel rig on this side. But they were able to put the new nose on. That's the good news. The bad news, the clip that we saw broken off was from the critical part of the car that they did not replace, meaning that they needed 100-mile-an-hour tape to try and hold on that right side of the nose. So that's something to keep an eye on. It should be fine for the rest of the race, but still keep it in the back of our minds. And how did we know that it was the 44 involved with that car at the beginning of the race? their onboard video is being monitored by their car chief actively. The crew was watching Kelvin's vantage point for the start of the race. They did have it recorded on phones. They've been since asked to delete it. As you can imagine, that's pretty sensitive information for them to have. But the crew knew exactly what happened. And that just goes further to show you WRT is up on all the information they can probably have at any point in time. We saw yesterday with the data sticks how they are taking live information from the car on several pit stops throughout the course of this 12-hour race to get actual information from the car as to what it's doing. That's what WRT does. That's why they win so many races. They think about every possibility before we even get to the green flag.
Shay, I don't know if they will answer this question, but given that they turned that car around so quickly for that front end change, that nose and front splitter change, might want to ask them why they didn't do that on either of the safety car periods that we have behind the BMW M safety car.
They didn't want to do it behind the safety car because they didn't want to do it at all. The rulebook says you can't do work like that on the pit lane. You must bring the car back into the garage. So they knew they were going to lose even more time by bringing it back in the garage. It was something they were trying to avoid altogether.
Time-wise, that hasn't stacked up because they've only lost a lap. Far be it from me to second guess Vincent Voss and the rest of the team, but they might just be kicking themselves on that. It's plenty of time to go for them to get that back. I'm not saying it's ruined their race, however, Chad.
I wonder if they're victims of their own good fuel economy. Yeah. Because that put them in a position to be leading the race and then they didn't want to give up that track position. Yeah. If they'd actually not caught that safety car, they would have been back in the pack and gone, oh, well, let's just change it anyway. So it's funny how that's worked out.
Yeah, it's a really good point that Chad made. And I thought, my thought was the only thing was they didn't want to give up the track position, but ultimately they've paid a heavier price now. Your point, John's correct. There's a huge amount of time to get themselves back in the game, and only losing the one lap under green, they probably could have got it done under one lap. Safety car not lost a lap either. But anyway, so be it. It's done. Shay raised a really good point when she did that cross from WRT's garage. Pretty much all the teams in GT racing have a live stream from their cars, a camera separate to our broadcast cameras, and you see everything that's going on in the car. You can see the driver's inputs, you can see out the front of the windscreen, and the teams monitor that a lot for driver coaching, but also for incidents like we saw at Turn 1. So that's different for our supercar viewers that are watching. We're not allowed to have that in supercars, but it's very much a common thing in GT racing.
So only the official cameras in supercars?
Yes, correct.
Right. But
live.
every car has
a judicial camera, but not live.
Okay. Yes, okay.
Not to the teams.
Yeah, understood. And that is because they are able to do that because of technology and 5G and things like that.
Yeah, it's all run on 5G.
Yeah, that'll be running just on a 5G
SIM card.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
We see that in the Nürburgring as well. Obviously that's a bit bigger. Nordschleife is a bit bigger, and having onboard cameras, they're all powered by 5G. It's incredible stuff. So Rossi leads by 4 seconds from Alexander Sims in second, Will Davison in third, BMW, Corvette, EMG, Chazzy Mostyn, play the Jaws music. He's just starting to come back into contention. Where did that car start? Well, it was right up there because it was quick yesterday, and they are down 3 positions from the pole position. But given the way the neutralizations fell, that car is still right in the conversation.
Hey, Craill, can you do me a favour, please? Just look towards timing. Look for car 99, the Corvette. How much time did that just spend in pit lane? Over 80 seconds, I imagine.
Good question. It's Ben Green, 2 minutes 28.6.
That's how much time that car lost trying to restart.
Oh wow.
Wouldn't turn on.
Wow, okay.
So it looked like they were trying to bunny hop it to get going. It did start under its own power eventually.
More than a minute lost just trying to refire the car.
So if you've got that information, how long did the 32 car spend in that pit lane last time?
No, I don't have that because it's still showing up on the timing screen when the 88 car, the Corvette left the pit lane. So yeah, okay. So that's another one of those endurance racing things. Is sometimes the car just doesn't want to refire.
Yeah, I'll control delete the car sometimes.
Yeah, correct.
Turn it off, turn it on, and magically it fires back up again. We saw Bentley
yes.
in years leading the race.
Oh man. Stephen Kane's unhappy bringing that up now.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, they bounce back. We jump on board with Daniel Serra. His dad, Chico Serra, was a Formula 1 racer back in the day, in the 80s. Footwork, the Arrows team.
back in the 80s, that was yesterday. I feel like that long ago, to be honest. I know.
In fact, there's 4 sons of former Formula 1 drivers from the 80s and 90s on the grid right now, because 2 cars further back is a Patrese, which is very cool. Lorenzo Patrese behind the wheel, son of 6-time Grand Prix winner Riccardo Patrese, which is great. And of course, we've been talking about Jules Gounon. His dad, Jean-Marc, is well known in Formula 1 circles. I watched him race at the Adelaide Grand Prix in the 1990s, which is quite a cool full circle little moment. And I've apparently been given the directive by Jules to get his dad to drive here next year so he can come out and watch Jules race and work out why he loves Mount Panorama so much, Chad.
Just on that topic of F1 drivers, if you flicked on the coverage and had a look down on timing at any point, and you're seeing names like Schumacher and Barrichello and Rossi, and there's actually quite a bit of an F1 flavour and MotoGP flavour there, but I'm waiting with bated breath at the moment in the race where we see Barrichello and Schumacher on track together.
Very good.
I like that. As Mostert gets up the inside of Will Davison at the Scuderia Auto Art Chase, and it's going to open the door for Serra in the Ferrari as well to do so. Davison immediately covers his line and protects, as he's entitled to do on the run down to the final corner.
Over and under.
Yeah, he's got a good run. Davison's trying to cover him off the run down to turn 1. The gap's getting smaller, but Serra's going to get up the inside, and that's all because Davison was wrong-footed at the chase when Mostert went by, got out on the marbles and got a bad run out of the chase down to Murray's corner.
It's such a momentum race this often, isn't it? You lose a spot at the chase and you might lose 3 more by the time you get up here to Griffin's Bend. So Davison fought back, the torque of the Mercedes-AMG dragging it back up behind the Ferrari, and that helped defend him from the Porsche Super Cup champion in Bastian Boost behind him in the absolute number 911.
I'd have put money on Boost getting through there when they came through Shannon's Hell corner, but that grunt of that AMG coming off the slowest corner on the track was very impressive indeed, and Will used it to his advantage. He's using it to defend at the moment through the Ford, cutting it up over the top under the VW Amarok Bridge.
Of observations as this race plays out is that the Ferrari is a much better package today than it has been in the lead-up. Now, there were some balance of performance tweaks overnight, as is often the case in this style of racing, as we go and have a look at this Elf oil slick pass. And this is Chaz Mostert just doing Chaz Mostert stuff as he slices down the inside. There wasn't a massive argument from Will, but he was very wide there, out in the marbles a little bit, lost some momentum as well, and then that opened the door for Daniel Serra. This is his 3rd start this year and 2nd for Arise Racing GT to get past the old over-under at Maguire's Murray's corner.
Boost getting interested in the black and yellow number 911. GT4 McLaren in the pit lane. And also the Quinn quartet.
There was actually, I'm pleased that we get some results. We put it out in the world earlier that there's Clark, Ken and Kent Quinn. So there's 2 K Quinns.
Yep.
And our timing screen generally shows initial and then full surname.
Yep.
So we had absolutely no idea which of the brothers were behind the wheel, but they've given them their full name on the timing screen now. And there's Ryder chatting to the man they call Popeye. Yes. Tony Quinn is Popeye. He's having a great weekend. Yes. They are having a ball down there. There's Steve Horn, I saw in the paddock earlier, former owner of Tasman Motorsport in IndyCar racing. Grant Aitken, well-known Kiwi racer, one of TQ's best mates, is in the paddock as well. And they've got 40 guests over from New Zealand here, led by Josie Spillane and the crew, Repco Next Gen NZ Championship, all getting involved. So they're working through. So Kent has just jumped out. That was his first racing stint in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. And now back behind the wheel in this race is a guy who's actually been on the outright podium here in the past. He's Clark Quinn, Ryder's dad, Tony's son, one of the many Quinns. So he's back behind the wheel.
He was an Australian GT champion.
He was, absolutely, yeah.
Multiple Australian GT champion.
Hasn't raced competitively for almost a decade, but when he was racing, he was very, very fast. And still is.
Rossi still leads for WRT, and not to beat the dead horse, but thank you to Josh Barrett and a bit of looking around in the numbers. 3 minutes and 9 seconds, the repair for that number 32 car.
Would have done it under 1 safety car lap. Yeah. So anyway, that's been and gone.
We've closed the story. We'll close the story.
it's going to be a fun story watching them come back, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes.
You know what else has been a fun story is the speed of the Corvette.
Yeah.
Fastest lap of the race so far was Kayo and Allen earlier, 2:03.09. The Corvette has done a 2:03.32. So certainly in race pace, there's nothing wrong with the Corvettes, and they've certainly been playing themselves in all weekend. First time Corvette's been here with that car.
And with the driver lineup they've got in car 2, Alex Sims behind the wheel, Nicky Katzberg, who is as quick as anybody on the planet, and Earl Bamber, who's won everything except this race, but the 24 Hours of Le Mans on 2 occasions. So no problems with the quality of driver lineup there. And it is just reeling in Valentino Rossi at 1.3 seconds the margin now, but reeling them in, both of them in, is Chaz Mostert in 3rd place. So 222 getting back to some track position that they had earlier on in this race. Daniel Serra next. So BMW, Corvette, Mercedes, Ferrari, Porsche, 5 different brands in the top 5 at this point of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour.
Aston Martin vantage number 14 in. Maxime Robin is the leader in the Pro-Am class, and that comes to pit lane for regulation service.
Well, actually, the Pro-Am with some of the DNFs we've had early has been one that's taken quite a hit in terms of competition. So right now it's a battle between Raban and Dylan O'Keefe in the Ram Motorsport GWR Mercedes for the lead in that class. Lorenzo Patrese leads the way in the bronze class, by the way. You can tell that with the bronze colour behind the number 193 Ferrari in 7th place outright on the totem left of screen. On the right is Valentino Rossi and his BMW M4 GT3 going to work nicely as he goes down towards the BMW M elbow.
I love the fact that having won the race last year, they don't just sort of sit on their laurels, Garth, and say, well, we've done that, it's ticked off. We don't need to do that one anymore. Talk to Andreas Roos, the man at the head of BMW M, and very much wanted to come back and defend that race with WRT, team from Liège.
Let's, I'll tell you what, let's enjoy this. We've gone 2 hours and 45 minutes in. Let's crank it up. Here's Valentino Rossi. Mount Panorama is his. He's the leader of the race. Enjoy this behind the wheel of car 46. Say it's relaxing, but it's something calming about watching Valentino Rossi at work in the lead of the race, and that lap completed in 2:04.68.
Therapeutic.
Yeah, well, absolutely therapeutic. 2:04.67 for Alex Sims behind. A lap before that, Chaz Mostert punched out the quickest lap of the race for car 222 at a 2:03.66. So that got him to the back of Alex Sims in the Corvette. and now he's trying to work his way past in this battle of the three marks out in front. Behind, Bastian Buss going quickly as well in the Porsche and slowly reeling in Daniel Serra in the Ferrari. So there's some energy among this leading group of cars as they come up to the Lamborghini with Adrian Dietz behind the wheel. So they've got him at an awkward time as they come out of the already set forward cutting. Who was that wide?
No, that was Dietz getting out of the way, so it was a nice job by Adrian. Got out of the way of the leaders. It was interesting listening to the onboard camera from Valentino Rossi, and he's saving a lot of fuel at the moment, so a lot of lift and coast going down into the chase, and a lot of lift and coast in the final corner at the end of Mountain Straight, all the traditional parts of Mount Panorama Bathurst where you do save fuel. And the car balance was interesting for me. It had a lot of understeer, high-speed understeer across the top of the mountain. You could see he had quite a bit of steering lock on and just waiting for the front to respond. But in the slow-speed stuff down the bottom of the mountain, both at Murray's Corner and Hell Corner, it was actually quite pointy and quite nervous on entry. He turned in to have plenty of front grip and the rear wasn't able to go with it. But what tends to happen here is as the race goes on and the track rubbers in, that balance gets better. So the WRT have absolutely set their car up for the end of the day.
We mentioned we've got young Brazilian driver Eduardo Barrichello in the field, and I'm happy to say I've got his very proud father, Ruben's, down here this weekend of a 300 Formula One starts, but first time here at Mount Panorama. What do you think?
I love it. I love it. It's on my bucket list already to be able to come back and who knows, maybe drive with my two kids. I have Eduardo, Fernando is driving Formula 3, FIA Formula 3. But it's super cool to be able. I'm a proud daddy to see Eduardo doing so well.
How's he doing this weekend?
Well, he hasn't been on the car that long, but the times are quite impressive, and he's been really, really, really good. Unfortunately, Romain had someone hit it from behind, and they lost 7 laps changing the rear suspension. But the car seems to be good, and I told Eduardo just enjoy it because it's a hell of a track.
We were talking a moment ago, we're seeing Rossi lead this race. You were there the day that he tested a Formula One car. Did you see that talent back then?
Well, I tell you, it was quite impressive when he drove it. He got within a time pretty quick, and for sure he has the talent to do on the 4 wheels as well. And I'm a proud friend to see him doing so well.
It's fantastic seeing you here. And Rich, what do you reckon? You could pull a few strings. We get a Barrichello, and Barrichello entry to follow up the Quinn entry this year.
I've already started writing the press release, Chad. We're on it. Tell Rubens we are on that.
We're starting a list now, Crillsy, for people you've got to get drives for. By the way, that test you were talking about, that was...
Hang on a minute.
Whoa.
JB Simonau has just had a really big moment. He's cost Chaz Mostert about 5 seconds.
Bad sportsmanship flag displayed to car 15.
Yeah.
Driver conduct.
Absolutely. Not surprised.
Sportsmanship flag to car 15.
Not surprised. So he's a lap down. He's not in this fight. And absolutely cost Chaz Mostert a huge amount of time. So Rossi just going past Mark Sini behind the wheel of the Hallmark Audi, who's done the right thing to get out of the way. And Alex Sims now is having a proper run at the race lead. That's the toe, the aero effect as it drags up behind the big BMW and drags down the inside of the big BMW. And Corvette will lead at Mount Panorama for the first time.
You calling that now? There's not going to be a repass at the last corner?
Well, no, because the IRC car, which has been resurrected, it's back out there after an enormous accident at the chase. It's been punched back together. It's good to go. So that's lapping, and Corvette Tick has now led a lap at Mount Panorama for the first time.
So let me just finish that story about that Formula One test that Rubens Barrichello and Chad were talking about. That was a full F1 test, and Valentino was 0.7 of a second away from Michael Schumacher. So it was a good time.
Oh, this will be interesting.
Yeah, the Ferrari. Simonau lost the rear on the entry to Skyline, ended up going through the escape road and gathers it back up. Mostert got by, but then you see Simonau was narrow at the dipper, and ultimately this was a good move. We heard Rossi lifting coast early. He was still doing that right at this point, so Sims took the opportunity to grab the race lead, got the job done down into the chase. It was a nice move. I'm not sure Valentino put up much of a fight. I don't think he's all that bothered by it.
No, you were talking about someone else earlier on. I think it was Maxi Goods driving to a lap time. They've got a plan.
I would imagine that he's actually happy that there's a car in front of him pushing the air, so he can get it in the toe, so a bit more fuel.
Yeah.
pragmatic racing this early in the day. You don't need to lead this lap.
I wouldn't have thought Chazzy will come through here as well. Yeah, he won't be that patient. You can just see by the energy of the car with Chaz driving it. Marcini leaving pit lane in his car. Been at this race for nearly all of them, I think, pretty much is. So sharing the car with Lee Holdsworth and Dean Fiore.
Start number 14 for Marcini. Bathurst 12 hours. A lot of laps in this place. Alex Sims already flashing the lights for the lap traffic a little bit further up in front, and now Mostert locks the radar onto the back of the WRT number 46.
Number of people mentioning what we were doing, as he's just going to lose second position here to Chaz Mostert, but Valentino Rossi looking supremely comfortable and quiet behind the wheel. Chris Suku, Dave Alcock, both noticing that back in the UK as the leaders are together at the final corner.
I'm not so sure that Alexander Sims is going to be as relinquished the race lead as easily as Valentino was happy to give it up. So I feel like we're in for a bit of a treat here for the next couple of laps as Alexander Sims and Chaz Mostert go at it first and second.
As they head up Mountain Straight, Valentino Rossi has got the best view in the house. Meantime, down at the first corner, BMW versus AMG. The Penrite car battling for 7th and 8th position. That's the 7th position car is Maxine Easton in the number 89 BMW, that very fetching dark green car.
Alex is a hugely experienced guy, 37 years of age from the UK. He's GTD champion in IMSA competition in the United States. A hugely successful career, so he's up to the job. But just Corvette still continuing to learn on the job today. We're not shown an enormous amount of competitive one-lap pace, but often the racing situation is very, very different. Just a reminder of the classes in the race and the leaders at the moment. So the white highlighted number is the Pro class. That is being led by Sims, an outright race lead. Lorenzo Patrese, we've been talking about the Formula One superstars, son of. He's in 6th place and leading the bronze class at the moment. And Dylan O'Keefe leading Pro-Am. That's the green number. Car number 45 in 15th position. All still, by the way, on the lead lap right down to Johann Ziegler, I think, is the last car on the lead lap in the Porsche in 20th position at the moment. But that will, of course, chop and change over the course of the day. Cars will drop off and then some will regain as well with the wave-by process on safety car restarts.
Going to be interesting to watch the strengths and weaknesses of these two cars. We saw when Sims was behind the BMW how much faster than the BMW the Corvette was in a straight line. And we saw with one of the Mercedes racing against the BMW earlier, the Mercedes didn't have the BMW speed in a straight line. So the strengths and weaknesses of these two cars leading the race, you learn that. Like Chaz Mostert will be sitting there learning what is the strengths and weaknesses and whether I need to race this car at the end of the day.
Just been tracking car 55. I can see Will Brown's down here at the moment, ready to go for the Audi team. Brad Schumacher in that car, and it looks like they're about to do a pit stop down here at the moment. They've done about 33 laps on that run, I believe, and they're getting very close to a point in the race where Brad could technically not drive that car again should he decide not to. Trying to get the minimum driver time. Well, that actually, it's not really in the rules that there is a minimum driver time. It's just whatever the two maximums for your pros are. But Craill, they'd be pretty close now to that number, and I wonder if maybe they're going to try and pull off that miracle strategy.
Yeah, which has worked for Kenny Habul in the past, Chad. So the rules are, if you're in the pro class and you're a bronze driver, you only have to do the difference between what your other two drivers can do, and they can do 340 minutes each of the race. So it leaves this 50-minute window that the bronze has to do. Now, you still need to manage your two other pros. You can't just run them all day. They will have to swap back and forth, and you do need to manage that. The longer you can extend Brad Schumacher in that car, the better it is for Chris Haase and for Will Brown later on in the day. But you're right, Chad, the work they've done now will pay off later in the day. It worked for Kenny Habul. That's why they won the race in 2023 against a really strong pro field. Let's focus on the battle for the lead because Chaz Mostert closer than ever out of the BMW M elbow. The Tsunami RT Porsche just getting put a lap down now. That was the car in 20th position. Ziegler behind the wheel. And Chaz is going to have to go offline to get past him at the kink, and he's just going to have to wait a little bit longer. to get to the back of that Corvette once again.
Hour and a half for Brad Schumacher behind the wheel, give or take.
In that case, they're good.
Yeah.
They're good to go.
What you're doing there with that strategy is you're opening up your flexibility with your two pros. If you do the absolute minimum, the 50 minutes, it boxes you in so tight with what you can do within the driving rules for your two pros. So if you can buy a bit of time from your bronze, your Brad Schumacher, your Kenny Hindhaugh, it just opens up that flexibility that you can use safety cars if they fall in the right window for you.
You and I had that conversation. We were looking at the rules before that 23 race going, surely not. Surely not. It's too tight. It's too tight. But Kenny and Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoll's made it work. And they've made it work every year as well. They finished second and then they finished third.
Tsunami RT car just a little bit wide as Valentino Rossi got up the inside at the end of Mount Straight Griffiths Bend. And that'll be a feature or a fault, depending on how you want to look at it, that if you start getting wide as the race progresses and more marbles and more dust finds its way offline, if you get too wide, you could make contact with the wall, and it happens at turn 2 regularly here.
So the leading cars have done 30 and 31 laps, incredibly, with exactly the same number of safety car laps, albeit in 2 tranches rather than that long half an hour that we had at the beginning, 7. So they should be due in sometime soon, 1 or 2 laps. Was there a touch there?
Yes.
Oh, yes. If I'd only waited a second.
Yeah. Oh, and there's another one. So the Optimum Motorsport McLaren a little bit wide, didn't keep up the rolling speed. And here we go. This is the Tsunami RT car. Just getting a little bit wrong-footed at the end of Mountain Straight. And you can actually see all the debris there and the marbles.
Race control attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a drive-through penalty to car 15 for disobeying blue flags.
They were warned.
Yeah, they were told.
The drive-through penalty to car 15.
Yeah, and they've been given a drive-through penalty as a result. So somewhere the link in the chain and communicating that to the driver has either not got there or it's been ignored behind the cockpit. And as a result, they're going to have to travel through pit lane for the second time today.
That becomes a fair warning for the other teams as well. We need to pay attention here because they're not mucking around in race control. So that's an important point.
Brad Schumacher is in pit lane in the Jamek Racing Audi. So that's the first of this leading contendery group of cars we need to talk about.
And he's done a really good job. You just noticed it just go through shot with Lorenzo Petrosi. Up to 6th in that Ziggo Sport Arise Racing Ferrari. They were at the back, they had damage, they would look like, oh, they're going to have a tough old day, and here they are, just floated to the top 6 nicely. Here it comes up Mountain Straight. So that's a nice little recovery drive from that team, got themselves back in the game.
So Will Brown now behind the wheel of car 55, Kayo Supercars champion of a couple of years ago, will go to work.
Hang on a minute.
Here we go.
Still going.
Round 2. It never ends. Anders Fjordbach is in here. Ben Barnicoat is behind the wheel of that McLaren, the bright papaya and blue car with the sort of factory McLaren colours. And then Klaus Bachler's just in front. Fjordbach slices up the inside. The high-class racing Porsche, another team making their Bathurst debut this weekend. And they have been pretty racy all weekend long as they adapt to the challenges of Mount Panorama.
15 all return serve there. Yeah, going up Mountain Straight.
It's more seconds out round 2, I think. Get out there and keep jabbing, son. You can be a contender. Thank you to all the messages coming in. We are inundated on the socials. Hashtag B12HR. And particularly to the group who follow motorsport all around the world. The RWEC Discord group up and about at early hours in the various parts of the world and late night over on the far side of the US. Thank you for the kind comments on what's going on. Universal admiration for the timing totem at the moment. All the information you need. And these are people who would normally be running many screens to watch and follow on endurance racing. That's a neat way of doing it on the left-hand side of your feed.
This battle for the race lead rages on between Alexander Sims and Chaz Moffat. Jules Gounon's just randomly done the fastest first sector of the race.
Yeah, well,
so halfway through a stint on a random lap, Jules is fired up.
Yeah, they're not far from stopping, so the pace is going up. Moffat's just set the quickest lap of the race for car 222, bottled up behind the Corvette. Did a 203.5.
The Corvette just a little bit lively in the rear there as he got on the throttle, so as the fuel burn comes off,
get a bit deeper into the tyre life, you start to trend where your car balance is. And to be honest, if you had a car that was a little bit tailier, you'd be happy with that at this early stage, because as I said earlier with the BMW, if the car's a little bit active in the rear, as the track rubbers in over the course of the race, it's usually the rear that grips up more than the front. So you always tend to start the race with a car that's a little bit lively in the rear, hoping that the track tends your way. Certainly looked like Corvette have done that.
So the leaders have got more than 30 laps, but there was some safety car help in there as well, so that will extend the stint out just a little bit as a result. The Corvette stopped on lap 32, lap 34 for the number 6 Mercedes-AMG, which Fabian Schiller behind the wheel at the moment. They've got the Aston Martin in front, another lapped car. Maxime Rubin behind the wheel of the Valente Rosso entry. Simonau has been through pit lane for that drive-through penalty. Black stuff.
Both of them.
Maxi, yeah.
Maxi and Chad rolling into the dirt. So Chaz Mostert trying to use that lap traffic as a bit of a pick on Alexander Sims, and maybe using that to his advantage. He sends it up the inside into the chase, does Chaz.
So this is the number 32 BMW. Remember, a lap down, having replaced the front clip. And this is Simonau, who had served the drive-through penalty, so that was very close.
Probably Weeds being very cautious with the front of that car right now.
Exactly.
They're on their second front end.
And even those two on different laps, so the McLaren's a couple of laps back relative to where the BMW is now.
Garth Walden just rejoining now as the lead. Some of the leaders go through.
Yeah, so that's for the Pro-Am class lead, 17th outright, Ram Motorsport, GWI Australia. The GW stands for Garth Walden. The R stands for racing. And he's just jumped behind the wheel.
No, tell me, really, Rich.
State facts.
Okay. And Ferrari's coming in.
Yeah, so
team order.
This is the first of the next scheduled round of stops based on the drive time and the number of laps they've been out there. So Arise Racing GT bringing both of their cars into the lane after really good stints from Daniel Serra and Lorenzo Patrese. And they'll swap drivers and we'll go around again. Maxime Ooston is in as well in the number 89 BMW. That's been quite impressive. The young Dutchman is pitting from 15th position. So this well-drilled team that have been contenders in GT World Challenge Australia since being the first team in this part of the world to race the Ferrari 296 GT3, which is an absolute spaceship of a thing in terms of its construction and the technology involved and what you need to have to run it. But this team has done a really nice job. So Davide Rigon is behind the wheel now of the Pro class car, the number 26 car, and then the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing entry. He's back out too. And there goes the KRC BMW. Macus, who is their mascot, who's the big crocodile. And there's been a really big crocodile getting around the paddock. He's been chilling out with the fans, but they've wrapped him in a bit of koala as well to add that Aussie touch. And into the lane now comes Bastian Boos in the Absolute Racing Porsche.
So that was another 33-lap stint, Crillsy, with another 7 caution laps for those Ferraris. Let's see how long the BMW can go. Valentino Rossi in 3rd position. He was lifting and coasting. We saw them do this the first time around, Garth. And again...
I've been called worse things.
Well, I'm sure we all have, to be honest. I'm sure Chaz has as well, to be honest. Let's just see how that works out and how much that fuel saving goes on. But I'm impressed by the two up front because they are also they are also on that same strategy. So with a bit of help from the BMW M safety car, but these two, they're not hammer and tongs at it, but they have put a decent gap into Valentino.
Yeah, 5 seconds, near on 5 seconds back to Valentino Rossi. So I don't feel like there's a lot of fuel saving going on from the front two cars. So curious. I mean, the discipline from WRT and BMW we saw last year to just basically from lap 1 save fuel for the entirety of the race that brought them so much strategy, flexibility. So it feels like the leaders are going more for track position as Chaz again fades up to the inside, but get up pretty early in the morning as we all did to beat Alexander Sims with that one. because he knows full well Sims, if he can get to the apex at Forest Elbow, the straight line speed that the Corvette has over the Mercedes is going to have him safe down Conrod and into the braking zone at the chase. So as long as the Corvette gets out nice and straight and gets a good run, there's not going to be a passing move down here.
Yeah, and it's strange, isn't it? Because for so many years we've seen the Mercedes-AMG be the dominant car from a straight line handling point of view. So all of a sudden, Chaz has got a car driving going, hang on a minute, what's the go? Into Alfoil pit lane come the two race leaders, right on cue. And they attack that curb there, especially the one on the left-hand side, then hit the pit limiter and get down to 40 kilometres an hour. The teams were warned. They're actually given discretion in the practice sessions, and it would pop up on our timing screen. Warning, 41 kilometres an hour. You're going too fast. Slow down. So they had every opportunity to practice that pit in, pit out, and there are a couple of what they call hot sessions in the lead up to this race where they can go through the full process of tyre changes, of refueling, of pit stops. Down to Scott Taylor Motorsport goes Chaz Mostert after a very Chaz Mostert kind of day, kind of stint. And it'll be Cam Waters who'll jump behind the wheel of that car for the first time today to complete their trio of drivers, get them all some laps. Valentino Rossi has stayed out, Mick Grenier has stayed out in the GMR car. Into the lane comes Will Davison in the Penrite Racing Mercedes-AMG 2. And Jules Gounon now back up to third place. They're about 20 seconds down, Grenier and Gounon to the race leaders.
Remember, they were short filling or filling under that safety car topping off, so they will go much deeper. But surprise, surprise, the BMW has gone an extra lap at least over the Corvette and the Mercedes. So the work that Valentino Rossi was doing when we were on board, we heard it, saving fuel, buying time, buying strategy, flexibility. And we saw it work for them straight away, start of the race, first pit stop. So we'll see how many laps Valentino can go over the top of these two cars.
And of course, when other people are making their pit stops here, there'll be cars putting on cool tyres, possibly putting a new driver in, and that could induce a mistake, which could bring out the BMW.
No, but well, yes, it can do that. But what it also does is you create an overcut. We talk a lot about undercut with a fresh tyre in Formula One or Supercars racing, but in GT racing, you use an overcut where you use your warm tyres, light fuel. That is much, much quicker than a heavy car. Cold tyres on an outlap, and if you can get one lap at it, that's great. You get 2 laps at it, it can be up to 10 seconds, the overcut advantage. And that's WRT used that to their advantage last year as well.
Some interesting stories in this battle pack here. The Mercedes-AMG in this fight is young Zach Bates, who's making his Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour debut. So a guy who last year had a pretty cool season, a wildcard supercar entry at Queensland Raceway, put himself in the headlines. But he's got a great family connection. The Bateses and the Konduras families, they go way back. In fact, one of Zach's relatives ran one of James Konduras's relatives in the great race here in the 1970s. Brothers, nephews, cousins,
all from Canberra.
All from Canberra. It's not a big place,
Motorsport community in Canberra is very, very tight.
Correct. Down there, just off the Monaro Highway, the Bates HQ. Of course, well associated with the Toyota brand in rallying and in the GR Cup here in Australia. But nice to see Zach getting some laps ahead of Repco Supercars Championship campaign that commences next weekend. But yeah, his first crack in a GT3 car. I spoke to James Konduras about that early in the week, and he said, oh man, he's so fast. It's so impressive, these young kids, what they are able to do.
Oh, Davo having a wobble on the exit of Reed Park. Lee Holdsworth sending it up the inside, gets it done.
Was that before or after the pit stop, though? So Will Davison jumped out of that car at the stop.
Sure.
It's showing in 11th place, though. Brenton Grove behind the wheel.
Yeah, so that's cold tyre, trying to get up to speed for Brenton.
And again, exactly underlining what we're saying, Garth. Danger time.
Yeah.
Danger time. First stint in the car for Brenton and the other people. Not picking on Brenton there at all.
No,
he did a great job.
Yeah.
He did a great job to keep that out the wall. And the temptation is to push too hard early on before you get that tyre temp and pressure up.
Well, the reality is you just can't push.
Yeah.
There's just no tyre temperature underneath you. You do have no balance, no grip, no stability in the car, and you've just got to be so patient. So that's why when you overcut and you get hot tyre laps at the end of a stint, it's such an advantage. Lamborghini coming in, Adrian Dietz at the wheel, he's jumping out. It's Tony D'Alberto about to jump back aboard this car.
Just overshot the mark a little bit, Adrian, as he went into the box. They dragged the car back. Wall Racing preparing this entry as they have since 2022. Danny Wall and David Fife, the team manager down there, very experienced squad. Went back into Craill Cup full-time this year, which is exciting. So Wally continuing to build his program, and they've actually just moved into a new premises too in Sydney's West, so the team continues to expand. Valentino Rossi pits car number 46 from 3rd position.
So what was that, 3 laps, 4 laps?
Longer? No, 1, I think. 1 or 2.
2 than that first group of cars.
Yeah. 2, okay, right, yeah.
Shay Adam, Elf Oil's pit lane.
With Simsy, because if I told you before the weekend began you were going to be battling for the lead with Alexander Rossi and Chaz Mostert, you probably would have said I was crazy. How fun was it out there on the mountain?
Sorry, Alexander Rossi? Well, sorry. Yeah.
Thanks,
so, well, obviously I would have taken that. Coming into the weekend, you hope for the best, but have to prepare for any sort of outcome that you're going to get handed. So the car's feeling pretty decent. Our Corvette's working pretty well on the mountain. Obviously first time here, so there's only a certain amount of improvements you can make to the car as you learn the track and get up to speed. But so far, yeah, KMR are doing a good job, and we'll try and keep things clean and keep plodding on.
Well, you know the team. You've raced with them in the Age Le Mans series. You know the platform. You're a GT3 champion in Corvette in the States. Just how difficult is it to piece it all together with a racetrack that's not exactly straightforward and flat?
Yeah, it's about as far away from being straightforward as you can get here. Yeah, being my first time here, it's taken a little bit of time to get up to speed. You've got to really respect this circuit. You know, one mistake in a number of places and the possibly weekend's over. So it's just been step by step from my side, but yeah, obviously having a decent amount of experience with the car certainly helps me because I kind of know what to expect from the car when it does certain things. So yeah, it's lovely to come here and get that first experience, but ultimately we want our Corvette on the top spot if we can, so that's the main goal.
And you're a very English human, but you're also very Australian in soul. How have you been enjoying your first trip down under?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't like to claim any connection to Australia other than my haircut. As lovely as the people are, you know, I don't want to impose myself on them, really. They're better off not having me. But it's an awesome country. We were able to spend a day in Sydney, and my gosh, what a wonderful city. Yeah, if it wasn't on the other side of the world to me, then it definitely would look like a pretty nice prospect to live there. But yeah, it's been an awesome experience all around.
Well, hello to Alexander Rossi, my bad on that, and now down to Chad with one of the most Australians in the field.
I am. I'm also keeping an eye on the screens right now because the fight, the chase is on between the BMW and the Vet, and the Vet will just see that one through. Interested onlooker alongside me, Chaz Mostert watching on. Great stint, Chaz. How was the Merc today?
Yeah, the car feels quite stable, fantastic. We tuned it up through practice and it feels great. So, but a few cars have pulled their sandbags out today, so it's a pretty quick one to the straight line. But we'll see how we go. I think we got good tyre life in the car, but we might necessarily have to work pretty hard to do something pretty tricky in the strategy to get track position.
Well, here you go. There's a bit of track position up for grabs here. Talk us through this one. Give us your best commentary here up Mountain Straight.
Yeah, Cam's been super handy in the car this weekend so far, and he's been extracting everything. So hopefully he can make quick work of this BMW while it's still trying to get its tyres up, but it's got a couple of K on and us in a straight line, so we'll see how we go.
Feeling pretty fresh yourself, personally?
Yeah, feel good. I was ready to go for another double, but for some reason his safety car's extending the driver time too long. But yeah, the car feels good. I would have loved to go for a double.
Maybe later.
Maybe later.
Nice work, Chad and Shay down in L4 pit lane. Bit unpicked from all of that, not the least as Alex Sims going full Cletus McFarlane with the hairstyle today. He's driving a Chevy, so it makes sense. And then this battle pack, which is properly feisty between some properly feisty race car drivers. So it was Nicky Katzberg who's jumped behind the wheel of the JMR Corvette. So 7th on the road, but remember, has made that pit stop. These 3 cars were the leaders before that. Now, 222 dropped behind the 46 car while that was going on. Raffaele Marciello is now behind the wheel. He's as racy as they come in a GT car. And it's Cam Waters who's behind the wheel of 222 trying to work his way past. Mick Grenier pits from 2nd, Klaus Bachler pits from 5th. in the EBM Porsche. So this is all shuffling out, and these cars will move themselves back to the top of the totem as this all goes along. But that was feisty, and Nicky Katzberg made short work of that BMW, squeezing his way by.
There was a bit going on down at the chase, wasn't there? But remember, prior to that pit stop cycle, the BMW was over 5 seconds behind the Corvette and the Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG Mercedes. So that overcut, that at 1 or 2 extra laps on the hot tyres, brings you back into the game so much more. So that'll watch that play out. And if you get consecutive green flag stints, that advantage on fuel, the fuel saving that BMW has, just compounds and compounds. So you might end up with 2 and 3 and 4 more laps on a hot tyre as the stints go on. So something to keep an eye on. But Cam Waters, second fastest lap ever around the mountain in qualifying in the GT3. We'll be looking forward to having a crack at Raffaello Marciello.
Well, what a part of the world this is. We're a couple of hours inland from Sydney. The drive up the Bells Line of Road, or the Great Western Highway through the Blue Mountains and into country New South Wales. There's so much to see and do. You keep driving west, beautiful farmlands and rolling hills, but there's lakes and rivers, especially after the recent rain. You can dip a line in. You've gone fishing in this part of the world, GT. It's not something I've ever had an opportunity to do when you come racing here. Tend to be a bit busy.
No, I'm usually
now
busy.
In your retired state,
Usually
you can
busy.
sample some of the local water holes.
Yeah, we might have to go find a fishing hole somewhere, get rich. I'm not sure what you catch.
No.
We'll do some research. We'll get back to you.
Get on that. I like it. And that's the scene at Mount Panorama, heading for a top in the low 20s today. Patchy cloud was the forecast. Gentle breeze. Nice player comfort levels for drivers and for spectators as well. And into the lane, and bang on where we thought they'd be stopping was our race leader, Jules Gounon. So if you remember during that last safety car, they kept coming into pit lane, they kept topping off the car, making sure that fuel tank was absolutely brimmed. If you're that person that never lets your car drop below half a tank, you're always going to a petrol station. The moment you see petrol at a cheap price, that's these guys today. They're always filling their car up to keep it brimmed.
I think they've got the app on.
Yes, correct. Where's the lowest price? Well, it's down at about garage 6 and down the inside. So Nicky Katzberg now on Maro Engel, who's behind the wheel of the 888 car.
Pretty handy in a straight line, that Corvette.
I tell a lie, that's the 99 car. So that's the sister car with Ben Green behind the wheel, the Pro-Am car trying to unlap themselves and get them back in.
Hour ticks by here at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. We've still got the better part of 8.5 hours of racing to go here. And since we last caught up with you, it's been an interesting affair at the front for the two BMWs. Unfortunately for one of them, they had to come back into pit lane and do a bit of work on that car. And this is why, because damage on the opening lap of the race, it got worse before it got better, and sadly race control took it upon themselves to bring that car into pit lane, change out that front assembly before that headlight completely came adrift, and that saw them drop off the lead lap. They were second at the time. This car, the pole sitter, it's been looking pretty quick today. Doesn't matter if it's Randall or Mostert on this occasion, or now Cam Waters. That car's been moving forward. This is down the inside of Will Davison, putting the Penrite 100 car back a spot. Valentino Rossi led in the mid part of that stint, did a very nice job out the front. But eventually, the Corvette was not to be denied, and the move was on down here, down into the chase. The first ever time that we've seen Corvette lead here at the mountain. And those Jamar Johor cars are looking pretty stout at the moment. And there was more positions to be made here for Chaz Mostert. Second outright at that point in the race. Corvette, AMG all together, pitting at once. The BMWs look like they've got a slight advantage over fuel. Lots still to play out. Strategies are all going off at the moment. And multiple different leaders as this race shakes out.
Speaking of the race shaking out, it was Valentino Rossi bringing in the number 46 BMW after leading for a significant portion of his stint. He's just here finishing the debrief in the garage. Valentino just found out when you have to get back in the car. Hello, my friend. Welcome back to the mountain. How peaceful is it when you get behind the wheel here? Do you just go into another state of zen?
It's a great race. This track is fantastic. So when you drive the car, you have really fun. So it's good. The race is okay. The level this year is very high. You have a lot of great drivers, a lot of factory cars. But we are there. It looks like that. It's early to say, but looks like that we can fight. My stint was good. It's a very full race, so you need to manage a little bit. We did some good restart, some good battle, so it was a good start.
It's not as hot as it's been in years before. Is it easier to drive a longer stint?
It's a lot better for the drivers, but it's a lot better also for the car, for the engine, for the tires. So, like this, you can go a bit faster.
Good luck, enjoy your break. We'll see you in the next one.
Grazie, thank you, ciao.
Grazie indeed. It just does not stop being unbelievably cool that is a thing that happens in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour. Valentino Rossi having led the race, chatting to Shea Adam in Ilford pit lane. Here's where they run 3 hours and 22 minutes into this incredible race, and it's car 77 yet to stop for the next round of pit stops, so that's why they've got 46 seconds over the field. Let us know, hashtag B12HR, where your favourite driver is. Is there someone you're cheering on? Is there someone you'd like to see a little bit further up the leaderboard, perhaps? There's some cars down here that we'll expect to see in the fight later on. 17th place for the 55 JMEC Racing Audi, by the way. A couple of drive-through penalties for that silver class, the blue number, come the 15, the McLaren. And tales of woe, unfortunately, further down the field. The BRM Audi, the KTM out of the race, and so too early on the 64 Ford Mustang. Some contact with wildlife on Conrod Straight. Christopher Meese did not get very far on his Bathurst return. Lucas Auer is the race leader, but is yet to make a pit stop. And as always, the battles are thick and furious, and it's Nicky Kapsberg behind the wheel of that Corvette, who's second on the road. Chasing him is the man they call Lello, Raffaele Marciello, who came here as a Mercedes-AMG driver, very nearly won the race a couple of times, and now still looking for that first Bathurst victory. And they are in a very good position with the third of this race, well, a quarter of this race now ticked off. And just in behind them, Cameron Waters is behind the wheel of car 222. That's the one flashing the lights with the green nose for Scott Taylor Motorsport. And that McLaren has been omnipresent today in almost every battle we've been following. It's not in the fight for the lead. It's 27th on the road. It's a couple of laps down, but
yeah,
Jean-Baptiste Simonauer is driving it very, very hard.
Yeah. Jean-Baptiste McLaren, young driver, GT3 young driver. It's copped a couple of penalties, that one, already today, which has somewhat stunted its progress.
Copped the wrath of the headmaster for not obeying blue flags.
Attention all teams, stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty of a drive-through to car 44 for exceeding pit lane speed.
Yeah, that
pit lane drive-through penalty to car 44.
That was about 5 minutes ago when that was noted by race control. So that is a drive-through then for the Valmont Racing number 44 machine.
Yeah, generally when an investigation for pit lane speeding pops up on our notice board, which is a pretty short investigation. Brand new tyres. Pirelli's going on the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes-AMG with Eduardo Barrichello. Speaking of cool, how cool is it to hear from Rubens in the race early on? He's been an interested spectator.
Giving you a bit of workload for the next 12 months.
I love the concept.
Set up a drive for the...
Well, Shane Rudzis, who's the event director and has put a huge amount of work into stringing all of this together, is a king of the deal. Loves a deal and will be able to make that happen. So I know Rudzis will be listening. So we'll work on that. Team Barrichello, Bathurst 12 Hour 2027, hashtag make it happen.
Got to be in a Ferrari, surely.
Oh, it has to be in a Ferrari.
We're starting to tick some boxes here.
I like the idea of a dad and lad challenge as well.
Yeah,
that we could do. Single manufacturer, dad and lad challenge and something. That'd be quite cool.
That'd be brilliant. It's so cool, and it's the respect this race has held globally. Emphasis of that, and when Rubens Barrichello, who's been there, done that at the highest level, says it's a bucket list to come here. It's pretty special. Dorian Boccolacci is behind the wheel of the Porsche, and now he's alongside the Merc and squeezes past as well the Guy Valmont racing car that's about to dive into pit lane for a drive-through penalty for speeding. There he goes, exit stage right.
That high-class racing car with a little variation on their red and white colour scheme that we've seen all the way around the world in GT and indeed in prototype racing. Has a hint of the Salzburg Porsche about it with those white pinstripes, although going around the car rather than over the top. But it's just that slightly darker red that does it for me. Really suits the curves of the Porsche 911 GT3.
Almost a burgundy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love a burgundy Porsche. Down Conrod Straight, an Elf Oils slick pass. So the rebooted IRC with a new rear wing and a new front clip attached, and Raffaele Marciello, absolutely no hesitation in sending it up the inside of the Lambo into the Scuderia Auto Art RPM chase.
I think Tony D'Alberto rolled out of it, and I'm not sure Raffaello was expecting it.
Yeah.
So more that it wasn't so much a slick pass, it was a slick reaction.
Yeah.
And into, I don't think we've got a graphic for that, unfortunately, but we'll throw that into the mix.
Give us time.
The Elf slick reaction into the pit lane becomes Lucas Auer, the race leader for Craft Bamboo Racing. So bang on schedule for their stop. They extended that stint with all those extra top-ups they had. There it is. So 77 goes to work, and another driver change as well.
001 in the top right-hand side of the windscreen, showing that they came in the lead. So that number 77 Mercedes-AMG.
Ralph Aron, who will jump into that car for the first time today. Maximilian Goetz having started the car. Just another team with an embarrassment of riches of outrageously talented racing car drivers to shuffle through your race car in the driver's seat throughout the course of the day. This is busy. Hallmark Audi is on the left. That McLaren is on the right. Still battling, still having a fight.
Pick a lane, Rich. Pick a lane. So it looks like the outside lane's working right now. David Rigon trying to follow through the Hallmark Audi.
The Daytona 500's not till tomorrow morning.
Yeah, but
we'll see pack racing until then.
Both get past the McLaren, and it's very mixed up. So the battle packs are for position, but well, on track position, but not necessarily for race position. A lot of lap cars mixed up in this, so a lot of patience required here. You can see Rigon trying to follow the GMR AMG Mercedes, but the Hallmark Audi in the middle of all that. They spread back out again. So you get these little intense moments when you come across lap traffic and the heart rate goes through the roof, and you've got to be very patient and just wait and bide your time for the opportunity. And ultimately, sometimes we end up with contact, but we survive this one.
And this is an awesome story. Back on the racetrack, and we've seen this a couple of times this weekend. Having crashed at the top of Mount Panorama, the car has returned to the circuit. It's the number of near misses, but
that's incredible
ability to continue on. So huge work from Team BRM to get James Golding now behind the wheel of the number 268 ACMF Audi R8 LMS. So that's incredible.
Looks immaculate.
Yep. Charles Wiltz into the lane now in 32. Still, they're at the end of the lead lap as it all shuffles through. They'll sort of drop back, but they are gradually working their way back into contention. Car number 32 having dropped that lap. The new front clip having gone on this BMW during the stop.
Clearing out the grille and no doubt having a good look at the attachments for that front fascia to make sure all is okay.
Race control, attentional team. Stewards have imposed a 15-second time penalty to car 14 to be served at its next pit stop for a breach of pit stop time.
So Maxime Robin behind the wheel.
15-second time penalty to car 14.
Volante Rosso, Aston Martin. So you don't generally get a penalty for spending too much time in pit lane, but maybe not quite enough.
Not quite enough, do you think? Yes.
So just breaching the 80-second minimum pit stop time and breaching the track limits on exit. The El Bamba Motorsport Porsche as they make their way through turn 1, and Ralph Aron in the Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes making sure he gets a good run up Mountain Straight.
Who's just stopped, so first full lap out of pit lane. So still on cold Pirelli tyres and trying to work out which way the racetrack goes and how this is all working. And Lauren Heinrich fired up behind in the EBM Porsche.
So the tyres coming up to temperature on the Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes, already up to temperature on the Porsche. So Heinrich trying to take advantage and gets position, shows exactly where the grass is on exit. And lucky to get away with that. Yeah. A fair bit of air. So on board here.
I think Ralph did a good job defending on colder tyres. Maybe just didn't give him enough room on the outside, but I think he'll be all right with that.
Yeah, it's line ball, but they are racing for position.
Yeah.
10th and 11th. Put yourself on the outside, you put yourself at risk. That's the reality. So
true enough. True enough.
But I don't feel like this one's done because Heinrich's already got to the rear bumper. And maybe look for the big send as we head our way down to Forest Elbow. The lights are flashing.
Close enough.
He's having a look, but no, not able to get there.
Now let's watch the respective power down Conrod straight here. With the Porsche in the gap in the air that the AMG is making. And it's holding on. Rear wing starting to vibrate on the Porsche. That's standard. He's pulling in, but he's not pulling in enough. Tap on the brakes to make sure that the pads were right there. Oh, he's gone anyway from a long way back. That was full send. Magnificent stuff from the EBM racing car driver, Lauren Heinrich, who's got a full season driving IMSA in the 963 prototype. Now he defends to the final corner from the middle of the road, turns left, but he's got it done and takes all of that, by the way, with still 8.5 hours to go for 10th position.
I'm going to defer to my racing car driver colleague to my left to explain what happened there. That was pretty aggressive stuff.
I should be looking at it live, but that's one way to watch the replay. But I feel like Lauren Heinrich maybe sent a little message there to Ralph Ferron. It's like, yeah, you're going to put me in the grass? Okay. So you could see this coming a postcode away, that he was going to send it at the chase. And then made sure at the final corner that Ralph Ferron knew what was going on. So right about here, he'd already made the decision. Yeah. Doesn't matter. You want to defend it, I'm coming through whether you like it or not.
I tell you what, though, how smooth was that Porsche under brakes, offline, coming in really quickly, and then he had to hold his line for the left-hander. Pretty impressive. You know, you can just look up and watch the racetrack.
Nah, but he's got it all going on. He's got the radio on, so he's clearly scanning different radios. He's parked himself on Conrod.
He's got Kayo on the phone.
He's got the live timing of Kayo going. So,
brilliant.
The modern way to watch motorsport, Rich.
It's a new world, Garth. it's very,
very cool.
Very convenient. What a place to do it, right on the hump of Conrod Straight. Just near 505 Conrod Straight. You can rent on any given day of the week and rock up and just a nice little holiday in country New South Wales. Part of the world to do so.
So we've gone through another half hour of racing in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours, 8 hours, 25 minutes and 40 seconds to go. And it's Chevrolet Corvette, Nicky Katzberg leading from BMW. Raffaele Marcello, who's taken over from Valentino Rossi, who did lead the race. The gap is 2 seconds at the front of the field. Then the first of the AMGs, Cam Walters behind the wheel of the 222 in the classes. The bronze category at the moment being led by Robert Renard in the Herberth, number 21 in 8th position.
Well, guys, I've got to tell you, Meguiar's are such a wonderful partner of the Bathurst 12 Hour, and it's great to have Bruce Morrison back alongside us. Been a part with different brands here over the years as well, but second year for Meguiar's. Why do you love this so much, Bruce? Why do you keep coming back and supporting this great race?
Oh, mate, we've been involved with the race a long time, 11, 12 years now as a minor sponsor. So last year it was great to step up as the major sponsor. And we've always loved the race, love GT racing. I think the brand's a really good fit. They're like a nice prestige brand with Meguiar's, car care products. Really appeal to people who look after their cars, right? And you look at a race like this, endurance, fan base is different to, say, supercars. Very much us, international, and there's what's to not love about it, right? Got the variety of cars, manufacturers, drivers, so there's a lot to like.
Can you tell us a bit more about the brand? You hinted towards it there, certainly, but where can people find it and what they should be looking for?
Well, it's a brand we've had in Australia for 35 years. Very proud of it. We do car care products, all premium, and we sell through Supercheap Auto, Repco, Autobarn, Bunnings now. So all leading retailers, so you can pick up our products anywhere. And if you're really fussy about your car, that's our place.
Bruce, thank you so much for all the support of this awesome race, mate, and hopefully we'll keep this going.
Thanks, Jade. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Passionate supporter of this race and involved in its early incarnations under a different brand. You want your supporter to understand the race. Bruce does. He's got a Cayman GT4. So he does track days in a Porsche GT4 car. So he gets it. He absolutely loves it. And Meguiar's support has been so cool over the last couple of years here in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour. And just the different branding and the walls and bridge on pit straight. one of the many choppers that have been circling around Mount Panorama this weekend coming into land. Orange helicopters have been doing some really good rides for customers around the precinct. We saw this while we're hearing from Bruce. Here a little moment, the Tsunami RT Porsche out a little bit wide up at Visit New South Wales Griffin's Bend. And sparks from Rolf Ferron in the 77, and that's Dorian Boccolacci behind the wheel of the Porsche.
That's the sparks hitting the front of the Porsche. That's cool.
In 4K.
This is why you have 4K, folks. You get all the detail.
In a world where the details are everything.
Lucas Doles is behind the wheel of car number 75, double winner of this race, and then finished second, and then finished third with Jules Gounon and Kenny Habul. And I've just had reliable information said to me, gents, that the young bloke on the bike watching the race with the radio on was Kenny's son.
Ah.
There he is. So watching on from what is, depending on which way you approach the property, the front and or the backyard.
Not a bad.
The residents on Conrod.
Not a bad front yard. Wake up, spend your Sunday morning watching the world go by, as you do.
Literally. Well, this is where the world comes to race. So you are watching the world of GT3 go by.
That's where the party will be on Sunday night if they get up at another podium with their remarkable run of success.
That'll be where the party is anyway.
Well, yes,
let's be honest.
So the 99 is the second of the JMR Corvette. So it's out of sequence here. It's a Pro-Am class car. It's 19th outright. That's Ben Green, the Brit behind the wheel of that car that he's sharing with Prince Jeffrey and Prince Abu Ibrahim. He's been spotted.
Sure, his phone lit up. All his mates let him know. But Ben Green doing a good job in that Pro-Am car. He's rolling along nicely here in good company. Lucas Stoltz, Mauro Engel behind in the GMR AMG Mercedes as they fight back from the rear of the grid as well. So, though he's laps down Ben Green, we are seeing that those Corvettes have got plenty of speed. Team car leading the race, 2.5 seconds over Raffaello Marciello in the BMW. Cam Waters still third, some 4.7 seconds back off the lead of the race.
Yeah, they're one lap back, but Ben Green and Jordan Love sharing the driving duties with the two princes behind the wheel of the John Motor Racing entry.
Pit lane penalty of a drive-through imposed by the stewards to car 15 for continuing to disobey blue flags.
Wow, that's the McLaren again. That will be a third drive-through penalty. So the message hasn't gotten across to JB Simenow behind the wheel.
That's not good for him as a McLaren young driver. That doesn't show him in a particularly good light. And that car's, at the moment, had more penalties than it's had pit stops.
Yeah, and they were positioning themselves to get a lap back, and then keep getting these drive-through penalties. You just keep putting yourself further and further behind. So JB Simenow, who is making his Mount Panorama debut, here he is, and he's holding up the Penrite Racing AMG Mercedes, which currently finds itself in 7th. Brett Grove at the wheel. You'll see the blue flags waving away.
And this is what the wave by is designed to avoid forcing drivers to do, to fight and fight and fight to stay in contention for the lead lap, because you don't need to, because when there's a safety car next, they will get the wave by and get shown past and get the lap back regardless. So that's what makes it so frustrating for the teams bottled up behind, and why Motorsport Australia Race Control are so strict on it and tell them the facts of life. And he peels off into L4 pit lane now to serve that penalty, and Brenton Grove, who's running 7th outright in the Penrite car, gets a reprieve and can drive on.
Well, look, it's not like Formula One where it's 3 blue flags and then you go. There's some give and take, particularly to a place like this, and you've got to be flexible, but that's just not good enough.
Yeah, and you tend to get on the radar of race control when you do it once. If you keep doing it, they tend to get a little bit frustrated. You can hear it in the tone.
Yeah, it was firm, wasn't it, from James Taylor?
James Taylor, like, yeah, you need to do this and you need to listen. So, JB Simenow, his second transit of pit lane for a drive-through penalty for ignoring of blue flags. And the radio's clearly working because he knew to come to pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. So and that's the team car, the Volante Rosso Aston Martin is in there as well. Yeah, and look, to your point, John, Craig Baird, who's a driver standards advisor for this race, he knows that if you're at the top of the mountain and you're at the metal grate and you're fully loaded at high warp velocity and everything's going on,
spot on.
You can't just pull out of the way and let the car go. They give them that lenience in this race. Race controller, they're all about the play on here as much as they can. They want this thing to race. They want to give everyone an opportunity, whether you're a lap down or not. There's a lot of places here where you can just lift out a little bit, let it go. And then to the point earlier that there is a wave by in process here for that exact reason, is to get that lap back at some point should a safety car arise. So that's where the frustration from race control will be for that.
I've always said, Garth, there's an art to being lapped as much as there is to doing the lapping, and you do it where it causes you and the other people as little angst and problem as possible. And there are places here that you can do it.
We saw Tony D'Alberto do it in the Lamborghini when Raffaele Marciello was coming by at the end of Conrod. So there's a way to do it where there's actually an art to when you're getting lapped to roll out, get out of the way, and cost yourself minimal lap time while you do it, and not put yourself in danger by being offline anyway.
Correct.
So your point, Rich, race control and Craig Baird, who's the driver standards observer, understand all that and prepared to make those adjustments and allowances for you. But if you continue to use, lack of a better Australian term, take the piss, then they'll get you, they'll whack you. And it's quite simple.
Yeah, 3 laps I've just been told that Brenton Grove was stuck behind that car a lap. So that's can't be doing that. So Ben Green into pit lane, pretty racy stint in the Pro-Am class entry from Johor Motor Racing. This has been a busy race team over the last couple of months, competing in the Asian Le Mans Series, the GT3 class in that category. Racing all over the world this year. I think they've got about 25 race meetings on their schedule with Chevy Corvettes in GT World Challenge Asia and in Intercontinental GT Challenge, representing the Chevy brand in this part of the world.
It's taken me till today to realise what that reminds me of, that livery. It reminds me of the Corvette 100 years livery that ran at Le Mans a few years ago in the old GT1. And the guys at Corvette never want to miss a marketing opportunity. Big posters all the way around Le Mans with the cars on and the words Allez les Bleus on it, go on the Blues, which is how the French cheer on their cricket, well not cricket, cheer on their rugby and football teams. So that's where that takes me back to.
The 99 Pro-Am entry for Johor Motorsports, the JMR Corvette, just came in. They did a driver change. Ben Green hopped out of the car. But once again, when they went to refire it, the car would not fire. They almost jump-started the car by dropping it into gear and trying to get it started that way, then doing a massive burnout, because I'm concerned about this car. I think the starter motor might have failed.
And down at Ford, Shay, I've been able to find Christopher Mees, who thankfully is okay and has a bit of a brave smile on his face. And thankfully had a bit of a shower as well, you tell me, Chris, because that was unpleasant, mate.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm standing here right now talking to you. Obviously, it was a very big impact at a very high speed. So, yeah, I'm just glad standing here right now.
Did you have any time to react to what happened there?
No, well, first of all, I'm really happy. I think that was probably the first big hit for Mustang GT3, and I'm really happy that they built such a safe race car at Ford Racing and Multimatic. So thank you for that. No, in the moment I saw the Kangaroo, that was the moment I hit it. So there was no pre-warning. I didn't see any flags or so I think it might just have woken up and started to run, and yeah, I was just in the wrong time in the wrong place.
All right, and then without going into too much detail, it's been quite the process, even for helmet and suit, your gear, everything, even the car right now, it's been messy.
Yeah, I mean, it's all in the bin, if I should say it like that. I mean, it's not usable anymore. Can tell one thing, a Kangaroo from the inside doesn't smell very nice. So yeah, but I'm just gutted for the team at HRT and Ford Racing that we couldn't do the full day race distance today.
You still love Australia?
I still love Australia. I will still come back. My son asked me to bring him a little toy, a kangaroo toy. I will not do that. I will buy him a koala or a wombat or whatever, but no kangaroo.
Not your favourite animal, but maybe your favourite country. Great to see you back. We'll see you back here next year, mate.
Thank you for having me. Enjoy the race.
I'm told that Mark Rushbrook, the man at the head of Ford Racing, says We need 2 cars next year.
Yes, yeah, you need to double your chances, I think, at this place. There is an irony in this somewhere, and I think we've got enough into the race away from that moment that Chris Mees first came here in 2011 and won the race with Audi. When they came back in 2012, where he won the race, he drove a matte black Audi R8 with a gigantic warning Kangaroos next 6.2 Ks.
Remember that?
On the side. They won the race that day. A bit of delayed warning from that sign a couple of years later. Yeah, unfortunate. It is just, to reiterate, just one of the things that happens at Mount Panorama, and you can work all you like to protect the racetrack, but sometimes there will be a crack that they squeak through.
He makes a good point about the safety of the cars, though, Craill. So, you know, that was a huge hit. That's 100 kilograms, possibly more, of local wildlife, and the door still opened. Yes, the windscreen was cracked, but the cage and everything else did its job to protect the driver. Not from all of the bodily fluids, but that was a fair point that Chris made about the integrity of that Ford Mustang GT3.
You guys are talking about kangaroo liveries. We have one in the field right now on the Absolute Racing Porsche, the 911. And as Alessia Cariello told us yesterday, with a big smile on his face, they did that as a warning to all the kangaroos to stay away, not for anybody driving around the track potentially to be aware that the kangaroos were here. So far, it's worked for them. So maybe that's what Measy needs back on his car next year.
I think every car's going to carry it next year, Shay, to be brutally honest with you. It's a good point. Matt Campbell's behind the wheel of that car. They're running in 12th position at the moment. There's some larger-than-life wildlife at the top of the mountain. So the bananas, I get.
I'd be a gorilla, for sure.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Spot on.
Yeah.
Garth Tander, 6 times Bathurst 1000 winner and absolute aficionado of blow-up animal suits.
Fancy dress costumes. My
specialist subject?
Specialist subject,
yeah.
My ultimate subject.
Excellent. Very good.
It's something that's come from cricket, isn't it? That people would dress up and go to the cricket to a one-day or a T20 game, and it's just spilled over into motorsport.
It makes sense that the gorilla's going to hang around with a heap of bananas.
Well, actually,
very good.
Isn't it? I see where you're going. Makes sense. No,
where's the minions? We need the minions up there as well. For the banana.
That's pretty... It's a long day at the office, let's be honest, so nice to keep yourself entertained over the course of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. This is for position between the two Mercedes-AMGs at the moment, with Lucas Stoles behind the wheel of car 75, and behind him, chasing him down, is Maro Engel from the back of the field in car 888. This is the office, by the way.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome in. Welcome aboard.
So that is a good battle for position for 4th place at the moment, with Katzberg leading Marcello by 2.4 seconds.
I'm getting in the sun here, so I'm having to put the bins on. Having to put the bins on. We've gone full Maverick on the bins this year.
Blue Reef Sunnies, local brand, getting behind the race. We've got kitted out with some new shades this weekend, when it's been quite bright and sunny all week long. Not hot, but quite sunny, so they've been very handy. A bunch of local companies getting behind this race, which is outstanding to see, as well as the international brands that are all involved in Australia's International Enduro.
Lucas Stoltz, Maro Engel, traversing their way down Conrod Straight. We've seen those two cars battle aplenty here at Mount Panorama over the years.
Have we? What?
Will that be a story later in the day? Keep an eye on that one.
Cast your mind back to the finish of this race 2 or 3 years ago, and a fairly dramatic moment down at the Scuderia Auto Art Chase. The 9th place McLaren is Marvin Kirchhofer behind the wheel, going past the heart of racing by SPS Mercedes-AMG, which is a couple of laps back after their delays early on in the show. And chasing is Lauren Heinrich, who'll do the Enduro portion of the IMSA races this year. We touched on earlier, he is in that Porsche trying to get themselves back into the top 10. Those two lead Porsches, just through all the safety car stuff, just lost track position from where they were early on in that pit stop shuffle. So they're a little bit further down the field than they've been for a lot of the first, what is now almost a quarter of this race.
Few people asking, and hello to all the collective out there worldwide on the socials, hashtag B12HR. how come Heart of Racing race an AMG here and have done in the past in the Creventic series as well, when they are absolutely well known as an Aston Martin racing team? And indeed, Heart of Racing with Aston Martin Racing designed and developed into a racing car the Valkyrie and run it in WEC and in IMSA. I think it's purely because of that link up with SPS. That's what SPS are more well known for. And Ian James and the rest of the guys, got Robert De Angelis with them this weekend from the substandard squad. They're jumping into that in a slightly different way than if it was a full Heart of Racing run. It is their only, I think it's going to be their only run out with SPS this year because of the increasingly difficult schedules and the amount of clashes there are. I was watching a bit of sprint cars last night on Fox, and like, you can race sprint cars and World of Outlaws pretty much every weekend. GT3 is getting like that, Garth, in terms of its ubiquitous nature. And these works drivers, you made the point earlier in the week, these works drivers are pretty much racing, 35, 40 weeks weekends a year.
Yeah, they basically live in the car every weekend, and they're not doing short races. There's already been a couple of 24-hour races, a couple of 6-hour races, and this year, and majority of the factory stars have been in those races doing those miles, so they know the cars so well. Quick shout out to a factory Porsche driver, Kevin Estrade, who's watching our stream internationally, and he's been here in the past and already texted me wanting to put his name on the list of drives that Richard Craill could sort for the future.
Copy, so, Kev, I'm on it. No worries. Put you on the list.
Oh, you've started something now.
Just on Ian James, if he could bring a Valkyrie here for next year, just for some demo laps, I can definitely make that happen. Can't run in the race, obviously. It's a bit too quick for a GT3 race, but we could definitely demonstrate that car.
A race car.
Race.
You want a race car?
Yeah.
I know Craig Newell's got a street car, and I think he's got the track version as well.
I want the car that raced the Rolex 24 and Le Mans 24 this year.
All right.
Demo laps, it'll be brilliant.
All right, I'll be seeing him in a few weeks' time at Sebring and then at Qatar for the WEC.
I would pay money to see that, and I imagine a lot of other people would love to see that here too.
You wouldn't have to see it because you would hear it.
You would hear it.
You would hear it from Munchie, actually.
I'm all for
going round here.
He's doing a nice job. Although laps down is Lee Holdsworth in that Hallmark Audi. So Lucas Stoltz currently 4th, Murrow Engel 5th in the AMG Mercedes, and they have not dropped Lee Holdsworth whatsoever. Lee actually ranging up on the back of Murrow Engel.
He's been very fast. Well, this event has been awesome, and it's not just a car race, it's an event. There's lots going on everywhere. There's been some drifting demonstrations, believe it or not. International drifting star Bagsy is here, and Chad Naylon caught up with him earlier in the weekend.
Now, drifting and Bathurst, 2 words that often don't go in the same sentence, but Bagsy's here to break that little mantra here this weekend. Only a second time in the country and first time at Mount Panorama. First impressions?
It's mega. The fans are something else. The track is incredible. Just going through the track in the car earlier was just insane. I've got 2 runs in a rental car this week just to kind of figure it all out. I've done a little bit of PlayStation work, trying to figure out where all the corners go. But yeah, just an incredible time so far. What a place.
Does it ever do it justice until you finally see it?
No, you can watch all the onboards you want, but until you're in the driving seat going around the mountain, it's nothing. It's just absolutely insane how high you get and then how low you drop so quickly.
Can you tell us about the car?
So yeah, it started life as a Nissan R35 GTR, replaced the engine with a 7.4 litre V8 with a big turbo on it. We've purpose-built it for drifting. Yeah, obviously Monster Energy sponsored, ST sponsored suspension. It's an amazing car. It's been to America, it's been to SEMA, it's been all around Europe, and now it's in Australia.
I love this. We've had a great history with GTR at Bathurst. It's won 1,000. It's won the 12-hour 11 years ago. So you're happy to keep that little tradition going here for us?
Yeah, absolutely. I love being here so far. It's been absolutely incredible.
All right, mate. Well, enjoy your time here. Thank you. We're going to see you a couple of times on track this weekend. It's great to have Bagsy here, smoking up the bags this weekend at Bathurst.
That R35 followed the 1965 Ford Cortina GT500 that I went downtown on Thursday in for Track to Town. And thank you to Brad Owens, the man at the head of the National Motorsport Museum, for driving me down and more importantly bringing me back. actually. That R35 is incredible. It was making more noise than the rest of the race car field together. He was holding it wide open with the boost turned right up. We had the school children cheering and screaming for it. It was absolutely brilliant.
The only frustration for Bagsy was that he wasn't allowed to do any Bagsying on the way down into town. Big no-no under the parade conditions. No drifters, they like to get sideways.
He made noise instead.
Yeah, but it's a cool thing, and it's been a cool little addition to the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour this year. There's always something off track. So as I was saying, I'm planning next year's event on the fly as we do this live.
Excellent.
So we had Bagsy this year, bit of drifting. I think a full WEC hypercar next year. The Aston Martin. So we'll just
Speak to James.
getting that going. We're onto it. I like it. I think it'll be great. Let's sort the order for you, and it's Nicky Katzberg in the Corvette who continues to lead the way. It's the first time a Chevy Corvette has led at Mount Panorama in an endurance race here. Raffaele Marciello in that. Their BMW is second. That car is third. And it's Cam Waters behind the wheel there. Now 23 laps into this green flag stint. The top 3 cars covered by 4.5 seconds. There's then quite a big margin back to Maro Engel in 4th place. So 13 seconds from the lead, 8.5 seconds back behind Cam Waters. Lucas Stoles is next. So Engel did ultimately squeak by the 75 car for 4th and 5th position. Davide Rigon is 6th in the Ferrari, which is much improved today relative to where it was in 1 lap pace. Brenton Grove is running 7th. He's 32 seconds from the lead. Renault is next in the 21 car, and they're the bronze class leader, the Herberth Motorsport Porsche. That's the battle you're watching on screen now. 7th and 8th position. Marvin Kirchhoffer is 9th in the number 95 McLaren for Optimum Motorsport. So they've been reasonably consistent top 10 performers today. And Lauren Heinrich in 10th position is the second of the Porsches, with Renault a little bit further up the road, but first of the pro class cars. Rolf Ferron is behind for Craft Bamboo Racing, a car that led early in the hands of Maxi Goetz. And then it's Matt Campbell in 12th position in the number 911. Doran Boccolacci is 13th in car number 86, and second in the bronze class. That's the high class racing Porsche. Jonathan Quay is behind the wheel of the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari and is 14th. And rounding out the top 15, just over 60 seconds away from the outright race leaders, Will Brown, who's behind the wheel of the Jamek Racing Audi, with Brad Schumacher now having ticked off a big chunk, if not all, of his driving responsibilities today.
I reckon he's done an hour and a half.
So it could be up to Will Brown and Chris Haase for the remainder of the race, potentially, but there may be a need or an opportunity to get Brad back in that car, and he can certainly hold his own. So that's the top 15. They're covered by 60 seconds. 17 cars remain on the lead lap of the race.
And we've done a third. It's spot on 8 hours to go, Crowsey. Where has that first 4 gone? Well, answer in a flash. And are we not already entertained? Yes, we are. And we know we're trying not to peak too early here. There's been a few heart-in-mouth moments. We've had a bit of semi-head exploding action, but we know that this is not the end of the story. This is Bathurst. And as we've heard from people like Jules Gounon, the mountain decides. And sometimes the story is not written until, certainly not paid off until the last few pages, if you see what I mean.
This is a test match, and not like the Boxing Day test match. This is like the Adelaide test match over summer. It goes out to day 5. Goes out to day 5 at the end.
You were talking about costumes there. One of the best things I saw, obviously, given what was going on the pitch, the huge turnout of the Richies for the final time.
Yeah, that was very cool.
That was massive.
Just checking that 4-1, wasn't it? I think it was. Yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about that. Catch all the...
How did Zimbabwe get on the other day?
All the cricket action from the Ashes live and in 4K on Fox and Kayo. Matt Campbell made a big move to lap the car down at Maguire's Murray's corner. It was fascinating. He went extremely deep, and the car was understeering. He didn't really want to turn into the corner. He sailed down the inside, and he was at the apex of the corner looking at the rear view camera to make sure that he was clear. The ability to multitask with these professional race car drivers is extraordinary. We watch Warwick's most famous export now, IMSA GTP champion, factory Porsche driver now for a long time. He's got a different looking schedule on his program this year. I think the opportunity to steer in some of the big ticket GT3 races is quite appealing for Matt as well.
Yeah, waiting to find out where his future lies with the number of different manufacturers coming into the top flight of prototype endurance racing in the next year or two. Ford, McLaren, Genesis, all with programs that have been announced. There's another, at least one that I'm aware of, and we're looking at it pretty seriously. When we get a chance to take a look at the inside of a Corvette, that rear view camera that they've got on there has something that they nicked off the road car, because it's got proximity sensors on that, and they've had it this right since the GT1 days, where there's actually arrows that come up on that rear view screen. Corvette being a mid-engine car now, but they had it in the front engine days as well. More difficult to see. You can't use a standard rear view mirror, which Matty Campbell has got still on the Porsche, as well as that rear camera. It's a sort of a rear radar system that you would normally have, like a blind spot type of situation, and those sensors were borrowed from the road cars. Technology aplenty on these GT3 cars. Yes, they look like the cars that, if you had the wherewithal, you could nip down to your local dealer and throw some money on the table.
This is a new chassis for Absolute Racing this weekend too, so a brand new car being rolled out for Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Disappointing by their own admission campaign for Porsche Motorsport in this race 12 months ago. And they came here loaded up, ready to try and win for the third time on the mountain. Down the inside goes the 61 car of Lauren Heinrich, gets down the inside of Renault. They're battling in a different class, but they're still in an outright point of view, and the McLaren now trying to do the same, but Kirchhofer backs out of it. It doesn't go down the inside of the Herberth Porsche. But what a recovery this has been. Sent to the back of the grid for a technical infringement post-qualifying the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche. And if you're only watching for the first time this weekend and that livery going, hang on a minute, there's something there that looks familiar. Well, the reason is it's the same livery that the team ran here in 2019. If you're going, well, what happened in 2019, Craill? It's like, well, they won the race. And it was Matt Campbell driving at the time with a big send on Jake Dennis and the Aston Martin up at the elbow to wrestle the lead away in the closing stages. And it was a big part of the reason why Matt Campbell became a Porsche Penske driver. It delivered Porsche their first win at Bathurst. And Bathurst was the one big ticket endurance race that brand had never won among everything that Porsche have won over the journey. Le Mans, the 24 Hours at Daytona, Sebring, the list goes on Spa, Nürburgring. Bathurst was the one missing, and that was the one that delivered it, and it was Matt who did the job. So it was a pretty important moment for the brand and for his career. So it's cool that the event now has the heritage and that history where teams can run a retro livery to a significant moment in the history of the race.
The car that's following it, the Herberth car, that's a great story as well, which is embedded with Porsche too, because the two Renard twins, who are racing here with Ralph Bourne, started that company way back in the 80s, and they started in Porsche racing, did Porsche Cup racing, and have become one of the real powerhouse teams in Porsche endurance racing at this level. And with Ralph Bourne on board, he's one of the better non-professional drivers. That's a fairly stout entry here. They don't always drive together now, but Robert has won the Porsche Cup for non-pro drivers, non-works drivers. It's a points-based system across the year. I think he's won it twice, actually. And that is no mean feat. Bad news down in the pit lane, though, Grillsy. There's another car back in the box, and this is the 47 AMG.
Theo Konduras is shown behind the wheel, the younger of the two Konduras brothers. And there's not an enormous rush of activity down there at Tigani Motorsport to service this car. Been a tough day for this squad. 3 Mercedes-AMG entries, including a pro class car for the first time. That's 16th outright. Fabian Schiller shown behind the wheel of that car at the moment. and they're about 75. No, I tell a lie. They're 2 minutes behind the leaders as Will Brown pits the number 55 Audi. He's in Elf Oil pit lane, and so too are Chad Nalon and Garth Tander.
Yes, Rich, I've stolen your co-commentator. I brought him down. One cool new feature this year for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour. Since we've got Garth here, we're going to do a couple of master classes. Anything we see throughout the race, we can break it down here in the Pirelli pit bunker. Now, Garth, we saw that great vision in car of Valentino Rossi karting up the mountain, and this was great. He was leading the race in the BMW, so we figured we'd bring you down here. At the moment, we were playing just the natural sound, so please talk us through what Vali's doing and why you think he's doing so well in this car.
The thing that stood out for me for Valentino Rossi was his hand inputs and how smooth he was as he built the steering lock. So as he went through turn one there, loaded the front tyre very, very nicely, and the car reacted nicely and drove up and got a good run up Mountain Straight. You'll notice here, as he goes up Mountain Straight, he was fuel saving on this lap. So as he lifts his foot off the brake pedal, look there, deep into the, see, it's very slow, very deliberate, off the brake pedal, onto the brake pedal very gently, a lot of lift and coast, but watching his hands, everything's very, very smooth. The car for me looked quite nicely balanced. Again, into the cutting here, very gently, turns the car in, doesn't have to catch it, just on exit, a little bit of wheel spin on exit. The only place for me where the car looked like it had a bit of a balance issue was across the top of the mountain with a high-speed balance. So right now here, he's about to drop down into the Reed Park grate. So as he drops down now, you can see him start to build steering lock. And as he built the steering lock, he was waiting a long time. He was holding that positive steering lock. So probably not enough front grip, high-speed front grip. So it had a bit of high-speed understeer. So for me, as the track grips up over the course of the 12 hours, you generally get more rear grip than front. So that high-speed understeer has the potential to get worse for this car. So that's something to keep an eye on as the day goes on.
All right, let's roll it through up towards McPhillamy here in a moment. Talk us through, again, what you're seeing here, and also in car, what some of these features might be that viewers are curious about.
Yeah, so you watch his feet again here, very, very slowly off the throttle. See how long he was off the throttle before he then applied the brake, left foot braking, so using both feet. So that's lift and coast. So we'll hear that a lot over the course of the day. If you look on the monitor, on the screen here, you can see that blue box. We talk a lot about the pit stop time, 80-second pit stop time. That works in the pit stop. You get a counter, so the car, incoming driver will jump, get in, do the driver change, do their belts up, and they watch that. And you might hear the team say, go on 0, because it counts down. And the teams have calculated how long it takes them to go from pit entry to pit exit with their pit stop in the middle. So that's the little box that'll tell the driver when they need to go. It also tells them a bit of information during the race as far as stint time, how long they've been in the car, how long they've been going. So a whole range of readouts, not just car diagnostics, but stint diagnostics as well.
All right, into the last couple of corners through the chase, getting the power down out of there.
The only thing that stood out for me about car balance for this car was that it was a little bit edgy on entry. So as they braked and turned it in, there was occasionally, he turned in at the bottom of the hill here, it'd be dancing in the rear. And because he's lifting and coasting, he's not actually pitching the car very aggressively right now. So if they need to go hammer down at the end of the race, there's a chance that entry instability might get worse.
Beautifully done. Now, just to finish this off, Garth, what is it about motorcycle riders that make them great car drivers? Because we've seen a few make the switch over. Wayne Gardner comes to mind. Casey Stoney did some Dunlop series. Troy Bayliss has raced in Carrera Cup before. This is definitely the most notable name that's done it. What is it that makes these guys so adept at getting into four wheels?
Well, the feel they have. Imagine a MotoGP bike, the tyre contact patch is about that big. It's about 2 inches. They've got 4 tyres with much bigger tyres. So the feel that they learn on a MotoGP or a motorbike, when you translate that to a car, you get a lot more confidence, you're touching the ground a lot more, then you add downforce and all the rest of it. And motorbike riders, inherently, they're very brave. So you throw them in a car with a seatbelt and a whole heap of roll cage around them, they get a whole lot braver as well.
There you go, guys. I say with age comes a cage, and certainly some knowledge as well here from Garth Tander. Well, masterclass down here in the bunker.
Well, who better to talk us through the vagaries and the nuances of the mountain than Mr. Six himself. The lead battle is coming back together, and looking at the run on this is the first full stint we've had, Crillsy, without the intervention of the BMW M safety car. Nicky Katzberg on his 30th lap, Raffaele Marciello in the 46 car that Valentino Rossi was pedalling so nicely. He's on his 27th lap, courtesy of some of that fuel saving that Garth was talking about. In third place, Cam Walters on his 30th lap. I can't imagine that we're going to see very much more than 30 laps from these cars, but I could be proved wrong. How hard have they been saving? And that's the key. But these cars are now light. They will feel more dynamic. And the opportunity, perhaps, we'll see if the lap times start to drop back down again. And as I say that, Mauro Engel puts that car's fastest lap of the race in 4th position on his 26th lap since he was last down the Alfoil pit lane.
Yeah, he cleared Lucas Stoles and then went into overdrive and went very, very quickly. And he's put 5 seconds on the 75 car very, very quickly. So 2:03.02 for Mauro last time by. And he is hauling in the leading group of cars now as well. Davide Rigon pits the number 26 Ferrari. So that's about on cue for Arise Racing GT to get the Italian into the lane, pitting from 6th position. And we had sort of lap 100 was circled about where we're at. But you're right, this is our real first opportunity in the race so far to understand the fuel economy of these cars and how far they can actually go on a stint. And the other reason for that leading battle closing up, so it did actually just extend out a little bit the last couple of laps, was that the 46 car, the BMW, is a couple of laps lighter on fuel than the Corvette. So have a little bit of a pace advantage there, but Nicky Katzberg has responded. Driver change down at Porsche with Matt Campbell jumping out of number 911 at Absolute Racing after a very good stint. Rise Racing still going to work on their Ferrari. Remember, 80 seconds is the customary pit stop time, which is why sometimes pit stops in this race can seem very relaxed.
It's chilled, absolutely chilled. But it's why you shouldn't be making mistakes either, Garth Tander. Thanks for that masterclass downstairs at the Pirelli bunker. You should be able to get you are able to get everything done in that 80-second transit time.
Yeah, and that's transit time. So that's from when the car turns its pit limiter on at pit entry to doing the pit stop and transiting to the pit exit and turning the limiter off again. So not just the standstill time. But you roughly work out around 40 seconds to do a drive change, do the fuel, do the tyres, which is plenty of time. These cars are very difficult to get in and out of. You actually saw Matty Campbell struggling a little bit to get out of the Porsche. He's a little guy. Yeah. And so if Matty's struggling to get in and out, I don't feel so bad when I used to have to do it in the Audi, because that aperture getting in and out, where the roll cage opening is, where the door opens, is very, very small in these cars, and you do sit a long way to the centre.
Chad Nalon spent some time with Earl Bamber earlier in the week in one of the JMR Corvettes.
Oh, don't stitch him up for this.
Well, not stitching him up, but it just shows you how difficult it is. It was a challenge for young Chadley to get aboard the GT3 Corvette. And the aperture there, as you say, is tiny on those things.
And Chad Suskin, he's got to walk around in the shower to get wet.
I did hear from a reliable source that Earl offered his advice on how to get in and out of the car.
And shut down.
And Chad was like, no, I'm good. I know how to get in and out of the race car. And maybe struggled just a tad.
Penrite Racing in pit lane as well, so some Pirelli tyres going on that car. They're certainly not brand new tyres, but Brenton Grove in very solid stint for this car, which is now quite firmly entrenched inside the top 10. Dorian Boccolacci moves up the order, but this pit stop sequence will shuffle through. A couple of cars running a little bit longer than others. It takes time for all this to cleanse. Katzberg still leads. Marciello just glued to his rear wing of the Corvette, which has now led all of this stint after Alex Sims worked his way to the race lead. And Cameron Waters 8.5 seconds behind the two leading cars. I wonder if this is a right of reply as we go back to Alfoil pit lane, Chad.
I've been too busy working while you guys are thinking of funny things to say up there in the commentary box. I was keeping an eye on that Penrite oil pit stop. They have been doing driver changes much quicker than I could do, as I found out on the weekend, as the Picciarello car comes down the inside. I only just caught a glimpse of that pit stop. I was wondering if you guys saw it. Did they change the front tyres on that car, or did they only do the rears? It looked like they maybe checked the pressures on the front without, maybe just bled them off.
There's nodding going on up here, Chad.
Okay, so that's interesting. So I'm not sure we've seen much of that yet, but that's another way to save tyres. Just change the two. Not saving time in the pit stop, but certainly saving rubber for the end.
This is Alessio Picciarello in the Porsche, and he's got car 75 with Lucas Stoles. So it's actually to put the Porsche a lap down and moves across on him. Really close on the run up to turn 2. He wanted to firmly make sure that that Porsche was stuck behind as they got in there. So they are out of sequence. The Porsche has stopped. Lucas Stolz has not yet to stop car 75.
And he's coming up to Ralph Bourne in the Herberth car just ahead of him there. Over an hour now for Nicky Katzberg. An hour and, let's call it 7 minutes that he's been out there, if you prefer. He's on his 32nd lap since the last time he was in the pit lane. So we're getting a read in these middle hours. This is the hard work that we heard Jules Gounon talking about earlier in the weekend, where you've got to just keep rolling off and clicking off these laps. But coming to the end of the stint, Garth, these cars are light. They will feel a little bit like they're moving around as the Pirellis are beginning to give a little bit of performance away. But these cars can't be far away from the Alfoz pit lane entry.
No, we're starting to see that, I think, from the Corvette here. Oh, so what's happened here? Oh, my goodness.
Wow. 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 Raffaele Marciello.
It's twice he's had to do that at the chase.
Yeah.
Katzberg's going to pit.
It must be out of feel. I think it's coughing, because the car wouldn't normally slow up that heavily. So it must have coughed on the entrance to the chase as Waters comes to pit lane as well, and the BMW continues on as it has done in the past. So we'll go to the Elf Oil Slick pass, and it was another Elf Oil Slick reaction from Raffaele Marciello, because there is no way that Nicky Katzberg would have volunteered to let Marciello through in the BMW, regardless whether he was coming to pit lane or not. So just curious whether that car coughed with fuel.
I think you're spot on there. That was an hour and 9 minutes of green flag running.
Yeah, lap 68 to 101 in the lane for the Corvette. Well, now we know.
Yeah, well, Mark, whatever that stint length was, that is absolute maximum.
Don't do that again. If you do that at the end of the race, you're coughing coming to the checkered flag.
Seen that before here.
Have we? Cam Waters in 5th place, Pietro actually from 3rd place. So Scott Taylor Motorsport will go to work as well. The Katzberg in the lane. Marciello goes around again. It's the time for me that's the interesting one, because we touched on it earlier, is getting yourself into that window for the final pit stop within an hour and 15 minutes of the checkered flag, which is 17:43 plus 1 lap. So 5:43 p.m. plus 1 lap. So you're aiming at somewhere around 4:30 p.m. local time, plus a little bit to get into pit lane to complete that final pit stop and know that you are safe to go to the checkered flag. Any time after that, you can charge your way to the flag. The difference is, if you're pitting at 4:30 p.m, you're probably saving fuel to get there.
That's correct.
If you're pitting at 5 p.m, you are going flat out all the way. Here it is again.
Yeah, so the brake lights weren't on. There wasn't exactly a BMW's width on the exit of the kink at the chase for Raffaele Marciello to get through. But that certainly slowed up, that Corvette slowed up a whole lot faster than he was expecting, and we were all expecting.
There's lift and coast, and then there's that.
Like, oh my gosh.
I'm pleased we probably didn't have a mic in Raffaele Marciello's helmet at that point. We might have had to bleep that one out.
Well, he's taken out his frustration at that by setting the car's personal best lap of the race.
Be going on here as El Bamba on a cold tyre on an outlap, having to defend from the 32 car, which is still a lap down, sneaks up the inside of McPhillamy. The Tsunami RT car going to try and go around the outside of Skyline. There's no future there. And he falls into line. But look how gently you have to bring that tyre up. A driver of El Bamba's experience, not only here at Mount Panorama, but with these cars, just very tentatively bringing the tyre in.
He's doing a good job of keeping the Tsunami RT Porsche, the multicoloured Porsche, behind him as well.
Fontana behind the wheel of that car at the moment, and then the Guy Valmont Racing entry tucked in behind, and then the Ryland Gray, it is now behind the wheel of the McLaren. Making Spectro Supercars full-time debut next week at Sydney. The Sydney Super Night is going to be an amazing event. He'll drive for the Story Dick Johnson Racing Shell V-Power Racing Team. And Bamba now starting to get up to speed, but still just tippy-toeing around in the Corvette.
How cool was that from Bamba there, though, coming to the right-hander at the chase? Didn't have to defend. He knew he didn't have to defend. Sometimes you see people defending fresh air there, and that actually hurts them going through that corner.
pitted a few minutes ago in the 55 Audi. They were ready for a driver change, except the driver wasn't getting in the car. Brad Schumacher, you sold us a doozy out there. You had your helmet on. Are you done driving today?
No, not driving, not done today yet. Still have another stint to go, but we thought we'd just double stint Will then. So, as you know, as the race progresses, things can change on the spot. So, yeah, we probably made the wrong call this morning with sticking me out on the old tyre. Obviously, just a few safety cars, things. So we're trying to reverse our strategy now, work our way back into the race. Will's fast out there though, so we're making our way up the ladder. Yeah, had a bit of a moment whilst I was in my stint earlier on today with the Herberth Porsche, and he doored me twice, almost into the wall at turn 2, which was not ideal, and so we had to be a little cautious to make sure that there was no underlying damage to the front right corner of the car, and yeah, after we worked out that everything was okay, we're able to push on again. So yeah, we're working our way back, and it's a long race, so we'll see where we end up.
Will you be in next?
Yeah, I'll definitely be in the car next. So sit back and put my feet up and watch Will bang around for another half an hour or so, and then I'll be back in.
Well, thanks for standing up to talk to us.
No worries at all. Thank you.
So interesting there, Brad Schumacher, the local boy, might be coming back for more. You wouldn't believe it, but this has been a pretty exciting race. Not telling by the very tired mechanics down there in pit lane for some of these teams, many of which still jet lagged from the trip to Australia. Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. Let's check out some of the recent highlights, and how about this fight here for the lead as the Corvette ranged up to the back of that beautiful number 46 BMW that was at the time Valentino Rossi behind the wheel. They've had a few moments together so far this weekend. Katzberg getting that move done and moving into the lead of the race and holding a pretty commanding lead at this part as well. Further back behind him, Cam Waters has been doing a nice job in car 222. We saw him set the pole position yesterday, win that Alan Simonson trophy. He's been hounding the back of that BMW as well. Couldn't quite get that one done on that occasion. This was a pretty good battle, this one. We had to really use all of Lauren Heinrich's knowledge and nous to get the job done around the outside at turn 1. Wasn't going to happen there. It was a very, very late move to get done eventually down into the chase. That's probably the move of the race so far. How about this one? Running the high line, the Tsunami Porsche, getting away with one going through the Ford cutting, just wiping the rear of that car along the fence. And it's been smooth sailing for Katzberg at the front of this field. Recently come in for a pit stop to refuel that car. They haven't quite got the fuel economy that the BMW has. The BMW certainly got the life at the front of the field in terms of just amazing fuel economy, and that was maybe what was the difference there with Raffaele Marciello getting down the inside of Katzberg to take back the lead of the race just before Katzberg came into the pits. If that BMW is getting 2 more laps on the field every time around across 11 stints, that is the better part of 22 laps of fuel that they could have on the field. That's nearly a whole stint. Looking very good for Valley and the team down at BMW.
It really is, Chad. Thanks to the Meguiar's race highlights. Bathurst 12 hour. So much to see and do in Bathurst, and just down about 2 Ks from where we are, you can check out Australia's only full T-Rex skeleton in the History Museum here. The Railway Museum is outstanding here if you're a kid at heart or just a kid. It's a great place to go. Little ice cream stop. Suspect we might see us there after the race. We'll just swing by the ice cream parlour on George Street on our way home. And then you can come to Mount Panorama and play as well. So much cool things to do in Bathurst town. Here's the leaderboard with the caveat that we're in the middle of a pit stop sequence at the moment. So some of these cars are out of position relative to where they should be when the pit stops are all cleansed. Nevertheless, an idea to work out where your favourite driver is. Brett Hobson behind the wheel of the number 45 Mercedes-AMG that leads the Pro-Am class down there in 18th position outright. Boccolacci is leading the bronze class but is in pit lane. Sergio Perez as well. The McLaren still circulates the silver class leader. And remarkably, after that spin at the chase, the 111, the IRC GT continues to lap a long way down, but they're the invitational class car that continues to circulate here at Mount Panorama. We are 4 hours and 25 minutes into the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, which means there's 7 hours and 34 minutes to go in the race, and we're in the middle of a pit stop sequence, and the next one to peel off into pit lane, having led their first laps of the day from the very back of the field. is Maro Engel, who makes his 10th Bathurst 12-hour start this weekend, and GMR are ready to receive his Mercedes-AMG.
Guys, just crunching some of the numbers there on the number 46 WRT BMW. By the way, Valentino Rossi has got back in to that car, which is interesting on the driver rotation in itself. That was 33 laps that we had on the stint before Valentino got back in. And that was an hour and 11 minutes for that car. So that was a lap longer. But of course, they already had banked a couple of laps when Valentino was doing the extreme fuel save. So that's why they came in 3 laps later than the cars around them. But that is stacking up quite nicely now, Garth, for that WRT number 46.
Yeah, it is. We are starting to see that BMW does have a small fuel economy advantage, but certainly not what they did have last year. And there has been a fuel tank capacity change under the BOP rules last year going into this year for that, for not only BMW, for a lot of the manufacturers. So that is part of the whole process of balancing these cars with performance on track, performance in pit lane, economy, range, all the rest of it. But we have been on board with the BMW a couple of times with Valentino Rossi and Raffaello Macchiello, and they are very excessively fuel saving in the driving technique. So not only with the car, but also the way they're driving it.
And it was 7 litres to change, and we guessed that that would be about 2 laps round Mount Panorama, and that's kind of how it's come down. They were getting 35s at stages last year. The track length hasn't changed, so that is the differential, and that's what we're seeing. So if that's what the rule makers were looking for, then that's worked out exactly right. Now, this is interesting at the Ford Cutting.
This is important because it's Maro Engel leaving pit lane on a cold tyre versus Valentino Rossi on a hot tyre. And he's going to have a look up the inside to what we call the tree. It used to be a tree that hung over the track there. It's not there anymore. But this is important because Engel will fight tooth and nail to hold his track position over the BMW. Rossi needs to strike while the tyre is hot. Very good. And try and get the job done.
He's all over it, and he's got his teammate coming behind. Now, that's an interesting one as well. That number 32, Jordan Pepper, South African, sits in 16th position on a different strategy. Lost the lap early on, and it's in the first lap after. Oh my goodness, down past the Quinn car and the BMW Forest Elbow.
Oh, it's Tony Quinn behind the wheel of that car. His modus operandi for the race was don't get hit by anyone, please don't hit me. So he has successfully ticked that box. It was fairly heart-raising though. Just been pointed out that what this is also helpful for is dragging El Bamba back into this. So they came out about 6 seconds behind and now locked again to the back of the 46 car. Jordan Pepper is out of this sequence. He's back on the lead lap, but right at the very tail end of it, and they're not far away from a pit stop either. So they're clinging on to hope that they're going to get this lap back that they lost early with that strange scenario where they didn't repair the front of the number 32 car under yellow. He's blocking pretty heavily though.
Oh, that's a bit naughty.
From El Bamba, who's trying to get through and will do so up the inside.
Well, Maro Engel, this is certainly better than qualifying yesterday. Yes, you had to start at the back of the field, but you pitted from the lead of the race. Do you have a Mercedes that's capable of staying there?
Yeah, obviously we're happy that the car's running well now, and so far the race has been going well, clean. Obviously strategies are playing out, but it's nice that we're back in the mix.
Do you feel like your boys and girls on the pit wall can help you guys with that strategy aspect to stay up front?
Yeah, for sure. Now we've got a great team here at Mercedes-AMG Team GMR, and some clever brains, so we'll let them work, and I mean it's a long way to go, but so far so good.
I'm so glad to see you up at the front. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. Cheers.
And guys, I might have figured out who their secret strategist is. If you follow me, they've got somebody hiding right back there. I think that's the true genius to all the strategy calls. It's the power of the koala.
That's a little mascot that's been handed out to all the teams. This is interesting. Into the garage is the Penrite Racing Mercedes-AMG. Only 6 laps into a stint.
Underneath the front splitter at the moment, the team with the blowers just keeping the brakes cool. That's the brake duct intake. Having a a look under the front of the splitter. It's hard to pick what's going on with this car.
And while that's happening, Garth, we have had the number 95 McLaren lead a lap.
Yep, so they'll add their name to the list of leaders today. So Marvin Kirchhofer pulls into pit lane. This is for track position. Down the inside goes Earl Bamber on the 46 car. So passes Valentino Rossi, which will be for next spot in the top 3 once this pit stop sequence is cleared. So Kirchhofer in the lane. This leading group of cars about to all funnel through and get past. Shay?
Down in the other Mercedes garage for number 100, this is the Grove Racing car. It's in the garage, pointed nose in. The back end is filthy. It looks like there's oil all around, and it smells really hot. They're hammering away at the grill. They've actually got bits of tape that they've pulled off to try and get more cooling to go through. I'm just going to see if I can dive in really quickly with Stephen Grove. Stephen, do you know what the problem is?
I think there's a vibration in the splitter. Brenton had it on the in-lap. He thought it might have been pickup. And then Will's gone out and said it's got worse. So it must have split somehow on the splitter. It must be something that's split there.
That's going to be a problem if it's something on the floor of the car. Hopefully it's a quick fix though.
Yeah, with a Merc, it's hard on the front.
Car 15 for exceeding maximum continuous drive time.
I'm not really sure what's going to happen.
I'm so ready for you, Stephen, but good luck the rest of the way at least.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Probably just heard in the background there the race control giving a 6-minute time penalty at the next pit stop for the car that's had more penalties than anyone else today. They've had more drive-through than a bank holiday weekend at McDonald's, haven't they? And this one is a standing still, so they'll be able to have 2 soft-boiled eggs whilst they're standing still in the pit lane, and that is the number 15 McLaren.
They'll probably have 6 minutes to read the sporting regs and understand the maximum and minimum driving time, because that's an early. I mean, when you're doing your strategy stuff, isn't that the first thing you'd be looking at? Like, what are the boxes that we have to work within when we do our driver strategy and our pit stop strategy and all the rest of it? So, just getting caught out there, team for the 15 in 6 minutes. Those of you that watched Bathurst into early 2000s will know that there was a very famous 5-minute time penalty for Greg Murphy, and he actually took the time to go to a Portaloo. He did with 5 minutes. So.
Murph, I'm sure we'll be watching him.
Of course he will.
On our colleagues on Sky New Zealand. So, hello to Murph. 6 minutes, it's one more.
Yeah.
That's worse. So,
well, with the cost of living and inflation and all the rest of it,
yeah, it's actually fair.
Probably about right.
A reasonable percentage increase, isn't it? What's going on here is what will be a battle for the net race lead when this series of pit stops shakes out. So Rolf Aron and Craft Bamboo Racing about 4 or 5 laps to the different of the cars around them in terms of stopping. So that's why they're 26 seconds up the road in the lead. And now Earl Bamber has got tyre temp up. He's gone bang, bang, bang and passed his way to the front. So he's got by Maxime Martin in the 888 car, and the Corvette now moves to second on the road. But when the pit stops are complete, that will be the race lead. So this has been, after taking some time to get up to speed for the Kiwi from Whanganui on the North Island, he is quickly getting up to speed and pulling away now, and what will ultimately be the lead of the race. This is busy though.
Bit of energy here.
Oh, Ferrari, Porsche, McLaren. How are the names?
AMG. It's like that little hip check as well there, going through, was it New South Wales, destination New South Wales, Griffin Bends. Oh, now weaving around there, that's going to upset people, Garth.
Yeah, clearly the McLaren on a cold tyre, trying to do everything it can to, 1, hold its position, and 2, build some tyre temperature. Oh, you always hold your breath when cars stick their nose in the run up the mountain after the cutting. With the McLaren, with holds position, they're coming up on the Quinn car, so that's Tony Quinn aboard the Audi. Which way do they go?
Not either side.
Winnie hasn't seen them. So now they are absolutely line astern and have to be so super patient. It's one line down to the dipper. And out of the dipper, there is a chance. So you can see now they're getting patient again. And now the McLaren's going to try and look up the inside. Quinny goes to the inside. Ricardo Fella's going to go right around the outside and chose the right lane. Thank you very much. Job done.
Garnett Patterson was boxed in there, couldn't get by. Wow, Brett Hobson is buying into this, fancying himself running with the international pros. Davide Rigon is still behind the wheel of the 26 Arise Ferrari. Another car, like the McLaren in front, that's played itself in today and is significantly better than it was in practice and qualifying. The team are driving these things flat out, and we just don't have the car speed to go with it, but they're better today. So this is a feisty battle. It's for 7th, 8th and 9th position, and at the top of the screen in the yellow Porsche is Picariello in the number 911 Absolute Racing car, who is hauling this battle pack in.
I don't think Tony Quinn could have done anything else there, though, Garth, could he? Could he have lifted off just on the short run to Skyline?
Oh, maybe the run to Skyline, because you don't want to put yourself under that pressure from Skyline to the dipper. So maybe, but it's, it's not easy just to disappear. You can't just pick yourself up out of the way and let 4 cars get through.
Yeah. The point to make as well is that this was going on well before they got along.
Absolutely.
To Tony Quinn. So that was Patterson side by side. And then around the outside went Ricky Fella. That's a big move to do that. I've just had confirmation that Greg Murphy is watching from New Zealand. So
he did say that the 6-minute penalty was 1 more minute than his 5 more.
Correct. Yeah. Good afternoon it is now over in New Zealand. So thank you for watching. So and this is the Ferrari. There's Ricky Fella. Garnet Patterson was boxed in there in that McLaren.
Had to lift.
And just, yeah, I mean, he had to. There's no option.
Otherwise, he was wearing the McLaren. Jackson Evans and Garth massive. Oh my goodness me, how good was that?
I've enjoyed the work of that McLaren today, though. They've played themselves in really well as the leader gets into pit lane. So Craft Bamboo running one of their funky strategies as usual, and they've got themselves just a little bit out of sequence. They're in pit lane for the 8th time in this race. Down to Elf Oil's pit lane with Chad.
Yes, thank you, Rich. Just a quick update as to why Bailey Hall got that large penalty. It was for exceeding the maximum continuous driving time. He started in that car today and he went 2 hours and 31 minutes. So he did 1 too many laps as a silver ranked driver, which is what has gained the wrath of race control.
And that's another 1 hour and 9 minute stint. So that hour and 15 that we're talking about might be closer to being 1 hour 5 to 1 hour 10 before the end of the race, and gentlemen.
33 laps for the Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes. So the range, don't worry about the time, but the range is very similar to what we have seen from the BMW and the Corvette. So this is all information that the teams individually will take of their own performance, but also the other manufacturers are absolutely trying to understand what cards the other players are holding as they get closer to the end of the game.
Yeah, it's all around the 108, 109 sort of area. There was someone who did 111, and now I've lost that. I'll try and dig that out. 1 hour and 11.
Well, that was 46, if I'm not mistaken, I think, because the BMW did get that extra lap. But yeah, it's all pretty even. Stevens side by side up to the forward cutting. Going through is Picariello. Absolute Racing Porsche, so that will be for position. Maxi Goetz is back behind the wheel, having started the Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes-AMG, and what a sterling job he did in the opening stanza of this race, as we've come to expect from the hugely experienced German, who's in his 8th start in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. So this now turns into a battle for the race lead. If you just slide that blue IRC GT car out of the way, Cameron Waters is very close to joining it in car 222, having taken quite a few seconds out of this while they were all boxed in behind lap cars at the top of the mountain. Cam Waters has closed in. The IRC does a nice job of getting out of the way for turn 1. And Waters is now 1.8 seconds behind Valentino Rossi.
So you were talking earlier on about how good the teams were last year, the top teams were last year, about hitting that 80 seconds transit time. Here are the stop times from in to out at the Elf-Oil pit lane of the leading number 2 car. 80.6 seconds, 81.7, 81.6. Take out the splash at the beginning for that, but there are the times for that.
Right, and that is part of the reason why WRT won the race last year, was they did that all day with routine efficiency. Was if your pit stop time allowance is 80 seconds, They would do it in 80 seconds plus a couple of tenths.
Yeah, they were
amazing.
A bad stop for them last year was 80.5.
Yeah, correct, yes.
So then the teams tune that during the day. So they understand it. So they'll be doing the same with that at JMR Corvette. They'll be get that 81.7. They'll look at that as go, well, we failed. We didn't do a good enough job there. We left 1.7 seconds on the table.
Top three then coming down to BMW M Forest Elbow, down onto Conrod Straight. 7 hours and 18 minutes still to go.
I feel like El Bamba's got himself to the lead and now is just happy to sit there, not disappearing off into the distance. So just managing that gap back to Maxime Martin in the 888 GMR Mercedes. Valentino Rossi still sitting in the 46 BMW M4, Cam Waters fourth. That top four covered by 2.6 seconds as they come into the final corner. There's a lot of energy in that Corvette right at the start of this stint, and he got through, and that car looks a whole lot calmer now. You can just tell by the body language, the way that he's driving it. Dare say there's a bit of fuel saving going on inside that Corvette as well right now.
Well, he's got a clear view on the road ahead of him, clearish at the moment. On his dashboard, there is a screen that he can look behind him, and it's got the Bosch collision avoidance system on it. Borrowing an idea from a production car. It's not from a production car, it's specific to racing, and going back to the Corvette C6R GT2, and it's a specific race car system that they use. It has the little arrows on it, so it's a bit like a blind spot monitor, because you can't have a rear view mirror when you've got a firewall between you and the engine bay in a mid-engine car. So that was developed with Pratt Miller, Corvette Racing and Bosch Electronics. But as I said, borrowing an idea that we've had on our road cars, you know, when you get the little yellow or red lights lighting up on your rear mirrors on the doors. But Earl Bamber at the moment with a clear view forward and nobody pressing in from behind. This is really interesting to see the pros at work here, Garth, and the difference in the driving styles from the mid-engine car there to the front-engine car that we were watching with Valentino earlier on.
Yeah, very similar, and that was so impressive about what Valentino was doing with his hand movements and how smooth he was, particularly loading the front tyre. It was interesting listening to Earl Bamber there aboard the number 2 JMR Corvette, because you learn just as much listening as you do watching, and there's a whole lot of fuel saving going on in that car as well right now. So a huge amount of lift and coast as he went across Skyline, and we heard that also at the end of Mountain Straight. So once he's got us to the front of the field, he's certainly driving to a fuel number to maximise this stint.
Now, this is a topic that I know is very close to Rich's heart. It's the official watch of the 12-hour, and Borzell is back once again. I've grabbed Jack and Christo for a chat about this year's watch. Jack, show us this beautiful timepiece and talk us through some of the features.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the new Borzell Elemental limited edition for the Bathurst 12-hour. So what we've done is we took our standard brand new Elemental sports watch and we've stuffed it full of some Bathurst 12-hour goodies. So on all of the Borzell watches, the crown has a little chamber in it that contains something special. And in this one, it's going to be holding the actual tyre rubber, burnt tyre rubber from the 12-hour cars. We've got the 12-hour logo on the case back there. And at 9 o'clock on the dial, we've got the track layout there as well. So we're only making 50 of these, very limited, and only a handful of them left.
Brilliant. Now, Christo, we catch up every year at this race, and I know how special this event is to you. You enjoying it this year and being involved as always?
Look, it's amazing. Mount Panorama, I mean, it's epic. The community, love coming here every year, and then the red is that sunrise in the morning, and that's where we got the inspiration from when the start of the race. The red, that's really typical to Australia, and that's why we did the red. So I feel it's the first time that we've got the whole package well made.
Guys, well done. Thank you for bringing such a gorgeous watch to Mount Panorama. I always appreciate the chat. A lot of time and thought, Rich, has gone into that, and I'm sure you can appreciate that every time you check the time.
I do, Chad. Thank you. I've got my 2024 Bathurst 12-hour watch from Borzell on at the moment. Very, very nice timepiece. As is this battle for the race lead as it continues on with Cameron Waters battling with Valentino Rossi. See it there.
Time's up, Rich?
Very nice. I was just on 10:30 at the moment.
Yours and mine must be coming, John.
Obviously. Hang on. No, I've got the goodies, look. I've got the goodies on.
It's 2024. It's a couple of years.
telling you who was having a look up the inside as they made their way down to Forest Elbow was Cam Waters on Valentino Rossi. So the battle, second, third and fourth, all those cars line astern as Earl Bamber has got up the road just a little bit there. Let's hear from Shay in Elfoyle pit lane.
Got a bit of good news, guys. The Grove Racing Mercedes did make it back out of the pit lane. They worked on the car. It lost 8 laps, but it has rejoined the circuit. They believe they found a fix for the splitter. It's not the answer that they were looking for necessarily, but it should work. And also down here in the pit lane, you might have just heard some struggling. That was the Corvette, the 99, yet again, as it pulled out of the box. It was not under its own power necessarily. They had to bump start it once more.
So that's been an ongoing thing. Shay, thank you in Elfoyle pit lane for the number 99 Pro-Am class Corvette. Their outright car is a genuine contender in this race, but for the sister car, not so much. It's going to be an interesting story to follow throughout the course of the day. Pro-Am class, by the way, continuing to being led by Brett Hobson in car number 45.
What's happened to Earl Bamber? Dropped off my timing screen.
Yeah, I think if you look at the totem to the left of the screen, it says number 2 car's disappeared, but it is still very much at the head of the field. You'll see it just disappear. It is just coming out of the dipper. So
what a heart in mouth moment for a second there.
Absolutely was.
And you always try and visual these things before trusting the timing screen, but wow, that's no, they're good. JMR, it's okay. Don't worry. There it is, visually still in front with the very fast Kiwi behind the wheel. And then this battle pack continues on for what was second. Martin, Rossi, Waters, Lucas Stolz is still behind them. Ricky Feller in the 61 car, the Porsche from Alabama Motorsport next. Then the McLaren of Garnett Patterson. Davide Rigon in the Ferrari. So all the brands are still represented in the mix. And Will Brown has worked his way back towards the top 10 as well. And that Corvette plugs itself back in at the top of the leaderboard. Will Brown will be shown 11th in the Audi R8.
Cam Waters trying to distract Valentino Rossi, flashing the lights, moving around. I feel like that's generally in GT racing wasted energy because it tends to happen everyone, and I'm sure Valentino's seen it plenty of times in the past.
So you've said that, right? Yep. So it's not going to bother you if you're in that BMW, but if you're in the AMG, are you going to hit the flasher button?
Oh yeah, I would be doing exactly what Cam Waters is doing, 100%. But I mean, we actually heard Thomas Randall from that car early in the day when he was interviewed after the first stint. He goes, "Oh, I love that flasher button." And it's the most used button on the steering wheel in a GT3 car. They do like using the flasher to the point where there is a rule in the regs for some of the sprint championships. Yeah. You can only use it so many times a lap.
Yeah.
It's a bit like push to pass.
That happened a few years ago at Le Mans when the really bright headlights first came in, particularly on the prototypes. And you could just be flashing the headlights. It could only flash for a second and a half or something like that. So all the teams just programmed the second and a half flashing, and instead everybody was on it, back off and on it again.
So what's happened with the Corvette? We've had the intel through and motorsport operation to steer the motorsport stuff as this battle pack. Just let them clear this lap traffic before we bring you up to speed with some housekeeping on why the Corvettes drop down the leaderboard. And Cam Waters looking racy. Maxime Martin gets through on the Aston Martin from Volante Rosso. And they're as close as they've always been. We've seen those BMWs with a fair amount of punch out of the slow-speed corners. And certainly Valentino's had a decent run on that Mercedes-AMG GT3. Is there a pass in the offing, or does he lift out and just coast? Of course he does. But then he does on the inside, and around the outside goes Cameron Waters. 2 wheels on the grass. Gathers it up, grabs a breath, cleans the tyres and moves on with life, but a very, very hairy moment nonetheless for Triple Two.
So, Craill, what's happened to the 2 then? Because it appears to have dropped a whole lap.
Well, no, it hasn't. So it's popped back up to the top. So in the car, there is a driver ID system that the driver needs to activate when they get in. And there's driver 1, 2, 3, and 4 on that system. There's only 3 drivers in that car, and what's happened is when Earl's got in, we think he's pushed button number 4, so it's going, well, there's no driver in the car. 4 doesn't exist in the timing system.
Got you.
So the timing system's gone, well, we can't read the car. We're not going to score it. So It's popped back up to the top now, so clearly he's pushed the correct button. And
it started okay, actually. It started okay at the start of the stint, so I wouldn't mind betting he's adjusted something on the dash, whether it be the ABS setting or the traction control setting, and maybe just turned the wrong dial. So, yep, that's reset. And number
Try
2.
and get B-Rock.
Well, yeah,
Rock
99.3 FM. Well, you need to be a rocket scientist to understand the dash on these cars as well, so not surprised.
Craill, you're not joking when you say that, because the Porsche GT3 handbook includes a
race control attention on teams, badge, sportsmanship flag displayed to car 46 for driving conduct.
Badge, sportsmanship flag to car 46.
So that's interesting. That's Valentino Rossi, and this will be the moment. So they're battling for second, third and fourth, and he just glided the car across into the path of Cameron Morgan.
Yes, so what it'll be for changing lanes under brakes, moving under brakes.
That's a warning right now, not a penalty. Yeah, the GT3 Porsche, along with all the rest of the documentation, has a 40-page handbook for the steering wheel controls. Seriously.
Yeah, I believe it. Chaz looks suitably unimpressed at that moment as the 222 continues on a pace back down to Shea.
Tony Quinn, you've just gotten out of the Q Audi, or have you? Because you kind of look fresh still.
Look, I was just doing what an old man has to do. I was not racing anybody. I was just going round and round and brought it back, ready for the guys to have a crack. I don't think I'll go back in, but I will if I have to, no problem. But it'll just be slow again. I've never let so many cars pass in all of my life. And that's probably a sign that the boots should be hung up. But I don't really want to, so I'll see how I feel.
Well, I mean, it's so much fun driving an Audi R8 around Mount Panorama in February. Life doesn't get much better than this.
Well, I think that's one thing, but for me, we had actually won the race yesterday because my family have enjoyed themselves, and we were happy yesterday late night, and whatever happens today, we don't really care, we won't win it and we won't be last, so that'll be fine. We'll be somewhere in between.
Victory of a different sort is sharing a car with so many of your family members.
Yeah, and that's the win for us. That's nobody else has ever done that. So I've set the benchmark. So we're waiting for. I'm going to go for a 5th generation, but we'll give it a crack.
Good job today.
Thank you.
5th generation would make it a quintet.
I mean, it writes itself.
Ta-da! Been waiting for that, Tony. Thank you so much. I'll get my coat now. I can leave.
It's such a cool story. The scenes went right. Quinn had an amazing practice 6 earlier on in the weekend and was just electrifying and was playing with the proper big dogs of global GT racing. And Tony was in tears after that to see what his grandson was doing. It means so much. They've had to go through a lot to put all this together, to make it work with all the family members, and it's just been so special for them, and they're just ticking the box to try and get to the end now, and a win for them, as Tony said, is to see that checkered flag. Very, very cool. What a thing to be able to do with the family.
Yeah, it's a very cool thing. But Ryder hasn't done himself any harm.
His stocks are pretty high at the moment.
Certainly raised his LinkedIn profile in the motorsport world, that's for sure and certain, because a lot of people would have taken notice of the lap time he did in that car, and he'd be ranked as a bronze driver, and that becomes quite attractive to manufacturers when they see a driver that can drive that fast with that ranking.
And what about his first stint as well? I know there was some safety car in there, but before the safety car, he'd moved up well inside the top 10, kept his nose clean. He's never driven here in the dark before. He was the rooster that made him get up and start the race. Kept it clean for that stint, brings the car in, I think it was in 6th.
Yep, he did a great job. So, ticking a few boxes, the Quinn family this weekend. It's great to see.
So Bamber, 4.2 seconds over Maxime Martin, then Valentino Rossi next, 6 seconds covering the top 4 cars at the moment. A little bit of intel just on the Craft Bamboo team and why they've ended up out of that sequence. And on their first pit stop in the race, they lost 10 seconds because they couldn't get the fuel nozzle connected properly. So they dropped 10 seconds there, and as a result, that sort of put them out of sequence. So they went, right, we're going to do something different. The proviso of that is that they're going to need some help later in the race a little bit of yellow to keep them in the mix. So that's the story, just to finish the point on car 77 that we've seen circulating to the top when the pit stop sequences are on. Meanwhile, having spent a Greg Murphy +1 in pit lane, this car is now out. 6-minute pit stop having been served. And the VR McLaren continues onwards, scored in 25th position.
Ryland Gray had to serve the 6 minutes. It wasn't him that did the time.
Exactly.
The nature of GT racing, where you share the car, you effectively serve someone else's penalty.
That really feels like you win as a team but lose as an individual there, doesn't it? For poor old Ryland, who just sat there for 6 minutes twiddling his thumbs. Chad?
There we go. Sorry about that. I just update on that discussion I had earlier about the driving time for Bailey Hall. Race control saw that very differently to me. I said he did essentially 1 lap too many. They said it was 17 minutes too many, which would certainly explain why it was a 6-minute penalty. But at the end of the day, they're the ones that really matter when that discussion happens.
17 minutes, whatever way you roll it, is a long way out of the box. So, thanks, Chad. Good update. Airfoil pit lane as we watch McLaren versus Ferrari. No, it's not the Australian Grand Prix, though you will be able to watch that on Fox and Kayo in a couple of weeks. Beautiful 4K down at Albert Park. Will these two brands be at the front of the field? Who knows? The F1 testing so far has been clear as absolute mud so far, but this is the battle. It's Garnett Patterson and the Italian Davide Rigon, 8th and 9th position.
And just to tie up a loose end on that 17 extra minutes, I wonder if the team weren't counting from when the lights went out and the 2 formation laps started. I wonder if that's they saw it differently from that point.
Yeah, we won't know. We'd have to ask them. I'm not sure that they'd probably want to volunteer the reasons behind why they got that calculation wrong, but I don't even think those 2 formation laps add up to 17 minutes. So there's been a calculation error somewhere there for the number 15 McLaren. And I'll put that in the notebook for next year. I'm sure that doesn't happen again. As we're on board here with Your Eyes Racing, 296 Ferrari for the run across the top of the mountain. Just resetting the throttle there, you can just see how long they're off the throttle, waiting for the car to settle across the top of McPhillamy, and then pick the throttle up, and then down through the box, over the skyline, through the S's, down to the dipper. Car doesn't actually dip it, bottom out too much there, so nicely balanced there. McLaren getting up the road a little bit across the top of the mountain. Back to second gear for Forest Elbow. For that important run off BMW M Forest Elbow for the run down Conrod Straight. The Ferrari cars were given a little kick overnight for straight line performance under the BOP regulations to help them in today's race, just to equalise to the other manufacturers. So Rigon trying to use that to tow up to the rear of the McLaren. You can hear him roll out of it again there. So lift and coast, saving fuel. Pretty standard at this stage of the race, just to be doing the grunt work. We're going into that phase of the race now where it's just log bulk laps.
This is where Lucas Stoles has earned his money for the last 4 years. If you went with us for our qualifying coverage yesterday, he qualified the 75 Sun Energy 1 car, and Jules Gounon, whether it's the main reason or not, said that, well, Luca is the one that does all the heavy lifting in the middle of the day, and I jump in and do all the hero stuff, that wasn't his words, at the end of the race. So reward him with an opportunity to qualify the car. But this is what Lucas Stoles does. They put him in the 75 car and he just goes around like a metronome, and then whatever happens, it puts them in the right position come the end for Jules Gounon to go out and do Jules Gounon things. So it's a hugely important part of the race in this phase we're in right now as we tick over with 6 hours now and 59 minutes remaining.
Another hugely important aspect of the race is something that adorns the side of the pole-sitting car, the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsports car. Scott Taylor, you guys, once again, raising money for prostate cancer in Australia. How much are we up to now? Have we broken that $100,000 mark?
Yeah, I believe we're on the 100,000. We're beyond the 100,000, so that's a really important thing to raise money to help with the cause, but the message is equally as important. So, we're reaching a lot of people through, this broadcast and other mediums, people walking past, people buying memorabilia off us. That reminds us about what we should be doing, that's getting checked.
And it's so easy to get checked now. It's a blood test to register the PSA level. There's no excuse not to.
Yeah, no, there is no excuse not to. As you say, it's so simple now. You just go along to the doctor, you just get a blood test. It's so easy. So please, if you're out there and you haven't been checked, let's get checked.
It's easy, but it's also a great awareness and a cause that you guys have backed. What is it that makes it so special and so important for your team to get behind this?
Yeah, I think, the statistics are 1 in 5, is going to be influenced or subjected to it. So that's a big number. That's a huge number. So we thought we've got a good platform. We see the right types of people, guys in motor racing, guys who love motor racing. It's a fantastic audience, so it's a good medium by which that we can spread the word. And we love racing. We also like humanity too. So let's get busy on doing that side of it.
Yeah, let's spread the message. Guys, if you don't want to do it for yourselves, do it for your family, your loved ones. Go get checked.
Beautifully said.
At the top of the mountain for that car, was it?
Yeah, it was. Cam Waters aboard the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport, bowling a wide at McPhillamy, and very smartly opened up the steering wheel, didn't fight it. He saw the BRM Audi loop it up there, and it was Mark Rosser at the wheel. He said, I just dropped the wheel, and it got away from me. So right here, as it dropped over the crest, and probably a bit of aero wash tucked up behind the BMW. And see the important thing, he didn't try and bring it back too quickly. Just let the car settle, get off the edge of the curb, and then gently ease the car back onto the track. So that all started because they were bottled up behind the 193 SRO Sport Ferrari, Christopher Froggatt at the wheel. So they eventually got around the Ferrari. A little bit of heightened blood pressure aboard the 222.
Just, you mentioned aero wash there. It's something we talk a lot about in motorsport these days. What does it feel like, though, when you're that driver? Actually, we'll come back to that because Rossi's under pressure here. Made a mistake down at Meguiar's Murray's corner, and down the inside goes Cam Waters for a pretty straightforward pass for position number 3. So Waters through, Valentino back to 4th position.
Yeah, back to the aero wash thing you asked about, Rich. The steering actually goes light, so you get so much feel through the steering wheel, so you actually feel heavily connected to the front tyre, like you're feeling the weight of the grip through the steering wheel, and you feel that. But as the aero wash, so as you're following closely, you lose front downforce because of the dirty air following, and the steering wheel just goes light, and effectively it feels like the front of the car picks up. Here's the pass, Cam Waters up the inside into turn 1 of Valentino Rossi. It actually started a little bit earlier than that, where Rossi got a poor run off Murray's corner.
I've been impressed at Valentino's decision-making, though, Garth, because there's no need for him to fight that. That's a done deal, and he's got a job to do. He's got to get 33 or 34 laps out of this WRT BMW, and he are picking their battles.
Well, how do you win however many MotoGP championships that he won? You win them by staying upright more than your opposition.
Yeah.
How do you win endurance racing?
Yeah.
You win them by staying out of trouble.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have a fast car, but ultimately you're not going to race 12 hours around Mount Panorama and not have some sort of drama over the course of the day. So mitigating those risks over the journey is the best play. And with 7 hours left in this one, you don't need to fight too hard right now.
Well, and particularly in Valentino's days, we didn't have the propensity of airbag leather suits that they do in MotoGP. I heard someone far more qualified than me to talk about MotoGP to say that, 15, 20 years ago, Marc Marquez wouldn't have had a career like he's had, because he has thrown it down the road a few times. Doesn't mean he's a bad motorcyclist. There's only 2 types of motorcyclists: somebody who's fallen off and somebody who hasn't fallen off yet. And I speak of what I know. I have the set, high side and low side. I don't need to do it again. Thanks very much indeed. But Valet had a long and successful career by making smart decisions. And that's what he's doing today.
Battle for the lead here, not in the race outright, but for the bronze class, or as it's been known in the paddock this weekend, the bro class, because that's the acronym they're using on the signage and on the timing. And it's Ralph Bond being pressured by Anders Fjordbach in the battle of the Porsches. Herberth Motorsport leading, High Class Motorsport in behind, and looking up the inside on the run to Skyline past McPhillamy Park. That doesn't generally happen. And in and among that is one of the Tigani entries. That's Phil Ellis in the 6, who's down in 17th position and actually a lap behind them. These 2 Porsches the last couple of cars on the lead lap of the race. The next car back will be the race leader, is Earl Bamber trying to chase them down.
There was a couple of looks in a couple of ambitious spots across the top of the mountain there, wasn't there? Coming into McPhillamy and then again at Skyline, and ultimately staying White's turn was the best play there. Phil Ellis now trying to get his lap back at least on these cars, and he would have been watching, probably going, yeah, no, don't do it there, don't do it there.
Yeah, the commentary would have been excellent. Now he has a look on the exit of the chase. The Guy Valmont car is quicker than these two Porsches, but doesn't have the track position. And Fjordbake was trying to make a decision about what side he was going to park the car there. And there'll be no blue flags for this one. There'll be no questions from race control, because this is one car trying to unlap itself. So fair game, go at it. They're not trying to cling on to the lead lap or get themselves back on it, like we saw with McLaren earlier on in this race.
Anders Fjordbake inextricably linked with high-class racing, driven with them in prototype racing as well. And you can say the same for Ralph Bourne, actually, in that Herbert car. With the Renard twins. Herbert is the Renard twins, that's their racing company, but Ralph Bourne's been part of that for a very, very long time. Keep saying this, but it's worth repeating. Ralph, very quiet man out of the car, sometimes even difficult to get some comments out of him. He stands about your height, Garth, but my goodness me, as a late starting professional, as we've been calling them this week, he does a very, very good job indeed. And we thought we'd have a decent battle in the Bro class, and so it has come to pass.
Now Bamber has found himself in traffic at all the awkward places. The race leading Corvette goes through at McPhillamy Park and clears them, and he can take a breath and settle himself for the long run down through the S's to the elbow. The Lamborghini, Grant Denyer is behind the wheel. They're currently 6th in the bronze class, the Lambo. And they've kept their powder dry with Marco Mappelli, who started the race. We've seen Adrian Dietz, we've seen Tony D'Alberto, and now Grant Denyer behind the wheel of the Hurricane GT3, and they'll, I'm sure, keep Marco's powder dry for the very end, because their ambition will be the bronze class victory. And this team have won twice their class, silver class, for the last 2 years. So they're going for a Bathurst three-peat, but they have picked, outside of the pro class, the toughest category to win this year, because bronze is absolutely stacked. We're just looking at those two Porsches and how good they are. So it's going to be a big challenge for this team, but they have anchored themselves nicely early on, and they know that when they do put their pro driver in at the end of the day, it will go rapid if they need it to, if they get into a fight.
It's been a new lease of life for that Lamborghini Huracan, about to be replaced on the world stage. Next IMSA race, middle of March, will be the worldwide racing debut of the Temerario. Sadly no longer with the screaming V10, it's a V8 that will replace that. He's not the full flush of youth that the Huracan could be, but my goodness, it has absolutely picked up the pace this week, and is a genuine contender at the sharp end of the field. Chad.
Yes, guys, I'm in the Pirelli pit bunker with none other than Matteo Braga from Pirelli, who's back here in Australia for this fantastic race once again. And you've brought the new Pirelli tyre with you. How has it been performing, Matteo, so far this weekend?
So far, very well. We are very happy about the performance because, okay, we used it last year in Europe for the whole season, but we have seen that during the week we had different weather conditions. Friday, Saturday, today is a bit warmer, but we have seen that all the cars, all the platforms are in the window. They are able to perform well and compete for the win.
Can we chat a bit about just the process that Pirelli goes through for a massive event? How many tyres, how many people do you bring through to be able to supply this entire giant grid this year?
Yeah, let's say for this specific event, obviously we have an allocation that is fixed for every car. It is 12 set of tyres for each car, plus one Super Pole and one for a bronze driver. And in total we brought about 3,000 tires to be supplied to all the cars. 28 people, including local people and European people. So we have quite a big team, engineer, technicians, management. it's a good operation for us.
Well done, and it gets us the sort of racing that we're seeing on our screen right now. They seem like they can certainly attack on this new tyre as well. It's not just great as a qualifying tyre. We saw yesterday fantastic lap times, but in hand-to-hand combat it looks pretty good as well.
Yeah, that is what we want to see. We want to have a good product that can give to everybody the chance to compete. That is a consistent base to develop the BOP and put everybody on the same level for the competition.
Thanks, Matteo. Thanks for bringing all that rubber all this way, mate. And check out this racing. It is absolutely hot on the racetrack right now.
Bronze class leaders side by side. Porsche on Porsche, Bourne on the inside. George back goes round the outside at destination New South Wales, Griffin's Bend. And that was a smart move from the guys. And when we were hearing there about the different platforms that we were talking about, this is one tyre for all of the cars. So rear engine Porsches, front engines AMGs, Astons, etc., BMWs, mid-engine McLaren, Corvette, etc. That's not an easy thing to do. And look how far back that pass for the lead in bronze started, Garth.
It did start right back at the chase, and it took them all the way to the end of Mountain Straight to get it finished. And in the middle of all that, Philip Ellis passed both these cars. So you watch here Ellis coming around the outside in the chase and actually just squeezes down on Fjordback to make sure he's got that job done. And then Ralph Bohm actually ran into the final corner too well, didn't get a great exit. Ellis up the inside there, and then ultimately a great move by Fjordback around the outside up at turn 2 at the end of Mountain Straight at Griffiths Bend. So that's been brewing for a little while, about 5 or 6 laps, that battle for the lead of the bronze class. And Fjordback now takes that for high-class racing.
35-year-old Dane. The Danish have got quite a good track record here at Mount Panorama, actually. And we named the pole trophy after one of them, the great Alan Simonson. So they've got a good history here. And he's driven up the road already from Ralph Bond, having cleared that. And a reminder, that is for the class lead. So if you win the bronze class, it doesn't matter whether you're 3rd outright or 12th where they are now. You can go home saying, I won Bathurst.
Yeah.
And that is the big thing. You get a trophy with #1 on it, and you get to stand on the top step of that very famous Bathurst podium. So that's an important thing. Will Brown is in pit lane for Jamek Racing in the Audi. Told to fire up the car. They've been in pit lane for 1 minute and 10 seconds. And there goes the V10 R8 back into pit lane and back into battle. So we heard from Brad Schumacher about half an hour ago that suggested he was going to get back into the car. Now, they'd engineered themselves enough strategic flexibility for the 2 pros to complete the race, but clearly not quite comfortable enough if indeed he has jumped behind the wheel again. Chad?
I saw him just moments ago without the helmet on, so I'd be surprised if they have plugged him straight back in. Yeah, maybe. Let's check out how this has played out in the recent times of this race. The Corvette is looking really stout at the front of this field. Earl Bamber sharing that car this weekend and doing a very nice job. It's been fighting in and out of this race with car 46, the big BMW, and Valentino Rossi featuring in that car here this weekend has been very aggressive with also Raffaele Marciello and last year's race winner as well, Augusto Farfus driving that car. Disappointing to see this car back in pit lane. We've seen some front splitter issues and a little bit of vibration, also leaking some fluid as well. You could see it on the back of that car as well. So a bit of time spent in the pits, and certainly throughout the different class battles as well, there's been some fantastic battle on the racetrack. Check out the big McLaren to the inside of the Porsche, getting that one done. And then Tony Quinn with his mirrors well and truly full. It's been great having the Quinn family story here this weekend. They were queuing up to try and find their way through. That is one of the great features of sports car racing, is trying to manage the traffic, trying to find your way through. The blue flags are waving, TQ out of the way to try and let them flow on through. We've seen some pretty good pace out of the absolute Porsche so far this weekend, and this was enough to get the attention of race control in Valley's direction, given the bad sportsmanship flag for moving over on Cam Waters on that occasion. And Cam Waters still pushing to get back past that BMW. Ran it off the road there at the top of the hill. Rossi made a mistake down the bottom of the hill, which led to Cam Waters getting that move done. It's looking pretty good for the GM fans here today, this car in particular. First time here at Mount Panorama. It's looking very handy out there with Earl Bamber at the wheel right now.
4.7 seconds the race lead for Earl Bamber, the Kiwi, who leads the 888 Mercedes team GMR entry, and then another Merc with Cam Order still behind the wheel. The BMW is fourth, Valentino Rossi. Lucas Stoll's next, just 10 seconds covering the top 5 cars as we charge our way towards the next round of pit stops. Porsche still in the mix with EBM and Absolute Racing, who are now 6th and 7th. The Optima Motorsport McLaren is inside the top 10. So too the Arise Ferrari. And then Maxi Goetz running out the top 10 for Craft Bamboo Racing. Bronze class leader. We've just seen that lead change with Anders Fjordbach now leading the class. Brett Hobson leads the Pro-Am class and is 15th outright, and has actually got quite a decent amount of track position over their next best rival in the race within a race in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. So that's the scene. I tell you what, Bathurst has plenty going on in the local pub scene. That's Jared. He's one of the directors down at Reckless Brewing, which is one of the many fine establishments in this part of the world. You can go and visit. They've got a vibrant pub scene here with gin distilleries, local breweries, local wineries as well, and some pubs with heritage dating right back into the 1800s in this city inland in New South Wales. And happily raise my hand up and say we visited one or two of those this week just to make sure that the local produce is as good as it ever has been, and I'm here to attest that it absolutely.
Just in the interests of property, absolutely.
Support local businesses. It's very important when we come into town. This event has a significant economic impact on this region, so I feel the requirement to contribute to that.
I just see it as due diligence. If you're going to spruik a destination, you need to make sure that you've sampled it yourself. Well, we're going to go fishing next year, Rich, because we saw that in one of the Destination New South Wales pieces.
Yeah,
fish in this region. So it just happens to be that we did the beer testing first.
Correct.
Can't imagine why that was at top of the list. Chaps.
The Reckless Brewing is the official beer of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, and this year produced a Bathurst 12 hour beer. You can go and get a can. Actually, they might be sold out. I was going to say, I'll double check that as we go. Jared from Reckless will be listening. He'll be upstairs in the Reckless bar, which is on the rooftop here at Pit Lane, which I reckon sounds like a pretty good place to watch a car race. Yeah, they made 90 cases of that. They'd sold more than half of them before the weekend even started.
So hang on, we've found 2 places now that could be different commentary boxes. Not that I'm disappointed at where we are, but up in the Castrol Tower and in the Reckless bar above our heads.
I think there's real opportunity for us to broaden our horizons next year.
Yeah.
As we follow the Penrite Racing Mercedes-AMG that scored in 26th place, 121 laps, playing 129 for the race leader. 129 significant because most of the leading cars stopped in or around lap 100, which means they're very, very close to the next round of pit stops. In fact, as I speak, Picciarello has brought the number 911 Porsche in, so the Porsche has traditionally been the first car out of this leading group of top 10 cars to stop, and should be closely followed by the Ferrari within a lap or two as well. The race leader stopped last on lap 100, so 29 laps. We've been seeing 33, 32 laps a stint for our race leaders under these green flag conditions. The rhythm of this race really starting to build now as Philip Ellis peels off into pit lane. This is that Porsche we've been talking about. Car number 86 for high-class racing with Anders Fjordbach just on the cusp of the top 10. And that's where the bronze class leaders all sit. So third in class is Chris Froggatt behind the wheel of the Tempesta ARGT Ferrari. Max Hesse is next. He's in that KRC BMW. Scored down in 18th position. Fabio Babini in the Tsunami RT Porsche is 19th. And 5th in class now is Grant Denny in the Lamborghini and running 20th outright.
32 laps in an hour and 5 minutes for Matt Campbell. So again, that's another full green stint.
For Picciarello in the 911, yes, it was.
Sorry, Picciarello.
Yep. So Bastian Goose back behind the wheel of that car now as well. So as they did last year, John, they've put Matt Campbell in for one stint early.
Yeah.
And then they'll just park him up.
Just to warm him up.
Wrap him in cotton wool and do whatever you need to do to keep a race car driver occupied and unfurl him later on when it comes to the fight. Pro-Am class leader, Ram Motorsport, GWR, Oil Star, Mercedes-AMG. They've been doing a super job. It's Garth Walden, Sydney sider, behind the wheel. This team based within viewing distance of Sydney Motorsport Park, just off the M4 in Sydney, so they are very, very local. In fact, Garth's dad, Brian, who is a former starter in the Bathurst 1000, lives on the mountain. So calls Conrod straight home. So this is very much a local favourite operation. And he and Brett Hobson and Carrera Cup champ Dylan O'Keefe have done a really nice job so far to run 16th outright and lead the Pro-Am class. And to lead the Pro-Am class, they've had to beat the second of the basically factory JMR Corvettes with Jordan Love behind the wheel. And they're a couple of laps down on the race leader and 1 lap behind the Walden AMG. So it's a 1 lap leading class for the GWR car.
Ryland Gray aboard the number 15 Volante Rosso McLaren. He makes his GT3 debut and his Bathurst 12-hour debut, and next week will make his debut in the Repco Supercars Championship. So big week and a half for Ryland, doing lots of miles in the lead up to his main game debut in the Repco Supercars Championship for Dick Johnson Racing. Won the Dunlop Series last year, which is the, what would you call it, the development series, the second tier, if you like, for the supercars, and won that in dominant style for Tickford Racing.
Now, I said earlier on that I did a bit of motorcycling and I've fallen off a couple of times. I'm looking out the window and I see dark clouds. I want to know what's happening. And Garth must have thought exactly the same thing because he pulled up some radar. What do you reckon?
Not yet, but there's a bit of weather just on the other side of the mountains between Bathurst and Lithgow, so to the east of the track. And that's not traditionally where the weather comes from here at Mount Panorama. It normally comes from the back side of the track, which is from the west side. So it has got markedly darker here at Mount Panorama, so it's just get the radar up and have that just tracking along in the background. But I'm expecting that we're going to have to get the wet weather tyres out anytime soon. Having said that, it is Bathurst, and the weather does change here very rapidly.
I'll never forget Shane van Gisbergen lapping or going round people at 40 k's an hour in that monsoon we had, Craill.
2013 that was.
Yeah, it's my first year here.
In Tony
said
Quinn's,
expect anything.
Yeah, Tony Quinn's VIP Porsche. He said at the end of that race, is it always like this? No, normally it's more dramatic. There's Darren Curry behind the wheel of the IRC GT car. This had the moment early on with Danny Studdard, and the rear wing collapsed on the entry to that corner there at the chase, the Scuderia Auto Art chase, and it tore the front clip, the bonnet essentially off that car in the process, but Danny was able to select first gear, drive on, go to pit lane, and they have rebounded nicely.
It's brand new, that car, doesn't it?
It does.
You would not know that it was backward at the chase at 300k an hour. So they've done a great job.
It's not even dusty, is it?
They even cleaned it when they repaired it.
Had the detailing crew out. Yeah, that detailing fluid on. Yeah, fantastic. Well, I suppose when you're in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours, you've got to keep the car looking nice and shiny.
Just caught a shot of the Team KRC BMW that's got some pretty significant damage to the front, but I don't remember seeing that actually happen. So it's had some adventure along the journey.
Yeah,
Max has some. They've lost a couple of laps along the journey. Look at that, the front splitter hanging right down. So taking place.
Davide Regon out of the pit lane in the Ferrari 296, the number 26 car, Rise Racing, and significant there because that was over an hour and 10 minutes and 34 laps credited on that car's last run. Not quite in the fight at the moment, indeed as it stands at the moment with that pit stop, but with other cars to stop ahead of it, it has just dropped off the lead lap, but the cars ahead of it have not made the equivalent pit stop yet.
Yeah, 34 laps is encouraging though for the Ferrari.
Very.
Fuel economy was its kryptonite last year. It did not have it at all. So we were on board with David Rigon, and there was a lot of lift to coast, a lot of fuel saving. So drivers finessing that driving technique to save a bit of fuel. And Tander was raining the way. So.
Look, we believed you with that. There was never any doubt of that. Every year you come here and go, we're not going to get into that whole will it rain or won't it game. And then, of course, you do every year because that's what happens. This place does. Correct. You are right in saying that it's the wrong direction generally for weather to come here. This is
going on here,
isn't it? So Davide Rigon getting past Jordan Love, who's in that Pro-Am class Porsche, and the Tigani Superbarn Merc is in that fight as well. Currently scored in 28th position, and it's Mr. Bathurst, David Russell, behind the wheel.
Have a go at this Corvette past the Ferrari in a straight line. We've seen from the number 2 JMR Corvette how fast that car is in a straight line, and just sails on by. Doesn't even have to worry about going wide at the chase, can just take the racing line. So Davide Rigon just struggling a little bit at this stage of the race. It's actually Daniel Serra in the car, so timing updates for us. So as tyre temperature comes up for Rigon, just struggling a little bit for lap speed. As Cam Waters comes to the lane in the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG Mercedes.
Yeah, so Daniel Serra still getting up to speed behind the wheel of the Ferrari. In the 222, comes to pit lane, so another driver change. Just keep rotating through. Thomas Randall now gets the opportunity to steer this car, having got the job of starting early on.
And that's another hour and 6, 33 lap stint, so that's right on the money for that car.
Really good shot of when they changed that right rear tyre on the Scott Taylor Motorsport Mercedes. All the dust and junk, you can see it on the ground. That's from way back when Cam Waters bowled a wide at McPhillamy. It stays in the car, effectively. And you wonder how the centrifugal nature of the rim, the dust actually stays in there. And as the car stops, they pull it off, it all falls out. It's pretty wild when you think about all the energy in the air that's moving around underneath the car as well.
And if you ever want to question whether Valentino Rossi has the raw speed to compete with these outright drivers, well, the answer is, of course, yes. Valentino has been given a job today, which is to circulate, keep the car within QE of the lead and save some juice. But in knowledge that the pit stop isn't far away, he's just punched out a 2:03.66, which is the quickest lap of the race for car number 46. So he's absolutely fast enough to drive this car at the front of the field with the leaders. Waters out of pit lane. This is a little hold your breath with the 44 car. Marcel Zalua behind the wheel. And still trying to claw that lap back is Jordan Pepper, winner here in 2020 with Bentley. He's behind the wheel of that BMW, the South African, who returns for the first time since that 2020 race. He's going to look to the outside here of Thomas. And Randall smartly lets him go.
We're talking about it all day. The tyre warm-up when the cars leave pit lane, it takes a good lap and a half, 2 laps before you have any sort of confidence in the car, and you can just see how cautious Thomas Randall has to be with this car as he brings it up to temperature. If they were like for like tyre-wise, there's no chance that Jordan Pepper was getting around the outside, the run out of the cutting.
That Valentino Rossi lap, by the way, an hour and 4 minutes into his stint for that fastest lap of the race for his car. I reckon he's got 2 more laps to go in that. He's working lap number 32 of his stint at the moment, but he has been doing the fuel saving.
Yeah, that's the window. There's Cam having had a massive stint.
I reckon he's had a cool suit failure.
Yeah, okay.
I know how fit Cam is, and look, I know how well he deals with the heat in the cockpit, and he's very, very hot for a very cool day. And generally when the cool suit fails, the water stops circulating, so your body heat actually heats up the water that you have in the suit. So instead of it being a cooling system, it becomes effectively a hot water bottle. And you just start to cook yourself. Start to cook yourself.
Wow.
And because the failure, you can't circulate the water, get more cool water back through the system, you effectively got that water sitting against your body for the entirety of the stint.
They're trying to get plenty of water and fluid back into this, man. Cam, I saw you guys having a real close attention to the cooling system, particularly the cool suits in this car yesterday. Have you guys got an issue with that this weekend?
I've been working in practice and everything. Just worked at the start of the stint, and then at the end of the stint, it felt pretty hot in there. So I don't know if it's just running out of ice really quickly or not working. So it's got some ice in it now, and we'll find out with Tom. But we're really pushing these things over the top of the mountain, making you work pretty hard and have some sick battles out there. So raises the heart rate a little bit, makes it feel a bit hotter in there. But we're going good. Car's pretty pacey. And we'll see what Tommy and Chazzy can do.
You reckon it'd be a good idea to switch to doing singles instead of doubles from here?
Look, I got through that. Double okay. Just got to cool down, get some food in me and go again. And I think either way, we could do doubles or singles, won't make any difference.
Okay, I'll let you get some fluids back in you. Thanks, Cam. I might quickly see if we can sneak over and get a quick word out of Barry Ryan, who Supercars fans will know he runs the Erebus operation. We'll get him away from his data for 1 sec. Hey, Baz, can we have a quick chat? We just had a word to Cam. Just want to get your thoughts on making speed at Bathurst. You can do it in a supercar with Erebus. How have you been able to extract speed out of a totally different car this week?
Just had 3 really good drivers and a good team, yeah.
And the car's been fantastic all week, and we've tuned it up pretty good. And yeah, it's just been a pleasure to work with these guys, and yeah, it's just good fun. And yeah, we're in with a shot. We haven't quite got the fuel economy of the BMW, but I think we're there or thereabouts if outright pace. But yeah, bit hard to pass.
Does Bathurst experience here count for that last hour?
Oh, I think so. It always does. Yeah. So you're having the fastest driver in the car, and hopefully a fast car, and you can do anything.
Thanks, Barry.
No worries.
Yeah, and to that point, if I'm going into the final hour of Bathurst and I know I've got Chaz Mostert in my car, you have to believe you're a chance.
Yep.
And that is what STM have got. As amazing as Cam Waters and Thomas Randall is, there's that little X factor, but also the GT3 experience that Chazzy's got in these cars. Pit stop complete for our race leading car. It's not anymore, of course, but El Bamba pulled into pit lane. So very good stint for the JMR Corvette. Nicky Katzberg takes over. 46 stopped as well. And they basically resume lockstep from where they were. And it's Augusto Farfus, the hugely experienced Brazilian and one of the winning drivers from last year's race, who's back behind the wheel of that car. So they're 5th and 6th on the road. And a little bit further back will be Randall. We'll wait for the timing to tick over to tell us where he's emerged into view. So Thomas is just a little bit further back. And again, this tyre warm-up is causing a few little perilous moments for the Corvette team in particular, as Jaden Ojeda sides past Nicky Katzberg on the run up to the tree.
Well, that's not their battle at the moment. They know that. And still, let's not forget, we've got 6.5 hours to go. We're not even at half distance. It's been tremendous entertainment. Max Martin at Destination New South Wales.
Oh, hello. Oh, gee, the 911. Bastian Boost is behind the wheel of that car. So they stopped, and now he's going to go up the inside of the IGTC Porsche at the forward cutting. But there's really space there to do that.
These two cars have been almost tied together with a tight bungee rope, with Klaus Bachler in the EBM car as they head to the top of the mountain.
And more dramas for the Penrite Racing car back into the garage. They lost 8 laps early on, so chance of a result has disappeared. Opportunity just to go out and learn. Bastian Boost looking to work past Bachler in the Earl Bamber Motorsport car. So EBM versus Absolute Racing, Asian-based teams. EBM with their base up at the Gold Coast, but they operate in Carrera Cup Asia as well. Ingo Matner, who runs the Absolute Racing team. They're so hugely experienced. Massive competition throughout Asia in GT World Challenge Asia, Thai Super Series, among other championships. They've been here before. They know how to get results at this place and always support it. And Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific very heavily involved this weekend, as down the inside goes Bastian Boost with full Carrera Cup send up the inside at the chase and gets it done.
Except he's got the advantage of ABS here rather than the current cars that are racing here in Australia. Although the new Carrera Cup cars will have ABS as standard from Super Cup down over.
Yeah, and even here in Australia this year, the previous generation car will have ABS.
Oh, right, okay.
Year, the first time ever in all the cars. Yeah.
It is an option, yeah. We had it in Porsche Carrera Cup North America as soon as we got the 992 type car. Very excited to see 40 plus cars at the opening round of Porsche Carrera Cup North America at Sebring in a few weeks' time. All 42 cars landed on US soil early part of last week.
Lucas Stoltz now climbs up on that battle. The 75 Sun Energy 1 AMG Mercedes. Start to now. Oh, big dramas at the top of the mountain for the number 15, Volante Rosso McLaren. That is down the S's on the way to the dipper.
Rylan Gray behind the wheel, Garth. And that's damaged suspension on the right-hand side. The car's in the wall on the left-hand side. It's not been their day, has it? Let's be honest.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, set to go, speed limit is activated.
You heard the countdown. The drivers get the warning. They have to be down to 80k an hour as
We look at the damaged McLaren in pit lane. The 32 BMW came straight in. So strategy worked straight away for the WRT team. Here's a replay for Ryland Gray. Across the top, just loses the rear over the curb, and you're in trouble right there. Gets the wall, and that's it. It's straight to the outside.
How many times have we seen that accident here, where you think you've got it back, and then you clip the right-hand wall, it breaks the rear suspension arm, and at that point, you are a passenger, and almost inevitably, you end up on the other side of the road.
When you go across Skyline, 99% of the time you think, I'm actually not going that fast here. And it's only right at the moment when you lose a little bit of control and you lose the rear there and you realise how fast you are going, carrying that speed down to the dipper, and you just can't get the car pulled up. ABS, no ABS, all the rest of it does not matter. So Ryland Gray just getting caught out, losing the rear over the curb at the left-hander after Skyline, and that will has brought out the BMW M safety car.
And the 32 BMW you were talking about, the Jordan Pepper car, the brightly coloured art car recreation, straight into the pits there. Now that car was just off the lead lap, so they're playing the numbers here, and they're trying to get a free stop right now.
Well, the reason they did that stop straight away is try and get the stop done before the queue forms.
Correct.
And then you get the wave by.
And that's what's happening right now. So this is a brilliantly timed safety car for a lot of teams, because it's right on the window. Sebastian Buss cuts a whole lot of road. So it's right on the window for the leading group of cars. So Maxime Martin, who was leading the race, has rolled into pit lane from that race lead, and that's about when they were going to stop anyway, so it's perfect. Remember, we made the point a while back, though, that car 77, Craft Bamboo Racing, were a little bit out of sync, and they were a bit worried about that paying off later in the day. Well, this then gets them right back into equilibrium with everybody else in and around them. Now, to your point, John, with the 32 car, the wave by will be in effect. It is still in effect right now. So on the restart, the cars that are 1 lap behind will get waved past just before the restart. So it'll get them back onto the lead lap. Now, they will be, for all intents and purposes, 3/4 of a lap behind, but at least they'll be on the lead lap.
But the other thing is, Craill, is they were 28 laps into their stint anyway. So,
yeah,
it's absolutely fallen for them. Again, that is super timing. And we've been under green flag for over 2.5 hours. Well over 2.5 hours before that incident at the top. And it's intriguing, isn't it, when we get these green flag runs, and we had that long 4-hour plus run last year, Garth, to see the relative strengths and weaknesses of the team. Interesting in this part for me to see how people were managing the tyre use and the fuel usage in this middle part of the race.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we are now starting to gather the data that you need and require to understand the strategy and all the rest of it. Just back to the Ryland Gray car, it was great to see Ryland get out under his own steam. He had to climb out the other side of the car, but he got himself out, and we'll go to the medical centre for checkups, which is customary for any incident.
That's helped the 888 Mercedes as well, because Mick Grenier has been in and through the pit lane.
The car that it has hurt is our race, what was the race leader, the number 2 Corvette, because they stopped under green. So here's Ryland Gray. You can see just as the car kicked up on the curb, lost the rear, kicked the rear out, and that's it. You're playing catch up to try and get the car, one, under control and slowed down. And when he arrives to shot here, already 2 wide, out in the green. Ryland's not the first to have a moment there, and
won't be the last.
Most certainly will not be the last. And he's very early in his professional motorsport career, and he's going to do great things in the future, but the mountain has caught him out today.
So we are under the control of the BMW M safety car. The pit stops are underway. The leading cars will all be rolling into the lane to service that. So BMW have been great supporters of this race and have provided a safety car for the last couple of years. Chad Nailon went to find out a little bit more about the car that's currently leading the field.
BMW wrote a very important chapter here at the 12-hour with victory in 2025. We're going to see the beautiful M3 pacing the field this week with the safety car as well. So I've got Brendan Michelle from BMW Australia to chat us through this gorgeous car behind us. But first, being back at the mountain with BMW and a lot of momentum this year.
Yes, definitely. We had a fantastic result last year in 2025 with finishing 1 and 2 on the podium, so a fantastic result there. The team are back again this year and hoping to repeat that success.
Now, the Mighty M3 celebrating a pretty big birthday this year. It turns 40, rolled off the production line back in 1986.
Yes, correct. Built in Munich back in 1986. I think the first example of that, they built 18,000 units, which were delivered worldwide. We had some fantastic success around the world also on the track with that model. If you look at Jim Richards, even won the Australian Touring Car Championship all the way back in 1987. And the first generation has really paved the way for future generations. We've rolled out 5 generations of the M3 since, to the one now that we currently see here displayed as our safety car supporting the event.
Yeah, please tell us a bit more about this gorgeous car.
Yes, so this is the G80 M3, twin turbo, 6-cylinder, 3-litre, same as what you'd find in the M4 GT3 car. Obviously a different little bit of a tune on this one here, but over 500 horsepower. This new generation also has X-Drive. For those customers that want to switch to something a little bit more tail happy, you can switch off that X-Drive and only run it through the rear wheels as well. So lots of different functionality with this new generation.
It's a wonderful anniversary. Happy birthday to the M3, 40 years this year in 2026. And how's it going to go this year for BMW at the Mountain? Cannot wait to find out.
And the BMW M3 currently leads the field here at Mount Panorama as we are behind the control of the safety car. Into pit lane comes Lucas Stoll, so he was the first car behind it. So it's going to be an interesting sight for a little bit here because the safety car is going to just wander around on its own because everyone is under the control of the speed limiter. And then they'll be allowed to catch the back of the safety car when they pick up the leader. But the leader has just gone into Elfoil pit lane.
Yeah, and this is interesting, guys, because they chose to go around one more lap. So Stolz is out, Gunon's getting in. But there's a 50-second gap right now between the second-place car and then a 2.5-minute gap to the third-place car. So if I bring you around this side, check out what they're doing. They've got all the time in the world. Why not change some brake pads, throw some fresh pads at this car, because they're only going to drop as far as second, I believe, by my math, unless they release the pit limiters here. So there's no rush on this pit stop. They've got all the time in the world to get this right, fill it full of fuel, make sure these brake pads are done nicely, and put some fresh rubber. Yeah, I can see fresh Pirelli's ready to go. And then this car is going to be in pretty good shape for the second half of this race. Now, depending on how they've gone with Kenny Habul as well, they might even be in the window to just keep doing this switch between Luca and Jules to the end of the race.
We saw Anders Fjordback's heroism up on the top of the mountain, taking the bronze class lead from yet another Porsche. How difficult is it when you are fighting cars in your own class that have exactly all the same tools that you do?
It's unbelievable for me. First time here. I'm super lucky to be here. I think racing here up on the mountain, it's really tricky because you need to stay so close to get a chance, but the closer you get, the less downforce you have, and just it's like risk reward. If you don't stay close, you'll never get by. It's really tricky.
Maybe one of your new favorite tracks?
Definitely my new favorite track, this is for sure.
Well, guys, I think the track likes him. The other day, he had a spin at the top of the mountain up by the grate, did not hit anything. So clearly luck is on Anders' side.
Yeah, it was a crazy moment. Thank you, Shay, down in Elfoil pit lane with Anders Fjordback. Great stint. And it's put that car right into the mix from a bronze class point of view. So Chad made the point that 75 Express, and there's the team's support vehicle coming down from Godron's Grate. The timing of that is spectacular. We saw Kenny's son watching on the quad bike earlier on today. They took the opportunity to throw some brake pads at that car while everyone's behind the pit limiter and cruising around at the pit lane speed on the circuit. So that's worked brilliantly. They've got that pit stop done and they've come back out in second position. Brilliant. Augusto Farfus has not come across the line yet. So this has worked extremely well for Sun Energy One.
Race control to all teams, disengage speed limiters, field to accelerate to bunch field, please.
And the timing is perfect because now that that's done and the recovery truck is off the circuit, the race director can clear the field to catch the back of the safety car queue. That is just perfection for Sun Energy One Racing.
Safety cars up at the top of the mountain with not the race leader behind it, so there will be some pass around and wave bys to go. We are in the window for the one lap down cars. to get the wave by, and we'll hear that, I'm sure, from race control in a moment.
So while we're behind the control of the safety car, there's a lot going on around the precinct, as we said, and we put a coffee order out to the world early on. Shay Adam responded, and this is what she found.
Every year, the infield section has numerous things for the fans, but nothing attracts more attention than the rides and coffee. And this year, Luke, it's expanded, it's gotten bigger, and even more exciting.
It really has, and it's great timing because this is my 10th year running rides and coffee at the Bathurst 12 Hour, and I'm so happy and proud of what it's become. If you look at how eclectic the cars are in the group, there's something here for everyone. You know, it's not just all about supercars, it's not just all about old cars. There's really something very different, right down to 3 6-wheeled army trucks that we've got here as well. So I love the mix of it all. It's an event that has grown year on year on year, and the Supercars team this year, Jules and Shane, absolutely outdone themselves. Thank you. With our new area here, all the fencing and the grass and the team doing coffee. So really proud of this year. I think it's a really, really great event this year.
You've got some beautiful cars on display. I mean, the McLaren right next to the donut stand is obviously going to be a fan favorite, but which ones have stuck out to you?
I'm a little bit of a McLaren fan, and unfortunately I'll have to drive that one tough job today. So that will be the lead car, but there's a couple of beautiful old Ferraris. I'm a big fan of the army trucks. There's a rotary powered Mazda that a dad and son built together. You know, these sort of car stories that just leak through the rides and coffee is what this is all about. You know, all the way up to, we've got the guys from Blackrock Motorsport Park with their liveried BMWs. They're going to be doing some great things at their new racetrack in the coming years. So it's such a broad group of people, which is why it's always full. It's fantastic.
Well, we all are just a family at heart. What's it like to be able to bring people together in such a sacred and safe space?
Yeah, that's the big thing. Cars are great, no matter what they are, but they're even better when they're shared. And that is what my love of cars is about. I'm very lucky over the years to get to drive some cool cars, but it's even better when I get to put some kids or some enthusiasts into the car to give them that experience as well. And getting a lap, everybody gets to drive their personal car around the mountain for a parade lap. That's the icing on the cake.
Well, icing on the cake, I think it's time to go find out just how good the donuts are. Thanks, Luke.
Cheers, thank you.
I can see why the coffees didn't eventuate, because there's so many cool things to look at down there. Meguiar's Cars and Coffee. It's an annual part of this incredible event. Now, will it, won't it? We're going to play the game. Top 24 degrees here. There was, I repeat, no rain forecast in the Bureau's predictions for today's weather in this part of the world. However...
No, it says on our graphic there's a 20% chance of less than 1 millimetre. So no chance is 0%. Is that not right?
The website says 0, but okay. That isn't far away, though. That's rapidly approaching Kelso.
If you know the Bathurst region, you'd know that there's a whole heap of stores on, and that's like towards the airport and all the rest of it. So if you're driving into Bathurst, that's the road into Bathurst from Lithgow and from Sydney as you come over the Blue Mountains.
And now
it would be raining up there.
Now I'm wondering if I left the sunroof up on the Ford Everest.
Oh, you'll find out.
We'll find out tonight.
Yeah, sure.
So that is not the traditional direction the weather does come from here at Mount Panorama. It normally comes from over the backside of the circuit. And you can see it when you're driving. You can almost predict the weather when you're racing around here. So usually as you come out of the cutting and drive up the hill there, you can see the weather coming.
So the field now, all bar 1 or 2 cars assembled behind the control of the BMW M safety car, and we'll get the wave by. It's probably good, because through that long green flag run, we lost a couple of cars off the lead lap of the race. So first down to 8th position, Klaus Bachler, who's actually just stopped in pit lane again to top off the Alabama Motorsport Porsche. They're all shown on lap 140. The first car shown off the lead lap, and that's accurate because it's the second car in the queue behind the 888 GMR AMG is Bastian Boost behind the wheel of the Absolute Racing Porsche. The next car off the lead lap is car 55. It's Chris Haase in the Jamek Racing Audi, and then Daniel Serra is behind the wheel of the Arise Racing Ferrari. That's off the lead lap, and down to Ryan Wood in 15th place on lap 139. So they are all 1 lap behind the leader. The wave-by will get them back onto the lead lap of the race before the restart commences, which from a sport point of view is good news. Because those Porsches they got a little bit out of sequence and got caught out with all that and ended up a lap down. And from a show point of view, very much like to see them in the mix, because we think they're good enough to contend today. It just was a really awkward bit of timing that saw them lose that lap, and then the safety car came out and obviously entrenches them a lap behind. Regardless, GMR, having started this race right at the very back of the field, having had a shocking day yesterday in qualifying with technical issues aboard their Mercedes-AMG GT3, now lead the way with the Canadian Mick Grenier behind the wheel. And Jules Gounon is going to be the one chasing him when we do go back to green flag conditions. So it's Mercedes 1 and 2, BMW 3, Thomas Randall 4th for STM. That car continues to hover around the top 5. And then Ben Barnicoat, through all of that in the McLaren for Optimum Motorsports, ended up inside that top 5 and sitting in 5th position at the moment.
We're still having a little bit of a query about the driver identifier in the number 2 Corvette. In the last 3 laps, I've seen all 3 of their drivers in there, so I've put a call out to Corvette and to Corvette Racing to see what's going on and find out who it is. It's on the screen now. Now timing, it does tell me that it is Alexander Sims, but I've got a message that says that Alex Sims has just changed to Earl Bamber, and Earl Bamber's just changed to Alexander Sims while they're out the track. So
race control attention teams, please stand by for notification on cars entitled for the wave-by.
So that's James Taylor, Motorsport Australia race director, just giving teams the heads up that he's going to tell what cars are eligible for the wave-by, and then the wave-by will commence. Chad?
A couple of questions online, and one in particular on X that you may have seen there, John, which is, are we tracking along anywhere near a race record for distance so far this weekend? So I've pulled up the top 10. I like to do this almost every year. Gives a bit of an idea where we're going. 2023, we pounded out just over 2,000 kilometres, and we went at nearly 27 laps per hour. That race went flat out with very few cars in the field. We're predicting with a bigger field of cars this year that would be slightly down towards the bottom. We're going at 23.66 laps per hour at the moment, which means we're on for about somewhere in between here, about 285 laps roughly in this race. But what we've noticed, the real trend, guys, in the last 3 years has been the second half of the race has really had one, sometimes even no safety cars, which would see this number shoot right up towards the 300 marker. But I don't think we're going to get quite up to record-breaking distance, given the safety cars and the lengthy safety cars that we've had. And also remember, with our slower pace safety cars as well, it really does slow the laps down out there as well. So there's a bit of an idea how we're tracking at the 12 hour.
Thanks, Chad. Yeah, yet to crack 1,000 Ks in the race so far, having gone 5 hours and 53 minutes.
Entitled for a wave-by, which is position 9 onwards. Drivers left from Forest Elbow past the field, please. The safety car will follow the last car back into pit lane.
Be careful, James Taylor's going to send an invoice for his rolling commentary today. Doing very fine bit of work as well.
Bit of work, yeah.
Lunch is on. Got the little barbecue going. To answer your question, it is definitely Alex Sims behind the wheel of car number 2. 100% confirmed from JMR. So they sit in 7th position. And that stands right based on their driver rotation and how they've been rolling their 3 drivers through that car. So Bamber out, Sims in. So position 9 down, just to repeat, eligible for the wave-by. And that happens as they get down on Conrod Straight in the run down past the Bathurst Sporting Car Club on the left there, and then past Kenny's place, and they'll be waved by, and then the race goes back to green. So you're not getting a full free kick. You're not even getting a 50-metre penalty with that, Garth. You're getting a wave by, and you get quarter of a lap back, but you end up on the lead lap, which is the important part about it.
And what you actually really need to fully get that lead lap back is another safety car, so you can go around and catch back up onto the back of the queue.
So this is why we are under BMW M safety car. Ryland Gray aboard the number 15, Valente Rosso McLaren. Lost the rear over the curb, the left-hander after Skyline on the run through the S's down to the dipper. And the rear got away from him. And once he was out of position and in the marbles, he was a passenger on the way to the scene of the concrete fence. We mentioned before, Ryland most certainly not the first to have that moment across the top and will not be the last. Just watch the rear off that curb. Just gets away from him and significant contact both sides of the car. Ryland got out okay under his own power. He'll try to mark that one down to experience, and he'll learn ahead of next time he comes back to the mountain.
Just to close the loop as we get the whereby going on Conrod Straight on that number 2 Chevy Corvette, which was sitting right up with the number 46 WRT BMW. Alexander Sims brought that car back in for an extra pit stop after they'd done their regular pit stop at 3 laps before the yellow came out, and thanks to Scott, our stats guru over on our right-hand side, for crawling back through the data.
Race control to all cars in the wayby, you need to proceed. All cars eligible for wayby need to proceed.
James Taylor giving some a hurry up because the race is about to go green, and a bunch of them haven't yet gone past. They have now as they get into the kink. So the cars with the way by are now at absolute full tilt.
Race control teams.
It's going to be busy. There goes the Aston Martin. And now we can go back to race. Yes, on that point, yeah, the Corvette stopped 3 laps before the safety car. Correct. And then, like everyone else, because you have to, they pitted. So everyone now on the same race strategy of that leading group of cars. And now we've got a whole bunch more cars on the lead lap of the car race 2. So green flag will about to fly, and we've got a race of 2 at the moment. This group of leading cars on the that were the only cars on the lead lap, and then everyone else trying to catch them up, and they're heading up the forward cutting now. It'll be Mick Grenier who leads Shulgunon, and Augusto Farfus back to green. Thomas Randall is behind the wheel, 2. Back to racing. Then it's Ben Barnacote in the McLaren. Now they start weaving to get some tyre temp. A little bit further back, Lucas Auer in 6th place. Earl Bamber in the Corvette. It should be Alex Sims. That timing continues to play up, but it is Alex Sims. We confirm that behind the wheel. And Klaus Bachler in the Porsche, the last of those leading group of cars. Everyone else is currently at Brock Skyline at the top.
For the amount of wave-by cars we have, it feels like we've got a mid-race sprint race going on for the top 10. As Thomas Randall gets up the inside of the McLaren and runs him wide at turn 2 at the end of Mountain Straight. So Randall up to position 5. The Craft Bamboo car of Lucas Auer comes through on with him. So AMG Mercedes 1-2, BMW 3, AMG Mercedes 4-5, then the McLaren, then the Corvette, then the Porsche, and the rest are all playing catch-up about 3/4 of a lap ahead.
Looks a bit bizarre, doesn't it? That's the top 9 that were on the lead lap when that BMW M safety car came out. Everyone else at full race speed now coming to the chase. The first car in that line is Bastian Boos. Is the 10th place car, Chris Haase, who is absolutely hustling around that car around. And he's just coming across the start line now.
So it's minute 12, Bastian Boos. That's how far behind the leader he is.
Half a lap.
Yeah, half a lap, exactly. So that's what they've got back. So that's why they'll ultimately want another safety car to get them back right into it. But they're in the conversation now, and we've gone from having only 8 cars on the lead lap back to a whole lot more of them, down to Ryan Wood in 14th position, Kerong Lee across the line next. And this is that leading group of cars. And while they're all still trying to catch the pack, the other thing is they're all still battling for their own little bit of track position. So the number 32 BMW trying to work his way past. Charles Vietz is getting through some of the lap traffic that's still a lap further behind than car 32.
What's important for the wave-around cars when we saw them go past the lead lap cars and the safety car and take off out of our vision is they're not allowed to pass until they come around the second time and get to the control line. Yep. So you can't just disappear off in the distance and start racing each other and passing. You have to hold position as if you're under safety car. So that's
but
what
not at
sometimes...
speed.
Not at, you're full speed, but you cannot pass. So that's why quite often you see them bunched up, and then once they get over the control line the second time, they get into it.
Here are the leaders. Mercedes-AMG 1 and 2, BMW 3, AMG 4th and 5th. Then it's the British brand McLaren. Then America represented with Chevy. And then back to Germany with Corvette from EBM that is currently in 8th position. Mick Grenier was 7/10 of a second away from Jules Gounon. He's got Augusto Farfus up under his rear wing. And then we go back to Thomas Randall. Interesting restart. Felt like Barnicoat was just kept napping a little bit there up at turn 2. The door was open and Thomas walked through it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind betting he just struggled with tyre temperature off turn 1 and didn't get the run up mountain straight that he needed, because we have seen in the past that McLaren has probably got a bit more straight line than the AMG Mercedes this weekend. So nice move by Randall, took the opportunity, got the job done, gets himself up to 4th. I feel like we've got a bit of, once we burn a bit of fuel off here with a bit of clear track, there's a bit of speed we're going to see.
And get the memes out. We're halfway there.
Yep, 6 hours and 1 into the race. The countdown clock starts with a 5, so it's downhill from here. Sparks flying from the race leader, full of fuel, and still building up those pressures to get back up to speed. Already getting to relap some of those cars. The Aston Martin, the first. That was the last car that was on the way by, just stuck by on the, snuck by, easy for some to say, at the Scuderia Auto Art Chase. Just got through. Meanwhile, it's always one of those shots you cut to and then you just pause for a moment going, what are you guys doing? Because this is all pretty busy. The Lamborghini with Marco Mappelli behind the wheel of that car is fighting with Garth Walden, who's in the Pro-Am class leading Mercedes-AMG. But then Walden now is battling with Jordan Love for the class lead. There's still a lap apart, those two. Lap 142 for the Ram Motorsport GWR car, lap 141 for the number 99 Corvette, shown in 18th outright. And this is a car that with Marco Mappelli behind the wheel could be playing with these big dogs at the front of the field, because we've seen Marco being plenty quick enough. And that's what Augusto Farfus is looking like on this restart. The BMW looks pretty sporty at the moment.
It certainly does. He's hurrying Jules Gounon along, coming out of turn 2 for the run up to the cutting. Gounon was not letting him through there, but it looks to me like Gounon maybe just bringing in this tyre very gently, looking towards a long run. And we have seen this in other categories. Shane van Gisbergen was a master at it, just going very gently at the start of the stint to bring the tyre in nicely. And then you get paid back in spades in the second half of the stint when you've got so much more tyre performance than the rest.
And he still does it now.
He still does it in NASCAR.
Any category of racing, the tyre whisperer. I think by the power of his mind, he slightly levitates the car off the ground and takes weight out of the tyres. He's doing something completely different. Well, when we did the IMSA Pro Series during COVID, he even did it in the esports world. He's incredible.
Shared a car with him, Johnny. He doesn't have that sort of power to levitate vehicles.
Are you sure?
No.
If you'd said he did, I would believe you.
He's very good at understanding the tyre and the tyre makeup and what makes them tick.
He won the...
It is a dark art as a race car driver.
He won the Roval race at Charlotte that I was at with brilliant, him and the team, brilliant tyre strategy. Hardly any conversation. All the rest of the drivers are talking to their crew chiefs all the time. SVG would get some information copy, and that'd be it. Out he goes, carries on driving.
Yeah, they had to change the NASCAR calendar this year so they didn't win so many races.
Yeah.
Took a lot of the street races or the road courses off this year. So certainly went over there and has done a good job. And had done great things in this race in the past too, had Shane. So anyway, we'll wait and see whether that's the strategy that Gounon was using at the start of this one. You don't find out whether it worked or not until about 10 or 15 laps time. That's when it starts to pay you back. So Grenier has just got up the road a little bit, just over 1 second over Jules Gounon. Augusto Farfus third in the number 46 WRT BMW. And Thomas Randall, the man who started the pole position car for Scott Taylor Motorsport, up in 4th. The car that started second right behind him, Lucas Hour.
Yeah.
So they've done 6 hours of racing and they're still together. Craft Bamboo's done 27 pit stops and they still find themselves up there.
Well, I was just going to make that point that there's such a variety in pit stop numbers for this leading group of cars, yet now they're all remarkably on the same strategy. So the leader stopped 5 times, Gounon's car stopped 7 times, Farfus and Randall only 4 pit stops in the race so far, which to get beyond 6 hours is pretty remarkable. And then Craft Bamboo, 9 times through pit lane.
So what are you saying, Rich? It doesn't really matter what you do in the first 6 hours. You're going to be together anyway.
Yeah.
Well, so long as you're not having to fix stuff when you're in the lane, that was they were elective pit stops, weren't they? They were not required. They've just been topping off and playing the strategic role. Battles further down the field through the Shannon's Hell corner with the fantastically multicoloured number 79 Porsche Tsunami RT and the slightly battered Zico shades of orange, kind of 1970s 1980s school hall curtains, that orange colour.
I wonder where you're going there, John.
Yeah. I like it. It's an unusual colour to see a Ferrari in, and I think it works very well.
Well, behind the wheel of it is a very, very fast young Kiwi in the form of Ryan Wood, young man from Wellington. And if you haven't followed the race so far this weekend, he's ensured that he's been extremely busy. We talked about all the internationals that have been busy with endurance racing around the world. Ryan Wood too, racing in Formula Regional Oceania and Wings and Slicks open wheelers against kids that will potentially, and almost quite likely in the case of some of them, be in Formula One in the next half a dozen years or so. In fact, Freddie Slater, who he races very hard with, has just been signed by Audi as a Formula One junior, and Ryan went and won a bunch of races over there. He won the Denny Hole Memorial Trophy at Topor, ironically the same venue where he scored his first Supercars podium. What I mean by all that is that Ryan is properly sharp. He is race fit. He ran 15 races in 4 weeks in that period, so he's absolutely fired up. And you'd think of him as a driver in the Repco Supercars Championship, but he spent last year racing a GT car as well. He drove an Audi in GT World Challenge Australia with his good friend and personal sponsor, Steve Brooks, who's in the race with BRM this weekend. So I love the fact that that car now, thanks to the wave bars, got himself back into the conversation too for a bronze class victory. Back to the leaders.
Starting to tighten up at the front of the field as they make their way back through the lap cars that tried to escape, but ultimately the leaders wouldn't let them, and they are chasing them down. So as they make their way through traffic again, these gaps at the front of the field will ebb and flow. And now the battle, second, third, fourth, between Gunon, Farfus and Randall rages on. Lucas Auer giving the headlight flasher a workout as they make their way down to the final corner to complete what is lap 147. So coming up just under 6 hours to go. Feels like that's gone pretty quickly.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, there's been a lot going on in the first half of this race. And if you've enjoyed the first half of the race, I highly recommend you stick around for the back half, because generally it's better. It delivers a lot, this place, as we know, and rarely a dull conclusion to a car race at this venue. 5 hours and 51 to go. We're on board with the Team WRT BMW M4. And what a great example for GT3 racing, with all the different shapes and sizes of cars. And you've got a turbocharged BMW, and then right behind it, chasing it aggressively, is the STM Mercedes-AMG with a normally aspirated 6.2 litre V8 thundering away out in front. And then you go back a couple of cars and you've got the turbocharged McLaren, but the engine sitting behind the driver there, mid-mounted. And then even a few places further back, the Porsche with the engine hanging over the rear axle of that car, as is Porsche tradition with the 911. And yet here they are, all line astern, all fighting for victory. There's Corvette in there too, which follows the McLaren's philosophy. That's what makes GT3 so utterly compelling. Thomas Randall using the favourite button in the race car, flashing the lights. Augusto Farfus absolutely will not be moved by that. The BMW has just dropped off the back of Jules Gunon in the last lap or two. So, Garth, you spoke about the fact that Jules may be just gradually building into this. Maybe the case. Just easing away from the BMW.
Ben Barnicoat in the McLaren's hanging in there nicely as well. So McLaren just creeping up on it. Didn't see much of them in early practice and in qualifying, but starting to dial themselves in. The Optimum Motorsport 720 McLaren.
didn't see much of that car here in Australia. We saw a lot of the 650, but not the 720. So it's great to have McLaren back.
Just a note on the cars that got the wave by. Bastian Buus is 53 seconds off the back of Klaus Bachler, who is the 8th position car. That puts him just over a minute, nearly a minute and 2, Crillsy, behind the leader. So they did get the wave by. As you rightly said, they'd be about 2/3 of a lap down. Clear air, of course, for the most part, at least for Bastian Buus. And he is lapping, at least the last time around, about a second quicker than the leader.
Yeah, and catching that group. So remember we talked about that leading group of 8 cars that were the 8 cars on the lead lap, and then everybody else who was trying to catch it. So Bastian Buus was a minute and 12 behind the race lead when everything sort of settled down, and he's now 61 seconds back. So he is going very, very rapidly and playing car number 911 back into this race. So Porsche have got a couple of eggs in their basket for the end of this one.
Been having a little bit of a think about strategies we tend to enjoy doing, Rich, at this time of the race. And when we went green just before the 6-hour mark, it turned this into essentially a 6-hour and 10-minute race. Now, if you break that up, you guys have been talking about, is it 1 hour 10-minute stints or 1 hour 15-minute stints? How close can you get to that 1 hour 10-minute marker at the end of the day? It's pretty much bang on 5 stints of 1 hour and 15 minutes. And that leaves you about 5 minutes of flexibility towards the end of the race. So that's probably going to help the Mercs, who didn't have all that fuel-saving ability that particularly the BMW had. So it's doubly good news, that timing of that safety car for Jules Gounon. Now, here is the kicker. I've been looking around the garage for the last 30 minutes and out the back of the pits for Kenny Habul, the owner and driver of car 75. And it certainly looks like and sounds like he's gone back to the house. So we've questioned, could they pull off this strategy as they've done before, where they just go Jules and Luca to the end of the race? They've certainly managed to get into the position where they can do that now, with Kenny only driving earlier in the morning, and they are in that window to be able to go all the way to the checkered flag without Kenny doing any more laps in the race. They believe they're in that window, but safety car timings would make that a lot more difficult.
And that is the kicker. And it's about rest times and maximum stint times. Garth, 2.5 now is 2.5 hours is the most that you can do behind the wheel in a single core. Obviously, you'd have to stop in the pits at some stage between that, but that's what they are working against, and that's where the numbers will be being crunched in that number 75 pit.
Yeah, which 2.5 hours is basically a double stint. You can't triple stint as a driver. Otherwise, you go over the maximum driver time. We've already seen one car fall foul of that rule right at the start of the race. So that's when you use the Kenny strategy, or they use at Sun Energy One Racing, you are at the mercy of the safety cars all falling right at the right time to line up with all your driver windows. So when you can get more laps out of your bronze driver early in the race, or more time out of your driver earlier in the race, it opens those windows up and gives you slightly more flexibility.
Well, that early half an hour that we had, they reacted really quickly and stuck Kenny in for the vast majority of that. And then he went on into the green flag area. The sun had come up, the track was getting better, track conditions were getting better. Give us a wave, Kenny, here and there. Put the wind, put a flag out or something, if you don't mind. But I don't think that was smart. It gave Kenny a chance to play himself in. Not that he needs very much, to be honest. His lap times are very, very good. By his own admission, he says this is the one track that he doesn't get as close to the 2 pros at, and it's all across the top, and that's about car setup. The pros, like you, Mr. Tander,
former.
Oh, you'll always be a pro. Always be. It's like Mr. President. You're always Mr. President. You're not Mr. Former President. You'll always be a pro. Ledge. You like the car on the nose. You like the car. You don't mind the back of the car moving around. You use that to your advantage. But for non-pros, that's a bit scary.
Holding pattern at the front of the field at the moment, so a good chance to check out Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour recent highlights. Hour number 6, we've approached the halfway mark. Steady as it goes for a few of the front runners, including the Corvette, including car 46, Valentino Rossi and the boys at BMW, and also 222 in the STM. But this particular safety car moment was Rylan Gray hard into the fence. The McLaren that has had a very tough day, Valentino Rosso, would bring in the Mercedes down the other end of pit lane. So car 75 is one of those drivers in potential condition to win this race. Car 888, another one in the Group of M car. Now they are at the front of the field, though they are after that pit stop process. So it's really equalised the field, put everyone on a very similar strategy from this point, but there's still a little bit to consider with driving time, and particularly for those who are sharing with bronze-ranked drivers like car 75, Jules Gunon. Nice work back to the inside, down at turn 2. Car 222 not going quietly into the Bathurst night tonight. A lot of Mercedes-AMGs at the front of this field, throwing the BMW, and that Corvette still in the mix as well. Going to be an interesting second half of this race. But at the moment, the momentum has certainly swung back to the 3-point star Mercedes teams.
They're in great shape. They hold a lot of the positions in the top 10 at the moment, and just under a second the race lead for Mick Grenier at the moment. But a bunch of cars now back on the lead lap of the race. 14 cars on the lead lap. Check the margins on the right-hand side there. So bronze class leader is Ryan Wood now in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta ARGT Ferrari. Garth Walden still leading the way in Pro-Am. He's 17th outright. He's got a lap up his sleeve over Jordan Love, which will be very important as the race plays out. Adrian Kunzel is behind the wheel of the GT4 leading car. This is a look at the surrounds of the beautiful Bathurst region. So if you drive just a little bit outside of the racetrack and the city precinct here, there's so much to see and do. Get yourself out onto the dam. There's beautiful estates, wineries, fun for the whole family in this beautiful part of the world. Some good driving roads too, it's got to be said, in this part of country New South Wales. So you're watching the Meguiars. Bathurst 12 hour, there's 5 hours and 42 minutes remaining. We're crunching numbers on strategy. We're playing a game where everyone's just racing their way to the next pit stop, and then we see what happens and race their way to the next pit stop and see what happens. And interspersed in all of that are frantic safety car restarts and little battle packs that pop up here and there throughout the race as well. Mick Grenier is the race leader. The margin is only 0.6 of a second to Jules Gunon, who's pulled away from Augusto Farfus in third in the BMW. Randall, Auer, Barnecoat, Bamber and Backler, the top 8. Bastian Boos is now within 60 seconds of the race lead in the Porsche. So he has been absolutely flying and is hauling that leading group in. And Chris Haase is doing much the same in the number 55 Audi, who, having dropped a lap early, have now got themselves back into some form of contention. So that's how things stand. That's Ryan Wood behind the wheel of the Ferrari. The car behind is Garth Walden, who leads the Pro-Am class. And then many laps further back, after a really challenging day at the office, is the Penrite Racing AOG from Grove Racing Team.
Good afternoon, everybody, as we've just gone past midday AEDT. Well, you know what time it is where you are. I was going to say you can do the arithmetic yourself, but no point in telling you what time it is and me trying to work it out. Friday afternoon, double period maths, not my thing really. I think it was a heck of a long time ago, to be very fair. It's bubbling up nicely. We've got a lot more cars back on the lead lap since that wave by, and still stories to unfold. Just keeping an eye on that number 911. You remember, I told you he was about 53 seconds away from the leader in 1 minute and 2. That's now 47 seconds away from the back of the leading group and 57 seconds away from the leader, and continues to lap faster than the cars ahead. 2:03.9 last time around. The leader did a 2:05.4. This is a crucial stint for that number 911 Absolute Racing Porsche in the hands of Bastian Boos, and he's rising to that challenge, Garth.
Yeah, not particularly a lot of speed at the front of the field right now. I thought with that sort of reset where the field got separated with the lead lap cars and the wave-by cars, that the leaders would have a bit more speed, but clearly driving to a number, whether it be a lap time number or a fuel number at this stage, and the 911 Bastian Boos is the first of the wave-by cars trying to fight their way back to the tail of this car, the McLaren. And they're doing a good job with it, because I feel like when the restart took place, Bastian Boos was north of 1 minute 15 odd seconds around there.
It was a minute 12.
Yeah, okay.
After that first lap back on the green.
So now it's down to 56 seconds. So he's taken nearly 20 seconds out of them and continues to take lap time. So John's point is 100% correct. This is a critical phase of the race for the 911 car to get themselves into the game, track position-wise, but also strategy-wise. Probably burning a bit of fuel to do it, but you'll worry about that a bit later.
Yeah, I think, and now's the time you can afford to not worry about that too much, because there's going to be plenty more pit stops to come. These are the leaders still all locked together. Randall still just weaving side to side, either to try and distract Farfus, which is unlikely, or just to clean up the tyre, perhaps. This racetrack does get a lot of marbles as the race goes on. The pickup from the tyre, as the tyres wear down, ends up off the racing line, and if you go wide, the tyres then pick that up. And it makes the cars very, very difficult to drive for quite a long period. That here is the McLaren. We touched on Ben Barnicoat before. Has Bathurst experience in a McLaren back to 2020. And it was the previous gen McLaren. It was a 720S, but it had quite a big Evo upgrade, an Evolution upgrade in its homologation cycle, and turned it into an even better race car. But the Gen 1 car was pretty quick here. We qualified second that year, and Ben Barnicoat was part of the driving squad, and they only finished second to the Bentley that won the race with Gunon behind the wheel. They finished about 40 seconds down the road. So the McLarens do have prize here. Cast your mind back even further to that. We were talking about Shane van Gisbergen just before, and it was SVG who helped deliver McLaren's big Bathurst victory in 2016 with the great Alvaro Parent and Jonathan Webb behind the wheel. It gave Techno back-to-back Bathurst victories and McLaren's first win on the mountain. And on that day set a race lap record that stands a decade later, 201.58 for SVG on that day. So that was a pretty speedy car in the day, and McLaren would be hoping a decade later to replicate that and possibly score a second Bathurst win.
Someone who's trying to stand in their way, though, and get a third victory for the prancing horse, Ferrari's own Davide Rigon. Davide, you've won major races all over the world. Your first time at Bathurst. What do you think of this one so far?
Yeah, it's very, very hard. We don't have the chance so much to drive on the practice, so today I completed my learning on the race. And the first stint was pretty good. The second I was more ready, but I got in a bad traffic, and I was not able to overtake the McLaren in front of me, and actually I lost a lot of time. But I enjoy so much. It's so nice to drive here. The car is good. We are missing a bit of speed respect to the other. Also, we are doing a lot of fuel save, and looks like the other are not doing that. So I don't know as a strategy how we are, but we are a bit struggling on strategy. We will do our best now.
You just have to rely on the car and the engineers who can get you to the front. But as a driver, is there anything you can do out there on the track to try and outwit the competition?
Of course, stay close to the other, try to make the maximum fuel save, try to have a good car for the last 3-4 hours. And yeah, we need some luck, because the last safety car was not lucky for us. We lost 5th position and a lot of time. So yeah, now is the engineer, and we need to try all of us three to do our best in the speed and fuel save.
There might be some luck on the way, because the sky is getting dark. The clouds are coming. Maybe rain. Good luck.
Maybe I try Bathurst or rain as well. Let's see.
Might as well have a full experience, eh? That's the way to look at. Significant potential potential story here is the Belbamba Racing number 61 Porsche in 8th position, the last car in that lead group. Klaus Bachler at the wheel. Pit stop breach being investigated there, gentlemen. And that is not what they need at this stage.
No, Richard Craill made the point earlier, when we see that pop up on our screen, usually that means that they're not far away from bad news. So we'll keep an eye on that and understand that. There's a bit of speed out on the track, but it's those that are down in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th as they continue on this wave around strategy to try and get back to the tail of the lead lap runners. Tracking here, Alexander Sims aboard the number 2 JMR Corvette that led a large portion of the race earlier with El Bamba aboard this car. So not seeing that same speed from that car right now, but we're not seeing that a whole lot of speed from the front bunch at all. They were in the 6s a couple of laps ago, whereas Christopher Haas and Bastian Boost were in the 3s, so they continue to fight back.
So let's have a look at where the field stands, shall we? That's that leading group of cars we've been touching on. And the top 8 all covered by 9 seconds. So there's Backler, that car that is currently under investigation. And then we pause just a little bit and we're going to wait to catch up to Bastian Boost. There's the Heart of Racing by SPS car. The Quinn Audi continues to circulate. Car number 101. So too does the IRC GT, which leads its class. The KTM crashed out very early before the sun popped up over the Blue Mountains early this morning, which was a massive shame for David Crampton and the KTM team. We are waiting a little while, but we will pick up the next group of cars. But here is Bastian Boost. So that's the physical representation of the margin. That's what 54 seconds looks like. And yeah, it's down to 54 seconds. Yeah. So he is absolutely flying. And then it's Chris Haase in the Audi. There he is. And then we'll wait for Charles Viertz, who is the next one in the line in the number 32 car. It's a minute 16 off the outright race lead in the WRT BMW. There he goes. So that's a leading group of cars. Ryan Wood in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta ARGT car will be in there as well. He's a minute 30 off the race lead. He'll be the next one. There is Ryan, but he also leads the bronze class. And he's just in front of Renault in the number 21 entry, and Kerong Lee, who's next in that bronze class, which has actually condensed itself. Certainly the battle for the lead in bronze has. We'll push our way back and we'll eventually find Garth Walden. He's just going for a shot now. 17 flashing on his screen, on the windscreen of the Ram Motorsport car. He's the Pro-Am leader. Jordan Love is second in that class, but is a lap further back in 18th position. So little safety net of 6.2 Ks of track position. And there are the leaders again. That's what it takes. 2 minutes and 4.8 for Mick Grenier, going out of shot and coming back into it again in the hump on Mountain Straight.
Yeah, it's interesting to see these guys at the front. You feel as though that there has to be some fuel saving coming on, that they're not hitting traffic here, Garth, but the times aren't there. And that, I think we were going when it was Chad, wasn't it, down in the Pirelli bunker, was saying you can split that up into an hour and 10, an hour and 15-minute chunks, but that's with fuel saving. You are not going to be able to go full rich. Just going to be a little splash at the end with that.
Yeah, and as it cools down a little bit here as well, the engine management systems in these cars start to dial a bit more fuel into them.
That's a good point.
So
great point.
These cars, it's a moving target about how much fuel you're using at any given time, given the ambient conditions. So certainly you can see from our camera shots and looking out towards the final corner here, Murray's Corner, it is much darker right now and it is cooling down. So the target that you have to hit is always moving, is always changing. So you're forever on the spreadsheets, forever spinning the propellers, trying to understand what you're going to need for that end of the race. And remember, it's time, not laps. We're so used to in Australia talking about laps to go and working backwards to a certain lap, but in a 12-hour race, you don't know how many laps you might do, therefore you need to, the only definite is you're going to be racing for 12 hours.
Yeah, and I would think that, so let's say you're doing an hour and 10, but you're saving fuel. I think, honestly, you need to be within that final 60 minutes of the race because you want to be full rich, full push, as hard as you possibly can. Now, I'm sure someone will roll the dice and go, okay, well, we'll try and make it home. For the sake of having track position, we'll risk a safety car. It's what Arise Racing did last year in the Ferrari. They led the race with 20 laps to go. They needed a friendly safety car that they never got, and ultimately they finished fourth. You've been talking about weather, Garth, and our good friends at Camp Shakedown, who are at the fastest corner in Australian motorsport on the entry to the Scuderia Auto Art Chase. Brad Gordon has just messaged and said, little spots on
there you go.
Rod. I will preface that by saying I reckon they've had a reckless beer or two today.
Oh, no, don't be like that to your friends, because that's a Richard Craill fan club over there as well. But I do recall that Rich almost dismissed the notion that there might be some rain on its way. But anyway,
can I just say something about the Richard Craill fan club and the Shakedown guys? Because we rib Crailsy for this mercilessly. But those guys, there was 165 of them at downtown on Friday night.
There it is.
And Kenny Hippold stood them all a drink. That not only is that there, but also there's merchandise as well that's being worn as well. And the sales of merchandise has raised $1,200. I picked the check up for you on Friday night. There is the check.
We're going to get one of those big novelty checks next year.
Yeah, I was hoping for that. And that has gone to a very good cause indeed, Rich.
Well, it has, and we'll acknowledge the official event charities, the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, but the Childhood Cancer Association of South Australia was the nominated charity for that. So if my ugly mug being on people's hats and T-shirts generates money to look after the kids, then I'm okay with that.
And well done to the Shakedown crew, because this whole thing started as a bit of a ribbing with old mate here, and they've turned it into an ability to raise some coins.
It was a great night, and to Brad and the rest of the team, Scotty.
They've got your good side there, Rich, though. I'll give you that.
Oh, there is one?
Yeah,
well, thank you, Garth.
I like that representation.
Oh, well, I could have gone with they got your less bad side.
Yeah, well, that's the truth, though.
That'd make a really nice tattoo somewhere, wouldn't it?
No, don't give them ideas, John.
I'm great friends with Richard Craill.
Seriously.
I am not that good a friend with Richard Craill.
They just cracked over 7,000 members on Shakedown.
Oh, well done.
Which was outstanding. XPEL, great partner of our event, and they've upped their involvement this year, and we sent Shay Adam to find out a little bit more.
Another year, and I'm delighted to say that XPEL is once again back here supporting this race on the Mountain Miles. You had so many exciting display things last year, including the Scotty McLaughlin helmet. What have you brought for the track this year?
Well, we definitely bought some more Scotty merch. He's been kind enough to give us one of his actual race shirts signed, which people who attend can scan to enter, so we'll be giving that away next week. But that's on display up here in the 12-hour club. And we also have a really exciting car. We have a genuine Ferrari F40, the only one in the minty 40 colour, worth $4 million. So that's also on display down at Harris Park.
That is the first thing that I noticed walking into the track yesterday.
Yeah.
It draws so much excitement and attention, but it also highlights the color of the car, and I know that's something really important to you.
Yeah, so we've just launched this year our coloured PPF range. So we have 16 colours, all closely aligned with OEM manufacturers. So we have South Beach Blue, which I know you're a fan of. But yeah, lots of colours, 10-year warranty, self-healing. So for those customers that want protection and a step up from the traditional vinyl wrap.
And is that available on any car? Can you put it on whatever you would like to?
Yeah, absolutely. Our patented DAP software, we have over 90,000 different car templates in there. So if we don't, we have our own design team here locally that can design all the new stuff coming in. So yeah, absolutely any car.
Why is it important for XPEL to be a part of this great race?
Well, this is our third year now, and we've got a couple more to go. For us, it's the perfect customer with people who support GT racing and these beautiful cars. Are the exact people that we want to talk to and that are interested in protecting their investment and protecting these level of cars. So for us, it's a match made in heaven.
And this hospitality unit, I mean, this is definitely a step up, literally on the roof of the pit building. How is this helping with XPEL as well?
Well, I think it just helps with branding, and also we can come in here and talk to race fans about what we do and all the protection products we have to protect their vehicles and their passion. So it helps us. Also, we get to bring some of our customers, some of our dealers from around Australia in and get to enjoy this beautiful hospitality and watch some great racing.
Well, speaking of the beautiful hospitality, I noticed the coffee bar going over there, so that's where I'm going to go, guys, but you should check out XPEL.
Shay Adam with XPEL. It took me a very long time before I could buy a brand new car, and it was only 3 years ago. And I was advised about pit protection foam, and I bought XPEL to put on the car. It's been on there for 3 years. The car doesn't sit in the garage. It's got ceramic coating built onto it, and it stops all of those nasty chips that you get. Highly recommended, and they support our sport as well. It's a pretty good partnership when they're putting the money into the sport, as well as having such a great product out there. Now, temperatures dropping, guys, and a little bit of dampness in the air. Is this another twist in the tail with 5 hours and 25 minutes to go?
we are starting to get reports that there are some drops falling from the sky around the circuit, but certainly not at the point where you would consider putting the Pirelli wet tyre on the car. But we did see outside the GMR AMG Mercedes pit box that had the wets ready to go, but I'm not sure we're going to be there yet anytime too soon as the Wall Racing Lamborghini comes to pit lane. Marco Mappelli was aboard that car, effecting a driver change. Valentino Rossi starting to get suited and booted.
Yeah, we're about 10 minutes, if that, from the next round of pit stops starting. It's just so cool having him here. It doesn't get old, does it?
You giggle every time you see him, don't you?
It's just...
Yeah, I think he gets equally excited knowing he's in the same precinct as you.
I think that is stretching the limits of imagination, Garth Tander.
Raining on the top of the mountain, I am getting notices at RSL_studio, hashtag B12HR. You be our eyes and ears. We've got the radar, but your head, your hands, your hair.
It would be very this race, and I speak generally over its history, for everyone to roll through and complete their next pit stop and then rain.
Correct. That's almost a cert.
Which is Bathurst going, no, you don't get a perfectly timed pit stop to put wets on. That's not how we play the game here.
No, you think you can work me out?
Yeah.
I'll show you.
Aha! But wait.
Inclement weather. The circuit has been declared wet due to predicted weather.
There you go.
Apparently the circuit has been declared wet.
Preemptive from Motorsport Australia Race Control, which when the circuit is declared wet, you can put a wet tyre on.
Yeah.
That is basically why they do that, just to make sure that that process is there. Stack time up in Motorsport Australia Race Control. On the right of that row with backs to camera is Craig Baird, who's the driver standards chief for this in the Repco Supercars Championship, and the gent in the middle is James Taylor, who is the race director for this and Supercars throughout the course of the year.
So, of course, as we declare that it is a wet race and you can use, but the sun comes out at the bottom of the chase.
Have you not seen any vision here where it can be pouring at one end of the track and get sunburns at the other?
Great. Absolutely great. Another reason to love. If there wasn't enough reasons already, another reason to love this race. And Pirelli, who bought over 3,000 tyres for this weekend, well, one or two sensible teams have had them mounted just in case they are required.
So everyone will have a set of wets ready to go if they need it, because the race teams have been here before as well and know how it plays out. Hasn't this all just condensed up? This leading group of 7 cars down to Alex Sims in 7th position. Just 3.8 seconds, but you don't really need a computer screen with timing on it. The Eagles. The Eagles have arrived.
Cletus McFarlane's at Daytona, isn't he?
Yes, he is, exactly. Well, we saw the mullet earlier that Alex Sims was rocking is very cleat, so a bit of bald eagle action as well. Bald eagles in this part of the world. If we're talking about guest appearances in this race, by the way, be happy to try and facilitate that one. I'll put that on my list. That'd be hilarious. So we're not far away from the next round of pit stops, and our race leader anticipated to be within the next 10 or 15 minutes, if not a little bit closer.
Still this leading group of cars, 8/9 cars, sitting there. Alexander Sims on the back. It's the 7th. Klaus Bachler's dropped off a little bit from that at the moment, around about 4 or 5 seconds. So these were the cars that were on the lead lap, remember, before the end of the last BMW M safety car period. The first car in the wave-by line was Bastian Boos. And that gap, which we've been watching carefully, it's down to 38 seconds to Klaus Bachler. He's 5 seconds, so that makes that 43. But 48 seconds to the leader. That was well over a minute when he was wave-by.
Minute 12.
Yeah.
So that's a huge chunk of time that Bastian Boost has pulled back on the leaders.
In one stint.
One stint. It's an important stint as the Tsunami RT Porsche comes to the lane to kick off what will be the next round of pit stops. We expect that our leaders aren't too far away either.
There have been a couple of those stints in this race over its journey that are just mighty, heavy lifting, middle of the day stuff where you're just rolling in lap time. And if you've been watching this race for a long time, Matt Griffin in a Clearwater Ferrari was one of them. Tony Vilander in 2017 in a Ferrari. I still think it's one of the best Bathurst stints that there's been, full stop.
Craill, you've been to Le Mans with us, and it's what Paul Trustwell, he points them out. He calls them the Iron Man stints, doesn't he?
Yeah,
the heavy lifting stints.
Race-changing stuff. And that's what Bastian Buus has been doing for Absolute Racing at the moment. It's pretty mighty. Pit stop complete for GWR and Ram Motorsport. National Make Good Solutions. Stewie's here watching on. He's the boss of that company. They've been supporting Dylan O'Keefe and this team for a long time. And there is the Tsunami RT Porsche leaving the pit lane as well. So currently scored in 22nd position. Is Alex Fontana behind the wheel when that car rolled into pit lane. And there is number 32. So Charles Vietz is on the lead lap. He's 1 minute and 12 seconds, so 72 seconds behind the race leader. And unlike the Porsche we've been talking about with Bastian Buus, he hasn't made up as much ground. So I wonder if they've just been a little bit more cautious with the BMW and just working on that fuel saving that they've been on, knowing now that they're back on that lead lap, which could pay out later on. And we've just ticked over, actually missed it, just ticked over 163 laps. So we've gone past the magnificent 1,000-kilometre mark for today's race. Iconic number in this part of the world.
So Takani Motorsport working on the front of the number 6 AMG Mercedes. We saw this team working on the front of this car from damage right at the start of the race. And they've been battling with the front of this car the entire time. So a big slab of, well, it's 200-mile-an-hour tape these days. When they first invented it, it was only 100-mile-an-hour tape because that's all they had to deal with. But the cars have got faster, so they use stuff. It's called bare bond now. It's really, really tacky stuff.
Yeah.
Once it goes on, it doesn't come off. Effectively throw the panels away rather than trying to clean the glue off it because it's so tacky.
Is that
it's
true?
So tacky.
Wow.
It is so tacky.
So, leader is still Mick Grenier in the 888 from Gilles Gunon. Just a second between those two. Again, the feeling we've got to say is that, I'm not saying we're in a holding pattern here, but it is kind of establishing the situation in the race.
Behind the wheel of car 47 is the great David Russell, who has a remarkable track record at Mount Panorama. In this race specifically, yes, but in endurance racing here, podium finish in the Repco Bathurst 1000 in October last year, Premier Racing, which he notches up with regularity at the moment. An absolute gun co-driver, but a little milestone as well. Earlier on in this race, he ticked over more than 20,000 racing kilometres in Bathurst 12-hour racing conditions. In the race itself, doesn't include practice or qualifying. There's his 15th start in the 12-hour conditions, and it dates all the way back to 2007 in the production car era when he rocked up. He's raced here with his dad, Jeff, as well, which is really cool. The Russell family's been in the sport for such a long time. He's had a 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 9th, and the 10th outright in this race, and some class success as well. He's just one of those most utterly dependable racing car drivers. You plug in your car, you know you will get the results that you need from David Russell. So just want to recognise that little milestone there for D. Russ. More than 3,000 laps in racing conditions in the Bathurst 12-hour over the journey.
How do you track that, Rich? How did you come up with that?
I lead a wild and exciting life, Garth, with a very, very busy... No, I can't. So I sit there with my laptop and count laps.
He literally, on Tuesday night, was it, Rich? Yeah. Was going through old result sheets to add that together. And he knew that there was something there. And he was like a truffle hound. Sniffing out
local Bathurst truffle hound.
Yes, absolutely. Sniffing out the nugget of statistical gloriousness.
Right after I'd sniffed out the pathway to reckless brewing as well to support the local business. You know the saying, prior preparation. 5 hours and 15 to go. We're not far away from pit stops with this leading group of cars, and they're all just quite content at the moment to sit lockstep. And for Mick Grenier, he's breaking the air, but if you're Jules Gounon, you're sitting in behind, and it might be a tiny bit of fuel saving, but you're still getting just a little bit of help following that number 888 car behind on the run down Conrod Straight.
Why it's important to follow when you're fuel saving rather than to lead is we've seen so much of the in-car footage when we've seen the drivers physically lifting and coasting. You can do that lift earlier when you're in the tow, and you don't get the lap time penalty because the car in front is pulling you along or sucking you along in the aerodynamic draft. So that's why following, it's not like in the middle of the straight you get any gain, but it's at the end of the straight you can lift and coast earlier. So it might be 10 metres at the end of Mountain Straight, it might be 20 metres at the end of Conrod, but you can stay much more closely using less fuel.
Yeah, because these cars are air raw cars. When you lift off, even before you put your foot on the brakes, you're already
the drag slows you down.
Absolutely right.
Correct.
How about, gentlemen, we put you on board with Augusto Farfus, who's just going through destination New South Wales Bend and going towards the Ford Cutting, and we crank up the sound of that BMW engine and take a lap of Mount Panorama. So there you have it, a full lap in sound and vision for those of you who are so equipped with Augusto Farfus. That took him 2 minutes 4.84 seconds in the third place BMW. It is such a challenge here. Even there when he had no major traffic. He goes past the high-class racing. Does he slide down the inside? Yes, he does, into the Ford Cutting. Goes past the Porsche. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. He's got Thomas Randall right.
Oh, Randall's around.
Randall's gone around as he was going by the high-class car. That's the 222 car from 4th position overall. Now, his problem is that he can't get that spun round. Yellow flags are waving, but he needs to be able to spin that car around. You can't do the Austin Powers shuffle here.
Not there. Not there. He's in a really awkward spot, so he's trying to get reverse, but he's going to have to leave at least a car width. And you can't see. It's so hard to see. So he's trying.
It's a big gap coming. It'll be coming around the corner soon. Here it is, another AMG.
So he's going to get out of there. We're still not safety car. This is under local yellow.
He's not hit anything.
Yeah, he has. The front spoiler's all damaged.
Yeah, see it.
So, and the rear, and there's bodywork rubbing. So there is significant damage to this car. We just caught it in the back of shot when he was trying to get around that high-class Porsche.
They were due in this lap or next. They were so close to a pit stop.
Be careful here. Thomas needs to be careful because these tyres are different to the tyre that he uses in the supercar. They're not as robust when there's bodywork rubbing on them. They go down much more quickly when there's bodywork rubbing. You can see he's slowed down. Team's got on the radio to him. So heavy damage to the front splitter. You can see the damage in the rear. So here it is coming out of the cutting. He's behind the high-class car, and somehow it just loops. It's not like he got tagged.
Is that lift off oversteer there?
I'm not.
He gets right out of it. Maybe gets slightly spooked by the high-class car.
It's almost like when the car recovers off the hump at the exit of the cutting, and he was wrong-footed. I mean, there you go. Chaz Mostert was sitting in pit lane, helmet on, everything ready to go. I mean, they might repair this car, but the performance is gone, and it's going to take them a little while. So that effectively will take them out of the race. We're still green, so no safety car.
It was Karen Lee, by the way, behind the wheel of the number 86 red and white car. He's hammering into the Alfoil pit entry, trying to mitigate the times lost. He's dropping down the timing and scoring. Very, very odd. I don't think he hit the back of the car, because the damage on that front splitter is from where he hit the wall, not where he hit Karen Lee.
Well, frankly, that's a miracle, because how often do you see crashes at that part of the road? Well, you don't see crashes at that part of the road that often. Beyond and up towards Reed Park, yes. So STM will go to work. Do they elect to put the car in the garage? They'll do the mandatory parts of the pit stop first. They'll go through and check all this. Tyres will go on. Just remarkable that did end up into an enormous accident, but that's a good look at the damage to the front splitter of that car, and it's going to need some remedial action.
It's in two pieces, that piece at the front of the AMG, isn't it, Garth?
You've got the front fascia and then effectively the floor, if you like.
No, at the moment they do have the trolleys on standby, but it looks like they're going to try and fix it up with the race tape on the left front corner. They've got a few strips of that. And if I bring you around to the left rear of this car, there's actually a little bit of damage on the rear side of the diffuser as well. We'll see if we can sneak around the back and catch a bit of that. That's pushed the rear taillight in. They're actually diving down underneath to see how bad that damage is. Here we go. I'll show you that now. So back part of the diffuser and underneath the bar, and then also left rear taillight assembly's taken a bit of a whack. Certainly not as bad as what we saw for the BMW with the right front corner of that car. It might be that they can somehow survive just piecing this back together with tape, but they won't know until they get it out, go up Martin Straight, and see if smoke's pouring off it again.
Chad, is the left rear suspension all right? Because it was rubber.
Well, they've had a look. I haven't seen anyone actually put their hands on the wheel and give it the little shimmy that you usually do, but the fact that they're not too concerned with the left rear of the car would suggest they've had a look and it looks okay. They're much more concerned with the bodywork at the moment.
Yeah, I think the bodywork was just pushed forward. It is as bizarre an accident as I have seen here in my limited time here, Garth. You've seen much more around this place from the driver's seat and from in the booth. That's an odd one for me.
Yeah, it is. I can't give an explanation as to what took place there. The only thing that I can surmise is there is a hump. You come out of the cutting, you change direction to go around the little kink, and as you press that little kink, the car does jump and land and settle. And the only thing that I can say, oh, wow. So Chaz Mostert comes out onto the track, and the Audi, the 55 Audi, coming on by with Christopher Haase at the wheel.
That tyre's still rubbing.
Yeah,
that Pirelli is getting tortured on the left rear.
They're going to have to come back.
And he's going to have to come back slowly as well. That's so disappointing for a car that was absolutely in the conversation. It's had speed all week.
Yeah,
and there's damage underneath as well.
Yeah, the front splitter for me is quite heavily damaged. The floor,
the
carbon fibre part along the bottom of the front fascia, that is basically in two parts. So it's right here when you come out of the cutting, you're over a hump there, and the car lands. And the only thing that I can think is it's got away from Thomas Randall for some reason. At some stage, we'll hear from Thomas.
It wasn't raining enough up there to be.
No, it's not rain. Not at all.
No, bright sunshine.
So
I couldn't see any oil there, or any oil flags, or anything like that. It just
he was the only car that went around.
Exactly.
The high-class racing car come through, no dramas. Didn't look to be front-to-rear contact.
I'm just sort of trying to run through potential scenarios, however bizarre, that could get that to work.
So here's Chaz coming out of pit lane, the whole heap going on, probably a little bit flustered. And Christopher Haase goes, hey, what's going on here?
Almost all four wheels off the road, by the way, to take evasive action. So, should have German spoken angrily down the microphone at that point from Haase.
Do you think?
Yeah.
And of course, it's not a Quattro, but it did well off-road there. Pirelli do excellent rally tyres as well, but that's not what that Christopher Haase car was equipped with, Chad.
We can't blame the team for hoping that they could patch it up and send it, but obviously going to be coming back in now as they have cleared out this garage space. We'll bring the camera in, we'll see if we can find Thomas at the back here, who has looked so disappointed, and watching on the images now with that left rear still smoking up. He's had a bit of a tough beat here today. We'll see if he feels like a chat right now. Thomas, man, I'm so sorry for you, buddy. You had such a fast race car today. Can you talk us through what happened coming out of the cutting?
My fault. I thought the Porsche was going right, so I went to go left, and then he's moved left, and then I just touched it, and obviously very low grip at that point. So the only person I can blame is myself. I've let the whole team down because we had such a fast car. It just doesn't feel real.
So there was a little rub between you and the Porsche?
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate you clearing that up. Is it fixable?
Don't know, mate.
Okay, mate. I appreciate that, mate.
Well, honest to a fault, as you said, Chad. And your heart breaks for Thomas Randall, but put his hand up, said, no, that was me, and massive respect for that.
Yeah, big ups to Thomas there for taking that. And I feel like there's they'll obviously look at the vision and the data and all the rest of it, but hearing that from Thomas now, the smallest of touches into the rear of the high-class car, couple that with a change of direction over the hump, tyres that were literally about to come off the car, so end of stint tyres, heard Thomas say low grip, a whole heap of small little things that on their own wouldn't contribute to you spinning a car there, but you add them all together, and we saw the devastating result for the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport car that started from pole position.
When you say a light touch, I mean, imperceptible.
We couldn't pick it.
No, we couldn't pick it in slow-mo. And I can't see even a scratch on the front of that car other than where it tagged the wall. So we are talking about infinitesimal, small, tiny. That needs some pop rivets through it, if that's going to stay on. I can't see that staying on. That's tape on the front.
You talk about how prepared these teams are. I walked through Scott Taylor Motorsport this morning, and they had a massive stack of these pre-ready Bondo sort of patches ready for this kind of repair. So the preparation's there, but ultimately with damage like that, it's going to be very, very difficult. This is it again.
Wow. We take for granted how stable and planted these cars are, and there are certain parts of the racetrack where they are grip limited and you are on the edge, but the drivers do such a good job of managing all that that we effectively almost just think, oh, these cars are so easy to drive and they do what they do. But like I was saying, when you just couple a couple of small little factors together and you get it right at the wrong spot, you see the result, the car going around.
The job now, and knowing Scotty and knowing this crew, the job will be to get it back out and finish. Their plan B of their job, plan A was to win the race. Plan B is to raise funds for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, which they've done a remarkable job. We heard earlier from Scotty himself that they've gone well over $100,000 so far this event. So there's still a purpose. It's just not the one that they set out to do at the start. The team will work, and there's still 5 hours of racing to go to get this car out. While that's been going on, we've had a couple of pit stops. The number 911 Porsche has been in and out of the lane, and Matt Campbell is now behind the wheel of the Absolute Racing car. And at quite high speed in this Scuderia Auto Art chase is the number 14 Aston Martin.
Bunny hop.
Now that team was under investigation earlier for a minimum pit time infringement, and off the road was Jordan Pepper taking evasive action. That car has also stopped on the GT4 Method Motorsport McLaren. Just a little unforced error on their own.
Things have really escalated in the last couple of minutes.
Quickly. That's a daft half hour, isn't it? Yeah. Great work by the STM team. The 222 is back out again. Just Thomas Randall has beaten himself up. He's been dead honest about that. But you've driven this type of car. How on the ragged edge are they, and how quick when it goes does it go? They are not progressive cars, are they?
That's a very important point you make there, John, that you're completely in control until you're not. And then you are well out of control because you've got so much grip, and when it goes, it's almost like a switch. It gets turned off, the grip. Yeah. And it, like I was saying, a couple of small little contributing factors right at the wrong time, and it can get away from you without you even realising. So yes, Thomas Randall is beating himself up pretty hard right now, but it can happen.
Daniel Serra in pit lane, rolling right down to the very end to garage number 1, where he finds the Lance East Exotics team Arise Racing GT will go to work. And that looks a lot like Jackson Evans plugging himself in. The fast Kiwi got married in the off-season. I was told by some very reliable sources that it was an outstanding event. The photos look very, very good. M. Campbell was one of the many guests there. A bit of motor racing talent at a wedding. Jackson Evans involved. The Kiwi and Australian and international racing connections that he's got. This team, there or thereabouts today, certainly a better performance than where they were in qualifying. They had a little BOP tweak coming into the race, which made the car a little bit better, but in race pace, they've been solid. Ooh. And this Perth-based racing team, who have been full-time in GT World Challenge Australia, execute a very nice pit stop.
Gustav Farfus, BMW 46, the 77, Lucas R, Mercedes, the Craft Bamboo, now 10 times down the pit lane, and Klaus Bachner, the number 61, the Earl Bamber racing car, all in for the next scheduled stop. And Shea Adam is watching on down in the Alfoil pit lane.
You mentioned the Absolute Racing Porsche coming in for its regularly scheduled stop, and Bastien Boost jumped out of that car. What a stint you had when the safety car let you go by, and then all you had to do was drive flat out. How much did you enjoy those laps around Mount Panorama?
It's rarely you get so much free track time at this circuit. Free practice, top qualifying, whatever. I think I must have had 15 laps or something, just all by myself. But it goes quick. You get quickly into the rhythm, and you're pushing. And yeah, for us, we've had a few technical issues in the first 2 pit stops, so that's why we are lacking a bit to the front runners. And yeah, now we're trying to fight our way back.
But there is pace in the car. You can get back there.
Yeah, surely the car seems quick. Let's see. I mean, we have to be in the right position at the end of the race, and right now I think we maybe need a safety car or two to be back in the game. But yeah, for now, car seems good. No issues on that side, so we give everything.
Let's see what the mountain delivers you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Got one of the marker cones out at the end of pit lane, and coming in was a little bit of stress for Mick Grenier. Now, who was it who clipped the one, gets the 4 faults for going out? That was the BMW number 46. And again, that's cold tyres off the pit lane speed limiter.
There's potential for repercussions for this, because it is in the regs usually that you are not allowed to hit that cone on pit exit.
That's Valentino Rossi, by the way, doing another stint.
Leaving pit lane. So we'll just keep an eye on our timing screen for any notices that might come up. But you saw how aggressively the 888 attacked pit entry for Michael Grenier in the GMR Mercedes from the lead of the race. Let's go down to Chad with more in Alfoil pit lane.
They've just had a gun... Let's try that again because it's pretty loud down there. They've just had a gun failure down here for the 888. They've had to go to battery-powered guns, and as they were doing that, they've just tried to fix the other gun at the same time, throw away the battery one, bring in, again, the pneumatic gun again. So quick thinking from the 888 Group of M car to try and get that done. But I'm wondering, because fuel's already way done here, still working on the right front to get that one seated as well. So both guns are being problematic right now. Is this pit stop going to go over 85 seconds? Or 80 seconds, I should say, to get them back out there. That was messy, messy, messy. There's a bit of breathing room here. They're very close to the pit exit. So let's go and have a look at what this time is. How much over 80 seconds was it? How much are they going to lose? And what is going to be the repercussions?
Safety
Across
car.
the line they go.
And so we've got safety car, Chad. The stop was 1 minute 33. So it was a very long stop. They lost basically 12 seconds.
Speed limiters must be activated.
And to make it worse, it was seconds before the safety car.
Safety car proceed, according to timing leader is 75.
So had they managed to just be slightly later, they could have had a free pit stop, and all that time they lost wouldn't have mattered. Talk about a game of absolute inches, and look again who gets the free kick out of this. It's the 75. Are you reading this the way I read it? I think they're about to get a free pit stop.
Yep, and the number 2 Corvette, Chad, as well. This is perfectly timed for them. They were right on the edge of needing to stop. Let's just go back and unpick everything that's happened there. That is a breach of the rules. No part of the car is allowed to touch that solid white line that delineates pit exit from the racetrack. You've got to wait until you merge with the dotted line. It's exactly like being on a motorway. So that will be looked at by Motorsport Australia Race Control. We talk about 1%ers in this race all the time, and a little pit stop drama like that for 888 definitely counts, or for GMR in the number 888 car certainly counts. And then cosmic timing unfolds for car 75 and for the Corvette, who is about 45 seconds behind. Chad.
New tyres for the 75 fuel and no driver change, and it's fallen perfectly in that window. You know the old saying, safety cars breed safety cars, a cliche? How about today, pit stops breed safety cars? How many times have we seen a safety car called during a round of pit stops? Those who can save the fuel are those who are gaining the most today.
You mentioned cosmic timing for the 75, Rich. I put it down to playing the long game in that stint. Go right back to the start. Gilles Gounon bringing the tyre in gently, sitting in behind Michael Grenier, saving a heap of fuel. So they've bought themselves this free kick pit stop. It's not good luck. It's just playing the 1%ers that you might be able to take advantage should it fall your way, and that's what they've done.
Hang on, weren't we saying exactly this about WRT last year?
Yeah.
It was exactly that. You have got to be good at all places. I kind of like the look at the Craft Bamboo racing car coming out of the pit lane behind Valentino Rossi as well, because I think they were very close to the white line. Problem being, he's sitting on the left-hand side and then the corn's been moved. So if you are just trying to get on the throttle early, it was green at that point. I think the right-hand side Pirellis were perilously close on that Craft Bamboo machine as it came out of its pit stop as well. This safety car is at 4 hours and 53.5 minutes to go, and it is for the pit exit cone on the track. So Valet comes out, gets off the pit lane speed limiter, he spins it up, the back end just weaves around. The Craft Bamboo car for him, we're not going to be able to see it
You can't clearly see the 77.
Can't call that one, can you? Not on that evidence
that we have.
No.
So
it's close.
Katzberg now, we think, is aboard the number 2 car. Always have a bit of a caveat with the number 2 car because they've had some driver ID issues aboard that car, but timing is showing Nicky Katzberg in that car.
But it's amazing how quickly this race can change for you, GT and John, because last safety car, so they'd stopped just before the safety car, and then, of course, you have to. They stopped again under the safety car 3 laps later, but it cost them track position. Now it's swung the other way. It's been timed perfectly for Johor Motor Racing, and they're now going to have track position out of that. Changing quickly the pace of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, Shay.
It's been changing in the favor of a car stealthing its way up the timing screens. Ben Barnicat, you've just gotten out of the McLaren. You did the entirety of that stint where it was basically, all right, let's go see what we've got. Still, do you have enough to win this one?
Well, it was a good stint. We were there, we were in the pack. Obviously, this is kind of a fuel save race. You know, the way it's working out, like, that was a perfect example of it. You can get that one extra lap, hit the yellow, you're away. So obviously last few years since I was last year, been in IMSA, so that's a big fuel save series as well. So I was kind of doing my best. We're able to jump the Rossi car, the Craft Bamboo car, the Marangel car, so that was good. A couple of guys got a little bit further than me, so try and do a bit better next time. But yeah, we've been kind of, as you said, crept up on it through the day. Everyone here at Optimum's done a fantastic job, Garnet and Marvin's rapid, so looking forward to see what he can do here.
The last time you were here was second in a McLaren. How similar does the race feel? How much change can you feel over the last 6 years?
I mean, it's changed quite a bit, to be fair. I think, you know, having been raced here before COVID and after COVID, there's definitely a bit more European rules here now. I used to love the Aussie rules, like the quick tyre change and stuff like that. It added another element of double stint in tyres and whatnot, but the one thing that has stayed the same is how awesome this track is. Hands down, being back here, favourite track on the planet. So really grateful for the opportunity to be here. And yeah, last time we were P2. Obviously the dream and the goal is to go one better than that, but long way to go here. We've just got to keep doing our jobs and see where we end up.
Aussie fans, if you don't know Ben yet, you should. You should look him up and definitely push for him to get a Supercars ride here at Bathurst. That would be fun.
Oh, I tend to agree with you, Shay Adam. Excellent.
Is that another list that we're starting now, Craill?
That's for old mate 6-time here to organise. So I'll leave
that's your list.
I'll leave
right,
the supercar stuff to him, and I'll work on next year's 12-hour. Great chat. I love that, and it makes me smile every time these absolute gun GT drivers talk about how much they love coming here, and he said it's the best racetrack in the world, or his favourite racetrack in the world. So very cool. They have done an outstanding job today, Optimum Motorsport, in the way they've just played themselves into the race gradually and have hovered around the top 10, and then they're grabbing these opportunities as they're presented, and the result is that they're P3 for when this race goes back to green.
And the team have been doing an incredible amount of work since early January. They did the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, the 24 hours of Dubai, the Rolex 24 at Daytona, before they came here to Bathurst. Now, it's not exactly the same car, obviously. You couldn't do that. But think of the air miles, think of the time changes that are going backwards and forwards from those guys who effectively have been on the road for 6 weeks now, who are alongside that car with the drivers making that happen. That's commitment, and that is the life in GT3 around the world.
For the last hour of this race, we have seen plenty that has changed the game under grey clouds here at Mount Panorama, Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, into the 7th hour, and plenty going on at the front of the field. How about this one? The Aston Martin skating across the chase, doing a very good job to just calm it down and get it just back onto the tarmac. But this has been the biggest moment of the hour. The pole setup. Yesterday they were the quickest, today they're in the fence, and that was a disappointing moment. Thomas Randall bravely taking responsibility for that one, and unfortunately they have lost touch with the leaders. As a result, they had to make extensive repairs to the left rear and the left front bodywork, and that has dropped them down the order, which set off an interesting chain of events afterwards as well. We stayed green at that part of the race. Thomas walked in and was very, very visually disappointed. Felt like he'd let the team down. That was exiting pit lane. Chaz Mostert straight out of the pits. That's actually been a talking point, that little bit of the racetrack recently. That was the smoke that continued from the left rear. That car had to come back into the pits. And unfortunately, one of the Aussie favourites, the pole sitters, looking to be out of contention. They'll need something of a miracle from here. And then another change. Valentino Rossi clipping the chevron at pit exit and likely bringing about the attention of race control, you could say. That would bring out the safety car as well, because it left that chevron in the middle of the road. Jules Gounon getting the free pit stop, staying in the car, looking pretty good right now. There are 1 or 2 raindrops around the venue, but very interesting so far.
Thanks, Chad. Here's how things stand in the middle of a pit stop sequence. We always seem to get these race updates in our timing screen when the leaderboard's a little bit jumbled. What we do know is that Jules Gounon is leading the race, and Nicky Katzberg is second in the Corvette, and the McLaren sits third, BMW fourth, Rolf Aron for Craft Bamboo in 5th place. Class leaders, Ralph Bond is back in front in the bronze class, and that continues to ebb and flow throughout the day in front of the Kayo Sports Tempesta racing car for ARGT. Dylan O'Keefe is behind the wheel of the number 45 Ram GWR Mercedes and leads the Pro-Am battle, and is in 16th place outright, which is about where they've run all race long. Well, Bathurst is a vibrant town centre, a really great shopping strip and some beautiful cafes and some really charming old buildings and facades. That's the Carillion in middle of town, and they have the War Memorial down there and Anzac Day ceremonies. Beautiful part of the world. Lovely parklands, places to walk, enjoy, grab a coffee or a beverage, something to eat, and enjoy this charming old town, which is Australia's oldest inland settlements.
I love the green spaces.
Yeah, it's nice, Bathurst, isn't it? Yeah, and they're beautifully kept by the Bathurst Regional Council
Totally.
and their hard-working team. So the field allowed to catch up. The pit lane speed limit is disabled, so they'll get to the back of the safety car queue. The 5th time we've seen the BMW M safety car in today's race. Feels like more than that, oddly.
Yeah.
They have been somewhat lengthy, I get that. But they've all been fairly important in the way that this race is playing out as we work lap 175. So we're well past the 1,000K mark now.
Just thinking about strategy, as we do, ever so close towards the checkered flag. Now, you guys were saying we're working towards that 1 hour 10, 1 hour 15 marker, yeah, being that last pit stop of the race. Now we go backwards from there. So Do you want to try and get home on 3 stops from here? 4 hours, 45 minutes to the checkered flag. That actually leaves some pretty basic maths here. If you are doing 1 minute 10 stints, you will get to, in 3 stops, 1 hour 15 to go in the race. It's not quite the number, you'd be 5 minutes short. If you are doing 1 hour 15 stints, you will get to that last pit stop with 1 hour left in the race. Now, this is all assuming that we stay green, which, to be fair, in the last few years, we've had very long green flag runs to the checkered flag. That magic number, John, that you started pondering at the very beginning of the day, is it 1 hour 10, is it 1 hour 15? Boy, is that so critical right now with 4 hours and 45 minutes to go on this one.
It's a huge amount of saving for 1 hour 15, I think. I think 1 hour 5 to 1 hour 10, and particularly if you're in any kind of battle, Garth, and you're running full rich and you're leaning on the car, I just can't see anybody stretching it in a green flag run to 1 hour 15. That's 34, probably 35 laps actually.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it. You're just going to be too slow.
Correct.
You have to give up too much lap time, and that's
correct.
What we've been seeing the drivers do with their lift and coast and how they've been saving fuel is trying to save as much fuel as they can without losing any lap time.
What a skill that is.
So it's a real art. It is an absolute art. So here's a replay of the 46. Now just watch the line versus the cone as he exits.
So it's easy to get excited about them hitting the cone on the exit, but race control have looked at it and analysed it. There'll be no penalty applied. It did not go over the line. It's like tennis.
Yep, and you can clearly see there that the cone is, or the marker is inside the line.
Right rear, was it still touching the line?
It's on the line.
Yes.
It's like tennis. The tennis
on
analogy.
The line, yeah,
and to be fair, I have had that in the past with one of mine.
Yeah.
so to be fair, that is how the interpretation is, and the most common sporting analogy is tennis.
Yeah.
You can have 2 millimetres of the ball on the outside of the white line. As long as it's touching that line, you are okay.
Line belongs to the umpire, so if you've got something on there, you're okay. Yeah. Right, okay, that's fine.
So, yeah, Motorsport Australia Race Control put a full stop on that. So 46 play on, 4th place. And once again, all cars from and including position 9 eligible for the wave by. So Jackson Evans will be the first car to get that wave by. They keep dropping on and off that lead lap. Banana's still having a good day. Yeah. A very good day. The youngsters playing on the hills around the venue as well, which is great to see. Such a good vibe here.
See, none of the bananas have peeled off to do something else yet.
No, well, we did tell them at the start of the day it was a requirement that they remain in those for the full day.
Yeah, they're a good bunch, I thought.
That is an excellent setup. They've got the TV set up, Kayo Sports on, refreshing beverage in hand and enjoying the race from the campgrounds. Sounds like a very, very good Sunday.
And they haven't noticed they're on. Look, that's funny.
No, they have.
Now they have.
Just low-key. Low-key knowledge.
Nice.
Well, I think they're sort of discussing the race strategy and whether you need that hour and 5 or whether you need to go a little bit deeper into race towards the end. Amateur photographers abound here, as are the Wall Racing Adrian Dietz hats.
Here we go. Yeah. Like this. I know where this is. It's the inside of turn 2, the end of Mountain Straight.
It's a pretty epic motocross track in there.
Yeah, and it's funny, every time you come back here, the jumps get bigger and bigger as whoever lives there obviously gets older and older.
Position drivers right from Forest Elbow, turn 18, unless you're entitled for the wave by.
So here they go, and they're going as hard as they can on the wave by, because the more work you do here, the less work you have to do when the rest of the field get up to speed. So absolutely dropping the hammer. I think it's the Ziggo Sport, Tempest Sport Ferrari just hesitating. Here it comes. So that was hesitating a little bit.
So we've seen this before now, and we saw last time that a determined driver with a good car, which is what Bastien Bus certainly was, can actually make serious inroads, 10, 15, 20 seconds.
Well, that'll be Jackson Evans' job. So he's the first of those cars, and he's got Jordan Pepper, his good buddy, right behind him, chasing him. So their job now is to go as hard as they possibly can. Don't worry too much about fuel and get them in, because it's worked for Absolute Racing. Because not only are they now on the same strategy as the leading group of cars, they're right on the back of this leading group with Matt Campbell behind the wheel. So they've got their fastest driver in. They don't quite have the track position, but they are still right on the back of this tail end group of cars.
Guinon's gone.
Big jump early from Joe.
Gone. So Katzberg asleep at the wheel a little bit there, and Guinon absolutely took off straight away. So that gap as they cross the line is near as good 1 second. First back to second now. Katzberg wide at Hell Corner as well, so struggling with the cold tyre.
Watch the McLaren here, the low slung car in behind the Corvette. Marvin Kirchhoffer will be having a little dart, I think, here. They're all weaving left and right, trying to get some temp and pressure back into the Pirellis. Craft Bamboo Racing on the defensive going into destination New South Wales Griffin Bend, but that's because the Griffin M car's right up his tailpipes.
Maro Engel looking racy too. He's on the back of Rolf Aron, trying to get past the Craft Bamboo car. Feisty start from Marvin Kirchhoffer. So 2 Mercedes-AMGs, 2 Porsches, a BMW, a McLaren and a Corvette, all in this leading group of cars battling it out for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. We've a little over 4.5 hours to go.
Katzberg's done a nice job to recover in the second part of this restart lap, because as they crossed the line, he was nearly a second behind Jules Guinon, and he's halved that gap now for the run up Mountain Straight. So he's turned defence from Kirchhoffer into attack on Guinon.
That Alabama Porsche has just clung on to the back of this leading group for the last 90 minutes or so. They work their way back into contention. Lauren Heinrich is behind the wheel of car number 61, 911 just behind. Maro Engel is looking the raciest of this group though, and he's tucked up behind the identical AMG GT3 of Aron behind. Down to the chase. Oh, and sends it one way and then sends it the other and gets up the inside, Maro Engel. Excellent pass. And Maro takes the opportunity when it's given and moves up to 5th place. He will have to protect his line down here into Meguiar's corner. But the GMR car +1, Rolf Aron -1, drops a spot. Guinon still leads.
Here comes the Porsche as well. Defensive line again into the first corner by the black and white Craft Bamboo Racing car. Let's take a look at the Elf slick past. How smooth was this? Answer, very smooth indeed. Got the position coming through the chase, Garth, and at that point, he was there. There's no defense. I tell you what, I was going to say there's no defending that.
Great move. Yeah, really good move, because he faked as though he was going to stay on the racing line and then just diagonal it straight to the apex, and the car was completely under control the whole time.
There's no defense.
So a big move, great move by Maro Engel, and you might think, why would you make such a big move with still 4.5 odd hours left in this race? But it might be that one position that helps you with track position to stay in touch with the leaders when you need to be on strategy with them or whatever it is. So from here on this point, every position you can get and keep becomes more and more and more critical.
No, it's like gold dust at this point. Race Control have noted the restart procedure for car number 2, which is Nicky Katzberg in the Corvette. Now that will be the requirement to maintain 5 car lengths to the car in front on a restart. So they're going to have a little look at that and make sure that that was the case when they went back to green, or if Guinon just absolutely nailed the restart and caught them napping. So they'll do due diligence on that. We'll report back with any outcomes, if any. Irrespective of that, the Corvette's looking racy at the moment. We know it's got some straight line handling, and it's going to have a look down the inside at the kink. Tough place to make a move for Nicky Katzberg, and there's no space at that time by.
Guinon just a little bit defensive in the braking zone, but seriously outbraked the Corvette. I wouldn't mind betting the Corvette gave up the game and saved a bit of fuel when it knew it wasn't going to get through. So Guinon making his intentions known that you're not going to come up and take this race lead from me. The rest of the leading bunch make their way past the GT4 McLaren, the sole GT4 car in the field now, after we unfortunately lost the GT4 Aston Martin in practice on Friday. And now Guinon hard on the flasher button as they head up Mountain Straight to warn the Aston Martin of Hamilton, the Volante Rosso. Aston Martin has had quite the adventurous day, and he does the right thing and just rolls right out of it.
Smart.
I don't want any part of this. You guys box on. I'll get out of your way as best I can.
Oh, and a little hesitation in the middle of the corner. Does he get out the way on the run up towards the cutting? Yeah, he does. Smart racing. And Valentino Rossi gets by. He's got Maro Engel to worry about right behind him. That brilliantly liveried GMR car. We talked about the fact Craft Bamboo always rock up at this race with a brilliant livery. GMR are exactly the same. It's a very cool looking race car that Maro Engel is hustling to 5th position at the moment. And once again, as we've seen on these restarts with the wave by, it doesn't take a lot of time for them to catch the back of the queue, the cars that have been waved past the safety car just prior to the restart. And here they are. Look at this train. And Jill Gounod's gone, oh no, you're kidding me. What a place to get them all on the exit of the Dipper.
This is important for Katzberg because what he's able to do is negate Gounod's advantage across to the top of the mountain because he's had traffic. So Katzberg leaves Forest Elbow about 2 car lengths behind Gounod. This is going to be interesting to watch as they make their way down Conrod. Gounod's going to get the tow from the lap traffic, but Katzberg will close up this time down Conrod.
Indicator on the left-hand side for the Mercedes that was being passed there. That was smart moving as well, leaving the racing line. Now we'll have to get out of it. Big swapper as they went through there. That was a little bit, well, more than a little bit sketchy. Easy for me to say from this distance it was sketchy, but that felt interesting in the car, Garth.
I think James Kadouris' heart rate is up, it's safe to say.
I sympathise for these lap cars that have been waved by. They've tried to get up the road, and here comes the battle for the lead of the race. And they're doing the best they can to get out of the way. And as this race goes on, the patience level of the leaders will become less and less.
And meantime, Jackson Evans is making hay with the clear track, 9th position. He was the first of the wave by car. He's about to put, well, he's just put that car's fastest first sector of the race.
Control, attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a penalty of a pit lane drive-through to car 2 for a safety car restart breach.
That's big. That's real big. It's not a game ender, but it's certainly a game changer.
It's massively costly. Massively costly. 32 seconds plus in and out of pit lane for Nicky Katzberg for a breach of the safety car restart procedure. And to reiterate the rule, you must maintain at least a maximum of 5 car lengths distance to the car in front.
He passed the leader.
So
he passed the leader and the safety car. So he got caught up with the wave by cars.
So it wasn't about the actual restart. That was a real breach.
He's lucky to get away with just that.
Yeah, drive-through.
Wow, well, he redressed quickly. That's possibly the only mitigation that you can see there, because normally you'd get parked for... He didn't get the extra lap, that's the thing. He didn't go around and take the lap.
Redressed it before the timing line.
Yeah, goodness.
We say it year after year after year that the international drivers that come to Bathurst get caught up with some of the local rules that we use in our race. And the teams, and JMR Corvette are very experienced teams. They would have drilled and drilled and drilled and drilled that into their drivers. But ultimately, the wave by rule has caught Nicky Katzberg.
And he'll go to pit lane, get it done as quickly as you can, and then go about your life after that. Now, if there is a silver lining in this brief cloud for Corvette, it's that relative to the other cars on the lead lap, it will drop him out in clean air. So it'll be in between that big gap between Matt Campbell and Jackson Evans, who's 1 minute and 4 seconds off the lead. So he'll be able to press on and make up some ground, but it'll be 32 seconds of transit time, plus the time it takes to get down through the chicane down to 40 k's an hour and then accelerate back up to speed as well. What a big moment in the race, just as they'd worked their way back into the top 2, having led this one early.
He's going to come out right in front of Jackson Evans, isn't he? Jackson's absolutely steaming. He's just done that car's fastest lap of the race. He's had another good one. And in terms of the gap to the leaders, Jackson Evans has got the gap down to 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Yeah, Jackson's just going into Meguiar's Murray's corner now. So Katzberg's sort of in a bit of no man's land now between that first leading group of 7 cars and then everybody else trying to chase him down. So, as you said, Garth, it's not the end of the world, but it's certainly
Makes it a whole lot harder.
Makes it a whole lot harder, but rather do that now than do that with an hour to go in the race.
Correct.
True enough.
I wrote down the time that Jackson Evans was behind the lead of the race when he came around the first time and did the first complete lap. He was 1 minute and 15 off the lead of the race. Currently 1 minute and 4, so he's made up 11 seconds. And a lot of that time that you make up is when the leaders re-catch the slower wave by cars, so they get caught in traffic while you're going flat out.
He's got that pain to take.
Yeah.
Of course, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away.
But he's on the Bastion boost strategy of rag the thing as hard as you possibly can and try and catch up and worry about fuel and things like that later in the race.
4.5 hours to go in the 2026 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. It's Jules Gounon who's leading. And that's number 75 car. Well, that team, not that chassis, but that team have got an unrivaled record here at the mountain. Kenny Bull reported to be feet up and relaxing at his home just off the back of Conrod Straight there. Marvin Kerkhofer in second position, 1.4 seconds further back from McLaren. That car is tidy. The BMW in third is Valentino Rossi for WRT, and he's another 1 second further back. And the top 5 made up by Mauro Engel of the 888. There's a man who might feel that he deserves his ode. He probably wouldn't say that, but the record suggests that he maybe should have had a win here in that Mercedes. He's another 3/4 of a second back from Valentino. And the top 5 made up by the EBM, the Earl Bamber Motors machine, motorsport machine of Lauren Heinrich in the number 61 car. Might as well go to the top 6 because that's Matt Campbell as well. And those are all drivers, along with Ralph Aaron in the 77 Craft Bamboo car, who were on the lead lap when we resumed just a few minutes, what seems just a few minutes ago.
Well, on that, I've got questions about the Estonian, Ralph Aaron, behind the wheel of the Craft Bamboo car, because right now, not fast at all. And he's been passed by Lauren Heinrich, and he's been passed by Matt Campbell. We saw the move from Mauro Engel, who lined him up at the chase and got by. So whatever the reason, after this restart, car 77 does not have the kind of pace to stick with this leading group, and he's now almost 10 seconds behind Jules Gounon, the race leader.
It gave you the gap that Jackson Evans, the first of our wave bike cars, had to the lead of the race, and that's hovering around the 1 minute and 64 seconds at the moment. Nicky Katzberg, 31 seconds off the lead of the race, so that is the penalty that he has paid for making that error at the safety car restart. As Gounon continues on to lead the top 4. Really impressed by the Optimum Motorsport McLaren team. They have absolutely played themselves in over the course of the weekend. Largely anonymous in practice and qualifying, but here we are with just under 4.5 hours left in the race, and they're exactly where you'd want to be, within cooey of the lead of the race.
Kent Quinn is behind the wheel of the Q car. Car number 101. This is his first Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. He's been racing GT4 cars in Australia lately, running around a little Porsche Cayman in monochrome GT4 Australia. But his first proper crack at a GT3 car here at Mount Panorama. So fairly daunting. Running around in the 211s at the moment is Kent, just circulating. All that team wants to do is get to the end of this race. And so far, they've put in a really good showing of it. Oh, and off the road, down at the Scuderia Auto Art Chase.
Oh!
Stan, there was a little bit of contact that saw the Hallmark Audi with Mark Sini behind the wheel. Very close to being buried in that gravel trap. And generally, if you go in that gravel trap on the exit of the chase, you're not coming out. It's a close moment to Elf Oil Pit Lane is Shay.
You asked, Rich, so I had to go by and check on the 2017 Craft Bamboo Mercedes. I said, is everything okay? They said, yep, we're just running to our program. There's still a long way to go in this one.
Max fuel safe, that's what I equate from that.
Yeah, absolutely.
We spoke earlier, just prior or just after the restart, the most recent safety car restart is fuel burn versus lap time. And you can't have a fast car and an economical car, so you need to give one up. And it sounds to us like Ralph Aaron for Craft Bamboo is saving plenty of fuel.
Stewards have imposed a 60-second time penalty to car 14 for failure to comply with rest time.
Time penalty to car 14.
Thank you. Just to confirm that this is to be served at next pit stop.
So car 14 is the green Aston Martin. It's not been a good day for those two cars from Valente Rosso.
It's a failure to respect the rest time. It means that once you do a stint, you have to be out of the car for a minimum of 60 minutes. You cannot get back in the car.
Doesn't matter how long you've been in the car either.
No, that doesn't matter.
It could be a full 2.5 hours,
or
it could be 3 laps.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you get out and you stay out for 60 minutes. And failure to comply with that, we'll see car 14 serve a 1-minute penalty in pit lane.
The people who have had bad days have had terrible days today, haven't they? To be quite honest. So, Valentino Rossi with Mauro Engel looming in his mirrors in that satin dark red AMG. It's the battle for 3rd and 4th position. And a few people on the socials saying that BMW number 46 is a bit of a throwback. They've got a big subwoofer in the rear in the rear shelf.
That's a fair comment.
It's a brilliant comment, isn't it? That's tickled you, that, Craill, hasn't it? It's actually, what it does is, because the race cars aren't a big round thing right in the middle of the back window, there's all kinds of sensors and GPS and all that in there. I believe that is to vent air out of the inside of the car to get airflow through it without putting pressure on the rear wing. And you see that there are louvres as well either side of the back windows which do the same thing. And there's the send. Big send. Exact. Well, that was a big super woofer, wasn't it, down the inside? Thank you very much indeed. And Mauro Engel makes up a position. Two giants of their respective sports, and fair play to Rossi there. Once again, situational awareness, Garth. That was from a long way back, but Rossi was watching his mirrors, got the feeling he thought that might be coming.
Look how far back Mauro Engel is.
It's that dummy again. Dummy right, go left.
Of the move of Roffer on about 15 minutes
Oh, this
ago.
is further back by a mile. So Rossi's probably lifting and coasting, thinking he's safe. And Mauro Engel's like, I'm coming through. So we were on board for that shot. You would expect that Mauro Engel was not stopping. He would have ended up in the forecourt of the hotel down there at the exit of the chase. But got it stopped, got it turned. That's twice he's used that little trick.
Yeah.
So if I'm Optimum McLaren or Sun Energy One AMG Mercedes, I'm just saying, hey, Mauro's strong on the brakes at the chase. Be ready.
Lovely pass from Mauro Engel, and he's blazing on right now. We're going to go back into the Pirelli pit bunker. I've grabbed Keziah to have a little bit of a chat about these amazing KW suspension pieces down here, the dampers. We've seen these for the last few years, and a number of the teams are actually running these. Can you bring us up to speed with which cars are running the KW?
Absolutely. So all the Porsches and BMWs out there today are actually running the KW V6 racing dampers. So it's the solid piston technology in these top-end dampers that really give drivers the confidence, especially when they are racing at circuits like here at Mount Panorama, where, you know, cornering precision is so important, and seconds in those corners can be the determining factors for winning and losing races.
And is this the upgraded version now, the latest version that you're holding? Can you tell us about it?
So this is actually the V7, KW V7 racing damper. Now this comes factory on the Lamborghini Temerario GT3s. It's 6-way adjustable for high, low speed and rebound, as well as blow off. So what that means is that race teams can really fine tune their setups and make sure that they've got exactly what they need when they're out there racing for long races like this.
There you go. I've enjoyed, in the last few years, actually getting up close to these amazing dampers and checking out the technology that goes into this. Everything from the clicking and the adjusting is very impressive when you check these out up close.
That's the first bit of the new Lamborghini Temerario I've seen. So hasn't made it out onto the racetrack yet. Did a bit of testing in the back end of last year and was at the IMSA test at Daytona last December. Alas, I was elsewhere talking about racing. Fascinating stuff. Bump, rebound, that's the kind of torque we need on here. And in terms of your road-going cars as well, I honestly think that nowadays the ride and handling engineers are wizards. How they manage to control the mass of some of these cars and SUVs nowadays. Marvellous stuff. Right, Garth. What phase of the race are we in now? Everybody's counting backwards. You start counting backwards from 12 hours, but now this is getting to the stage where this is meaningful, isn't it?
Yeah, we certainly are in that phase of the race where you are working backwards from the end and understanding, you've got a much clearer understanding of your stint length and stint time, and you'll start working backwards. How many stops do we need? Chad Nailon made a really good point when we crossed down to him at the 4 hour and 45 minute mark left in the race, that it's real tight there to do it in 3. So that's with the assumption that you're going to do it under green for 4 hours and 45 minutes, which we have done close to that before. But based on what we've seen today, there probably will be another sting in the tail somewhere along the way. So there's a fair bit of just looking over your shoulder a little bit at your opposition right now and not showing your hand too much, and maybe just keeping a little up your sleeve. Burrow Engel, I think, is doing everything he can to get to where he needs to be, and we've seen just how aggressive he is making those passes, and he is closing in on the lead right now.
You want to check in with Ryan Wood and the Ziggo Tempesta Ferrari, the number 193. It's still going around and round. You guys are still within a shot at a class win, but how difficult is it? 4 drivers to a car. It's giving you too much time off.
Yeah, look, first of all, it feels like a real privilege talking to you, Shay. I've watched you a lot on TV, and it's pretty cool. But, for myself, it's been really great with the Ziggo Sport team, and Lorenzo, Jonathan, and Chris are all doing an amazing job. So Jonathan's, pretty impressive for a bronze, and then Chris is, only a couple of tenths away from me and Lorenzo. So it's pretty impressive, the group we've got, and that's why we're able to have so much flexibility. So for me, I've been learning lap by lap. Yesterday was a lot of fun and qualifying, and today we've made a good gain on the car in our driving group, and we'll just keep pushing.
Jonathan and Chris knocked out a bucket list item last year with the debut at Le Mans. Hopefully, you can give them a good result here in Bathurst.
Yeah, fingers crossed. So looking forward to it. Oh, there's been a massive crash, so hope someone's okay.
Yeah, we'll give it back up to the guys in the booth.
Yeah, Shay, thank you. The Team BRM Audi is parked heavily against the fence at the top at the John Hinksman Vista. It's James Golding behind the wheel of that car that was already a long way down the leaderboard after a crash earlier on today at the top of the mountain, just a couple of 100 metres around the road. Oh, into the grate.
Oh, big impact. Big impact for James Golding at Reed Park. You could see when he dropped into Reed Park, he was a little bit wide, and you cannot get it back, and heavy impact. Significant damage to the rear of that car.
Third car of 3 as well. Again,
he got the wall on the outside too, so that's where it's got away from him. And you can see the dust, you can see the debris. The rear engine car inertia is taking over, and right about here you're bracing for impact.
I am going to venture that for all the hard work they did this morning in repairing that car, that perhaps will not come back today.
No, I'm not sure that chassis will come back again.
No.
So significant fire, obviously, and you can look at the debris that's pulled the whole corner out of the car. So
that's Mark Rosser. He owns that car.
Race control safety car
just been
remain green light, maintain green light. Leader is still 75 according to timing.
Oh man, that's such a big hit. Steve Brooks was to his right, and that's a really good sign of James Golding clambering out the car under his own steam into the waiting hands of Team Medical Australia. Shows you how strong and how durable these cars really are.
That's a short car in waiting now, isn't it? He's going to race again.
Violence of that impact. The fireball surprises me. It's rare you see a fireball of that extent.
Well, the fuel cells in those cars are right in the middle.
Yes.
Yeah. Right in the middle. And the energy that's gone through that car, I wouldn't mind betting that it's erupted or pulled the fuel tubes where they put the fuel in. It's pulled that out of the top of the fuel tank.
Race control safety are confirming as per timing. Leader is 75. Car 45 is the car in front of 75.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's flammable there.
Car 75 is the leader.
Brake fluid is incredibly flammable as well. So
predictably, quite a few takers for pit lane, those that were in the opportunity to dive in. So Marvin Kirchhofer has pitted. The McLaren is in. We just heard from Ryan Wood for ARGT and the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car, which has been at times leading the bronze class. Jonathan Quay behind the wheel is about to jump out. So 46 has pitted. Valentino Rossi in what was 4th position, and Matt Campbell's pitted that Porsche in the middle of screen for Absolute Racing for a driver change as well, potentially.
That's interesting, because they were 5 laps worse off on fuel than the leader in that yellow and black Absolute car.
Yeah, well, it's take the safety car opportunity.
Absolutely.
That everyone else is taking, so you just level the scoreboard, and into the lane comes Nicky Katzberg as well. So this safety car, good for JMR for the Corvette, as a bit of a catch-up car after their unforced error earlier with passing the train and passing the safety car.
The top 4 cars didn't come immediately to the lane.
Well, actually, they were further down, to be honest, GT, because Ralph Aaron and Lauren Heinrich were towards the back of that train when they got let through. So they'll either come next time, it doesn't get any better, does it? Or they're going to take the track position, Chad.
Well, I thought that was pretty curious as well, Garth. Why would you not put in if you're the leader and take the free pit stop? Then I remembered 75 Express have done that on the last 2 safety cars they've gone around. And I wonder if that, it's another lap, it gets you closer to the window, everyone's out there doing the same speed, so there's no rush to come in. The closer you can pit to that pit release, the speed limiters coming off, is actually an advantage for how much fuel you could save and maybe even manage a bit more driver time.
Chad, you read my mind. That's exactly what my thought was whilst we're under speed restriction doing the 80k now, and this is going to be a significant cleanup. This is not going to take a lap or 2 to clean this up. So the teams at the front of the field have already identified that, hey, we might get 3 laps under speed restriction at 80k an hour before we close the field up. So you don't need to come straight away. No. You can do it in a lap or 2, and then you've got more fuel in the tank when we go green, to Chad's point.
That speed restriction regulation changes your strategy under safety car. I said it didn't get any better as you watched it. Have a listen to the violence here. Ow.
No, that makes it worse.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can tell you for free that wall on the outside of Repark has no give in it. It is literally a retaining wall. So all concrete walls are hard, but that one in particular. So it was great to see James Golding get out of that car under his own steam, no doubt. He's had the wind knocked out of him.
Bits pulled off the car, but there is a design imperative to do that, to try and get rid of some of the energy of an impact. But again, the driver cell has remained to the point where James opened the door and got out.
Yeah.
Actually, impressive.
Big ups to the recovery team here. And we were saying it's probably going to be 2 or 3 laps. They've already got the car on the tilt tray and started the cleanup work to get all the fluid off the racetrack. Shay in pit lane.
With Mark Rossiter, unfortunately, this is going to be it for you guys for today. You've had such adversity to fight through, a radio issue, the issue we saw it on track. How do you guys begin to process this year's race?
I mean, the first thing is Jimmy's already got out the car, so that's the main thing. Car's probably toast, I think, so yeah, we'll have to see what we can do for the rest of the year.
Bit of unfinished business for this race now, means you just have to come back next year.
Maybe, see what happens. Yeah,
thanks.
Thank you.
Mark Ross, a businessman from South Australia, clearly pretty disappointed with life. Let's watch for 75. Does it go to pit lane? It does, right at the last minute. Jules Gounon, was it a late call or is he playing the game? Could be a little from column A, a little from column B, but either way, 75 Express, who turns out pretty good at this whole car racing thing, and followed in by GMR with Maro Engel.
Yeah, they've all done it, all the 4 that stayed out.
Heinrich as well, which
when
makes
Ralph Ferron come in?
Well, he was 20 seconds down the road from the leader, so he's not there yet. Oh, no, he's coming now, so he's just gone into pit lane. Yep. So because they're still under the control of the speed limiter, so they're all still spaced apart from where they were on the racetrack.
That's the critical time.
Correct.
The speed limiter part, because once they close the gap, that's when you start losing your track position.
Yeah.
And I think these teams have reacted to the speedy work of the recovery crew, and they've dived to pit lane now.
Good point.
So for the race leader, Jules Gounon, he actually had to overshoot his mark slightly because of the Heart of Racing Mercedes parked in behind him. Now, we've talked about recently, hang on, the 77 just went straight through pit lane. It didn't stop. Did I just see that correctly? That was... Yeah, okay, that was weird. I'll get on that in a second. But Gounon had to get pushed back into his bay. It's a pit stop race between the 75 and the 888 at the moment. So let's see what happens here. I know they've got to wait for the 80 seconds, but let's just see what happens here with Gounon waiting to get out. There's going to be a small delay here, potentially. No, he gets out in front of the GT4 car and in front of the Group M car, which might just have to wait for the harder racing car. No, he slots in. Now, why on earth did Craft Bamboo do a drive-through, essentially? I'll go investigate.
You're not dreaming, Chad. 32 seconds, which is the transit time.
Perfect. Perfect on the pit lane speed limiter. They've become the leader, but they've not done their pit stop. Now, do they think there's going to be one more lap before the safety car pit lane?
Race control attention teams, please make sure you advise your drivers about the debris, both drivers right and drivers left, turn 9.
That's great race management from Motorsport Australia Race Control, just to make sure that the teams are communicating that, especially drivers who have just jumped in racing cars, who have just jumped aboard, because they won't be familiar with those conditions at the top of the mountain, at the Metal Grate and beyond.
So, Craft Bamboo then, Ralph Aaron sent through the pit lane. He's been out 17 laps. So are they going to buy another lap under the speed limiter and get themselves closer to the end of the race with 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go? I'm speculating. I think Chad has the answer.
They've got tyres and guns laid out, but they sure don't have mechanics ready. They all look very relaxed. I asked Maxi Gertz, what was that about? They said they do have a communication issue with that car. The plan was never to pit then. So they're all standing in the pit bay, frantically waving him through. Do not stop, do not stop. They wanted the track position. They think with that fuel saving earlier, maybe they can try and play something different strategy-wise. Clearly, they don't think they can do it on straight-out pace with the cars around them. They want to try something a little bit different here. Going to be even more difficult by the fact they can't talk to him.
One other thing. It is shorter down the pit lane than it is down the straight. So they might have...
but it's slower.
You have to do 40k in pit lane, 80k on the track.
Still, not the end of the world. I mean, they got their track position. Either way, they didn't lose anything by not stopping.
True.
Yeah.
They were 8th, weren't they, when the safety car came out?
Either if he stayed on the track or he went down pit lane, he was going to be leading. But it's a brave call to not take that stop.
Well, they have done 11 stops at Craft Bamboo. So why not do it a little bit differently and just come in, wave at the crew and drive back out again? They've done every other variation of pit stop so far.
Was it the Days of Thunder where they were all sitting with their feet up with gelato? Is that what was going on?
You don't have gelato in America, John. Come on. You just have ice cream.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. If we were racing at Monza, you'd be having gelato.
Okay. Yeah. Or a pie. You could have had it. They could have been having a pie.
Yeah, but I'm fascinated by, and it's not for us to second guess Craft Bamboo because they've pulled off some strategy blinders in the past. So we will be as interested spectators as the rest of you to see how this plays out. They've done 17 laps on this tank of fuel, so they're beyond halfway through a stint. So the rule of thumb is generally you would come to the lane and top it off and buy yourself some more time at the end of this next stint and open up the windows towards the end of the race.
And when this goes back to green, it's basically going to be 4 stints of 1 hour-ish to get to the end. So there will be some rolling dice. So this is James Golding throughout his stint in this race, pushing the friendship with the Metal Grate, which he's just run over.
So close. Look at the deflection on the tyre as well. That right rear tyre being lent on. Almost looks like it's...
And the rear. The only thing that I think may have caught James out here is the aero wash as he drops down into the grate, following the Tsunami RT Porsche, and just drifted a little bit wide. And around he goes, and we've seen this a couple of times. And it's your point, John, it doesn't get better viewing the more we see it.
And Ross Hartley on the camera up there at the top of the mountain, capturing that absolutely beautifully. It's not the vision that Team BRM nor James or Mark Rosser will want to see, but a great example of how hard they're pushing the friendship on that run through that massively loaded bit of road at over 200 kilometres an hour. And it's 2 lanes plus a lane and a bit over there. and take this time to acknowledge the hard-working team. It's a long day in the office covering this race, 12 and a half hours live, and that break free. Thanks to our team all the way around the circuit in the truck and looking after everything to get us to air on a massive day of live sport.
12 and a half hours is what the end user sees. The ladies and gentlemen out there were there a good half an hour longer than that, and they'll be there half an hour afterwards as well. That's a very, very long day for our camera operators, indeed all the crew here. Hats off to everybody, particularly our replay crew as well.
The BRM Audi being taken down to Elf Oil pit lane, and Elf Oil are an amazing partner of this event and have been so for the last 2 years. And with more on that, here's Chad.
Elf, again, is the official oil and lubrication supplier for the Bathurst 12 Hour this year. Craig Rundle is down here to tell us a little bit about the product and what's to come in 2026. But let's just start with how amazing this brand is and what an amazing motorsport heritage it has.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Yeah, look, Elf's got a long history in motorsport and very proud history. Obviously, a lot of people know our heritage about Formula One. We've had lots of successes and partnerships with some of the most successful teams in history in Tyrrell, Lotus, Williams, and obviously Renault. 128 international victories, 13 world championships. So very long history. Our current association is in the Le Mans 24-hour and endurance racing. Our partnership with Alpine in the WEC. So it ties in beautifully with the heritage endurance race we have here in the Bathurst 12 Hour.
Absolutely. Tell me more about how it's performing here in the local scene in Australia.
Yeah, so we've got a wonderful partnership with Motoractive, who are our local B2B automotive distributor. Proud partnership that we've had on board for the last 2 years. We're really encouraged to grow that partnership and see where it comes, and really encouraged to be part of a professional outfit like Motoractive.
Beautiful. 2026, what's on the horizon for you guys now?
Yeah, so a lot of good things happening, Chad. We've got a new range of liveries coming out in terms of bottles and new drums coming out. We've got a brand new motorcycle range that's just about to launch as well. And we've got some exciting activations around the Distinguished Gentleman ride that happens, which is a great charity, and I encourage everyone to be involved in that. Plus also MotoGP later in the year with our association with the Moto team, Mark VDS.
Beautifully done. Thank you, Craig. Keep an eye out for Elf and the new stuff that's to come in 2026. Great to have him on board here with the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour.
There's some Elf that has escaped from where it's supposed to be. And so they're going to give as much of an opportunity to clean this up as well as they can, and there's every good reason to do so at the top of the mountain.
Given where it is.
You're leaning on your tyres a bit there. You don't need reduced grip, Garth, I would have thought.
When we saw those replays of James Golding when he was driving it in so hard at the grate and just getting so close to the wall, if you looked at the tyre deflection, that's max load.
Yeah.
Max load through there. So we certainly do not want a slippery surface as the cars make their way through.
You could see the rim. The deflection was that
much. It was actually interesting. I was watching the inside rim, and as much as it was deflecting on the outside and pushing the tyre under, on the inside rim, it was pulling the tyre inside the other way.
Wow.
Yeah, it was actually quite interesting. I'd never seen that before. That's a TikTok.
The supporters have come over from New Zealand. So Highlands is the track in the central Otago of New Zealand that Tony Quinn owns. They're getting involved in this family business, Chad. Good signs down at Team 101.
Yeah, so a little bit more to the story on the Quinn family down here. Now, we've been talking about the 80-second transit time plus stop time, which does leave you time to do some extra things in between your pit stops and driver changes. I'm reliably informed that the plan is, during this next pit stop and driver change, that they're going to take a family photo.
Yeah, that's cool.
They are known for that.
Now, as for what's going on in the background with the dancing, let's ask TQ. We've got the fan club in the background, Tony. You're having a lot of fun down here. Can you tell us what's going on with the TikTok group in behind you here?
Mate, I don't know what's going on. It's out of my control. You can blame Josie Spillane. She's the ringleader of that rabble behind us.
This feels very morning TV, and I'm for it at the moment. No, is it true that you guys are getting a family photo in the next pit stop?
Yes, we're going to try to, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me anyway, and we're going to make the most of it. We've really enjoyed the event so far. It's been absolutely incredible for me and the family and friends. It's been absolutely unbelievable, so we're just making the most of it.
I don't want to alarm you, but I think your car might be in pit lane nearly. No, it's going around for one more time, so you've got a bit of time yet.
We're fine.
No rush.
Yeah, no rush. And that's the thing. we're not here to win the race. We didn't come here to win the race. We're here to compete.
With this family photo,
The Highlands 29 is Josie wants the V8s to come to Highlands in 29.
Oh, that's the scoop.
29.
Right.
That's the scoop. There you go.
So 3 rounds in New Zealand, you reckon?
I don't think they'll come if those people are at the track.
I might have to cut the dancing out.
I think they're all jumping about like kangaroos. Kangaroos are the theme of the day.
Not wrong. I might go over and get a quick word from them while we're waiting then. Why not? How are we doing, Team Q? Are we having fun?
Yeah!
Are we excited for Highlands Project 29?
Yeah!
Apparently. All right. Get ready for what's going to be the most interesting family photo you've seen in a while.
Got to make sure there's not too many people over the line, though. You have to do it from inside the garage or from the other side of the pit wall or something like that and have them behind it.
I'm pretty sure they'd happily take the penalty, whatever comes their way.
You know what? You're right. No. 4 hours to go, gentlemen. We are into the last third of the race of the 2026. Stop giggling, Craill. The 2026 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. It is putting the fun back into motor racing. I have no problem with that at all. Here is the Corvette number 2.
Potential teams, make sure you advise your drivers. Extreme caution from turn 8. Turn 8, we have a road sweeper in use.
That's smart. I like that. And again, good officiating with plenty of yellow flags out. Chad has stayed down in the pit lane, down at Team Q.
I've moved up a spot to the JMR Johor team because they've decided to take this opportunity to pit car 2. And one of the things they took the opportunity to do was get out the blower and blow as much debris out of the front of that car. Oh, that thing is absolute symphony when it gets out of pit lane. That is the best sounding car exiting pit lane in the field, by the way. I hope you heard that roar through the microphone. Now, I'm guessing they took that opportunity to top it up on fuel. I guess we'll get the answer to that if it ticks over to 80 seconds here at pit exit, guys.
Yeah, it does. 80.7, Chad. Perfect. So another box ticked for the JMR Corvette team. So again, common sense to tick the box while under safety car, which pushes them into the final third of the race now. We've just ticked over 8 hours of motor racing.
They've lost some track position after that penalty that they had, but they're now back in it, as we thought they would be.
I wondered why would they take that stop now again once the queue had formed behind the safety car, but there is only 2 cars behind them are on the lead lap.
Correct.
So they're only going to lose 2 spots once the wave around all takes place. So it's actually worth coming in and topping off as they continue to clean up the surface, the racing surface at the exit of Reid Park and the run up to McPhillamy.
4 hours, even at an hour and 5, that's 3 more stops, isn't it?
Yeah, so we were...
So there's your arithmetic done for you now.
And then we were starting to look at why the Craft Bamboo car basically didn't take the fuel and took the track position. They came into pit lane but didn't stop. And Scott Sinclair, who runs our strategy for us in the background, it's basically said, well, remember, it's not a sprint pit stop. So it's not about how much fuel you've got to put in because you are sitting still for 80 seconds, regardless whether you put 10 litres in or you put 100 litres in. So they've taken the track position on the expectation that every car is going to do 3 more stops. They're going to do 3 more stops. Yes, they've got to put more fuel in, but that's covered by the 80 seconds.
You can fill the car up in the 40-odd seconds that you're stationary.
Yeah, so it's actually, we were confused at the time, but when you spend a bit of time to analyse it, you go, well, this is very, very clever. Right back to the point, right back at the start of the race, it's all about track position.
Yes. So why did they come down pit lane? The answer was in the fact that they didn't have the communication to the driver. So the driver probably thought, I better come in. And then we heard Chad say, they waved him through. Don't stop, don't stop.
Or they changed their mind.
Well,
between pit entry and pit where they are, which is quite late in pit lane.
Well, and that's the beauty of this pit lane, of the speed limit before you catch up to the safety car, is that relative track position remains exactly as it is. Here we go.
Friends of the bride first, please. Friends of the groom. Let's get bridesmaids.
So Kent Quinn will jump
He's got to get out, get over the line.
Yep.
That red line there.
He was playing piano when we saw him behind the wheel there, tapping his fingers along to the dancing. I'm not sure if he was watching that on the big screen.
Are they entrusting Tony with the photo duties? They are.
This is
cool. This is really cool.
Clark's taking the photo. And now Ryder will jump in the car with some encouragement from his dad. That's really cool.
There is no other motor race in the world where you would see that happening. That's brilliant.
Do you know, the 23rd outright, 34-car field, like, there are pro cars behind them based on some dramas today.
And watch that car go now as well. Ryder in it, an outstanding qualifying performance, a brilliant run in the darkness this morning. He had never seen this place or drove round this place in a race car in the dark. Don't know if he'd even driven around at 60k in the dark.
To all teams, ensure you're advising drivers. We have multiple response vehicles proceeding back down the mountain. One still at the scene. We have multiple vehicles proceeding back down the mountain. One vehicle still protecting the scene.
Good info. Good info.
Interesting that the Earl Bamber Motorsport car should have just taken a pit stop as well. So they're another team that's elected to use this safety car to top that car off. So 80.4 seconds, Chad, in pit lane for EBM.
Yes, I hope you are enjoying the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours so far. We've had a little bit of everything out there today, including the Quins, who decided to take that opportunity and have a little bit of fun at the same time. Only cost them 17 extra seconds, by the way, that family photo. Not too bad. Here's some highlights of what's been a frantic hour of the race, and that was crazy stuff right there. The Corvette getting stuck in the middle of the road, thinking it was time to get on with it behind the safety car, and that would lead to, inevitably, a drive-through penalty. It was the wave by cars that he nearly tripped over in the middle of all of that. Went back to racing, and man, there was some tight fighting going on. How about this moment here with the Hallmark Marxini car flying off the road with contact right at the chase, and he would slide all the way out onto the grass and thankfully not go into the fence, which would mean we didn't get a safety car period for that. Unfortunately for this Audi, we did. That's James Golding, Supercars driver, driving for BRM. Wow, that is just a shocker, isn't it? Heavy contact going through Reed Park. Good news is James was able to get out of that car. We've had a lengthy BMW safety car period as a result from this one. It's this impact here. Car gets airborne. There's a flash flame that continued on for some time in the left rear of that car. He went for a wild ride, did James, and we are still under the control of the BMW safety car. And even though this is happening within almost side of the checkered flag, some teams are using this as a chance to try some different strategies, including the team that always goes for different strategies, Craft Bamboo.
And this is how the field sits as we work our way into the final third of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Compelling, as always. Cars still spaced out around the circuit behind the control of the BMW safety car. So that's the top 10. Class leaders, Ralph Bond behind the wheel of the Hindhaugh Motorsport Porsche leads the bronze class. So that's a little battle they've got going on with Ziggo Sport Tempesta by ARGT. Pro-Am class, as it has been for basically all the day, being led by GWR and Ram Motorsport, with Dylan O'Keefe back behind the wheel of their Mercedes-AMG. And the IRC GT, with Axel Donaldson behind the wheel, continues to circulate in the Invitational class. Well, it's iconic, isn't it? Sydney Harbour, got the Navy base, and then you've got the amazing Opera House and the Harbour Bridge, the majestic skyline, and all the beautiful houses in and around there with boats dotting the harbour. That's Mrs. Macquarie's Point. It's a beautiful place to just take in the world, and a quiet little sanctuary in the middle of an absolutely bustling city. Now, Chaz, with the race over, for all intents and purposes, for Triple Two, they're 18th, and they're 3 laps behind after that crash earlier, is going back to visit Robbo's place, where he quite famously ended up parked with a cool beverage in hand after his car expired in the Repco Bathurst 1000 last October, among the most famous and viral scenes from a race that was quite viral all the way through. So he's popped back up to visit his mates.
Well, the big viral post this weekend was Grant Denyer and Chad Nailon
yes,
on Valentine's Day. Well over, I think it's more than 100,000 now, just from one of the reposts of that I saw.
The drawing power of Chad Nailon, let's be honest.
That's right.
I think Chaz has just gone there because it's a really good place to walk.
It is a great place to walk.
let alone he's still in a race suit too.
There he is.
He's gone away to Cam Waters. We're being told that the reason he's gone there is to say good day to Cam behind the wheel of the car, and that's it.
You could have just put a headset on and done it over the radio.
You know, it's a fit young bloke. Go for a walk. Why not?
Nowhere near as much fun though, is it?
Here he is. I thought he was going over to get a selfie with the Richard Craill Fan Cup banner that's over there.
As everybody would want to.
As you would, absolutely. Shay, from pit lane.
As you do. Question for you guys. Do you have access to drive time and how it's going? Because I feel like I've been waiting a very, very, very long time to try and interview Lauren Heinrich, and he just came into the pit lane once again in the EBM Porsche, did not get out. Can he actually afford to do a full stint, or will he then bust the 2.5-hour drive time?
Okay, I'm on it.
We'll get back to you on that.
Please hold caller.
Thank you.
Yes.
The answer is that I think he's probably okay, because Klaus Bachler in particular has done the lion's share of the driving there. So the third driver will jump in for the closing stint of that. The Audi team getting some service, and we'll go back to chat.
Yeah, I'm down in the JMR Johor Racing pit, which is home of the brand new Corvette. We're loving it here in Australia. I've grabbed Jessica Barla, General Manager for GM in Australia and New Zealand as well, to chat a bit about what a historic occasion this is, the vet's first trip to Bathurst.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some amazing enthusiasts for the Corvette in the country across both Australia and New Zealand. And obviously when we brought the car to market a few years ago, we've been asked repeatedly, when is the Corvette GT3R coming to Australia, and most importantly this amazing track at Bathurst, and it's been so exciting to finally have it here. We've got a ton of amazing attention, and obviously the JMR team has done a phenomenal effort so far halfway through the day.
It looks, and as I mentioned earlier, sounds pretty special, and this is a pretty special moment, and so with that in mind, you and the business have organised something very iconic to mark the occasion.
Yeah, we thought this was such a massive moment for the country and for the car itself. So on Friday we announced a Corvette Z06 Bathurst 12-hour special edition. It's going to be an amazing opportunity for our customers to get as close to the GT3R model as possible as a road car. It's going to be a special edition, only 12 models created, all numbered. There's going to be some very amazing decals of the track itself on the car that we've organised with the Bathurst Council, so we can't wait to get these 12 amazing cars into some customers' hands.
Brilliant, and I reckon they're going to be worth plenty on the resale one day if Earl and the boys can get this up. So fingers crossed for you, Jess, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Thanks so much, Chad.
I think that's a great idea. There was an IMSA special edition in the States and it sold out immediately, more than the 12 that they're talking about here. It's become a real collector's item. To answer Shea Adams' question about Lauren Heinrich, he has been in that car, bizarrely, he has only been in that car just over an hour. It seems a bit longer than that. Klaus Bachler was in before him. He's been down the pit lane 3 times in that hour because of the way the safety cars have fallen and the neutralisation of the circuit by the BMW M safety car. So your answer is yes, Shea. Basically, he can afford to do a full stint of about an hour and 5 minutes.
That's good, but it really does feel like as soon as I walked into the garage, he was already gone, and his girlfriend was sitting in the chair hugging the lucky koala to make sure that his stint goes very well. And it just feels like every time I've gone back in, Lauren's been in the car, so maybe it's my mind playing tricks on me.
And maybe that, actually, I should look back further. Maybe it's because because Klaus Bachler only did a single stint, and they're doing something weird with the driver rotations. Yeah, Klaus was definitely in before Lauren got in about an hour ago. So still people coming in here, Garth, to take advantage of a last top-up or perhaps a change of tyres in the case of the wall racing Lamborghini. Down in 21st position. Grant Denyer bringing the car in and jumping out.
So this is in anticipation of a restart coming shortly, so taking a late opportunity to top off with fuel to extend this, what we think will be 3rd last fuel window.
Yeah, just on that, is anyone considering potentially trying to slice this into 2 more to the end of the race? I know we've been going out there for a long time with the safety car.
Not for another half an hour, at least.
How much longer we got? Another 5 minutes before we go racing?
Safety car in this lap.
In this lap, so 2 minutes. You need a bit of a miracle and some pretty crazy, Alexander Rossi-esque fuel saving to win the Indy 500. But
teams just confirming weigh-by process will be undertaken. Cars from position 13, including position 13 onwards, you're entitled to the weigh-by.
I just reckon never say never, boys.
3 hours and 46 minutes, Charles.
You'd have to get a couple of 1 hour 20s together and maybe one slightly longer than that. I know the BMW was getting that last year. Yes, they had a bigger fuel tank. What has that BMW got in store yet? Have they showed their hand completely?
The only thing, Chad, and I know what you're getting at here. I know the path that you're leading us down. Will somebody roll the dice if there's another safety car and just burn the time rather than coming in and fuel? But not at the next stop, probably not, maybe not at the one after. But if you touch and go, let's see. I can't see somebody planning to be able to do this on just 2 more stops.
Yeah, I feel like we're 45 minutes to just over an hour away from critical decision time.
Yeah.
And there'll obviously be a lot to play out over the next 3 hours and 45 minutes. But I think in the next 45 minutes to 1 hour is where you really start making those sort of critical decisions as far as at what point do we go on some sort of alternate strategy.
Yeah.
Do what Ferrari did last year to try and create an opportunity. We're not there yet.
Yeah, and at that point, if you're on the lead lap but you're 10th, that's when you might go, do you know what? Let's have a crack. We've got nothing to lose because we don't have track position and we're probably not going to win the thing because we're at the front
can commence once you reach turn 18.
So the other thing is, we've been talking about 80 seconds, of course. That's only if you change driver and put the fuel in. If you change tyres, is that your 80 seconds as well? So if it is, okay.
Well,
but it's only going to be about fuel.
Yeah, I don't think tyres play a role, to be honest with you, because on that last mandatory stop, the 80-second stop, you put tyres on, and then so there you go.
Yeah, there's no advantage in not putting tyres on at the end because of the pit stop time that covers it. So, yeah, it's all about fuel, and you need. Go faster, you're going to burn more fuel. So ultimately, it's about getting to the end of the race as quick as you can with track position, burning the least amount of fuel.
We say it's about fuel and not about tyres, but I wonder who's got the tyres left. We only get 12 sets for the day, and there's been an awful lot of pit stops.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, the Audi.
Oh, no.
So that was a wave-by car.
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't a wave-by car, and they're putting themselves back. It was 13th on down. No. It's 6th.
Hang on.
Not at all.
We'll come back to that because we're going back to green regardless, and Rolf Aron will lead the field back to green. The Estonian driver for Kraft Bamboo Racing, car 77. They've been through pit lane 11 times today. They were shown in 12th place, the Audi, 12th position for the Audi. So I wonder if they've done what Corvette did earlier and blaze past. We'll get confirmation for you on that. Regardless, Rolf Aron leads the race. Lucas Stoles is back behind the wheel of car 75. He's in second. Maro Engel is in third place. He stayed behind the wheel of the GMR number 888. Marvin Kirchhoffer is next in the McLaren, fighting a little bit further back. Nicky Katzberg trying to put a move on Lauren Heinrich, Porsche versus Corvette. Then it's back to Matt Campbell. And there's the Jamek Racing Audi, Christopher Haase behind the wheel.
13th, including 13th on down, is what race direction said. They were 12th. They went, then stopped. So they've redressed it themselves. That was a drive-through.
Well, that was our assumption that that's what happened. So we'll wait for Motorsport Australia Race Control to further advise us on what happened there. We'll have a look to see what we can find. Oh, no. The Tsunami RT car, and this is one of the wave-by cars that was up the road ahead of our leaders. Our leaders right now are through the S's, making their way down to the dipper. They're not far away from getting to that car. Here they come.
He's down at the entrance to... Oh, no! Huge shunt. Huge shunt for the Kraft Bamboo car. Straight into it at the top of the BMW.
Safety car boards and flags, safety car boards and flags.
BMW M, Forest Elbow. And that car is out.
Limiters in 10, 9.
So remember the last pit stop, we heard from the Kraft Bamboo team. They were having communication issues. The team probably saw the same footage we saw. They couldn't communicate to their driver.
So he's come down to one of those blind corners not knowing what was going on.
Rolf Aron's got out of the car under his own steam. So that's great news that he has been able to do that under his own power. Completely blind on the run down the hill there.
Race control, all personnel, red flag,
and the race is going to be suspended.
Red flag, race is suspended.
And heartbreak.
Pit exit is now closed.
Heartbreak for Craft Bamboo Racing.
It is one of those spots, isn't it, Garth, where vision
Race
down the
control
mountain
to all teams,
just
all
not there.
teams, all cars to stop on the grid, please. Single file on the grid.
So there's the Tsunami RT team, Maxi Goats from Craft Bamboo. What could have been for that team as the rest make their way as directed by race control.
Single file on the grid, please.
And Rolf's out of the car and climbed out under his own steam at a blind section of the racetrack. And Lucas Auer and Maxi Goats watching on from pit lane. Absolutely nothing that they can do. So race suspension. It's only happened a couple of times in Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour history. Last time was 2018, and that was with 40 minutes to go, and the race ultimately didn't resume.
Clock has stopped at this point at 3 hours, 40 minutes and 48 seconds.
And that's for driver time. So the driver time under a suspension doesn't count. So it's vital that that element of the race is preserved, because the whole day is based on what amount of time behind the wheel a driver can do. So that's why the clock stops under these conditions. And Johann Ziegler, was behind the wheel of the Tsunami RT Porsche, has also climbed out of his car. So huge impact at the top of the elbow. So if you've just joined us, the 79 car was part of a group of cars, waved past the safety car. They were rejoining the back of the field. It spun. We don't yet know the circumstances of how it spun, but it spun at the BMW M elbow, and it was then collected by the race leader, Rolf Aron.
Well, as you can imagine, a lot of emotion down in the pit lane. The relatively good news is that both drivers got themselves out of the cars. Rolf Aron clearly taking a big hit there.
I want to reiterate, John, sorry, that Rolf got out of the car under his own steam.
Correct.
And walked across the track, and clearly then needed a little lie down on the side of the road, which is completely understandable. Massive impact.
Just no view there.
No, there is no view. I've been caught up in an incident there in the past where you come around the corner and it's literally nothing you can do.
And it's faster than people think isn't it?
It's fourth gear in a GT car. It's moving, so it's a completely blind corner. It's Maxi Goats and Craft Bamboo team.
This team have been coming here since 2014 when they were an Aston Martin squad, and they've been on the podium a couple of times. They came within 10 seconds of winning this thing in 2022 with a stirring drive from Maro Engel. And they keep supporting this event year and year again, and they rock up with amazing liveries and incredible support, and an operation with people all around the world contributing to get them here, and some of the best drivers, and they were leading the race within the final third, and unfortunately now are well and truly out of contention for this one. So too Tsunami RT. So just confirming, the race has been suspended. The clock has stopped, and all of the cars directed by Motorsport Australia Race Control to pull to a halt on the pit straight behind the safety car. And directions essentially from there will follow.
And as they're pulled up, this is how they stand. Oh, there's a flat tyre there for the Aston Martin number 14. That's the Volante Rosso Motorsport car. So the spin happens first, and right in front of the Penrite 100 car. The Tsunami RT car goes around, does a really good job of getting on the middle pedal so that they don't roll back, and they left some room for people to go around. There's two cars there, the Volante Rosso car's there as well, and that was hiding the other car. So the Volante Rosso car is trying to get around and leaves no room what an avoidance as well by the 888 and Maro Engel, who somehow managed to get that satin red car through a gap that didn't appear to be AMG GT wide.
Race control to all cars, please just form in behind the queue that's already existed. Form in behind the queue that's already existed. We will sort the field when we go into the restart componentry.
So that's the orders from James Taylor, Motorsport Australia Race Control. And he'll be getting messages on the LAN and from team manager contacts complaining about race order and things like that. That right now, that's not the priority. The priority is to get the racetrack under control and to manage the situation at the top, get the cleanup underway, and then worry about getting the race restarted. So there's Maro Engel. What a drive it's been from him so far to haul this car with his compatriots Meguiar and Maxime Martin. And yeah, I'm, as you said, to squeeze past as he did, there's an element of luck involved in motorsport, and I think he's just used a bit of it.
That's your actions preceding your thought there. That's instinct that gets you through that, Craill.
And
pure instinct.
Your point to the Aston Martin being there, I think, is apt, because you'd be easy looking at that car going, okay, well, that car's on the left, so I'll go right. But that was where the stranded car with the Porsche was parked.
Yeah, just a little bit further around the corner, Craill. Would have been slightly unsighted as they came through there. Chad down in Elfoyle's pit lane.
Almost on the racetrack, actually, John. Grab Lucas Stolz for a quick chat about this one. It feels like an unusual time to be chatting to drivers mid-session. That looked pretty serious up there. Can you tell us what you saw?
Yeah, first of all, I hope everybody's okay. I couldn't really follow. But yeah, it was pretty harsh. I just saw a car stopping in Forest Elbow, and then Ralph, so the 7.7 in front of me, tried to avoid, but still hit it, and I just moved left, and I guess I was just lucky.
We believe the Craft Bamboo cars had some ongoing communication issues to pit to car stuff. Did you have warning of that one from your point of view?
Yeah, I heard that there's a car in Forest Elbow, so I took out a little bit, but even I took out some, it was probably not enough, but I was just lucky.
Is the front of your car okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Wow, that's a lucky one, huh?
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Garth, you down with Maro?
Yeah, right behind Lucas Stolz was Maro Engel. And Maro, what did you know going down to Forest Elbow as you went down there that lap?
Nothing. I just saw the yellow flag, so backed off, but as I came around, cars stopped and cars everywhere, and just crazy, and don't really know how we got through there without any touch. Must have been a centimetre or so, but yeah, first of all, hope that Ralph and all drivers are okay.
You guys, there was a whole heap of debris going on. Have you had a look at the front of your car at the moment to understand if you got away with any damage or not?
Yeah, it's the first thing I did when I jumped out. So, yeah, it looks like no touch, nothing. I think I just rolled over a bit of debris, but yeah, crazy.
It's a crazy old race, this one. You know it more than anyone else how crazy it can be. You guys started last. You've worked your way back into the game. There's been a whole heap of strategy stuff going on throughout the course of the day. Do you feel like you've got the car once we get going again to get the job done?
Yeah, I think we've got the car, but as you just said, it's a crazy race and still a long way to go. So yeah, fingers crossed, and we'll definitely be giving it everything.
Thanks, Mara.
Cheers.
Incredible avoidance by those first two. And Rafa Marciello as well, by the way, who came through with cars moving around after they'd been hit, even further down towards the BMW M.
Race control,
Forest Elbow.
attention all teams, as per article this morning, technical regs 4.21.1.3, teams may now approach the cars. Work cannot be conducted.
Thank you, JT.
So that just saying that the teams, the cars are in a park for May condition, and what that means is that you're not allowed to touch them for fear of fiddling with them or making tweaks on changes. But race control then gives teams permission to go to the cars and plug in things like essential systems, like external batteries if they need them to get them fired up, things like that. So that's why they're given that order from race control. They can go out and make sure their cars are okay visually, and then there'll be further instructions from there. Chad?
Just watching Matty Campbell. The team are giving him some direction at the moment, maybe just switching things off to save battery power down here. 7 years ago, that was the very spot where he pulled off the race-winning move. Did a good job avoiding that one. Matthew, can you tell us about that one?
yeah, obviously not what you want to see. Obviously quite a large accident. I'm just lucky to sort of make it through. Got a call just as I sort of start to enter the corner, and started to see stuff flying. So definitely not ideal, but I think we made it through okay. A lot of debris everywhere, so hopefully none of us have a puncture or anything like that. But never what you want to see.
The team have come out to inspect the car. Have you had a bit of a walk around it yourself?
Yeah, had a little look. I mean, the car's pretty clean so far. It's pretty challenging at the moment, just racing and trying to get clean air and different strategies and so forth. I think we have a really fast car. We're probably just struggling a little bit to follow and get sort of close enough to make a good move. So at least we know we have a fast car. Maybe we can pull something off on strategy and try and jump a few cars. But yeah, we just still a long way to go.
Yes, there is. Thanks, Matty.
Thank you.
As generally happens in these red flag procedures, drivers congregate and start to debrief themselves what actually took place. Jordan Pepper, I'll grab you first. You're in the third. Which one are you in?
32.
The 32. Tell us what you knew heading down to Forest Elbow on that lap.
Yeah. Sorry, just eating a banana, but it was a bit weird. There was like flashing yellows coming through up the hill from the cutting, and then there was green flags, yellow flags, green flags as we came over Skyline, and then it was green. And then I just heard the engineer on the radio. He pretty much saved us because he was screaming like, stop, stop, stop. Big crash ahead, so luckily we could, but it's never nice to see what impact that happened. You could see the car on fire, and I just hope everyone's okay.
Well said, well said. Jackson Evans, you've got an ex-Supercars engineer in your ear in Adam De Bore, and tell us what he gave you as far as advice heading down to the elbow.
Well, first of all, he gave me the wrong corner, to be honest. He said stay inside at the cutting, but then he realised I was past there. But, obviously one of those situations is a big panic for anyone, but to at least get some information over the radio, first it was to obviously exercise caution, but then he was actually screaming down the radio to stop. So, we were lucky enough to slow it down. But as JP said, it's never nice to see that stuff happen, and obviously a hair in a red flag situation.
The Ferrari looks like it's been struggling a little bit for pace, but you guys have been saving a whole heap of fuel trying to do the strategy game. Do you feel like you've got anything once we get going again?
Look, I feel like everyone's doing the same thing. We're probably not quite as fast as we want to be, but we're trying to stay in the game with that fuel management, and as this race shows, it always comes down to that last hour, and we'll see where we stack up.
Thanks, Jackson. For cars to be jacked up to inspect tyres, for cars to be put on jacks to inspect tyres, and batteries may be applied.
And that's an important call.
Thank you, JT. Confirming cars can be jacked up to inspect tyres and jump batteries can be installed.
That's an important call from Motorsport Australia at Race Control. So proper process. They're allowed now to inspect their cars and make sure the tyres are right. Now, we saw that the Volante Rosso Aston Martin had a puncture that was visible. It was absolutely flat at the bottom. Now it's up to Race Control to allow them to change that tyre, but that has to be approved by Race Control, Chad.
Yes, and there might be a little bit of that going on. If you remember the 2014 Bathurst 1000, there was a lot of race-saving and race-winning repairs going down here on the front straight, but that's not allowed in this race. Been walking around car 46, it was Raffaele Marciello at the wheel, and just check out the sort of debris. It looks like gravel, but it's very fine gravel at the front of this car that's actually stuck in the wheel and the spokes. Even worse on the right-hand side. Come around this side. How's all the rubber that you collect over an endurance race in the front of these cars? Check out the right side. So it's picked up a fair bit of this debris, either it was from the crash side or I don't remember that car running off on the way back into the pits. Maybe it just picked up a little bit going through the gravel, coming back into pit lane. Now, Raffaele has gone for a bit of a walk back down the line. I wonder if any of these drivers might be taking this opportunity to grab a quick bathroom break as well, because as you can imagine, they've been all full of hydration and trying to do everything they possibly could. Here come the teams now to try and jack these cars up and have a quick look to see if there's any problems with these cars. They might get dispensation of change if there is a cut tyre, but they won't have an opportunity, sadly, to do much work to these cars if they are damaged. It's not like the Formula One red flag rules where you could just change a set of tyres out on here in the grid. You can't do much else with this at the moment. Let's have a look around the number 14 car, which has had a bit of a whack around the right-hand side, and the left-hand side of this car got heavy damage earlier when it got pushed off through the chase, and you can check out the left front prello in this car is cut down as well. Bryce Forward's down here watching on as well. Bryce, good to see you, buddy, down here. Have you found your 12-hour experience so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I mean, Damien did this is Damien's first GT3 race. Damien was driving the car just then. did an amazing job to avoid that. There's been some huge crashes here today. So luckily, all we got out of that was a puncture in the left front. So hopefully we'll be able to change that under the red flag now, and then Damien will be able to do the rest of his laps, and hopefully we can walk out of today with a trophy.
Put us in the driver's seat for that one, Damien.
Coming over the top, the 3 cars were really close together. It looked very tight and they were fighting a lot there. I could see it was a risk, so I was trying to make sure I had my bets hedged. But when the Porsche spun, I was just trying to hold back and see which direction it go to get out of there. I knew I didn't want to be there on the track, so I had to stop. I couldn't get back. I was just get reverse and get out of there as quick as I could, and a bit of luck.
Yeah, well done. You did a good job at getting out of that one. Well done.
Thank you.
I think that debris on the wheels is probably the oil dry that's at the top of the hill.
So this is earlier in the lap. This is the Tsunami Porsche. It was going slow already, and there is the Aston Martin. We're just talking to the drivers there coming out of the GR dipper and run down to the elbow.
Great pickup from the crew.
And then it's the Penrite car in behind.
Hits it.
Yeah, there's contact, definite contact to the Tsunami Porsche, which turns it round. And yeah, amazing catch from the Aston Martin to get on the picks and get that thing stopped.
And how does that car not then get damage in the ensuing carnage
after after the impact as well? There's a pretty telling shot, and that is just frightening, of the Aston driving over some debris, and that's where it picks up puncture.
Watch the red AMG coming through after that now, and just missed the rear end of the Kraft bamboo car. The driver of the bamboo car wants to get out, of course, because he can see flames, but he's got cars whizzing past his left-hand door.
Oh, this is telling. GT.
Here with Christopher Haase, who is aboard the 55 JMEC Racing Audi. Chris, you were right at the end of the lead lap cars at that one. Tell us what you saw going down to Forest Elbow.
You mean the incident?
Yeah.
So basically, we're far away. Luckily, I have seen the yellow flags far before, and I have seen, the crampy face from the marshal. So I knew, okay, there's something going on heavily. I slowed down. I was lucky that nothing happened. But I mean, nothing. I think Schul was who could do something different. You cannot see a car like that. It's impossible at that position. So yeah, very unfortunate for them.
I want to take back to the restart before that lap. You ended up somehow parked on the inside of the chase at the restart lap. What happened there?
Unfortunately, we struggle all the way with radio connection somehow. So sometimes it's there, sometimes not, sometimes not clear. A very unfortunate situation. So I thought, okay, I need to pass. But then it started to work again. He said, no. At the end, I tried to redress the mistake, let's say. I stopped, I let all them pass to show them, okay, we have seen that, we want to clear that again, and yeah, that's how it happened.
How's the 55 feeling today? You got super speed across the top of the mountain. That's what the Audi is known for. Do you feel like you've got a car that's fast enough for the end of this race?
Definitely when we are in the position, we need to be a bit further, then we have the position to fight. We have to be, let's say, into the slipstream window where we get pushed from behind and then catch the other cars on the front. On top, we are extremely fast, it's true. In straight line, when we are alone, we are a bit slow. So, yeah, we never give up.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Garth Tander talking to Chris Haase. I mean, you're a chance when he's driving. There is absolutely no doubt. We're just unpicking what's gone on here, and we've been getting reports from around the circuit. And photographer Jack Martin, who's one of the team that shoots for the event, and a Gun Motorsport photographer, has a shot of the Tsunami Porsche against the wall at the top of the mountain at McPhillamy Park. So as you're just before you crest the hump and turn on past the McPhillamy Park gates onto Skyline. So we pick the car up going slowly through the dipper. Process of elimination, we're working our way through this, that it actually crashed a little bit earlier in the lap. That explains why it was limping and going so slowly, that ultimately built up to what happened down here at the BMW M elbow.
standing by alongside number car 100. It was Kai Allen at the wheel. He's taking his helmet off, and at the front of this car, they've already been doing a bit of work on the front splitter, so it's really hard to know which damage might have been from this incident and which damage might have been from earlier, but I can show you there are some holes in the front of this car, but like I mentioned, very hard to know what's new and what was from earlier. In front of them, they're just jacking up the 222 car, the STM entry as well, Scott Taylor Motorsport, and we'll see if we can get a few of the drivers for a quick word as to what they saw as a part of this one. And Kai, who's leaning on the fence. Hello, mate. That all looked pretty scary at the top of the mountain. Can you tell us what happened from your point of view?
Yeah, not really sure, to be honest. We obviously got let through on the wave by, and Cam managed to get past that really slow Porsche, and Dean and I were just trying to get away, and there was an Aston and the Porsche either side just going like really, really slow. So I was very concerned of us getting ploughed up the back, considering the leaders would be coming through soon. And yeah, very unfortunate. I really don't know what happened. It just, I was trying to go around him, went really slow, and he just broke and just hit. Basically, I just accidentally hit him. So yeah, I really don't know. It was very weird situation, and very unfortunate to see that massive crash. Hope everyone's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you found your 12-hour experience?
Yeah, it was really good. It started off really good. My start in the morning was pretty fun. Like, it was crazy in the dark, but yeah, I've been loving it. Obviously, we've had some issues here, and the boys haven't been giving up. We've been going there, and I've learned a lot in my stints, even though we're not on the lead lap. So the Penrite AMG's doing a good job. We just got to keep chipping away, and it's all about learning for me, which I'm enjoying.
Been enjoying watching you drive the thing, mate. Thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
We'll pop over here because I noticed that a few of the... Oh, actually, never mind. Garth's with them. Who you got, Garth?
I have Cam Waters and Chaz Mostert. It's great that you could make your way back from the chase, Chaz, that you went down just to wave at Cam Waters. Did you see him down there?
I did, yeah. I wasn't impressed.
Why were you not impressed with your teammate? He was down there cheering you on.
Well, last time he was there, he was having beers, and if he's down there having beers without me, I felt a bit left out. So I thought, come back, support me, and we'll go down there later.
Well, there's still 4 hours left in the race at that stage. He probably has to get back in the car, so he couldn't be having beers. Chaz, why did you go down to the chase?
Basically, we've been having a bit of a joke who's supposed to finish this race. So I thought if I go down there, he might, basically have a dummy spit and then lock himself in for the last stint. So anyway, no beers for now. We're still in this. We got to hopefully get a lap back, and car's actually not too bad considering the touch of the wall. So if anything, I think Thomas has actually tuned it up across the top. I think it's nearly flat in a couple of areas there. It's actually pretty good. It's better. What else do you want from us?
What is the goal then? I mean, you guys had such a fast car, started from pole position, second fastest lap ever around Mount Panorama in a GT car. Obviously now, a race wins out of the question. What's the goal for the rest of the day for the 222?
Right us off.
Tell us more.
Oh, that's a bit rude.
How many laps down are you?
We're one now, aren't we? We're about to get another one back, hopefully, so we'll be on the lead lap. Car's pretty speedy still. Bit slow down the straights, but we'll put Chaz in to finish, and he'll do a bit of magic around here.
Do you feel like you've got a car that's going to be fast enough to do this?
I'm still just a bit dirty. You just ripped me off, so it's good if replacing Scafey, but you're kind of talking like him.
That's all from these guys.
I want to pick up on a couple of things that I heard earlier on, particularly one from Chris Haase. He was being interviewed. He said, I could see on the marshals' faces how serious it was. Great pickup from the replay crew to see the Tsunami RT car in the wall. Now, part of the confusion here, Craill, is this is the cars that were let through, and normally you wouldn't be allowed to overtake until you've come past the line. And I think there's some hesitation there from Damien and the Volante Aston Martin as to whether he goes through or not.
Yeah, maybe, but also it's single file down there, so it's very, very difficult to pass regardless. Everyone's stacked up behind. There are the two characters in the STM car having a little laugh with Garth Tander, and then incoming at high velocity will be Rolf Aron.
And he's
absolutely no warning. We should emphasise that our understanding was that that car was having some radio communication issues, which would explain that, because everyone else got at least some warning based on what they've been saying. Another example of how strong modern GT3 car is.
Now, Valentino Rossi coming on the scene and picks his way through nicely, actually.
If the Aston's the only car to get a puncture out of debris from that, it's remarkable.
Yeah, totally.
Down with Marcel Zalou, who's just got out of the Guy of Almont Mercedes. Last year was an amazing story of triumph for you guys after a pretty serious incident in the midway part through that race. And unfortunately, Bathurst hasn't been much kinder to you guys this year.
I don't know what it is, but Bathurst doesn't seem to like us at the moment. But you know what? We charge on. We're clawing our way back, which is good. And you know what? We've been having plenty of fun out there today. We've been pretty quick. It's a shame we lost, 36 minutes early on, but we've been, this is the fastest I've ever driven around here, which is pretty exciting. But it's wild out there, and I'm keen to finish my stint and hand it over to the pros.
Yeah, what was your take on what you saw up there?
Madness. I had probably box seat vision coming down Skyline and getting to the dipper. I could see an Aston facing the wrong way, and looked in my mirrors, and I had probably 4 or 5 people hunting me down. So it was very touchy on the brakes and being really controlled through the mayhem. But I'm not sure what was going on. They do say safety cars breed safety cars, but that was insane. There's still 4 or 5 hours left.
I hear you, mate. Well, hopefully we'll get some more racing back in here pretty soon, but I appreciate the chat.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
I've got Dean Fiore, who was aboard the number 9 Hallmark Audi when just in behind all that went down for the run down to Forest Elbow. Dean, give us your point of view of what took place.
Oh, it was crazy. We're obviously on the lucky dog, so we were going quite hard. And then we've come through the dipper, and I'm right behind Kai, and there was a staggered sort of situation of 2 cars going slow. So Kai had nowhere to sort of go, and they were really doing like 40, 50 Ks. And yeah, Kai's obviously tagged him, and I managed to slip through before he's rolled back into me. So it was dangerous, to be fair. I don't understand how we can be out there going full blaze, and there's people doing 50, 60 Ks in that tight zone.
It seemed like a perfect storm that we ended up with a lot of cars in a very small part of the area. Sharing the car with Lee Holdsworth and Mark Senior, you guys have been doing this for a very long time. You come back year after year after year. Tell us about your day so far.
Mate, but day's been strong. We're just chipping away, and I think Mark's done his time. Lee's super quick as usual. I'm getting more comfortable. I actually even said to Mark that I found like half a second out there. I said, if we can do this for another 10 years, I might actually get good. So it's a great weekend, mate. Every year we come here, we just laugh for 4 days straight. So it's a pleasure to drive this car around this track.
You guys currently in position 20. What's the goal for between here? We've got just over 3.5 hours left in this one. What's the goal from here to the end?
Mate, we're not concerned about outright, to be fair. We just want to be as high up as we can in our class. So it's just a matter of getting me done, and then Mark and I put our feet up and watch Lee do his thing.
Have fun.
Thanks, mate.
Here with Italian star Antonio D'Alberto, who's just got out of the glorious Italian Stallion Lamborghini behind us. You were somewhere up on the top of the mountain. Yep. Tony, what did you see up there?
Yeah, it was just starting to unfold as we were sort of approaching the elbow there, so I sort of caught it early, slowed right down and managed to get around it without any damage at all. And then coming down Conrod, they called the red flag, and I said to my engineer, it didn't seem too bad. But I didn't see the second incident, so yeah, massive shunt there, unfortunately. So no good. Hopefully everyone's okay. We don't like to see damaged cars. We don't like to see injured people either. It's been a pretty eventful day, as you've seen.
It's been an eventful weekend for this car. Let's come back this way a little bit. We'll still be able to see the car in the background, but I think we're just a little bit under the bridge here. This Lamborghini, it's just about to be put out to pasture, so to speak, in terms of its lifehood with a new one coming through. It's been pretty quick this week as well, and it looks like it's been a lot of fun having Marco in the team. Yeah, it's been great to have Marco and some support from Lamborghini. It's amazing the difference they've made to our team this weekend. So Marco's super fast, DTM, factory driver, so you don't get much better than that to compare yourself to. And just the little tricks of the trade, they know how to set these cars up. So the thing's been on fire. To put the thing in the top 10 for our little team is amazing. So today hasn't rolled so well for us, but we've still a few hours to go. We're pushing as hard as we can. All right, I hear rattle guns going off, so thank you for the chat. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Nice work, Chad Naylon, Garth Tander down on pit straight as it is now. So we are under a race suspension at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. The clock is continuing to tick. What gets suspended is the driver time. So if you've just got in the car and you've got 60 minutes of driver time you need to roll out, then that will continue when the race resumes. So the driver time is paused now, but the clock continues. So there's 3 hours and 11 minutes of the race left. In that 3 hours and 11 minutes, we will get as much racing in as we possibly can when they deem the track safe and ready to go racing again. And if you've only just joined us, wherever you might be watching around the world, it was a hefty impact up at the BMW M elbow that sees us under red flag conditions for the first time in a long time here at Mount Panorama for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. And this is why, and it's a series of unfortunate events for the Tsunami RT Porsche. So coming up past the John Hintzman Vista, the top of the mountain at 200 kilometres an hour, having received the wave by from the safety car. The race was back to green flag conditions, hence the green flag. So we were racing again, had a crash, hit the wall, was going slowly. Contact from Kai Allen in the Penrite racing car. It turned around there. Everyone squeezed through. Traffic jam, blind corner. Difficult radio comms for Ralph Aron. We understand no radio in the Craft Bamboo car. Massive impact from him. Lucas Stoll squeezes by Murray. Engel squeezes by Kirchhoffer, and all of the leading cars managed to squeeze their way by. The net result is that the Porsche is out of the race. The race leading Mercedes-AMG is out of the race. And we understand word through that Rolf will be taken obviously for precautionary checks, but he did climb out of the car. Both drivers climbed out of the car under their own steam. Chad.
Yeah, well surmised, Rich, and we hope that they're doing okay. Now, you may have heard I said that there's rattle guns going off down here. That would be unusual, right? Because you're not allowed to change tyres. Well, Race Control, in conjunction with Pirelli, have decided that there are so many cars with debris in their tyres up and down the entire field that in the interest of safety, they are going to allow teams to change tyres on the grid. Some teams are electing to just wait until they put them on, maybe even getting a little bit of heat soak out through the outgoing tyres, but that's the latest down here at the moment.
And the tyres that they are putting on at the top end of pit lane here are all brand new Pirelli. So the teams are taking this opportunity under safety regulations to change tyres. They're not just putting on any old tyres, they're putting on a brand new set. So we're starting to get down to the business end of the day where track position matters, speed matters. We're running out of green flag racing time. So now it's time to put your best foot forward, and lots of brand new Pirellis going on, all these top 6 cars up this end of the pit lane.
That's a good point that Garth Tander makes there, because we had half an hour of safety car at the front end of the race and 3 or 4 more interventions, 4 or 5 more interventions of the BMW M safety car in the meantime. So tyre usage of those 12 sets for the meeting has not been as high as you might have expected through to where we are, with just over 3 hours of the race remaining. And therefore, use them if you've got them. And with still half the field on the lead lap, 15 cars on the lead lap, down to Dorian Boccolacci in the number 86 Porsche, the high-class racing red and white car. They're all on the lead lap. The other thing that this changes, Craill, is all of our carefully made calculations with regard to fuel and stopping. The guys at the front of the field are only 6 laps, 7 laps and fewer into the stint, because we were just coming away from a safety car period.
All questions to be answered when this race does resume and the clean-up proceeding apace. What have the Beatles and Mount Panorama got in common? Well, every year Bathurst has Beatlemania. The Beatlefest Bathurst is a family-friendly celebration dedicated to one of the greatest bands of all time, but not just the music, the era and the culture around the Fab Four. So it's just another reason to come into this part of the world and celebrate one of the greatest bands of the world. What's your favourite Beatles song, John Hindhaugh?
I was more a Rolling Stones man myself, but I would probably say Get Back.
Okay, no, good album, good album. There might be some people saying Get Back as this race plays on, as some moves are made in the competitive end of this year's Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour.
So, Garth, we're down here just watching as these teams change tyres. We've seen the Pirelli techs actually paying very close attention, and I might just actually take this camera for a very quick walk here for one moment and just show you how small some of these holes are in terms of debris. How clever are they that they can pick up on holes that small and determine that that tyre needs to be changed? That is serious attention to detail.
Yeah, and that's a really important part of the tyre. It's the inside edge, so that's where the tyre has got its most load. So if there's been any construction damage to that tyre, then that's when you're going to see a tyre failure. So I think it's a really smart move by the race organisers to allow all the teams, not just a couple. It's like, okay, if there might be damage to the tyre that you can't see, just change the tyres, take that out of the equation. I think that's a really smart play.
Now, what does this mean for the race? Now, this is going to sound funny, but a 12-hour race is time certain. And I don't mean that as in you have to get 12 hours of racing. It's time of day certain as to when this is going to finish.
It's going to finish at 5:45 local time.
Yes. So that means that we have substantially fewer racing laps and time left in this race, and everything that we talked about, and John was just hinting towards this up in the commentary box a moment ago, completely changes whether this becomes 1, 2, 3 stops, safety cars, who knows?
Yes, that's correct, because we've been hypothesising about how many stops and all the rest of it. All that's gone out the window. They have been able to change tyres at this red flag. They haven't been able to put fuel in, and that's a critical part. And the fuel's still going to be a critical factor when it comes to strategy to get to the end of the race. So realistically right now, track position becomes far more important.
That much debris that we saw, particularly the 2 litres run through, now obviously that could lead to punctures. We've eradicated that. Is there still any more potential ongoing dramas for them with the issues that they had running over that much debris? Could it go through brake ducts? Could it get sucked into the front of these air dams anyway?
Yeah, I was really concerned about that, particularly those front two. And when I was talking to Mauro Engel, I said, oh, did you check it? And he's the same, straight away. That's the first thing I did when I got out of the car, went straight to the front. You'd hear it, you absolutely hear it. You know you're driving over debris. There's nothing you can do about it. You're literally driving into a hailstorm and hoping you come out the other side. So for those lead cars in particular, they would have done a pretty big systems check coming down Conrod when they knew it was red flag and they were going to stop here. They would have felt the steering, making sure that was okay. But ultimately, there could be something wedged in that front of that car that may reveal itself an hour into this next run. It may reveal itself at the end of the race, and it could be one of those lucky Bathurst stories.
Yeah, Craill, your thoughts?
Well, Chad, I was just thinking about the fuel strategy. Now, the resumption of this race goes through a process that's enshrined in the sporting regulations. There's a countdown, and then the race resumes under safety car. Now, they're going to get a couple of laps under safety car, which will be as per any other safety car we've seen in the race. So what that means is, Garth and Chad, and feel free to jump in, they're going to have an opportunity to pit and put fuel in. So they've got the tyres on the grids, but do you now stop? In the knowledge that you stopped 8 or 9 laps ago, do you pit now under this safety car? The race will resume under safety car. Do you pit now, fill the thing up, and then work your way back? Or do you let this stint play out now, knowing that you've probably got, 20, 25 laps maximum on a tank of fuel, given the recent round of pit stops wasn't that long ago?
That's really dependent on how long there is left to 5:45. So you guys have got the monitor in front of you.
3 hours and 3 at the moment.
Okay, so that's what, an hour and 32 and a half. So that's still not enough to do it on one stop, even if you stopped right now.
So there's still a 5-minute process to get the race going when race control deems it ready to restart.
So that's going to be the critical time. When we get going is going to be the critical time, and then when we go green will be the critical time. I'm not so sure you want to give up track position right now.
All right, let's just recap exactly how we've got to this part of the day. If you've just sat down and flicked on the stream or the telly or wherever you're watching from around the world, it has been a very, very crazy affair so far. You got to love the fact that we start this one in the darkness. If you thought going 3 wide last year was cool, then you probably enjoyed it twice as much this year, because this is pretty crazy stuff, Garth, from the start of the race.
It certainly was. They weren't only 3 wide in the front queue, they were 3 wide in the second queue as they ran up to turn 2 at the end of lap 1, and eventually they sorted themselves out. There was plenty of contact though, and there are still cars carrying damage from lap 1 contact at the start of this race.
This was horrible, horrible to see. Christopher Mee's brand new Mustang out of action early. Serious incident with the kangaroo. I'm sure you've seen plenty of that on the socials today. Christopher thankfully okay, although he felt very, very ill. That was a scary one. Danny Studdard in that car losing the rear wing at a very high speed.
Yeah, the worst places you can have that happen. It's the end of Conrod Straight. Corvette started to show their hand early and they made their way forward. They got to the lead of the race, but they had plenty of speed as they started to go forward.
Yeah, there's been some late moves down there at that part of the racetrack, diving under brakes down at the chase. We've seen some late moves also with the fake to the right and then the jink to the left, very F1 style, relying on the ABS, relying on all of the incredible aerodynamics that you have, and sometimes a little bit illegally as well. That was the doctor.
Bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Cam Waters as he tried to go around the outside of Valentino Rossi down at the chase. Ultimately, he got it done at turn 1 and got up the road.
Now we've had some serious incidents. This was the first. Rylan Gray got away with what could have been a worse one, but sadly, that car, which seemed doomed from the very beginning of the race, unfortunately had some issues in race control. Finally out of the race there, and one of the big heavy hitters, maybe not completely out of it, as we've recently learned.
Yeah, that's a curious one for Thomas Randall. Spun going over the hump at the exit of the cutting. Significant damage to that car, but the Scott Taylor Motorsport crew have gone to work with that car, and they've got it back operating, and they feel like they're in with a chance.
Man, it's hard to know which has been the bigger of the crashes today. Jimmy Golding in this absolute monster ride for his Audi BRM team. Thankfully got out of that car okay. How was the flame that came out of the side?
Yeah, big contact with the outside wall at the exit of Reed Park. It was great to see James get out of that car okay, but yeah, big fireball as it made contact with the wall. Thankfully, everyone was safe, but that Audi, it's very, very hurt.
Yeah, James did a good job at getting out of that one. And then this one, which brought about the red flag, and that beautiful Tsunami Porsche turned around. We've seen this in many, many endurance races here at Mount Panorama. It started there and it finished here with the race leader. Oh my goodness me, I don't think I can watch that anymore. It doesn't get any easy to look at. A nasty shunt taking Craft Bamboo out of this one, and incredibly, they were the only cars to be taken out of race contention. A number of drivers, including the drivers in second, third and fourth, listening to the word that they got from their radio to say caution, caution at the elbow, and avoid what could have been a much, much larger shunt. Maxi Gertz, thankful that his buddy was able to get out of that car. And that is where we are right now. A stoppage to this one now. Shay has a bit of news on the drivers.
The good news is that Ralph is stable. He is being transported to a fairly local hospital up in Orange for further observation. Maxi Goetz is still with him inside medical, and I'm waiting for official word from the team as to how his attitude is, how he feels, all that sort of thing. But what we can tell you for now is that he is at least stable, and he's going for further evaluation.
Thanks, Shay Adam, and that's positive news and reinforces just how tough these race cars are, and the medical response is first class at this venue and indeed around all of our racetracks in Australia, and Team Medical Australia, the absolute best in the business. So the drivers having a little debrief while we wait to launch into the restart procedure when they're confident that the track is cleaned up at the top of Mount Panorama. We've been talking about wildlife a little bit today, JH, and the dog's been let out down there.
It's fine. He's fine. There's no cars out there. Drag him back in before they.
He's not going to jump the fence, is he? So.
He'll get under it down there. Not a problem. The dashend. Never leave drivers alone without supervision. This could get very untidy very quickly. Under 3 hours remaining on the clock now. So that's an hour, and an hour as it stands right now. And all of the top cars are in that window to do that, even with 7 laps under their belt, because of course we only just came back to green flag racing. So for Lucas Stoltz in the number 75 Sun Energy, that was just 5 laps, which were all behind the safety car since he last came out of the pit lane. So we are talking for people now who the decision will have to be made by the lead lap cars as to whether to stop and top or to whether to carry on. They've all, if they've needed them or wanted them, and let's be honest, if you've got them, you're going to use them, have taken new Pirelli rubber to go this stint and probably two more. There's that start procedure that Rich was talking about, which will take up some extra time. Don't be surprised to see some people go as deeply into the start procedure and wait to the last moment, I think, Rich, before splashing off the fuel load. There are 1 or 2 people. I'm looking at the guys on the lead lap. I don't think there's anybody who's got more than 8 laps since they were in the pit lane. The wave-by cars, different matter entirely, because there are a few people on slightly different strategies, but even then it's not a huge amount. I suspect at the front of the field it'll depend on what the leading 2 or 3 do as to what everybody else does, whether they go off and do the opposite or whether they follow them in. that will be discussions that's been had now. And some furrowed brows, I presume, down at the Parc Fermé on the pit straight, Chad, as people are having those conversations. Not the drivers, but all the techs and the strategists will be trying to work out where we go from here.
Yeah. And I'm looking at a group of current Supercars drivers and some ex-Supercars drivers at the moment who seem to not care at all about strategy. They're probably having a bit of a pre-brief before they go racing next week. Might pull Zach Bates out for a little bit of a chat here. Come on over, Zach, and say g'day. Hello, mate. You're ready to get started clearly in your Supercars campaign. You're already suited and booted. Big week. You got some testing and then round one of the Supercars Championship. You pretty fired up?
Yeah, extremely exciting. It's it's all a dream, probably a dream come true for me to make my Supercars debut. And it's great to be here. Obviously, scary crash. I'm sure you've talked a lot about it, but nonetheless, it's great to get my first 12-hour start.
We've seen what some rookies can do in the Supercars Championship, most recently with Kai Allen. So is the sky the limit for you this year?
Yeah, exactly. Look, he's done a great job last year, and Woody behind me as well had a very decent start. So yeah, look, I just got to put my head down, try my best, man the Matt Stone crew. So yeah, see what we can do.
All right, mate. I'll let you get back to the chat with the boys. Might get D Russ out here for a little bit of a quick chat with us. David Russell, fresh off a podium here last time.
How you going?
You love the mountain, mate, and I think the mountain loves you too, because every time you come here, good things happen. How's your run here today been so far?
Look, it's been a little bit up and down. We had these cars, when you change gears, they have a shift compressor and a little valve block there that controls all of that. It had enough early in the day. So unfortunately for us, that puts us about 10 laps down, and you're just going into circulation. Obviously, in a class as big as us, we're in bronze class, you're hoping that you can somehow go through, but at this point of the day, you're just circulating around, enjoying your laps around here. And look, James and Theo Konduris have done a really good job. They're sort of cycling through as well. I was actually just talking to Theo and said, mate, just go and enjoy your second stint. We'll get you out of the trouble, because obviously all these bronze drivers, the last thing they want to do is be perched in the middle of a field of pros where they're looking in their mirrors and doing that. So we'll cycle him through the lane, drop him to the back of the pack. He can go and enjoy his stint, and then we can press on for the afternoon and finish the race.
Always appreciate the time to catch up with you, mate, and we'll see you back here soon.
Cool, thank you.
Take you back upstairs for a bit.
The 5-minute signal to resumption will be displayed at 14:55.
So, good news everywhere, as it turns out, because not only can we go back to racing in 10 minutes' time, we can tell you that the three-day attendance for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, 55,231 people, which is an event record. It's almost 2,000 up on the previous best. So, massive congratulations. Thank you to the people of Bathurst, everyone who's come into town for the weekend. More than 2,700 campsites filled this weekend, the corporate facilities as well, and the brilliant spectator areas around Mount Panorama. So that's massively positive for this event. Largest ever event attendance for Australia's International Endurance race, which this year, with 34 cars, 22 nationalities represented, is going from strength to strength. And the Camp Mud Duds are enjoying their time at the top of the mountain. Now, the Dachshund did escape under the fence, as John correctly pointed out, and we saw Kenny Hibble's son up there earlier. This is Kenny Hibble's dog, we understand. I'm not making this up. And very happy with life. He's been rescued back behind the fence, and the kids have got him in good to go. So there will be no further wildlife issues on Conrod Strait from that little animal, which is good to know. So confirming at 14:55 local time, which is 3.5 minutes away, the 5-minute process to restart this race will commence. Shay Adam, which is good news.
The ambulance is just leaving with Ralph Aaron aboard, and also with him, one of his co-drivers, Lucas Auer, is also going to the hospital. You talk about a little bit of twisted irony and the perfect person to support you. Lucas broke his back a few years ago in a Mercedes. He knows about injuries of all sorts because of all of the injuries that he's been through. Lucas, truly a fan favorite because of all the adversity he's had to push through. He is going with Ralph. Maxi Getz actually is very fortunate, and he hasn't suffered any big injuries lately, so they elected to send Lucas to the hospital with him.
That makes a lot of sense. Good to have a friendly face there to help him through the process. Here's a friendly face. It's Jordan Love. He's back in the country. Always appreciate a chance to catch up with you, mate. You've really taken to sports car racing, graduated out of Carrera Cup. Now your chance to live the dream, driving these gorgeous cars. And how are you finding your time with your new team and your new family racing there with the Johor team?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Obviously, being with the Johor guys for a couple of years now has been amazing. And first introduced to them when I was with AMG and when I was racing with the Mercs with them, which was great. And to go off on this new program with the Corvette has been super exciting. It's been full of learning the last 12, 18 months, but yeah, we're really coming to grips with it now, and it's been really good fun. So yeah.
For viewers who are unaware of the Johor team, it's a pretty special crew, and for you get to be friends and I guess co-workers with a pair of princes. What's that like?
Yeah, working with royalty is never a bad thing. So yeah, it's great. There's a great family, great boys, and hugely dedicated to building this team and to going off to do great things within motorsports. So yeah, they got big goals, big dreams, and hopefully I'm there for the ride to help them through that and to achieve some big things.
Good to chat, mate. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, Chad.
He's a ripper, Jordan Love. His brother Aaron will be back in Porsche Carrera Cup Australia this year as well, which is good to see. So drivers getting themselves bolted back into their race cars for a resumption of play, which will take place in 1 minute and 15 seconds. And then there's a 5-minute process before the race actually resumes, and it will resume behind the control of the BMW M safety car. And then the race basically resumes as if it's from a safety car restart from that point, following this race suspension. And the drivers that were in the cars at the time obviously will return to the driving seats. So if you haven't seen the leaderboard for a little while, Lucas Stoles, Murrow Engel 1 and 2 for Mercedes-AMG's, Marvin Kirchhofer in the McLaren in 3rd place. Garth?
As all the drivers start to strap themselves back in the cars, I thought I'd just go have a quick scan of what damage everyone's carrying. And ironically, the 2 cars that were first on the scene and followed Ralph Aron in, Lucas Stoltz and Murrow Engel, the front of their cars actually look remarkably, probably 2 of the best that I've seen so far as damage that they'll carry to the end of the race. The McLaren's fair bit of damage at the front. You can see they've got the 200-mile-an-hour tape on the front of the McLaren out of 3rd. The BMW of Raffaello Macchiello, that car's pretty good. Matty Campbell's carrying a little bit of damage on the front of his Porsche, though. One of the turning vanes over on this side is damaged, and he will lose a little bit of front downforce for his. Same for Lauren Heinrich on the front of his car, but on the other side, damage, and actually that turning vane is completely gone. So some cars taking a bit of damage into this restart, likely from earlier in the day, likely from that incident we just saw. It's been quite some time since we have seen any green flag racing. So brand new tyres, cold drivers, cold cars, they're going to need to get up to speed quickly.
So under 3 hours to go, which does have repercussions in terms of what happens from now on, not just for fuel and strategy, but that changes the rules on the wave by, Craill.
So yeah, the commencement of the 10th hour, the wave by ends. So by my maths, we're in that now. So the wave by no longer an option at that. There is a discretionary element from race control. I don't want to theorise too much about that stuff, but given the race suspension. But regardless, we've still got a remarkable number of cars on the lead lap as a result of all of this today. So 15 cars currently shown as being on lap 196. So from Lucas Stoles, the leader, down to Dorian Boccolacci in 15th position, they're all on the lead lap. The first car off it will be Cam Waters in the 222, followed by Max Hesse in the team KRC, Kang Racing Team BMW M4. And then Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim is behind the wheel of the 99 Johor racing car. Dean Fiore rounding out the top 20 is behind the wheel of the Hallmark Property Group Audi. But Pro Cars 1 through 8, and it's worth touching on the fact that one of those Pro Cars that have worked their way back into contention on this, having gone down a lap earlier today, is the car that won the race last year, number 32 BMW of Team WRT, with Jordan Pepper now behind the wheel. They're back up to 8th position, and this safety car gets them right on the leading queue of cars. And they were a minute and a half behind them when that red flag and the race suspension was shown. There's another car that will be a contender, no doubt, Nicky Katzberg. They've had their troubles today. A particularly costly drive-through penalty cost them a lot of track position early, but the Corvette from JMR will be very much in the mix. And, well, when you get to the end of a Bathurst race and Matt Campbell's behind the wheel of a Porsche 911 GT3R, you know you're a shot. He's 5th. And he is absolutely a chance. And they've struggled for track position today, but now they've got a shout at this one, Absolute Racing. Opportunity may well open for them. So it will be Mercedes-AMG's 1 and 2. The McLaren in third place, which has been one of the brilliantly under-the-radar performing cars all day, but they've been in the mix all day long. Then Raffaele Marciello in the BMW, Matt Campbell in fifth.
2-minute signals have been displayed.
2 minutes.
So 2 minutes until the race resumes. The first engines fire into life. They'll get some engine oil and water temp into these cars before they set them loose. And then the race will resume behind the BMW M safety car. And any leaderboard juggling that needs to take place will then happen from race control. They'll be able to reposition cars. But the way that all rolled out, the leader is the 75, so the safety car has got the correct cars in the order from what we can see from upstairs.
Well,
that's where the leaders are, by the way. Just an update for you. Lucas Stoll's Robert Renau leads the bronze class, and that is going to be a massive battle because Lorenzo Petresi is second in bronze class, 2 cars behind the number 21 entry. So there is a battle on, and Dorian Boccolacci is now behind the wheel of the number 86 Porsche in the bronze class. So they are all contenders for the race within a race.
1 minute. Clear to grid.
Where will they take that?
Race control safety car lights on, please. Safety car boards and flags are displayed at all marshal posts.
Just let the formalities go by.
Race control safety car, lights are on for safety car.
Where would they take that race order from, Craill? Not necessarily the end of the last completed lap, because there are sectors that we have, and indeed micro sectors that race control have.
It would be the point the race was suspended.
30 seconds.
Would be where they will pick up from, because that's essentially what they're doing. So safety cars will take over, and there's 15 seconds before the race officially resumes. Pleased to see the bananas are still up and about.
And still bananaing.
And they have been going since the very start of this one this morning. So here we go. We're about to get back underway.
Safety car proceed, green flag, safety car boards and flags, safety car start.
And the noise of race engines rumbles around Mount Panorama once again, with just under 2 hours and 45 minutes remaining, which is a really interesting number, and we'll get to that in a minute from a race strategy point of view with how this plays out, with how do you get to the checkered flag here with enough fuel so you don't run out in the final lap, but completing the fewest number of pit stops and having to go through pit lane. But we're now officially back under safety car.
I think you don't want to run out on any lap, Rich, to be honest.
But running out on the last lap would be the worst. Garth Tander has joined us back up here in the commentary box. An eerie sensation being in the middle of a race with there being no racing car noises.
Yes, it's a strange occurrence. We've had it here a couple of times in the past, Mount Panorama, but great to see we are going again. A whole lot of, not confusion down there on the start-finish line, but just waiting for information. And you guys, when we were talking about strategy and how long to go, this is a critical number, the time remaining once we get going, and you said just under 2 hours 45.
So the top cars, GT, 7 laps since they were last in the pit lane, hardly any green flag running there. 7, 8, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
And that's all under safety car except for one push lap.
Correct.
3/4 of a push lap, if you like.
Yeah. So where's your mind here with 2 hours and 43? That's an hour and 20 if you split it in half, but you can't because you can't.
Hour and 20 is not enough because that's too far. No one's gone an hour and 20 yet. I'm not really thinking as far as once we turn the wick up to actually try and win this race. An hour and 15 is going to be enough. You're going to have to save too much fuel, give up too much.
I agree with that.
So really, if you split it in half, you need 2 hours and 20 left of race time, and that's a 22-minute delta to where we are right now.
Which actually isn't too bad for those people who are on those on the lead lap. No wave by, we presume. We're waiting to hear confirmation from that because it isn't the discretion. Once we go past the 10-hour mark, whether the race suspension may affect that, but let's for the moment say that it does not. So we've got 15 cars on the lead lap. Dorian Boccolacci in the number 86 Porsche for high-class racing, the distinctive red-white car, the last car on the lead lap.
So each lap we do here under safety car is actually quite critical.
It's manna from heaven, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, no, but it's also as far as the green flag running once we get going, and that's effectively what you have to split into, is the green flag running once we get going. So watch the clock at the time where we go green. Another thing you need to keep an eye on is the circuit condition. So not only here at the run down to Forest Elbow, we've had the most recent incident, but also still up at Reed Park where James Golding had his crash in the BRM Audi. That's almost what's triggered this whole process, because safety cars breed safety cars, and this is the secondary incident.
And all of that treatment to soak up the fluids that you don't want there. You could see that all in the wheel rims when everybody stopped. Before they changed the wheels and Pirelli tyres in that Parc Fermé. Really smart from race control and Pirelli there to work together to say, right, you can change your tyres.
Yeah, that was, I mean, the last thing we need now is a tyre failure with someone with debris and having an incident across the top of the mountain. So I think that's a really smart decision from everyone involved. Just change tyres, take that out of the equation, clean the track as well as they have. They've done a great job there cleaning the track up. Yes, there's still plenty of speedy dry and probably some slippery surface there. That will clean up over the duration of the rest of this race. But I think that was a really smart play to allow everyone to change tyre. Strategy's already starting.
Exactly.
Driver
change
suited.
Race control to safety car, please increase speed to 100 kph, please.
Well, what you've just done there,
Race control safety car, we're increasing to 100 kilometers an hour.
you've taken nearly an hour out of the race, which doesn't count for driver time, but also you've put yourself into the next phase in terms of where your closers are. You're almost, you're 10, 20 minutes away from somebody being able to go at the end here.
Yeah, it's a good point, because as long as they don't exceed the cumulative driving time, which will be hard to do now because we've taken an hour out of the race of competition time, as long as when you can't exceed, once you get the 2.5 hours left, you can't exceed the maximum driving time in one stint.
Which might be why they're doing a driver change down here at Team KRC and some running repairs as well. So Max Hesse jumping out, Maxime Oostin getting in the car, the Dutchman will take over. Chad?
Just a thought on strategy for those competing in the other classes beyond the pro category. There is a rule that says your bronze drivers must do 1 hour of the race in the second half of the race. We just lost a huge chunk of that chance to get that away, so there could be a real mix of bronzes and pros out there.
They're doing a brake change at this point on the number 6 Mercedes. Fabian Schiller is still behind the wheel, but it's just interesting that they feel like this car needs a brake. Oh no, it does need a brake change. The pads they just pulled out are quite worn, so let's see if this helps the number 6 maybe get back into some kind of competitive position.
Thanks, Shay. Good point. And that was a car that has worked their way back onto the lead lap, and at times has had the pace to be competitive, but they've gone down laps early in the day, and it's taken them this long to work their way back into contention.
Max Hesse taking out the dark green BMW with a whole load of tape on the left-hand front of that car where the headlight is. I think they might have learned from WRT about headlights falling out earlier on.
It's got a different bonnet on it that started the race. It's got a different front facer on it that started the race. I think it's got a different front guard on it that started the race as well. It's got a whole heap of race tape on it that didn't start the race as well. So this car has been in the wars, as have many, and I took the opportunity to walk up and down the grid that were parked up there on the front straight. Nearly every car's got some form of damage, whether it was from the incident we've just had or general combat over the course of the race so far.
Not the Tony Quinn Audi?
No, actually, I didn't get to the Tony Quinn Audi, but they generally, to this point, touch wood, seem to have had a clean race, and certainly hope that they do that to the end.
It's Maxime Oostin behind the wheel of the KRC BMW. As we have a look at Raffaele Marcello, who is in 4th position in the car that he's been sharing with Augusto Farfus and Valentino Rossi, who's done a lion's share of the heavy lifting across the middle of the race today. Some excellent fuel saving from him early on as well, despite having very good car speed. In fact, the fastest lap for that car was set by Valentino Rossi on lap 133 at a 203.66.
An hour and 4 minutes into his stint.
Not far before they peeled off the pit lane.
But what does that say about the Pirelli tyres, by the way? When we were talking about people not knowing at the start of this week how the new construction and compounder Pirelli tyre would react here at the Mountain. WRT, one of the teams who have had experience with that new tyre, but I think the test has been passed. Big tick. Well done, Pirelli.
Most certainly. It's been a good tyre. Quite durable. We haven't seen too much double stinting, so just because of the regulations, there's no real requirement to do that other than the tyre allocation right from the start of the weekend. But the fact that teams are rolling out brand new tyres at this stage of the race, they'll have enough tyres sitting in the garage, they'll know to get them to the end now. So really tyres aren't an issue as far as strategy.
Yeah, tyre strategy is the easy part moving forward here. 28 of the 34 starters will still be circulating when this all trips over. Into pit lane comes the Super Barn car we heard from David Russell moments ago, and 222 as well.
So that was a car that was really looking for the wave by.
The clock went too long for them.
Talking to Chaz and Cam, and they really felt like they were back in the game. They felt like the car was actually repaired enough to be fast enough.
So we're waiting to hear from race control what the decision is.
Please maintain speed at 100 kph, please.
About wave buys.
Ensure that the car maintaining 100 kilometers an hour.
2 hours 36 to go. We're still not green. It's the green flag time to the end. 43 minutes after the hour and a lap after that. That was just literally a splash of fuel. But the 80-second transit time still in effect. That doesn't change.
I don't mind this.
I think it's
smart.
Good.
I mean, they didn't have track position, so they're not really giving anything up.
Nope.
They are still hopeful of the wave by. They're still waiting direction from Motorsport Australia Race Control on that. So why not be as prepared as you can be should it come your way?
Yes,
Get as much fuel in the car.
Exactly so. At the moment, we're still counting down.
Race control, attention all teams. From the stewards, the period of the race suspension, which does not count as driving time, was 55 minutes and 48 seconds. I repeat, the time was 55 minutes and 48 seconds of suspension.
Understood. Thank you, JT.
So that's all about driver time, that's Craill, isn't it? Because that time does not count towards any driver who's still in the car.
Yeah, there was a few engineers up and down the front straight when the cars were parked up there going, oh, do you know what time the red flag came out?
Yeah.
Because that's actually quite critical. So Motorsport Australia Race Control clarifying the time, the duration, and now the engineers and the strategists can work out what they need to work out with regard to driving time.
That's crucial. Absolutely crucial.
So I've just been seeking a bit of clarification on the wave by. Now, the rule book says at the commencement of the 10th hour. However, because the race was suspended before that mark, they're going to do a wave by on this restart.
I think that's fair. And I think it's sensible as well. I think that's fair and sensible. Good officiating.
I don't know if the words force majeure are in the actual rule book. You could argue that this is
100%, yeah, correct. Pragmatic race direction, isn't it?
Yeah.
To get the best outcome, which is great. So there will be a wave by, and that's going to elevate 3 more cars up onto the lead lap of the race, including that 222 who have elected to take that pit stop. So
they're looking smart now, aren't they?
Well, we're going to get, at least we're going to have a couple of people having a swing at this from a different perspective than those leading the race, which is great.
Cam Waters aboard the 222 right now. He's going to have to pass some cars, so that's going to be worth watching as well.
Now, let's just remind ourselves what happens on the wave by when we get that to clear. It will be on Conrod Straight driver's left as the safety car is coming round to the end of the neutralisation. The BMW M safety car will stay across to the right with the Crocodile cars behind it. Everyone else will go left, who is eligible, and then they will clear off. But no overtaking on that wave by lap until they come back around, Garth.
That's correct. So it was actually the wave by lap that caused all this drama.
I said before, I wonder as well that Aston Martin, faced with a car that he was coming to, knowing he shouldn't overtake, there was a little bit of hesitation there.
Jamek Racing in pit lane. So from 10th position, Chris Haase in the lane. So they're going to have a swing at this as well to do something a little bit different than those in front.
That's a lead lap car.
Yep.
Lead lap car. So Chris Haase.
Well, and it's a really fast lead lap car.
Yep.
As we heard from
Race control
Chris
to
say.
safety car, reduce speed to 80 kph at turn 4, please. Safety car return to pit lane this lap. There will be a wave by. There will be a wave by. Cars from position 16, including 16, onwards are entitled for the wave by. So car 99 onwards, you're entitled for a wave by.
So Christopher Haase only loses 2 spots as a lead lap car in this, so absolutely worth topping the tank up and opening up that pit window that now starting to become looking a little bit favourable with 2.5 hours left to go. So that pit window, if you cut it in half, the stint window, if you cut it in half, that's an hour and 15. So we're getting closer.
So what they're trying to do this now on one more pit stop.
Yes.
Is their goal in life is to make one more tour through pit lane, through Alfoil pit lane, and get to the end on one more pit stop. So that it's a big swing at this point of the race.
That Audi is now going to tear round to get back on. Hopefully, by the time he gets there, they're doing the wave by. He drops straight back onto the back of the lead lap car. That was 7 laps of safety car running that he's just topped off from. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but it may make a difference. 1 or 2 laps here, gentlemen, may make a difference with now exactly 2.5 hours to go.
Well, the thing with the Audi, and we've been talking about this today, is that if they have to pass the way to the front, they're probably not going to win the race, because it's not a car that has the straight line speed, especially to do the moves that we've seen Maro Engel do, for example, down at the Chase. But if they can roll the dice on strategy, then who knows? Maybe they'll have track position at the end. And I'd rather be leading and out of fuel than chasing and not being able to overtake, because at least you're having a massive swing at winning this race. So that's the scenario, and I love that MPC's rolling the dice.
A short putt is always short, Rich, so you might as well hit it hard and see what happens.
Well, do you remember right at the beginning of this race when we were saying it's a track position race? At the money end of the race, it's totally a track position race. You can defend, you can try to make your car as wide as possible, even if you can't turn the car up to 11.
So the wave-by cars making their way past the lead lap cars and the BMW M safety car as they head off around to try and get their lap back.
The mountain always delivers.
It's still got a bit more to go yet. Oh, sorry about that.
I didn't want to tell you guys while I was out there on the front straight, but it was spitting a little bit of rain as well.
Garth, it's raining again.
No, it stopped, but it definitely spit. No, Nicky Katzberg saw me noticing the rain, and he instantly put his palms up. He felt it. So it stopped again. It's not raining now, but wouldn't surprise me.
It's the last thing anybody needs. All right, it's Lucas Stoles, Maro Engel in second, Marvin Kirchhofer in third, Raffaele Marcello in fourth in the BMW, Matt Campbell is in the mix in the Porsche in fifth, then Lauren Heinrich, Nicky Katzberg is in the Corvette, he's next, Jordan Pepper, former winner of this race, and the car that won last year is in 8th position. Renault leads the bronze classes and is in the top 10 overall, and Jackson Evans in the Ferrari. All that time made up, courtesy of the red flag. He is in this as well. We're back racing after more than an hour at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, and it is all to play for in the remaining 2 hours and 28 minutes.
And Christopher Haase did get back onto the lead lap cars. It's the white and red Audi all the way back down the main straight. Now, is he saving and hoping to pull a fast one, or is he turned up and saying, come on, let's give it a go? We'll find out in the next 2 or 3 laps.
Restarted as near enough, close enough to 2 hours and 28 minutes left in this race. So you split that in half, that's an hour and 14. The McLaren under pressure from Raffaele Marciello in the BMW. Tries to go around the outside at turn 2. That's not going to happen now. He has a run around the outside of the cutting. You're not going to get that done either. So the McLaren defending hard. Now we're too wide going into the cutting.
It was the SRO Motorsports car, wasn't it, that got out into the grey, and I don't think it went forward from that point.
No, it was Heinrich and Jordan Pepper going side by side through the kink and through the cutting. They come out as they went in, luckily. So the first real run across the top of the mountain after the clean-up. Stoltz has got up the road by 7/10 of a second.
Off Brock Skyline, under the Expel Bridge and down to the Dipper. Another great restart from the Mercedes-AMG duo out in front. The McLaren taking a little bit of time to fire its tyre up. Everyone will steer clear as much as they can of the quick dry that's been down there at the elbow, the BMW M elbow, and then down to Conrod Straight. McLaren versus BMW actually be a very interesting straight line speed comparison. I think we've seen those two nose to tail that much today. A little bit further back, there's Jordan Pepper chasing, and Jackson Evans now on Renault, the bronze class Porsche, who's up inside the top 10.
Headlights ablaze there, as if everybody doesn't know that there's cars behind them. Renault in that number 21 car, which is Robert Renault, 9th position, but crucially leading the bronze class with a car between him and Lorenzo Patrese in the 193, which is his nearest rival. That's the Zygo Sport Tempesta Tangerine shaded 296 Ferrari.
And all of a sudden there's a battle brewing for Pro-Am as well, because getting the wave by has got the 99 Corvette back onto the same lap as Brett Hobson behind the wheel of the Ram Motorsport car. Side by side, the other Corvette, Nicky Katzberg having a run at Matt Campbell, looking to go the long way round at Visit New South Wales corner and gets it done. Wow. Corvette passed, and these two side by side again. Marciello trying to work his way past Kirchhoffer, who struggles to get out of turn 2, and the BMW, the torque, the turbocharged car, drags itself up the hill really well, but look at that Corvette go.
We've seen 2 outside passes at that point, Rich. One was the high-class racing Porsche, wasn't it, with Fjord back behind the wheel, and now here's a look down the inside at the top of the mountain. Don't think that one was coming off. People taking some odd lines here, and also this lap traffic. We've got the GT4 McLaren right in the mix of the lead battle, and this is danger time for everybody here. One line only here. Not much that McLaren can do. Blue flags are being waved. Has to be respect from all parties here. Stick to the racing line is what you're told in the driver meeting. Let the faster cars find their way by, and it's worked out okay.
Chris Haas is getting a drive-through penalty for safety car procedure breach. I think that dates right back to well before the race suspension, when we saw it go past the queue. It's the same penalty that the Corvette got earlier today. So they've rolled the dice with strategy, but they're going to have to add 30 seconds to that 32 for the drive-through.
This has bunched the field right up as they came across the GT4 McLaren across the top of the mountain. So everyone, Jackson Evans has bought into this one. For sure, he's looking up the inside of the Herberth Porsche into the final corner. Nothing doing there. Christopher Haas comes straight to the lane, and that's important. You want to get that penalty over and done with. Should a safety car come out, you want to get trapped on track. Cannot serve that penalty under safety car.
Just want to get, if he can, he wants to get ahead of as many of the rear bike cars as well before they come by.
Remember when Katzberg took it for Corvette, it cost him about 30 seconds to the lead of the race. So he'll end up almost in no man's land between the wave-by cars and behind these lead lap cars that took the restart.
Glass half full, he'll have some clear air.
Yep.
Glass half empty will be a long way down.
Yes, right.
There's still 2 hours and 23 minutes to go.
I'm radiating positivity here, Craill.
No, I love it. And the two Ferraris locked together, and the second of the two of them going quickest at the moment, Lorenzo Patrese, has cruised up to the back of Jackson Evans in 10th and 11th place. And the reason for that, he wants to get further up the field because Renault is the leader in the bronze class, and that's for a class victory between the Porsche and the Ferrari.
The funny thing about that drive-through for car 55 was if that indeed can get to the finish with just one stop when everyone else has 2 of those 80-second stops, it almost wouldn't matter. It's got that much of a margin on the field. But talk about glass half full, glass half empty. One of the things it does mean is taking it out of this lead pack of cars makes it really hard for that car to save fuel.
Yeah, he can't save fuel. No, I think he gets his foot down.
Leaders.
Turns up to 11. Sorry, Craill.
Leaders locked together. So Maro Engel, as he's done on the last couple of restarts, just taken a little bit to get fired up, and then gets Maro Engeling, and he's now up behind Lucas Stoles. So nothing between them. And Marciello still trying to find his way past Kirchhoffer. This is Maro's corner. This is where he's been making all the moves, and he's been coming for a long way back.
seen these two cars do this before.
Yeah, one of them was bright yellow at the time, but it ended well for one and not so well for the other.
Right. So that was a bit later in the race, still 2 hours 20 left in this one. The 75 Express team that operate the Sun Energy One AMG Mercedes watching on. It's Kenny Hindhaugh, who drove this car right back early in the morning. Hasn't climbed back aboard it since, but it's his car, his operation, his dream.
We were talking about that rule that says the AMP driver has to do a stint in the second half of the race. That's only if you're in the AMP class. He doesn't have to do that because he's in the pro class.
He's done. Nothing wrong with the racetrack or the cars at the moment, and I say that with the caveat that they all put tyres on under the red flag, but Marciello's just done a 3-0, which is the quickest lap for the race for car 46, and once again he's trying to go around the outside of Kirchhofer on the run up towards the Ford cutting.
Either Kirchhofer's not getting off 2 or Marciello is getting the run of all runs off turn 2. We're yet to find out exactly which it is, but Kirchhoff hasn't fell a whole long way behind Mauro Engel, so I just feel like Raffaello Marciello, it's go time for Lello in that BMW. And they sort of disappeared mid-race. They were up the front early, disappeared mid-race with this car, and now they're drifting back towards the front. It just happens to be papaya-coloured McLaren in its way, halting its progress towards the lead.
7th start in this race for the 31-year-old from Switzerland. He was second here in 2018, second in 2025, third in 2019 and 2023. His strike rate here is remarkable. He's finished 2nd, 3rd, 5th and 6th in his 6 starts. Every single start has delivered a finish in the top 6, and guess what? He's right there again.
I'm going to say that these restart laps and the 2 after tells us what we know. There's no fuel saving going on here, Garth. We are racing for the win right now.
There's no point with these cars. They know that because they didn't take that safety car after the red flag resumption, they know they've got to do 2 more. And Katzberg's on a big one in the Corvette behind Marciello. He's likely to go fastest lap of the race here, and the reason we are 2:02.3, so there you go. The reason that they're going so fast is, remember, they put new tyres on these cars, but they didn't fill them up, so they've burnt a third of a tank out of them and then put a new tyre on. GT3 cars love being light with new tyres.
Keep an eye on this battle as it goes up Mountain Straight. Watching on alongside Shay at the moment as we ponder. You were thinking the same thing I was thinking, Shay, as the movers on here at the front as they work their way through the traffic. Start thinking about finishing drivers. What are your thoughts and what have you seen up in the lane at the moment?
There's a couple that are really obvious. I mean, if you have Jules Gounon, you're going to put him in at the end of this race no matter what, and that is what 75 Express is planning on doing. But now we've got a situation where, per the rotation, Earl Bamber should be getting in next, and then Alexander Sims to finish. But if you've got Earl Bamber, you want to keep him in for the end for the Corvette team. The one that I'm most intrigued with, Mauro Engel. He would be the guy that I would want at the end of this race if potentially there was a chance to win it, because he's been so close in the past, never gotten there. Now it looks like it's going to be either Maxi or maybe Mick.
And ditto that car 46 as well, because you would want Lello in the end, but he's in the car at the moment. Now, the interesting thing here, guys, is we went green with 2.5 hours to go in the race. That is your maximum continuous driving time. So if these guys in the cars now want to finish the race, they're going to have to get out and get back in with a 2-stop strategy to go.
Yeah.
And take an hour off.
And take an hour off. Good point.
Yeah, so that's the killer. They taking the hour off. We went green just before the 2.5 hours. What was 2:40, wasn't it? So to get getting someone at the end, we're in that now. 2:18. So you put someone in now, provided they've been out of the car for an hour, not including the race suspension, they're going to be fine.
Guess which one of these combinations out in front doesn't have what I think might be their preferred finishing driver behind the wheel. It's car lead. Yes, stop. Correct. Because Jules Gounon will finish the race in that car.
Correct.
So once again, all of them, it's the car that's won 2 of the last 4 and then finished 2nd and then finished 3rd that could find themselves in an absolutely brilliant position.
So fair bit of defending going on here. Oh, Marciello's trying to go around the outside at turn 1. Whoa. He tried to go around the outside at turn 2 last lap. It didn't work there. It hasn't worked at lap 1. Nicky Katzberg, thank you very much. I'll take that position and get the run on the McLaren up Mountain Straight.
So he says, if you can't make an outside move work at Griffin's Bend, what about me? This time he tries to sail around the outside of Kirchhofer, side by side. McLaren holds on. Marvin's got used to this. He's all good. The Corvette gets good drive out, but it's not as good as the BMW is. And Kirchhofer holds on. Opportunistic stuff from both Lello and from Nicky Katzberg. It was Katzberg the winner.
That BMW looks super strong, even with that mistake, dirtying up his Pirelli tyres. He's straight back on the tail of the two mid-engine cars ahead of him. And I think there's frustration coming in here for Rafa Marchiello, because he knows he's got a chance of this race.
Put me before a jury right now, I would argue pretty convincingly, I reckon that the Corvette might be the quickest car.
Oh, it is. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. If it can get itself to the front. Don't forget, it's so strong down Conrod Straight in a straight line. It's so strong up Mountain Straight. There's not a whole lot of passing that takes place over the top of the mountain. So once you get that track position, that's where the AMG Mercedes, they're super strong across the top of the mountain, but they can't use it. So they are protecting their track position as best they can right now.
And the second of the Corvettes is ahead of the leader now. 18th position. About to go another lap back. That's the Pro-Am second place car, the number 99.
Watch McLaren, got a really good run out of the BMW M elbow, and it's making Mauro Engel nervous.
Some bit of defence there, wasn't there, from Mauro? The red car.
He's normally the one on the offense down there.
Yeah.
So that's the Pro-Am JMR Corvette, as you said, John. So he's done the right thing and just bailed out of that. Prince Jeffrey, no, I don't want to be part of that.
No interest whatsoever.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely smart play. Lead the heads-up racing, go at the front. You want close. We have the...
There's Marchiello down the inside.
Oh, big move.
That was brilliant. But
watch Katzberg, though. He's going to defend. Oh, this is cheeky. Two moves heading up Mountain Straight for Marchiello to defend. That's opened up the door for Matty Campbell. Does the Porsche have the straight line speed to get in and fill that gap? Yes, it does. Marchiello moves over to give him a tow to help him.
He says, you can drop back. Thank you very much, Mr. Corvette. And Matt Campbell now gets a position and gets himself back into the top 5.
And Lauren Heinrich is there as well in the 61 EBM car.
And watch Pepper. He sticks it up the inside.
What racing this is. GT3 at its very, very best. Still 2 hours and 15 minutes to go.
I was just going to say, on the last lap, no, not at all.
This could be a dress rehearsal. 2 Mercedes-AMGs, McLaren, BMW, Porsche, Corvette, all in the mix.
8 cars covered by less than 3 seconds with 2 hours and 14 minutes to go.
Proof perfect there, Garth, how close this field is. And if you're going to make a move, you've got to make it stick. Because if you have to back out of it, you are going to lose a bunch of road.
Yeah, that's right. You're playing chess, and you need to make sure your move is going to be the move. Because Jordan Pepper just proved if you don't complete the move, I'm going to attack you. Kill or be killed. And that was Jordan. I love that move. That was mega. That is exactly what you need to do in the dying stages of a big race like this.
Replay that entire lap as an Elfoil slick pass. Just extraordinary racing. And meanwhile, Lucas Stolz will look in the rearview mirror and go, yeah, have at it, boys. This is absolutely fine for me. Just pull a little car length or two over Mauro Engel.
And just remind ourselves, Christopher Haase, who had to do the drive-through, he's 37.5 seconds away from the lead.
Whoa! He's with the big sand down at Meguiar's corner.
Oh, no, he got up on the curb.
Gets it wrong, though.
Oh, here we go.
McLaren will fight back. Watch for Matt Campbell in the Porsche. He's been here before, knows how to play this game.
Room on the exit.
No, not a good exit for Marchiello, though. Campbell, he's on the wrong side now, heading up Mountain Straight. And the Corvette with Katzberg, it's going to return serve from a lap prior.
Bump drafting up Mountain Straight. Incredible stuff as they go over the brow. And 2.5 wide, I'm going to call that, as they go into destination New South Wales Griffin Bend.
Oh, Lello shuts the door as well on Katzberg. The Corvette, no space to go through. Matt Campbell up and down the top 5 like a yo-yo at the moment. What is this racing? Extraordinary stuff.
So through no fault of his own, Matt Campbell lost a spot there because Marchiello sent it at the McLaren.
Yeah,
you just end up
wasn't even involved.
Yeah, you just end up wrong-footed. You end up on the wrong side going up Mountain Straight. Katzberg filled the hole, and then he thought about, wait, maybe I'll go around the outside of Marchiello as well.
But right now, if you're a non-Mercedes-AMG brand, I almost think you need to start colluding to catch up with the others and stop this friendly fire, because the two Mercs are just driving away from this field now. So through all that, they've put 2.3 seconds the margin. Lucas Stoles back to Kirchhoffer.
Kirchhoffer's been really solid here, but because that car is really moving around, it's dancing in the rear. There's nothing left from the McLaren. He's giving it everything it has, and now he's looking in the rear vision mirror and go, he's here again. Marciello's there. What's he going to do this lap? Where's he going to try and send it this time?
The only thing he hasn't tried to do is extend the suspension and jump over the top of him. Fantastic stuff into the chase.
Did you tell them there was 2 hours to go?
No, I think they told them there was 20 minutes. Maybe they said they only had the 40 minutes of the 2 hours and 40 when we went back to rolling behind the BMW M safety car.
Jordan Pepper. Campbell had to block. Pepper thinks about to send down at Murray's, but couldn't get it done that time. But the BMW drags itself off the slower speed corner so well. Matt's aware of that. Just puts the Porsche in the right position to cover his line. Pepper's going to go anyway. Has a look. Campbell backs the car in. He was sliding that car around under braking the rear end, and it might open the door again for Jordan.
And remember that BMW, the multicoloured BMW, was off the lead lap when they had to replace the front end of that car. Didn't take the opportunity to do that under the safety car. Maybe a bit of a fumble, but they are back in the race. And this is the nature of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. It's how it works. You just keep on trucking, and there's a result somewhere down the road.
Boys, been crunching some numbers on how much driving time Jules Gounon has left in him, given that there's a 5 hour and 40-minute maximum. Now, he's done 3 hours and 38 minutes in the race, which will mean he's got 2 hours and 2 minutes left. There's 2 hours and 10 minutes left in the race, so he's 8 minutes away from that car being in the window. Critical part of the race right now for the race leader.
Those crunching the numbers for this car will be holding their breath for 8 minutes because they need to get past that threshold that then opens up their window to get home. It's as simple as that, because otherwise, I mean, Lucas Stoltz will get the job done, but then you've got to think about, well, Lucas got to get out of the car, be out of the car for 60 minutes. It brings in a whole other set of regulations that you need to take on board. It's a whole lot cleaner if you can get to 2 hours and 2 minutes, stick that guy in the car and send him home.
Yeah. There he is. Lives in Andorra these days, in the Pyrenees between France and Spain. One of the best GT drivers in the world. The hypercar in the World Endurance Championship as well for Alpine. But he is the only three-time winner of this race.
Do you think he'll be unemployed very long when Alpine pull out of the WEC at the end of this season, when they close the very...
Pretty soon he's got a job for life with Kenny Hibble if he wants it.
Yeah. Well, and there are other manufacturers who don't have full rosters who are coming into prototype racing in IMSA and in the World Endurance Championship.
Why wouldn't you sign him? Just the only proviso I've got is that in his contract he keeps whatever weekend Meguiar's Bathurst 12 is free, but with how much he loves this place, I would imagine he would still make himself available regardless of who he's driving for.
The McLaren's looking lively in the rear, but Kirchhoffer's doing everything he can. He's just set that car's fastest lap of the race, a 2:03.41. He was the fastest of the top three and only marginally slower than Marciello and Katzberg behind him. So it's starting to close up again. We've just gone into a little lull, everyone catching their breath after Marciello went full Raffaello Marciello for a couple of laps and scattered the pack. Now they're all just starting to catch their breath and condensing again.
Yes, because as soon as they stop fighting behind the top two, you're not off the optimum racing line so much. It's a bit, I always like in this type of a race to watching a Grand Tour cycle race. If you have the peloton, the chasing group, working together, then you'll gradually get back towards the leaders. If you're fighting amongst yourselves, you're slowing each other down. Good news for us, bad news for Lucas Stoltz and Maro Engel, because they're going to have company fairly shortly.
Just set that car's best lap of the race. Yep. 3-4 on lap 289.
Bennett's moving around a lot. He is driving that car. There's not a whole lot of conserving going on in the car in third place, the 95 McLaren. Marciello's got the toe here because Kirchhoffer didn't get a good run off Forest Elbow. Understeered through the mid-corner and then gassed it up and Taylor on the exit. And Marciello's not afraid to send it from a fair way back. Not this time.
Tell you what, Kirchhoffer was confident there, didn't defend, came through the chase into the middle of the road, but was confident enough to take the full racing line. He's in the middle of the road again now. He'll dodge to the right-hand side at Meguiar's Murray's corner.
Often in GT racing, given they have ABS, you just brake as late and as deep as you can And if the car behind passes you, good luck to them, and they make the corner. It's that simple, because if they come past you and you're at your absolute threshold and maybe then some, and they get through, great move. 90% of the time, they run wide on
straight on, yeah. Nicky Katzberg behind the wheel of the 5th place Chevrolet Corvette. What a debut for the bow tie here in the conversation, and with the fastest lap of the race, that 2:02.3.
Bit more lap traffic as they make their way up behind the McLaren GT4 car at a very awkward part of the racetrack, and the McLaren did not see Lucas Stoltz. So Stoltz wasn't able to get up the inside. Now he's trying to go around the outside of the exit of the cutting for the run up the tree, and they're queuing up to come with him. You do not want to be 2 by 2 here. And it cost Marciello some time, and Katzberg is very interested in taking that spot from him.
Matty Campbell was sniffing around there at the back of that line as well in the yellow and black Absolute Racing number 911 Porsche. This is quality stuff. 3rd on down to 6th position. Jordan Pepper next in line is about 2 seconds behind, and he's got Lauren Heinrich right up his tailpipes, and then another nearly 3 seconds back to Jackson Evans, who's the first of the Ferraris in 9th, with Lorenzo Patrese 4 seconds further back. Then that's the battle, by the way, for the bronze class, 10th and 11th, with Robert Renard just 3/10 behind Lorenzo Patrese.
That's a lead change. That's got the Ferrari back into the lead of the bronze class. So Renard, who held that for the best part of a couple of hours, has just lost that spot. Interestingly, at the back of this queue, Matt Campbell, last time round, 2:02.9, quickest lap of the race for the Absolute Porsche, as Marciello nails the curve on the inside at the Scuderia Auto Art Chase. And further back behind it, you can see Jordan Pepper being chased by Lauren Heinrich.
Runella might have been past. He did his fastest lap of the race last time around, so he's still pushing on. Now, we are in, well, I reckon we are in the zone now to go with a one more stop for the GT3 cars. Dean Fiore into the pit lane.
There'll be 2 stops, the end of this stint, and then one more.
Yes,
sorry.
Right. For these cars, for this bunch.
Yes, correct.
But we're keeping a casual eye on Christopher Haasar and Jackson Evans, and who else? Triple two, Cam Waters. They're down in 17th, so no track position, but potentially a bit of strategy for that car that did get that last lap back that it needed.
Yeah, minute 55.
Although a long way away. They need a bit of help.
It's just outstanding, isn't it? And despite the fact we've had an hour's delay, there's very few people have moved from the top of the mountain, or indeed down here at the bottom of Mount Panorama, coming down to 2 minutes and 2 hours and 4 minutes to go. And what about the variety as well? All right, it's 2 AMGs at the front of the field. Then you've got McLaren, BMW, Chevrolet, Porsche, BMW, Porsche for Ferrari. That's how we roll here in GT3 racing, and particularly at the mountain. Everything we've been talking about is how the mount shows off the differences of the cars. Now the drivers will know where their strengths lie, where they're not so strong, and they have to use it here. And this is as close as the BMW of Raffaele Marciello has been to the orange Martin Kirchhoffer McLaren. Kirchhoffer does defend slightly this time into the braking area of the chase.
He missed the apex at the chase, so he's not going to get a good run out here. He will need to defend down to the final corner. He's defending that hard. He's in the grass. He's not giving Raffaele Marciello any chance to have the inside lane. Marciello tries to switch and get back to the inside, but Kirchhoffer did a great job there, just holding Marciello up high. He couldn't switch back under him again. Now Katzberg's going to send it. They're going to make contact, do they? No, they don't. But they're all on the grass. Wide.
Katzberg's going to get the boat.
Yep, he has.
The Corvette goes through. Marvin with a very stout defence, moving back across on his line. And Matt Campbell gets a spot through all of that as well.
I think Kirchhoffer's struggling for rear grip here, Garth. I really do. Getting off some of those corners. You can see the rear end sitting down. Yeah, it's looking good, but then it's squirming around. So for Nicky Katzberg, pass one free.
Yeah, that's important for the Corvette. That's important.
Massive.
That's track position, and now there's a couple of AMG Mercedes up the road that is going to zero in on. We need to keep an eye on the timing screen now. Now let's go back to this one. Kirchhofer defending hard down into turn 1. Katzberg, thank you very much. I'll go up the inside. Raffaello Marcello, I'm going to try and hang on the outside. They both end up in the grass, and we know how strong that Corvette is in a straight line. This is Katzberg.
The move back across, I don't think they'll like upstairs particularly much. This one right about now, which shuts the door on Marcello. There was still just a car width on the outside, but he went a long way back towards the racing line, and this is from Matt Campbell. So the Absolute Racing Porsche was miles behind all this happened. And then Lello's off the grass in the BMW. There's a hole there for the Porsche to slide on through.
So
the best view.
It takes a special type of person, i.e. a proper racing driver, Garth, that when you've got a whole load of dirt thrown at your windscreen, he never lifted one iota.
No, you don't lift, because that's an opportunity.
Yeah, exactly.
And you might not get many more opportunities with 2 hours left, so you need to take it any time it comes your way. So Matt Campbell drive through a hole that was exactly a Porsche width going up Mountain Straight.
You guys are just wired differently.
Yep. Oh, Marcello, the big send. But he's going to run too wide, and Matt Campbell, absolutely, thank you very much. I'll switch you and take that position back.
Exactly what you said. If you think you can pass me when I'm on the ragged edge of adhesion and here at Shannon's Hill corner to do it again, that's nicer, but still the Porsche got a better drive. Now, will the BMW outdrag it? Maybe get a little bit of a side draft if he can get up alongside him, but he's on the wrong side in that yellow and black car. He's going to have to be brave. We've seen Porsches go around the outside. He gets maybe a fender ahead, but then thinks, nah, I'm not sticking it up there.
I'll give in on that. So that's why the move at turn 1 is a different move than it is in the final corner, because the car that tries to switch back and get the run on the exit of the first corner ends up on the outside going up Mountain Straight for turn 2. Then it becomes a game of chicken, and I would not engage in a game of chicken in the braking duel with Raffaello Marcello from the outside.
Definitely not. Oh, Marcello really hanging it out, coming up past the tree and through onto the top of the mountain.
Remember Chad Nalon's point of 10 minutes ago about Jules Gounon's critical time? I think we've just ticked over that. So he is now clear to get back behind the wheel of car 75 when they stop and take it to the checkered flag.
But you're not going to bring that car in.
Oh no, you'll run it until it grabs.
That's right. Absolutely.
At this point,
you
absolutely
are not giving, unless all things being equal, let's say that, all things being equal, you'll run it until you can't run it any longer, unless something happens on the track and you take the opportunity straight away. That car has only done 12 green flag laps, 13 green flag laps.
We spoke about keeping an eye on the timing screen once Nicky Katzberg got clear in the number 2 JHR Corvette. The fastest 3 cars on track were the first 3 cars, but it was Engel that was fastest from Stoltz, Katzberg the 3rd fastest car on track on the previous lap. So the Mercs, once they've seen the Corvette get clear, they've put the hammer down.
These leading group of cars basically know now that they can drive the thing flat out to the end, is essentially where we're at. So we think they're about 10 laps away from making a pit stop, which will put us at about an hour and 45 to go. Then they can pick where they want to make the final stop. It's entirely up to them, and they'll, I would imagine, hold out for as long as they possibly can.
Yes.
To hope for a safety car to get it, and then we'll see what happens from there.
But there's no advantage in terms of how much fuel you put in, because it still has to be an 80-second stop. Let's just remind everybody that. And Katzberg has caught the lead.
Well, you need flexibility still.
Correct.
In that final stint, because the safety car might not come for 55 minutes to go, and you want to nail that.
Yeah,
Correct.
and what you do need is you need to pit last of all these cars because of the tyre warm-up. So you do an extra lap on a hot tyre, that's a faster lap than coming in a lap earlier and going out on a cold tyre and bringing that tyre up to temperature. So all they're going flat out, they still want to be the last car of this top 6 to pit, because that's a massive advantage. We've seen that many times today.
Nobody's going to double stint the last set of tyres, are they?
Well, this is where it might come a thing. I don't think now, because I think if you get yourself as deep as you can into this stint and have a short stint home, the tyre life is not going to be such an issue at the end of the very end of the race.
The very end of the race.
Not now.
Think about it.
Not now, but you would think about it because of the tyre warm-up.
Correct.
The 3 or 4 laps after your last stop.
Battle for the leaders ongoing. This is the battle for the bronze class. They're 10th and 11th on the road, but a class victory up for grabs here. Patrese and Renault nose to tail, and just 5/10 Ferrari versus Porsche. Just age-old endurance racing rivalry continues apace.
Just seen a note from race control. They extended the wave-by period by exactly the amount of time that we were under red flag, and we've just gone by that. I think that's super officiating. I really do. You can absolutely justify that in every single way, but that has just flapped up, so the 55 minutes and 41 seconds has been added on to that. And pragmatic was the word I think that one of you two used earlier on, and I think that's common sense officiating as well.
There's still a remarkable number of cars on the lead lap, and I've said it before in this race, as long as you're on the lead lap, there's opportunity. You've just got to get yourself onto the lead lap in the closing stages of this race, and opportunity may come your way. This is the Pro-Am class leader. They have been there for a very, very high percentage of the race today. Brett Hobson is behind the wheel. He said to me on Friday, he said, "Oh, it's taken me a little while to get my head back around this. I've been racing sprint cars for quite some time recently. Haven't done a lot of circuit racing in recent time," has Brett. So he's stopped the right pedal a little bit harder in one of these things, believe it or not, than a 900 horsepower winged sprint car.
Probably not wanting to be sideways quite as much, and certainly not as close to the wall of riding the cushion quite as much in a GT3 car.
Seen a few attempt that today.
Yes, we
did
have.
not end well.
Here's that battle for the bronze class, and Robert Renard has, with a series of pretty rapid laps, including that car's fastest lap of the race 3 or 4 laps ago, closed in to the back of the Ferrari, and Lorenzo Patrese 10th and 11th on the road. This is Herbert's first foray to the Meguiar's Bathurst 24 hours. Robert and his twin brother formed the company way back in the 80s to help with their racing.
This is for position. Nicky Katzberg has got to the back of Maro Engel. These are the 3 leading cars locked together, charging their way flat out towards the last pit stop. And last time round, the Corvette was 5/10 of a second, half a second quicker than Maro Engel. Choi 3.8 last time by plays a Choi 4.3 for the AMG in front. Said a while back we think this could be the quickest car on the grid right now, and it's certainly positioning itself well. Maro has to defend.
And we've got the other Corvette right ahead of the leaders here. Not suggesting that there might be any team orders, but he's coming to a spot on the track where it's very difficult to pass, Garth.
It certainly is. So Stoltz through the cutting. Engel, Katzberg. Stoltz still not yet back to the rear bumper of the second Johor Motor Racing Corvette.
It's Ben Green behind the wheel of that car now, who's one of the pro drivers along with Jordan Love, so he's going to be rapid regardless. So
the blue flags are waving, and we have seen race control be quite strict with that, but Stoltz not getting held up yet.
Correct.
You couldn't argue that he's at his rear bumper and getting held up.
Well, and Ben won't, because he's quick enough to run with these guys on raw pace.
We're now not quite within striking distance in the black and gold Porsche to the orange Ferrari ahead of him. These two having a battle means that Fabi Schiller is closing in on them. He's not in the same class, of course, but that would just throw another consideration. And behind Fabi Schiller is Anders Fjordbach. These are all on the lead lap, and Christopher Haase is then 16 seconds. So there's the big gap behind the battle for the bronze class.
Haase, remember, in that Audi, has the alternate strategy route to our leading group of cars. It's just thinking ahead for that bronze class win, who's in those cars at the end. And I would imagine that if you're, as we see once again another move from Lello looking down the inside and squeezing past Kirchhoffer for 4th place.
Kirchhoffer getting onto the dirt, coming out of Meguiar's Murray's corner, and here comes Matt Campbell, and there it is again, Garth. You lose a little bit of momentum and all of a sudden you can be eaten up by a couple of cars, but that McLaren is very quick indeed in a straight line and very slippery.
Certainly is. So now here's Katzberg having a look at Engel. They've lapped the team car. Ben Green did the right thing and got out of the way. Katzberg got a good run up Mountain Straight. Engel had to defend. Engel's not going to give him the inside here. It'll be a big move to send it on Maro Engel there.
Campbell held on to his position, by the way, of 5th. Kirchhoffer didn't get the drag up Mountain Straight. First, second, third, then a lap car heading up the mountain under the VW Amarok Bridge. Then the gap back to the BMW, then Matty Campbell in the Porsche, and then Kirchhoffer making up the top 6.
Park my bronze class discussion that I was about to have, because that could wait until the end of the race. I was thinking about who was going to be in those cars at the end, and I would have thought Ryan Wood would be in that 193 Ferrari. We'll come back to that regardless. Stolz, Engel, Katzberg, top 3.
Jordan Pepper in the lane in the 32 BMW. So there you go, an hour and 52 minutes. One more stop after this one for the number 32 WRT BMW. They had more fuel in the tank than he's just burned. So there's an element of tactics that's taken them out of that. They weren't right there, they weren't on the pace. So they've made their stop right now.
Yeah, they've reverse windowed it effectively to try and hopefully catch an opportune safety car at the end of this next stint that car's embarking on. So
Kelvin von der Linde strapped into that car.
I was just about to say, talk about putting your finishing driver in. Let's plug in the defending winner, the fast South African. So they're 15th, obviously track position a thing, but they're out of sequence. So that's the first roll of the dice of this leading group of cars.
Top 3 still battling on as that battle back. Then 3.5 seconds back to the BMW number 46. Half a second, make that 8/10ths back to Matt Campbell, who's so good around here in that 911 Absolute. The Bumblebee coloured Porsche. Kirchhoffer struggling, I think, but he has. Well, I was just about to say, he's stopped the rot a little bit, but there was a 2:06 last time around for Kirchhoffer, but he was fighting a little bit there, and he's dropped a 1.5 seconds now, and he's under pressure from Lauren Heinrich in the 61, the Obama Motorsports, the Kiwi silver and black car.
Speaking of El Bamba, there he is, ready to go.
Driver.
So they've had him on ice for a little while, pulled him out, got his helmet on, ready to go. So stop's not far away for the number 2 Corvette.
They've all done about 28 or 29 laps, sort of, but of course there's a lot fewer than that in terms of green flag laps, so they've got a ways to go yet, should they want to. You just have got to...
No, there's things that I don't think need explaining, frankly.
I'm looking at going on everywhere.
They're just going to play
battles everywhere.
Yeah, it's going on everywhere.
Looked like Victoria versus West Australia that I was watching last night there. Yeah. Sorry, Chad.
So hard to explain the pressure of these types of races and these types of moments for Lucas Stolz, Maro Engel, particularly when you're in a car that doesn't have the straight line. Those two blow up. Whatever they are, feel free to pile on to Chad Nailon.
Yeah, I was coming to do a simple tyre update and I've been absolutely abducted here. At the moment, I'm going to fight my way through and I'm going to take you out for a little tyre update.
Middle of a Godzilla movie out the back there, Chad.
Never mind, I survived. Tyres, usually a very boring topic, and this isn't going to be overly exciting, but it is important. Now, all of the lead cars at the moment, the only group that we're looking at the moment is the 75 group of tyres. These are not new, you can see them, but they are just lightly roaded. We saw Shea Adam across the course of the weekend had been keeping a real look at that. Car 2, which is just in the lane right now, has 2 new sets, actually more new sets of brand new Pirellis to go. Everyone in that lead pack has brand new tyres, apart from the 75, who's the lightly roaded, but everyone's pretty armed with rubber for the end of this one.
Yeah, well spotted, Chad, and brand new Pirellis going on this car. So they've come in a little bit earlier than the expected window, but then so too did that BMW. But they're certainly within the window to make and have that flexibility to get that final stop when and if they need it towards the end.
So from here, it's about 55 minutes if you split it in half. We know they can do about an hour and 5, so you've given yourself a 10-minute extra run to take advantage of anything that might happen.
As Garth said about half an hour ago, the longer you can go, the better off you are to catch that safety car.
On the last stint, yeah, totally.
And curious that they've got a very lightly roaded set of brand new Pirelli tyres for the 75 car. They did that way back in practice 5 on Saturday morning in preparation for this moment, because a very lightly roaded tyre will get up to temperature much quicker than a brand new shiny Pirelli when you put it on. So 75 Express already thinking about the end of the race and the tyres and the tools that they need to get the job done.
Chad Nealon, I know you're near that number 2 Chevy pit. Can you go and have a word with them? Because I think they were a bit slow on their in-lap there. Whether they had an off or they had a cough or a splutter, I don't know.
They slowed on Conrad. They were quite slow.
There you go.
And there were 2 of them there because the Ben Green car's still there as well. And there's Nicky Katzberg going back to the bunker out behind the paddock. So we'll come back to that and bring you up to speed, but they definitely lost time.
Campbell in the pit lane from 4th.
So absolute racing into pit lane now, and tyres to go on this car as well, and a driver change. We talked about the fact that the timing of the race suspension has caught some of these teams on the hop with who they might have liked to have in at the end of the car. I say that all these pro teams should rock up with 3 drivers that can do the job should they be required. There's just that hero moment of some drivers with that little bit of an X factor perhaps that could deliver it. The Lamborghini in, Tony D'Alberto, 19th position, 4th in the bronze class. They're in the lane for their penultimate stop of the race as well, with an hour and 46 to go.
That slight splutter or whatever happened to the number 2 Chevy Corvette, not necessarily disastrous. Chad, what was it?
Well, I'll get to Shay in a moment because I've seen Shay just jump next door. I won't be surprised if that car coughed on the way in. We've seen it do that earlier in the day as well. Let's just check out what's happened since the restart here. Hour 10 has been fast, frantic, and green all the way through it, and it's been a Mercedes show at the front while the rest of the brands were left to battle it out. It's been an epic battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, with just about every single car in that fight sharing each one of those positions at some spot. Raffaele Marcelli was right in the middle of that one with Nicky Katzberg down the inside on that occasion. Katzberg would fight back. Matt Campbell wanted a piece of that fight as well. He's in that bright yellow Aussie-looking Porsche. They were throwing some serious haymakers at each other. How about that one? The 46 slicing down the inside, only just about pulling it up, trying to cover across. Kerhofer was there. Campbell tried to go with him. Somehow Matty Campbell ended up losing a spot out of all this. It went on and on and on, multiple laps as they were all queuing up behind the McLaren, which was pushing so hard, but losing rear tyre life whilst it was doing so. A great fight, that one. Eventually, the Corvette would reign supreme and get its way to the front. It happened with a little bit of patience and a little bit of aggression as everyone ran off wide at turn 2. Finally, Katzberg was able to clear those cars and set his sights on the 2 leading Mercedes-AMG cars, which are doing a wonderful job at the moment. Further back, Marcelli still wanted to get past on that McLaren. So it's a Merc show at the front. It's looking pretty good again for Gounon, who's getting set to hop into this car, sharing it with Lucas Stoles. And of course, Kenny Habul. Can they do it? We're expecting a couple stops to go for them.
So that's how the race has played out over the last hour or so. And this is how it stands right now. Tiny margins up and down the leaderboard. Any one of these cars on this list could be a contender rolling into it. We are starting our final pit stop sequence though. So Matt Campbell just pitted. We saw the JMR Corvette just pit 13th, but that's not relative to where they should be in the leaderboard. Quinn are 21st and only 6 laps back, to be honest. The top 20 for them today would be an enormous result for the Audi. And of all the cool things to see and do, this is one of my favourites in this part of the world. The National Motor Racing Museum has parked us down at Meguiar's Murray's Corner. It features the genuine Holden dealer team Commodore that won the 1984 Bathurst 1000, one of the greatest touring cars ever made in this part of the world. But there is something for everyone, including a couple of Bathurst 12-hour winners in there. The 2016 McLaren that claimed the victory with Techno. The last time McLaren won here on the mountain, he's parked up in there. So check out the National Motor Racing Museum. Shay.
Might have to recommend that as a place for Nick Katzberg to go, depending on how the rest of this race goes. Nick, that battling out there on the racetrack was magnificent for us to watch. Did that feel like the ultimate birthday present that then you got to come out on top of all of that?
Well, I mean, the fighting was awesome. Everyone was clean, and it's such a cool place to go and fight. JMR obviously gave me a very fast Corvette today, but unfortunately in the end we had an issue with the fuel. There was no alarm, but we seem to be out of fuel. So yeah, I think everything that I gained, we lost again. So yeah, we need to see what Earl can do now. Earl has been extremely fast all weekend, so if anyone can do it, it's him. So let's see what we can do towards the end of the race. But yeah, it's a real shame. We have a fast car, and yeah, I want to have a victory here.
Yeah, you deserve a podium here. That let alone would be a victory for today. But coming in with Corvette, big expectations. I think that's the second time today there was some sort of a cough or a splutter for the car on the fuel. Are you worried about it doing it again?
I think the sister car had something like that. I'm not sure our car had it as well. I am worried, but luckily we have a great crew. They seem to be on top of things, so hopefully it doesn't happen again and Earl can put some fast times on the board and we see what happens.
Is he into the end?
I'm pretty sure he is, yeah.
Good luck, Nick.
Thank you.
Well, and that will just niggle away in the back of the mind down at SRO Motorsport racing JMR, the Chevy Corvette, if they had a fuel problem, because by our numbers up here, that was 7 laps to the good for fuel. Wow, and across the top goes Maro Engel, second place car, GMR Mercedes. Takes the shortcut, no advantage gain, so that will be fine. So that's
there's clearly an intermittent pickup problem with that car, because we saw that earlier today with that car. So when it gets low, and your point 7, we think it should have done another, could have done another 7 laps on the fuel consumption that we've tracked over the course of the day. So that's an issue when you're starting to stretch fuel windows late in the race and you want to get all the way to the bottom of the tank. So that's where the time we lost was, coming down Conrod. We've seen it before. And and if it's intermittent, there's nothing you can do about it. We heard Nicky Katzberg say there was no alarm. You would expect on low fuel, you'd get a fuel pressure alarm. Yeah. You didn't get that, so that's a concern for that team, for sure.
It's not as if you have baffles in the tanks now, they're filled with foam and things like that, aren't they? So it doesn't sloosh around.
No, you have 4 pickup lift pumps in the corner of each of the tank. It goes into what they call a pot, and then that fills up with fuel, and then you have a high pressure pump that sends it to the engine.
Somebody asked actually early on, and I never got round to answering it, when you have a fuel tank size change, as we had before the start of the race, do they have to put a new fuel tank in? They don't, do they, Garth?
No, they don't. They have what they call capacity displacement balls. So they're just effectively plastic balls that you put in the tank. So that takes up the displacement that fuel would normally go. It's just a plastic ball full of air. Yep. And then you work out how many you have to put in to meet your capacity for the BOP or for whatever the regulations say.
So Jackson Evans in the lane for ARGT, right up to pit entry there in garage number 1 this year, and smacks into his mark. He's going to jump out of this car for their race to the flag with Davide Rigon and Daniel Serra. They've got a wealth of options to plug into that car for the race to the finish if they need it for either one of those. So Ryan Wood asked the question before about that bronze class battle in the Ferrari that had worked its way to the lead in front of the Hindhaugh Porsche. It is Ryan Wood who's jumped behind the wheel of that car and would be expected now with an hour and 40 to go to take it to the end. Unfortunately for Ryan, he's been caught by the cars that are at full temp and operating pressures, which are the 2 leading AMGs, and then the Pro-Am class GMR car, Corvette in behind, and catching them is Raffaele Marciello in car 46, the BMW.
Now those two AMG GT3s, 33-32 laps respectively for the leader and the second place car, but 7 of those laps were under yellow conditions. So I think probably 3 or 4 more laps from those cars should they desire it, and that's going to take those guys down to something like an hour and 30 to go, somewhere near that, and that really opens the strategy for where they take what will be their final stop. In for the BMW from 3rd place, Raffaele Marciello, and the BMW for WRT.
Well, starting to answer some questions. Kirchhofer in, Heinrich in. So the McLaren and the Porsche from Elbamba Motorsport sail into pit lane. So out of that early leading group of cars, the first ones in were Piccarello in the number 911 Absolute Racing car. So they've got the least amount of flexibility of them all. And Kelvin van der Linde in the number 32 BMW. It's only getting better, and more opportunity presents perhaps for everyone else around them. Renault in as well now, the bronze class leader in the Porsche from 6 on the road. There it is. Oh no!
El Bamba.
Bamba at the dipper. Contending car parked the wrong way. And is this a safety car? Time to perfection once again for our race leaders.
I was just about to report the fastest car on track at the moment is this car, Earl Bamber. And he's, that damage is done. It's done. Park it. So he doesn't need to roll back in the way. So
I don't think he can move it forward now because he's got a drive shaft.
No drive. That's correct.
So the diff's doing its job, but it's not allowing him to pull forward up the hill. There is an hour and 40 minutes to go.
Safety car speed limiters in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Safety car speed limiters must be activated.
And who was just in and out of the pit lane? Augusto Farfus in the number 46 WRT.
That's not the biggest free kick, though. That's because that was completed with the majority of the stop under green.
True,
So where the free kick's going to come, and remember we said way back when you need to go as long as you can in this stint to open up your window. So we'll talk about that in a minute. Here's a replay of what took place. We're looking at Alessio Piccarello. And so Earl's gone through the shortcut, and then when he's tipped it in after the shortcut, it's got away from him.
Or was it already broken?
Wow, that's a good point, John. So here we go, on board. So hard to slow it down. Oh, no, I think it's broken.
I think it's broken beforehand.
You're right, that's a great pickup.
The back end was doing some steering there that Earl wasn't.
When you go through that shortcut, you end up going a whole lot faster than you think you are, and it takes a bit of work to get the car pulled up. I wonder whether if we can go back a little bit further and see if there was contact with the wall somewhere else. Because
left rear, isn't it? That was bent.
Tree?
That far back? Possibly.
Wow.
Well, you wouldn't send it across Skyline if you were that far back and had damage. Nicky Katzberg watching on there.
Has something just broken? Has a toe link broken at the bottom end and A-arm at the bottom end of that car?
I don't know.
Ifs, buts and maybes of motorsport. What a debut regardless it's been for JMR and Corvette.
Scuffage on the left rear there, Garth.
But is that from the final contact?
Effect,
yeah. So in the end, it doesn't matter because here comes GMR, Maro Engel aboard. The car that did go past again, and they've done it every safety car, is the 75 with Lucas Stoltz, because we are still under speed limit, not behind the safety car. So you do not give up track position by going around once more. Chad.
That is right, and that is exactly why Gunon is waiting in the lane for their chance. But for Maro Engel, it was their chance to come in. They will do that driver change right now. And that's an interesting call for them at this stage. Maybe they couldn't get that extra lap done, or maybe it was getting close to their driving time. Interesting safety car for car 55 as well. Christopher Haase in that Audi sort of changes the game for them. They were hoping that maybe this would have stayed green and it could have worked out their way. They're going to end up pretty much in the same strategy as the leaders here. But my question for you guys is, that is a really awkward car to get to and move given the damage it's got. So how long will this safety car period be, and how close to the window home will it get you?
That's a very good question.
Well, there is actually an opening.
Control to all teams, advise your drivers. Drivers left from Skyline until you clear the incident, please.
There is an opening just around the back of the dipper, the apex wall at the dipper, but they are sending the tilt tray up. One thing is
front straight at the moment, that tilt tray, so that's going to take a wee while.
Take a minute and a half or 2 minutes to get there. But there's no cleanup, there's no oil cleanup, there's no track cleanup. So once they clear the car, they can get back to it.
It's Prince Jeffrey closest to screen with the Red Bull hat on. His brother Abu just behind. So the two brothers for Johor Motor Racing. A remarkable campaign. What a debut. They showed today that the Corvette is a genuine contender at Mount Panorama. So for their first visit to this as their own team. So JMR have been here before in a Mercedes-AMG supported by 888 Race Engineering back in the day. And they had a pretty strong run as well. This is their own enterprise. There's a bunch of ex-888 guys involved in that program, and girls, but they are a really strong team. And I suspect now that they will be back having proved that they can have a really big shake at winning this race. And I know GM here in Australia have been really excited about having them here. So it's Will Brown getting behind the wheel of the 55 Audi now. This is awkward for these guys.
Yeah, so it sort of negates their one stop to home strategy that they were hoping for.
but it will give them some track position though, which will help their cause.
Yeah.
So they come up the order as a result from rolling that dice with the strategy and everyone else pitting and then staying out because they were going to go as long as they possibly could into the stint. So as a result, Will Brown's come out 4th on the road behind Dorian Boccolacci. So actually now they're on the same strategy as everyone else, and they've got some track position. So it might have actually turned out to be a really good decision for them.
Sometimes you just have to pivot. You've got to, look, you've got lemons, make lemonade.
The way it generally plays out with these sorts of things, you either make the decision and pit really, really early, or you pit really, really late. You don't try and find yourself in the middle.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple of cars now find themselves in the middle.
Yep.
So those that pitted very early have taken advantage of that, the 55, and then the 888 AMG Mercedes of GMR Racing and the 75 with Lucas Stoltz aboard in the lead of the race, who's still yet to pit under this safety car. We're assuming he's going to pit under this safety car. Pretty sure he's going to pit under the safety car.
Well, I mean, they're due to pit under this safety car.
So the chat down here with Jules Gounon and the team is that they're just waiting for the very last possible moment they think they can pit while the field is being arrested at this speed. This will get them as close as they can to that window home, but still a long way for these guys, obviously. But they are not going to be able to give up that track position. They have to lead from the front here on the way home. But it's the cars that are at the back on the lead lap that might have a chance at keeping, topping up as close as you can to that green flag lap again, and then hope for a safety car. I mean, WRT won this race a few years ago with the Audi when it stopped early. You just never know. If you're still out there, you're still a chance. So watch for there's got to be at least 2 or 3 cars that come in top up and just hope.
Yeah, and hope at this place can be a real thing sometimes, and it can pay off.
Confirming leader 75 is pitted. I will advise new leader as soon as timing can confirm.
There's a very good chance that through this sequence, Lucas Stoltz may not lose the race lead.
Yeah, correct.
80 seconds away for pit stop. Maxime Martin would be the only one that could go past in the GMR car. So down towards
Jules Gounon.
Well, yes, exactly. So Jules will be in. So there is Maxime Martin.
Just going into the chase.
It's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, but don't forget, at 80k an hour, the 80-second time is less of a penalty.
Yeah, correct.
So it effectively halves the pit stop time, if you like, real time, relative to cars at speed, if you like. So still will be close. We're at 45 seconds now in pit lane for the 75 car.
They're going to be right together.
Yeah, they will be. Well, they pitted right together. They started this safety car right together. They should, theoretically, if they both nail the 80-second transit time, exit right together.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go.
Here comes the 888 numbered car, Maxime Martin on the front straight now.
It's 20 seconds to the pit exit, not to going.
Chad?
Just watch this rejoin, and a quick question for you, Garth. There is that 80k limit, but are there places on this track where you'd be below 80k's in these cars, even at pushing speeds?
No, not in these cars. This is going to be real tight, Chad, real tight. So don't forget.
He's out.
Oh man.
Oh wow.
That's close.
That is absolutely perfect.
So don't forget, Gounon couldn't just flick the pit limiter off and go full speed. He had to flick the pit limiter off and go to 80k an hour.
And critically, guys, is what happened in front of these two Mercedes. Another Mercedes passed them and stayed on the lead lap, or actually maintain the tail of the lead lap, meaning that they get to come back around and join the tail of the lead lap with the safety car, and that would be the 222, the STM car. Was it Garth or was it Chad who said that they were effectively out of it? Because this brings them right back in it.
Oh, Chaz Mostert was giving me a hard time, so I just told him he was out of it.
And maybe not.
No, because they've got this lap back the old-fashioned way.
Yep.
And raced themselves into position at the tail end of, well, the first car effectively on the lead lap.
Look at how close that was as well. Because they're, what, 50 metres, 100 metres up the road?
Now, the big winner out of all of this is Dorian Boccolacci, who's shown in 3rd position at the moment. So they were...
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, so that's been a remarkable turnaround for high-class racing. So not only have they rocketed up onto a potential outright podium, but they've rocketed perhaps even more importantly, to the lead of the Pro-Am class.
They were off the lead lap as well earlier.
Well, and with Boccolacci behind the wheel, that thing's every bit as quick as the cars around him too. He is a superstar.
So how did Renault lose all that time? Because they pitted at the same... I know, Renault pitted a lap earlier than Boccolacci. And they were battling for the
lap earlier was a green flag lap. The lap later was a yellow flag lap, and that's the difference. So, Chad asked whether there was any parts of the track that you end up going slower than 80k an hour with the speed limiter, and there's not in these cars. But what trick you can do is you shortcut the track as much as you can. Because if you're going at 80k an hour and you want to drive it in the straightest possible line and the shortest possible distance, so you shortcut the track, you do not weave, you do not do any of that stuff. You try every bit you can to drive from point A to point B in the shortest possible distance at 80k an hour. And I wouldn't mind betting that Maxime Martin has done a very good job of that. Hence, it was very, very tight at pit exit between those two cars.
You don't have to take the racing line. You're not drifting out in the you tighten up some of the corners.
Absolutely tighten it. Yep. And some tracks where you can, you drive over curbs. All the rest of it, you shorten the track as best you can. Hard to do across the top of the mountain when there's concrete walls in the way. But there are parts of this track where you can do that.
75 Express once again sitting in a good position to potentially win this race. Lucas Stoltz, you were just out there for the bulk of that. Did you have any idea what sort of battling was happening behind you?
Well, I tried to follow always the TV in T1, so before T1 I always tried to follow. It was a really tough battle because the Corvette at some point was really closing, especially tomorrow. So for me it was a little bit easier to stay in the lead and also do my fuel save. But nevertheless, it's really, really hard with the traffic. We saw 2 hours ago that it can be really tough and it can be over quite quick. So I'm happy we are still running and still going and fighting for the win.
It's always a fight here for the win. Does it feel even more like you deserve it when it's a race like this and then you come out on top?
Well, I hope we deserve it, but in the end, everybody who's there deserves it, and usually the best ones win.
And I want to just jump in with Kenny really quickly because, Kenny, this has been a nerve-wracking race to try and follow. Where have you been following it from?
I'm chewing Nexiums like Tic Tacs. I got heartburn. You just don't know. Like, you see there right at the end, the speed, the Corvette come out of nowhere. Slow all weekend, then bang. And that was a real worry for us. So they're not there anymore. But for sure, Maro's car has a lot of top-end speed, which is also unusual, more than anyone else. So that's going to be really difficult. And you just never know how this plays out. So, I mean, Luca did an amazing job, fuel saving, quick, stayed in front of Maro, and traffic did not go his way, caught people at the S's and the Dipper and Forest Elbow and whatever. He still managed to use his brain and very, very clever tactically how he drove. So now we'll see. I mean, no one really knows, but I mean, our car's strong. I'll be worried about the straight line speed of the 888.
You more than held your own too, my friend. Good luck the rest of the way.
I did okay for an old guy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, kudos once again to Jeff and the EVS crew and Nathan and the rest of the team up there. We've been back as far as we could do on the number 2 in Earl Bamber, and we can't find him anywhere near a wall or another car. So all we can think of here, Garth, is that was a breakage.
Yeah, well, no doubt when Earl Bamber gets back to pit lane, either Chad or Shay will grab hold of him and get confirmation of what took place. But yeah, our production crew have gone back as far as they can on that particular lap and to see if there was any contact with any other cars or any concrete walls anywhere, and we can't find anything. So we'll wait to hear from Earl Bamber what took place. Chad?
Just pondering some things on the timing screen, guys, and I think what we really learned from that last BMW safety car period that's still going on right now is how much disparity there is in sector times and lap times behind the safety car. Now, we might not get another one in this last run home, but it's likely that we could, and if we do, teams will have to come in and top up on fuel. We just saw how much time the 888 car made up on the 75 under safety car conditions. Could this race be won and lost, essentially, behind the safety car, nailing that in-lap at 80 k's an hour?
It's a good point that you make, Chad, and I'm just looking at the timing screen, and although we are under safety car, but we were at the 80k an hour, the fastest car to do his 80k an hour lap was Will Brown, using all those tricks that the Supercars drivers have learnt using this procedure. So That is a very good point that you make, and it was very nearly a pass for position as a result of that earlier.
So we're measuring the cars on GPS rather than the microsectors to give an average time across?
A combination of both.
Right.
Combination of both. So when it flicks to safety car and the speed limiters are activated, you get a report. If someone's gone through a microsector too quickly, there's an alert.
Microsectors will be timed down the middle of the road, though, rather than the...
No, well, it's just when you cross it. That's why when you shortcut, you still do it. So there's a margin, a reference of error, if you like, in it.
Got you.
Into the lane come Mostert. So now that the queue has formed behind the BMW safety car, the 222 Mercedes comes to the lane. They'll complete their stop, fill it with fuel. I haven't seen any tyres come out yet.
Well, this is what we were talking about before. They're not going to do tyres, are they? Either going to leave him on...
So that's important because
they're going to leave him on hot tyres.
Attention teams, just to remind you, we are no longer undertaking wave buys. All cars not on the lead lap must comply with Article 4.20.3 of the Sporting and Tech Regs. Sorry, 4.20.4.
Whatever that reg was that James Taylor mentioned, it means that lapped cars that are in the queue amongst lead lap cars must come through the pit lane and take themselves out of the queue. So it cleanses the field, if you like. So the Invitational IRC car, the GT4, the Penrite Racing, Mercedes, those three cars that are just going through shot now need to get themselves out of the way. So we get a clean restart here.
222 is rolling and will come back around. That's a helping hand for the 222 and Chaz Mostert. It will mean that some of the cars that he would have otherwise fallen behind will now not be in the safety car queue when we come back to the restart. An hour and 81 minutes.
You're so close. So close. You're so close.
10 minutes, I reckon.
And to that point, the number crunching has been going on up here in the commentary box with our Boffins. They've been working extremely hard. 75 earlier today, in a stint which had 3 green flag laps, went for an hour and 17 minutes. 3 yellow flag laps went for an hour and 17 minutes. They did 33 green flag laps in an hour and 8 minutes. So they got a stint in an hour and 8 minutes before they had to stop. So they are so close. I wonder if you're 222 and you're 16th, you brim the thing right now. I wonder if you just see what happens.
10 minutes though, that's 5 laps. It's another 5.
An hour and 17 and an hour and 20 to go in the race. That's not 10 minutes, that's 3.
Yeah, the critical number is when we go green. When we go green. I've already got my notes ready to actually note down
nobody's
the time to go when we go green.
Nobody bar a BMW has done more than 34 green flag laps, all green flag laps. An hour and 8 to an hour and
a Corvette did a 134 lap stint. But
yes, 134, but not more than that. Chad?
Well, don't forget, guys, it's not an hour and 19 minutes and 52 seconds left. It's an hour and 19 minutes, 50 seconds and a lap.
Yeah,
and the way we're talking right now, that lap could mean everything right now.
You're spot on, fella. That is an absolutely brilliant point that Chad's just made from the pit lane, because we are working to that 43 minutes past the next hour, plus 1 lap here at Mount Panorama. Incident has been cleared.
I still think, and it's not my money, so it means nothing, but at this point, and into pit lane again is STM, and interestingly the 32 BMW as well, with Kelvin van der Linde behind the wheel. I reckon if you're that far down the field, you take a gamble that there's going to be 5 or 6 laps of safety car in the remaining hour and 19 minutes plus a lap of the race to go.
And you give your driver a pair of pink fluffy slippers with bunny ears on it and say, you're going to have to be Johnny Softfoot for the next
the alternative is just go flat out, and even if you've got track position, you're stopping at some point in the next hour. So
true.
If you can get there, Chad.
I know WIT are the reigning champions with outright pace, and they did it with a little bit of fuel saving last year. But remember how WIT won their first Bathurst 12 hour? It was the ultimate fuel race. They got very lucky at the end of it. But again, might need a little bit of luck to get home today. But they're doing the exact opposite of what they did last year.
Well, they've got two dogs in the fight, though, haven't they? Because Kelvin van der Linde has just come down the pit lane and topped off, and further up the field you've got Augusto Farfus in 5th position, and you can almost say to one of those, do one of it, and the other driver do the other share.
Well, Earl Bamber, this is not the way I wanted to be interviewing you as the race was wrapping up. We went back through your onboard, we went back through every video that we could find. Didn't look like you touched anything. What happened?
No, I didn't really touch anything. Just turned off the skyline and got a big snap from the rear and took the escape road, and then tried to turn through the next corner and just had nothing on the rear. So just slowly spun and stopped, and yeah, it looks like there's an issue on the rear. So real shame. I mean, the JMR guys did an amazing job all day. We had a quick C8 all day, so just going to have to come back next time.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Good luck next year.
Thank you.
The beauty for Earl Bamber is that he can now take the Corvette cap off and just slide his way down the pit lane a little bit, because the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche, from which he has been banned from that garage all weekend long, is still a car very much in contention for this race, in 7th position with Ricardo Feller behind the wheel. So he can still win this race, if only as a team driver.
Yeah, I've just done a quick calculation, and I think that countdown clock is counting down to 45, not 43.
Safety car lights now.
Thank you, safety car confirming lights are out.
Get it from Motorsport Australia Race Control. Another restart in Meguiar's Bathurst 12 out. They are right on the ragged edge of getting to the finish of this race, or will they have to stop again? It's up to Jules Gounon and Maxime Martin, and Dorian Boccolacci in the Porsche is the big surprise for high-class racing. Expect the lap cars to go through pit lane here as well to get out of the way.
Tell you what, Craill, one more lap of yellow might have made it interesting.
Oh, I still think it's interesting. Will Brown in 55 in the Audi is next. Then it's Augusto Farfus in 46. Ben Barnicoat in the McLaren, still in the top 6. There go the lap cars getting out of the way. And the order will be cleansed now as we go back to racing. 1 hour, 16 minutes on the clock.
Good jump away by Gounon, plugged in to do the closer's job, but right in behind him. Maxime Martin, the two AMGs have jumped away from Dorian Boccolacci in the dark red and white. Porsche in 3rd. Will Brown right in the mix there as well. In 4th position, cresting the rise now. Here comes the BMW around the outside. Augusto Farfus having a look at behind him. Craill, see even more going on.
Ricky Feller, it's Ben Barnicoat behind the wheel of the McLaren. So that was wheel-to-wheel combat, and now Will Brown is having to defend from Augusto Farfus in the 46. So the Audi has found itself in contention all of a sudden.
That was a passing position. Fella around the outside of Barnicoat at turn 2. We've seen a couple of Porsches do that today. Fella looks like he's got great confidence on this restart, because he's got up the road away from the McLaren and closed in on the rear of the BMW of Augusto Farfus. Oh, smoke from the Audi as it tipped in to McPhillamy. So something we'll keep an eye on. What's strange, haven't seen that at all ever, if it was bottoming. So whether it's a bit of tyre debris that's got up in the guard and got out again, we'll keep an eye on it.
Full tanks, low tyre pressures.
We've seen it to this point so far this weekend. So
almost looked like it was catching part of the bodywork there, Garth.
Yeah, well, what tends to happen is if you get tyre debris build-up that gets caught in the guards, it creates a big ball and then eventually pops out. And when it pops out, it creates a lot of smoke. So potentially it was just that.
Maxime Martin had a really good run out of the elbow and got some help from a tow from Jules Gounon and dragged up behind the 75 Express Mercedes-AMG.
They're concerned about the top speed of that 888 AMG Mercedes compared to the 75. We heard from Kenny Habul say that they feel like that Mercedes in particular is very strong in a straight line, more so than just the toe effect in a straight line. So if Martin can be close, then he's a chance.
Further back, that's Alessio Picariello in the Porsche. He's got Renault behind him, so he stayed behind the wheel of the Herberth Motorsport car. And then we go back and find Chaz Mostert, who's lost that battle to finish the race, or won it in our eyes, to drive 222 to the flag, their 14th position. Around the outside, Farfus on Brown.
Not able to get it done.
Wow, the Audi sliding around.
Yeah, moving around a lot. So Brown having to defend from Farfus in the BMW. Boccolacci's done a good job here. You haven't seen him at the front end of the field all day, and right at the end when it matters, he's there and he's going toe-to-toe with the AMGs in front and Will Brown behind. So.
And this goes back to the point we've been making throughout the weekend that it doesn't matter what class you're in a GT3 car. If your driver's a pro, you can challenge for the race win outright. And high-class racing have executed this brilliantly by taking advantage of everything that's gone on in the last couple of hours to get themselves some track position.
And incredibly, they are the top Porsche at the moment. Of all the star names we mentioned earlier on, high class with that bronze car as the Penrite 100 moves slowly through the Ford cutting. Their wars continue.
Looks like the left front, that wheel is askew. So I think it's Will Davison at the wheel, just getting that car back as gently. You'll see the left front tyre hanging out the top of the guard.
Rough day for the Penrite team, 24th position.
Staying green with the leaders at the final corner.
Yeah, 4 Porsches, to your point, John, in the top 10 at this point, the most of any brand. They're 3rd, 6th, 7th and 9th. 2 Mercedes-AMG, an Audi, BMW, a McLaren and a Ferrari, with Daniel Serra rounding out the top 10. He's that sort of dark maroon and white car in that queue. Then you go back to Ryan Wood, who's chasing Max Hesse. All of a sudden, that car was leading the Pro-Am class, and all of a sudden, Ryan Wood finds himself not even on the podium in class, just with the way that the strategy's played out and that track position game we've been talking about. The other story here is Dorian Boccolacci is catching the 2 Mercs. He's pegged that margin back.
And Fella is catching as well. He is certainly catching Augusto Farfus. Took half a second out of Augusto Farfus on the last lap. So Ricky Fella, the pro for this car, they're all pros in that car, but the gun, if you like, they've strapped in for the final stint. The old Bamba Motorsport Porsche closing in on the top 5. Really impressive Max Hesse.
Oh, yeah.
Mega job.
Yeah. That BMW youth team initiative, as I said earlier on in the week, took 3 guys, Neil Verhagen from the US, Dan Hartler from Northern Ireland, and Max Hesse, put them together, let them fend for themselves. They did a lot of work on the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the VLN Nordschleife Langstrecke Series, the long distance series, and they have all absolutely blossomed young drivers with
Race control attention, all team stewards have imposed a 15-second stop-and-go penalty to car 44 for a breach of safety car restart.
Brendan Leach in the Mercedes. They have all blossomed into fantastic young men and brilliant drivers. I hear the BMW are looking to repeat that with another set. They haven't done it every year. They've concentrated on bringing these guys through, and I suspect they'll all be prototype drivers at some stage. BMW down the inside of the Ferrari in the final corner, Garth.
Spot in the top 10, that is, and Daniel Serra is going to try and fight back. The Penrite car still limping back to pit lane, and it's going to get there. And the Ferrari retakes that position inside the 10. Hesse looking for a bronze class podium through all of this, but a bit of glory playing with the pro cars at the front of the field. 0.8 of a second, the leading margin. Missed nothing there, don't worry. We're now on Barnacote. The McLaren is struggling on this restart. Right now, it just does not have that race-winning pace that it's shown in the past. It did take Marvin Kirchhoff for a couple of laps to get up to raw speed on that last restart, but this is a different story altogether for Ben Barnacote, who did a 6.2 last time round. The only other conclusion I can pick there is that maybe they are trying to get to the end without stopping.
Yeah. So just catching a replay there of the Penrite Racing AMG Mercedes. Looks like their failure's taken place mid-corner at turn 2. So very fortunate for Will Davison. You can actually see as the wheels are moving, all the aluminium swarf coming out of the wheel. Well, there's a bit going on down here at the chase as Alessio Piccarello gets past Ben Barnacote. And that McLaren continues to drift. So we saw at the end of the previous stint for Kirchhofer, the car was moving around a lot and looked pretty lively.
Yeah, it did.
I just wonder whether the balance has gone away for that car. Barnicoat was super fast early in the day. It was his stint that really got them in the game. Not able to replicate that right now.
Looked like a lack of rear grip earlier on. From the centre off the corners, it just wasn't propelling itself forward. Looked like it was like walking through treacle, wasn't it? Painful to watch. When it got up to speed, it's good. Getting there, taking too long.
The question is it actually slow? Do they have an issue, or are they just massive conserve? Have they decided to roll the dice and go, let's see if we can squeeze this thing home without having to stop again? And that's the scenario, folks, where you might be watching, is that we think everyone probably needs to stop again. The question is, will they? They all bring their tanks with probably not quite enough to get to the finish, but we are talking somewhere in the vicinity of 5 to 10 minutes.
So 2 to 3 laps.
Yep.
That's what 5 to 10 minutes is here. So now the Porsche of Renault gets around the McLaren. So I think you might be right, Rich. Oh, no, it's not done yet. Hang on a minute. We're still fighting over the real estate. Barnicoat gets it back over Renault. So that position swaps. This is the battle for 8th and 9th. And Daniel Serra and Max Hesse, they close in. So 2 groups of 2 are soon going to be 1 group of 4 battling over 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th.
Gounod's just eased away from Maxime Martin at the front. Boccolacci is now within a second of the car number 888 GMR AMG. Will Brown is not far behind them either. So the Audi, as this stint's gone on, has got better and better. Now that they're on the same strategy as everyone else. Augusto Farfus in 5th, and then Fella in the Porsche. So there's actually a reasonably good little battle pack going on for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place. Picariello behind them.
It's going to have to be a heck of a fuel save from Barnicoat if he's doing it. That Walking's finest has not done more than 32 laps in green flag conditions. And we've got more than that left. I'm not saying he can't do it, but he's going to sacrifice, as you made the point earlier on, Garth. The problem is, to get that done, how much do you have to sacrifice the speed? And does that balance off the other guys taking their 80-second pit stop? If you're losing 6-7 seconds a lap, then 10 laps, they've got a free pit stop.
Yeah, and it's not only the time that you lose before these lead cars take the stop, it's the time that you have to continually lose after these cars take their pit stop to get yourself home. So then you become a bit of a sitting duck as they chase you down. So
he's doing 6s.
Yeah.
So 2:06 consistently last couple of laps, 6.3 for Ben Barnicoat.
2.5 to 3 seconds off the pace of the leaders right now.
Yeah, so in 30 seconds, in 30 laps, that's 90 seconds. That's 10 seconds more than a pit stop.
Yeah.
That's the simple
maths don't work.
Yeah.
The fastest car on track last lap by was Ben Green in the 2nd JHR Corvette. Here's Max Hesse and Daniel Serra continuing to fight, and Hesse around the outside. There's nothing wrong with the braking stability of that BMW, because we saw Raffaello Macchiello having big sends on braking duels in that battle earlier. And Hesse gets around the outside. Good racing from the two of them, give each other just enough room for that pass to take place. I was making the point about the remaining Corvette. That was the fastest car on track on the previous lap with Ben Green driving. So the car certainly has the speed at this end of the day to get the job done.
Shout out to David Russell, who's just put his Mercedes-AMG's fastest lap of the race, a 2:04.7. That car at the moment is the frequent flyer pit lane visitor, 15 times down the pit lane for the number 47 from Supercars Tigani. David Russell continuing to prove why he keeps coming back here. Still has speed in him and that car. Front of the field, Gounod down to Meguiar's Murray's corner, leading the motor race with it by no means over and done with. Don't you dare think of drifting away with just over an hour and 3 minutes to go. 55 minutes of neutralisation, of stoppage of the race earlier on. So drive times adjusted for that. Now it's Herbert and Porsche versus BMW going up Mountain Straight. The black and gold car is Alfred Renard, one of the twins, going past the Aston Martin.
It's Max Hesse having a good look up the inside at turn 1 as they go lap the Aston Martin from Valente Rosso. But Hesse, now that he's dealt with Daniel Serra, has the Herbert Porsche in his sights, and a curious case of the McLaren and its lack of speed just up the road from him.
I still think this high-class racing story is outstanding.
You mentioned the frequent pitter program.
Yeah.
For David Russell and the Honduras AMG Mercedes. Second for the amount of pit stops is the high-class racing Porsche with 14.
Yeah.
So they played strategy, found themselves at the top end of town when it mattered.
In fairness, again, those have been elective pit stops for that car rather than anybody who's had problems. We've got the SPS Hunter Racing Aston Roman De Angelis down in 27th at the moment. He's on 14 pit stops as well, but again, that is a car that came in 3 or 4 times in one of the safety car periods to get some damage to the front end. Chad?
What's down to the McLaren pits, and just put that question to the team, is this a fuel saving exercise? And they said, oh, we just haven't got the pace at the moment. Now, I don't know if that answers my question or not, but that was the answer that I got either way.
I'm not sure we're any clearer after that update from McLaren.
Thanks, Optimum. Appreciate that.
Super. However, moving on.
It's extremely unlikely from here without help. Just slow. No. Just not pace, is it? No. 3.5 seconds a lap where they're at the moment. Ojeda for position on Chaz Mostert. He'll take some satisfaction from that as well. So he gets past the 222 car. So that started at the Scuderia Auto Art Chase. They're battling over 13th and 14th position.
Banging panels, Merc on Merc through the chase. Remember, the 222 car didn't take tyres when they went and topped off, so potentially Chaz Mostert just struggling with a bit of tyre grip right now.
Last pit stop for the Audi R8, the Purple People Eater number 101, and Ryder Quinn will take that car to the finish. 3 generations, 4 Quinns, 20th position in that car. And that purple paintwork is still immaculate. First, second, third, fourth, over the top of Brock Skyline, underneath the Expel Bridge, down into the Gazoo Racing S's and the Dipper. Fantastic to see these cars working so hard. And how about Ricardo Feller in the conversation too, with the Earl Bamber Racing black and silver fern Porsche sitting in 6th position at the moment. Max Hesse 10 seconds back from that in the number 89 BMW, the dark green BMW. The top 7 though running within 6.5 seconds.
The other one going quickly at the moment is Kevin Fenderling, who's just done a 3.4 on lap 236, which counts as that car's quickest lap of the race. So down in 15th position, made that pit stop recently. There is the 4th place car of Augusto Farfus, part of that winning combination last year. Moved across to support Valentino Rossi, who turns 47 tomorrow. They're an omen in that this is his last day as a 46-year-old. They're still very much in the mix.
Yeah, I think they're very much in the mix with speed and strategy of that car. Yeah, so this is closing in on Darian Boccolacci.
There's Max Hesse, who's up to 8th.
He's going great guns.
Yeah, this KFC car.
Fast.
Meanwhile, the McLaren continues to get gobbled up. So Renault goes by. Daniel Serra's in this as well. And Barnicoat again, a 6.2 last time by. So if it is just quote-unquote no pace, as Optimum Motorsport said, it's very slow. It's
very slow at the end of the straights. That's where all the passing's happening. So you watch here, like here, out of the cutting and across the top of the mountain, Barnacote looks very strong. It's gapped Sarah. So, sure, when Chad went into the Optimum Motorsport garage for an update, he got. They were accurate when they said they don't have the pace, but they didn't really explain why.
Pro-Am class leader remains Garth Walden, who is behind the wheel of the 45 car. He's been sharing that all day with Brett Hobson and Dylan O'Keefe. They have led for a vast majority of the race, aided by the fact that the JMR Corvette got put a lap down early on and just hasn't been able to challenge. Certainly had the pace to do so. Their quickest lap's actually 1.8 seconds quicker than the GWR car, but track position, as we've said, everything in this race.
The other car that I think's rolling the dice here, we mentioned splitting the strategy when you have two cars in the mix, is Kelvin van der Linde, the WRT, the multicoloured number 32. They waited until the last warning moment after the problem with Earl Bamber's Corvette, the number 2 car, in that safety car period, and Brim filled the car, and with Kelvin behind the wheel, he's sitting solidly in the low to mid 205s at the moment, sitting 26 seconds behind the leader. Oh, hello, this is getting feisty on pit wall. 13th and 14th together, Craig. Sorry,
Mossy wants his spot back. That just took a lap ago. So 13th and 14th position for those two. And the triple two.
There's a bit more to 13th and 14th, I think, going on right here.
Yeah. I think there might be a bit of bragging rights going on here.
Maybe round one of the Repco Supercars Championship starts next weekend, and I think these guys may have started a week early. Oh no, got into each other.
The wall broken.
Ojeda has got into the wall.
They're both gone. They're both badly damaged. Wow. And if this is a safety car, it changes the day.
Yeah, it will be. Ojeda can't get going. I'd say it's pulled the drive shaft out of it.
Mostard's slow as well. He's gone down through the gearbox. He might have got that car going, and just nipping through without any contact, Kelvin van der Linde.
Safety car boards and flags, safety car boards and flags.
With 56 minutes to go. Hey, Shay and Chad, you're going to be busy in a minute.
In 10, 9, 8.
Because you can pit now and you can
6,
get to the
5,
end.
4, 3, 2, 1. Safety car speed limit must be activated.
Right. 2 points I want to make here, guys. I was standing at WRT when that came out, and the cheer and the celebration here at BMW was huge. And I reckon it's because they're thinking they've just played the 32 back in. I wonder if we're going to see those cars maybe try and stay out and take the extra fuel that they'll save under this safety car period and finish this race without stopping in this period. So that's one thing. Watch out for both of those BMWs pitting. That's one interesting point here. The other one I wanted to raise is we talked about time that you can save on this in-lap, remember, even though it's 80 k's an hour. The other thing we haven't talked about yet as we check these replays out, and these two Supercars boys having at it, we'll just quickly talk you through this. It was all the way to the exit of 2, both bouncing off each other, both doing damage, heavy damage, and no chance of getting those cars back. Just van der Linde sneaking on through. Remember what that pit stop limit time is in pit lane? It's 80 seconds, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, does anyone want to be brave enough and try and do 79 seconds? Because if you can save that second, it is legal. You cannot go a millisecond under 79, but it's so close at the front. Maximise that in lap under the safety car, pinch that extra second back. That might be enough to get you to the lead.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
And by the way, Kelvin van der Linde, on that lap where we went to safety car, had just done that car's fastest lap of the race in the 32 to get a bit of track position. So you've got two cars in the fight. The 46 WRT is in, will be fueled, turned up to 11. No tyres. Is it going to be tyres or no tyres? There's tyres for the Absolute Racing Porsche, pitted ahead of it. Can't quite see what's going on at WRT.
And they're putting Matt Campbell back in the Porsche for the finish.
Yeah,
Did do tyres, I'm hearing.
I think you would do tyres, given we're under safety car, so you can bring the tyre up to temperature under safety car. Given how tight it's going to be, you're going to want to have everything at your disposal to fight. So, it looked like they dropped the 55 Audi before the wheel was done up, so hopefully that's all okay at JMEC Racing MPC.
Did you say Matt Campbell was going back in?
It was a rhetorical question, did they shape?
Did not see for that pit stop, but more interestingly, down on the other end of pit lane, guess how many Mercedes have dived into the pit lane? That would be 0.
Was there true to form? They'll wait till the next lap and come. That's been their modus operandi so far. So here we go. This is the replay of, so they've dropped it. You can see they took the air spike out and the wheel wasn't even close to on. That was really dangerous. So thankfully, no issue for the mechanic there that was swinging the wheel into position. So here's the replay. Jayden Ojeda in the lead car. Chaz Mostert behind. Ojeda not giving Mostert the inside. And then Ojeda carries a huge amount of entry speed into turn 2 and understeers wide, ends up getting up on the curb and then bounces it out of the wall and then comes back in and collects Chaz Mostert. So it's right there on the curb, bang the wall. Mostert's got nowhere to go. They make contact. By that stage, Ojeda's car's over and out with the rear wheel hanging out of it, and then damage to Mostert's car as well.
And this is Barry Ryan just going down to the Tagani team to have a little frank discussion about life and how that all played out. I don't think... it's a Bastian Boost, just to answer the question and put a full stop on the Porsche thing. Bastian Boost is behind the wheel of the 911 Porsche.
That's because Matt Campbell, even if he had time left to give, he couldn't get in. He'd been only out for 51 minutes. 51 minutes. So they were 9 minutes short of being able to potentially put him back in. Good clearance by the team on top, and the 222 is out of the way, Chad.
And Bastian Boost, guys, they lost 3 seconds in that pit stop somewhere as well. Check it out, they went 83 seconds. Everyone else is pretty much on the button at 80. Check out these sector times. Boccolacci, he went a full second quicker just about than the race leader through sector 1 behind the safety car, and he's just done it again. He just got 2 seconds back on this lap.
Yeah, and the delay, Chad, was that Porsche exiting its pit box. There was a hesitation getting out. It was very tight with the car that was parked in front of it. So there was a hesitation. That's where that 3 seconds disappeared for Bastian Boost.
Yeah. Just a quick chat about what do you make of that situation that happened out on the track?
Oh, look, it's just disappointing with Ojeda. He's a factory driver. And there was another AMG trying to pass him, and he's blocking with that much time left in the race. And we had 2 laps on him, and we could have just made it. We were really trying to save fuel to get to the end without another stop. It's just disappointing that a guy like that does something like that. He's a really good driver. He's a factory driver. He should be looking after the other AMG teams. And it's just disappointing to see that.
What you guys proved here this weekend proves that you belong and that you're at the front of the field for a reason. Does this just make you guys all hungrier to come back next year and set it right?
Oh yeah, I feel sorry for Scotty. You know, we got pole and we had a car that was pretty good, and yeah, just a couple little mistakes today. But then getting taken out like that, it doesn't feel good. But the whole team, SRO Motorsport and STM, deserves everything they got this weekend, and they come back stronger next time.
Hopefully you're a part of it as the Mountain Whisperer. Good luck.
Yeah, hopefully. I don't know. I shouldn't get so angry, but anyway, you got to win.
So if they reckon they could go, other people who stopped at the same time would be Max Hesse at the same time. Here's the blocking that Barry was talking about there.
So that's up into turn 1, and Ojeda then straight out of turn 1 for the run up Mountain Straight. Stays on the white line, so the inside all the way up Mountain Straight, and then we saw what happened earlier at the exit of turn 2. Chad.
Okay, final round of pit stops. Now check this out. Boccolacci made up so much time on the back that he was on the back of Maxime Martin. Now, is anyone going to try the 79-second trick here? If anyone could do it, it might be these guys to try and jump maybe to second in this race. Now, Gounon's going to lead this pack out of pit lane, but I'm not looking at these guys. I'm looking at car 32 on the racetrack. Kelvin van der Linde was 61 seconds behind the leader. They've got 80 seconds worth of pit stops. Van der Linde is going to lead this race if they don't pit, and as it stands, I see no action down here for BMW. I think they're going to stay out.
They are. He's already passed pit entry, so Kelvin van der Linde making his way around the final corner right now.
I don't think Hess is going to pit either, because they all came in on the same lap to top the tanks off. And if Barry Ryan was telling us that they could go, then surely the BMW could go.
This is going to be very close. This is going to be very close for Jules Gounon, and will decide the lead of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. And Chad Nailon, you have called that perfectly. Kelvin van der Linde is going to lead this race.
And you know what that comes
Race
from?
Control to safety car. Confirmation from timing screen. New leader is car 32. Should be the next car to
And he gets that lead courtesy of that car's fastest lap of the race before the safety car speed limiter came on.
And check out the pit stop times. Gunon, 79.7. Martin, 79.5. They tried it and they came within half a second of getting penalised.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the pit stop time is 80 seconds, but you are given 1 second discretionary time 3 times a race. So they've just burnt it.
Well, they're not coming back.
Well, exactly, so it doesn't matter.
So that's it.
Oh, wow.
So WRT have done it again. Whether this car has enough fuel in it to go full beans to the end remains to be seen. But the restart, Van der Linde, Gunon, Martin, Boccolacci, Farfus, the top 5. That's going to be worth the price of admission.
Incredible. Just keeps turning up. Time after time. The script writers are just earning their corner again. Oscar nominated. Brilliant stuff, Shea.
I think what we're about to see will be even better because, well, Kelvin Van der Linde maybe can't make it to the end on fuel. They've just said to Jules Gunon over the radio, full send, lad, let's go.
Yeah, and that is the difference, isn't it? How much more has he got to say? If this is helping, we knew. I just had a feeling they would split the strategy between the two WRT cars. Remember, they've still got Farfus in the fight in 5th position, and he is fueled to the end, Chad.
Yeah, what an incredible 11 hours we have had so far in this race. We've got 3/4 an hour to bring this home, and we are set for a grandstand finish. Let's just recap exactly how we've got ourselves into this position. Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour inside the last 2 hours of the race. Everything was looking so good for Jules Gunon and that team who had waited for their moment. And there was some more drama to be had, though, late on. One of the contenders sadly out of action, the Corvette. It looked so fast today, but unfortunately mechanical dramas down through the dipper. El Bamber at the wheel, and that would bring out a frustrating moment for them. And the BMW safety car back into some more pit stops at that point, which put everyone roughly on the same strategy, but some cars elected to pit really late in that little sequence. There was this moment here for Will Davison with the left front of that car coming loose. Was able to stay out. That did not bring out a safety car. There'll be some more Mercedes-AMG drama concerning safety, concerning some of the Supercars drivers, which would lead to a safety car later in this session. And it was between these two. Ojeda, new Supercars driver to be. Chaz Mostert, reigning Supercars champion, both in the Mercedes-AMG squad this weekend. Fighting down the front straight. Ojeda heavy defending. This would continue all the way down the front straight, all the way up Mountain Straight, and would eventually end in tears coming out of Griffin's Bend turn 2. Ojeda all the way out to the fence, slicing up against the wall, taking Mostert with him, and all that work to bring the 222 back into the show today, sadly coming unstuck. That's the pole sitter's day done, and it was a huge free kick just sneaking by there as Barry Ryan was upset with what happened next door. For the BMW team, the WRT boys have left Kelvin Van der Linde out there. They now lead, but have they got the fuel ahead of this car? We've got the 2 best GT3 drivers in the world, first and second. Fuel race, are you kidding me? How good is this at Bathurst?
Couldn't have said it better, and that is the scenario right now. Can the BMW get to the end is the big question mark of it all. What else goes on in this? We've seen the restarts have been utterly captivating and intense in this battle so far. The bronze class is still very much up for grabs. Pro-Am still a lap to the good. The 45 car has got a real opportunity here to win at Bathurst. And then we walk down to some of the walking wounded and those that are out of the race, and we go down to the 47 car. 24 of 34 continue to circulate at Mount Panorama, with some still in the mix despite being out of the race. And then, wow, it feels like an age ago that Ford Mustang was out with damage 20 minutes into this race. Well, the sun is close to setting here in the Central West, and when it sets over Sydney, it is absolutely stunning. The harbour comes alive, the restaurants fill up, and it is one of the most iconic destinations anywhere in the world. Place to go racing this is, and it's a massive fortnight of motorsport in this state, with the opening round of the Repco Supercars Championship next weekend at Sydney Motorsport Park. So the scenario is this: there is 43 minutes plus change to go. Kelvin Van der Linde leads the race for Team WRT. That's the car that won last year. They're looking to go back-to-back. Hasn't happened very often in Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour history. In second place, a guy that's won it 3 times, arguably the best that's been here from overseas in Gilles Gounon. And in third place, a car and a team with drivers that are all desperate to win here on the mountain. Maxime Martin behind the wheel of the GMR. And then a little wild card. How about the Frenchman Dorian Boccolacci, who's fourth? He leads the bronze class, so he could win his class. But hey, there's a Bathurst win outright on the cards here for high-class racing on their first go. And then BMW, once again, have engineered two cars to the front of the field. WRT have got two aces at the front of this with Augusto Farfus, car number 46. Behind them, Will Brown, the Audi team have got themselves back into this. The leading Porsche is Ricardo Bella into Earl Bamber Motorsport, followed by Bastian Boos, who's 8th. Max Hesse is 9th, and Renault rounding out the top 10 in the other Porsche. So BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, all inside the top 10. The Ferraris and the McLarens just outside of it. 40+ minutes to go. Everyone, we think, filled up, good to go. The question mark is over the race leader. Now, just to put a full stop on that, John and Garth, is that earlier on in the race, they got very close to replicating what they're trying to do now, both on time and laps, and it came with 5 laps of safety car. This is the 5th lap of this safety car period. So they have achieved, team number 32, what they're trying to do now. They've achieved that earlier in the race.
But it's the 5th lap of this safety car, but it's only the 2nd lap since they came out of the pits. But I think he's okay. I think he can go.
Well, but what Kelvin van der Linde has to do is he has to hold track position and save fuel to achieve that time, that what they've already done in the past, because he was saving fuel back then. What Gilles Gounon, Max Martin and the rest of the field behind him don't have to do is save any fuel whatsoever. So van der Linde is going to fight tooth and nail to stay at the head of this field, because if any safety car intervention happens now in the next 41 minutes, he'll get the fuel save that he needs under safety car to get to the end of the race. So don't give up the track position now by saving the fuel.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Fight tooth and nail to stay at the head of the field. Gounon's going to get that and disappear up the road to create some safety so he doesn't get attacked by Martin behind. So it is going to be on when we go green.
Yeah, and this is all sort of back of the envelope sort of thing, but he has done 9 green flag laps. Kelvin van der Linde has done 9 green flag laps since he came out of the pit. So that's something over 18 minutes, not quite 19 minutes, and we've got 41. We've got 41 minutes to go.
Confirming lights are off on the safety car.
We've got 41 minutes to go, so even I can work out that's going to be somewhere near an hour and 9 minutes, and I think that's doable. I really do think that's doable.
If there's one thing we've learned over the last 4 years since WRT first turned up to Mount Panorama with the BMW, is that they are extremely good at winning major endurance races. Chad?
There's all the small issue as well. Those 9 laps mean 9 laps extra on those tyres as well for Sheldon van der Linde. He has to hold off the very best in the world with not enough fuel potentially and a little tyre disadvantage too. This is box office.
I wonder what Sheldon is thinking. The brother who teamed up with Kelvin last year to try and win this race, he'll be watching somewhere from the couch, watching his brother go to work. Van der Linde, Gounon, Martin, Boccolacci and Farfus. The fight to the finish in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour for our 9th race restart. The BMW M safety car disappears, and it is a shootout to the finish on Sunday afternoon. Who wins this? Is it BMW? Is it Mercedes? Or is it a wild card? Is it someone else? Here goes Gounon. Contact between them. Van der Linde push wide. Martin goes through and gets them all. Contact. Triple 8 leads the race.
Over the airborne for the 61 and Ricky Feller as he avoided the schmozzle in front of him. A bit of blocking, a bit of chrome horn there. The race direction will be looking at the beneficiary of all that is Max Martin.
Well, it's not done yet now. Van der Linde racing with Will Brown as they exit turn 2. Gounon got a great restart off the final corner, slightly better than Van der Linde, and Gounon absolutely sent it. They'll argue whether there was moving under brakes and all the rest of it, but ultimately at the end of the day, the guys that were leading at this restart find themselves in 4th and 5th, both with damage.
And the seas parted for Maxime Martin.
I think the front split is coming apart on Gounon's car.
Looks to be some smoke from the right rear as well, and the back of the BMW starting to blow. This car's already had one black and orange mechanical flag earlier on. Remember, we questioned why and how that wasn't done under safety car. Looks like the 75 Express car's got damage at both ends. May be rubbing, yeah, it's rubbing the right front Pirelli, isn't it?
I mean, they've just got to drive this thing as hard as they possibly can now, and if it gets worse, race control will give them the mechanical black flag and they'll have to pit to fix it. If it stays as it is, it may be okay.
How about Boccolacci to second and Farfus to third? The second of the BMW, running a different strategy. Kenny and Bull, we would not be able to put a microphone under his nose for what he's saying right now. You don't have to be a lip reader to know that Kenny's not very happy.
Well, this is busy. Van der Linde on the outside, sending it down the inside. Will Brown and Bastian Boos, former Porsche Super Cup champion in one mate racing. And Hesse in the KRC BMW fighting into this one as well on his Bathurst debut. And Ricardo Feller for El Bamba Motorsport is there as well. Wow. Big moment there for Boos, having to go to the inside. Hesse's going to go to the outside here and might get this. The Porsche will go deep. The BMW, we know, has got good twist off the slow speed corners. He'll go side by side.
It's going to be on the wrong side though, but clears the Porsche. So great exit by Hesse. He gets up to 7th place now. He's had great form at the end of this one. And the field has lit up. Look, Hesse has actually had a look at Van der Linde now. So Van der Linde, that rear bumper, that rear guard hanging off the car. So it's going to have no straight line, a huge amount of drag in that BMW, the 32 car.
The 89 is the other car. Max Hesse's car is the other car that stopped on the same lap as Kelvin van der Linde. And therefore, I think he is right in the window to go to the end. It might depend when we go to the last lap and how far we have to go. Remember, it's time plus a lap.
But what we do know is that the car that's leading is good to go, the car that's second is good to go, the car that's third is good to go. So it's a flat-out shootout for them. There's some question marks behind. The question mark right now is can Bastian Boos work his way past Max Hesse, the young German making his Bathurst debut, charging his way inside the top 10 in a team that has made its Bathurst debut this weekend and made such an enormous impact. Told the story early today, Tony Ruan, who's the man behind this squad, liked driving Bathurst so much he raced it on iRacing and came here to play.
Even I wouldn't have turned in that early, and I'm rubbish.
So that's the exit of turn 2, and have a go at Ricky Feller motocrossing his way out of turn 1 for the run-up Mountain Straight.
And New Zealand there.
So on here, board here with Bastian Boos. Will Brown just showing Ricky Feller where the exit curve is, the exit of turn 1.
That Porsche's been off the road there 3 times today, and almost exactly the same equation every time. It has stayed there with 100% throttle. Well, Kenny's up and about saying it's okay, it's okay. And the pace would indicate that maybe it's not, because it was about 4/10 slower than Augusto Farfus last time around, car 75. The story of this car in second place is extraordinary. Bronze class car that nailed the strategy right and got a free kick for track position. And they put the 27-year-old Frenchman who's a Carrera Cup champion in France. He's a Porsche junior. Believe it or not, he's actually got Andros Trophy ice racing success as well in his background. So he is a very fast, very experienced young man. And with Anders Fjordbak, who I think has been one of the surprise packets of this race on debut, coming without much of a profile in this part of the world, and Kerong Lee, high-class racing on debut, have been spectacular. And right now, they're second in Australia's International Enduro, but he's got to deal with Augusto Farfus, and he's going to have to hold him off for 34 minutes.
And at the front of the field, the battling is great for the bronze category. Last step on the podium, Alfred Renard has now got Ryan Wood right up his tailpipe.
To be added to the race time for car 99 for an unsafe pit race.
So that's the J-Mark Corvette Ben Green unsafe release. So that will be a 15-second time penalty to get added to their time at the end of the race. They're second in Pro-Am at the moment, and they've got a couple of laps up their sleeve over the next car. So it's not really going to change their world. This is a pass down the inside the Porsche on an ailing Kelvin van der Linde. So Bastian Boost will work his way up to 7th position now, and looming like a shark in the background is the Alabama car of Ricky Fella.
Do we think that the aero on the back of that BMW is a bit suboptimal there as we going into the chase?
It's got an art car parachute hanging out the back of it right now, with that rear guard hanging off it.
Don't think you have to be Adrian Newey to spot that, do you?
No. So Ricardo Fella working over what's left of the rear bumper of the 32 BMW, trying to fight back and get some position. Lost at that safety car restart when he found himself out in the grass.
It's the whole of the left rear guard there. That's a big piece of bodywork for that to come free.
You can say this about a bunch of teams today, but it feels like a missed opportunity for the Works Pro Porsche teams this weekend. Chad's making friends. It's very easy to get to know and like Chad as a mate, and he's just found a new one down there, making friends in the paddock down at WRT. Yeah, the two Pro Porsche entries, it feels like a case of what could have been, and race control has decided that enough's enough, and this car is going to have to go to pit lane, and that will rule them out of contention for the Meguiars. Bathurst 12 out.
And he has to do it this time by the next possible opportunity. You can't argue with that, can you? A big piece of bodywork like that could potentially end up on the racing line.
What you're starting to see develop is a crack in that rear guard as it's flexing more and more as the wind gets hold of it. So you can see it's starting to move further and further away. So as that's race control, we're monitoring it, and you can see that it's getting worse and worse. So,
and it's the full rear three-quarter panel. It goes right up to the bottom of the C-pillar and right the way along.
Just get the power saw out, create a new bit of memorabilia, get rid of it. So that would be the quickest way to fix it. But ultimately, it'll take that car out of the race for any chance of a result. The amount of damage it now has.
Strategise their way into the lead of the race. The pit team and the management did their jobs, and then side-to-side contact.
Well, Max Hesse, meanwhile, is putting the pressure on Jules Gounon. I'm sure that was a sentence utter in this race, but nevertheless, that's the way it is for 5th and 6th position.
Gounon was the 21st fastest car on track on the previous lap. Max Hesse was the 4th fastest car on track on the previous lap. So there he goes, straight through. So Gounon knows that he's fighting with one hand tied behind his back right now. And Hesse continues this march forward in this KRC BMW. What a debut he has had. Really impressed with him. He's gone toe-to-toe with some of the real big guns in GT racing. Never been here before. And continues his fight back. I told you they'd just cut it off, John.
Yeah.
It's like literally all gone.
I think they've just pulled the whole thing off. There is it is that part. So the line that is left, you can see the white chassis members underneath. That's the original body of the BMW M3. And that whole rear wing three-quarter panel guard and part of the rear bumper, that is all one piece up to the bottom of the B-pillar at about just underneath the rear window level.
Jordan Pepper, who's co-driving with Kelvin van der Linde this weekend. I could see the disappointment. You just had that little bit of hope there, and it's the hope that kills you, hey?
Yeah, I mean, insane call by the team to get us in that position. We knew it would be tough, and that's what's frustrating. I think it was pretty clear that we had to save fuel, so I don't quite get the move that got put on there. It's not like it's last corner, last lap type of vibe. There was still 40 minutes to go, so it's just a shame to end our chances that way, to get taken out of what potentially could have been a win, a podium, a top 5, just a much better result than what it was looking like. So yeah, it's just a shame that that's how it ends with 40 minutes to go. Super proud of the team, super proud of Kelvin and Charles. Kelvin's done a hero stint there to get us in that position, so it's just a shame for him as well, so just got him forward.
You've won here with Jules before, obviously, so you've been teammates before, and now you've had a chance to see Kelvin. They're two very aggressive guys. What did you make of Kelvin's defense as well?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it's just, for me, the way I see it is Jules basically put himself in a position that if Calvin moved, they were crashing, and it's cost him his race as well, if you look at the damage he's carrying as well. So, you know, it takes two to tango for sure, but at the same time, he was the one who was basically in control of it, and I feel he overstepped the mark today. But yeah, it is what it is. We're all racing, we're all trying to win this amazing race, and yeah, we obviously got to come back and try again.
Bad luck, mate. It's been great to have you back this year. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you.
And great to have him back indeed. Jordan Pepper, the first South African driver to win a major endurance race at Mount Panorama, and back in 2020 with Bentley, ironically, with Jules Gounon as his teammate. Yeah. So we've one car dispatched. Now Bastian Boost is putting the pressure on Jules Gounon, who's back down to 6th place in a clearly quite wounded Mercedes-AMG. Porsche looking to get into the top 6 again.
10 seconds separate that top 6 at the moment. Craill with just under half an hour to go, 27.5 minutes.
The other interesting stat that's turned out of this race by virtue of the race suspension and the way this is played out is that there's an amazing number of cars still on the lead lap of this race. There's never been more than 8 cars on the lead lap at the finish of the Bathurst 12 hour in its entire race history. And right now there's 13 of them. The depth of this field and the way that the safety cars and indeed that suspension have played out today as the two Porsches now get into it. So Ricardo Fella is going to take advantage of that little moment from Bastian Moose and friendly fire perhaps between the two of them. It's the off-road, it's the Dakar edition of that car. The Porsche's won on the Dakar before. He's going to try and do it again. And watch out for Daniel Serra in here in the Ferrari for a Rise Racing GT, more side by side. That's the 4th time it's been off and ski jump through there. This isn't the Winter Olympics, but he's doing a pretty good impression, and that's going to cost them massively.
Really impressed with that front splitter.
Yeah, it's very stout, isn't it?
And if it hasn't fallen off now, it's never going to fall off, because Ricardo Fella seems like he watched the sprint cars with you the other night, John, and was running up on the high line, had it up on the berm, but ultimately was a fast way to get up Mountain Straight. You can see here, side by side, Ricardo Fella. He's about the 4th time he's done that there.
He's going to complain there that he was run out of road, but as you said earlier on, you put yourself on the outside, you put yourself in danger.
Well, you put yourself at risk.
Yeah.
So you expect and hope for some racing room from the driver on the inside, but ultimately you put yourself in a dangerous position.
So Max Martin at the front of the field has pulled 1.2 seconds. The AMG number 888. She shares with Mick Grenier and Mauro Engel. What a trio of drivers that is.
Well, and that's the big story here, isn't it? That while Maxime Martin has been here 4 times now, and Mick Grenier a couple as well, it's Mauro Engel who is probably the most well-known international that has come to these shores, and he's been coming here since 2014 and spent a season in Australia as the Porsche is going to have another look at Jules Gounon. Remember, he's a supercar driver full-time for a year for Erebus Motorsport. So there's a connection here, a deep connection with this part of the world. And Bathurst has tempted and taunted Mauro for so long. Is the opportunity here for him today to win it. He's got to watch his co-driver to do the job. And usually it's Mauro behind the wheel in the closing stages of this race. And here goes Bastian Boost. This time it's a textbook pass on Jules Gounon. And the Absolute Racing Porsche moves himself into the top 6. See if he can chase after Max Hesse, who's looking further up the road. 7.5 seconds.
The red and white Ferrari looking to get involved in this. We know the AMG is quick though. Porsche on the right-hand side of the track. Just a little bit of a defensive line there without compromising his entry in the Discover New South Wales Griffin's Bend. 6th position then for Absolute Racing, the number 911. Now, how far is Max Hesse up the road? That's a 7.5 seconds, because Max is now only half a second behind Will Brown, who's 2 behind Augusto Farfus in 3rd for BMW, who's 2 seconds behind Dorian Boccolacci, who's 1.1 behind Maxime Martin at the front of the field. So the top 6 now 13 seconds apart.
don't think that Dorian Boccolacci hasn't given up on the dream. No. He was the fastest car on track on the last lap. Only took 100, so the fastest two cars on track were the first two, but it was the car that's in second right now that just took 100th of a second. And the last 2 laps in a row, Boccolacci has set that car's personal best sector across the top of the mountain. So he is having a big dip right now, a big go at the lead of the race. Martin still holds 1.2 seconds back to the Porsche in second place, and they have gapped Augusto Farfus in the 46 BMW. Boccolacci is not going to be content with just a bronze win and a second on the podium. He's daring to dream.
Sarah now takes up the cudgels on the number 75 Sun Energy Jules Gounon car. Then he has to defend from Ricardo Fella down to the final corner, and again it's almost a bit of dirt tracking. Does he not learn? I mean, honestly, Ricky.
I'll tell you in 5 seconds. Yes, he does.
Well, that time.
He actually,
that's a really good exit, actually.
Sarah did a really nice job at the last corner. He got out wide, but then he exited tight as well, so he didn't allow Ricardo Fella to get up the inside and do the crossover move. So now Fella is going to move to the outside because there's no chance. Well, he has, actually. Sarah gave Fella a look at the inside, but backed himself that he was going to brake late enough that Fella wasn't going to get up the inside.
Well, we've seen Porsches going round the outside at Griffin. So not there. Even I know that.
No, he was fine. There's nowhere to get in the dirt there at the cutting, so that wasn't going to be an option. Wow. The absolute, total, complete and utter commitment of these internationals never ceases to amaze. 250 laps completed in this race. We posed the question earlier on today, what would our target be in this one? Well, with 20 laps remaining, it's going to be somewhere in the 260s, which certainly isn't the top end of the scale when it comes to Bathurst 12 hours. Consider the distance record in this race is 323 laps. 1.2. And to your point, there is absolutely no reason why Dorian Boccolacci should not give up, because he has every bit an opportunity to win this race for high-class racing, and that is Kieran Lee watching on. He, of all of the unheralded performances today, and I feel like there's a lot of stories that have flown very much under the radar, his is perhaps the strongest as the bronze driver in that combination to put them in a position to get to where they are. Anders Fjordback was in quite a bit of action inside the top 10 on quite a few occasions today. And then Boccolacci's got the hero stuff going on at the end, but full credit to that team to get themselves into that position.
21 minutes to go, and the top 3 are lapping within fractions of a second of each other. 203.3, 203.5, 203.8 for Augusto Farfus. He's actually been closed down now by Will Brown and Max Hesse, who are coming. They're about a second and a half behind the third place. That third step on the box, guys, is far from secure.
Well, and to that point, there's history around that too with Team MPC, because a couple of seasons ago, an MPC Audi with a bronze driver and 2 pros, one of them Christopher Haase, very close towards the end of the race, scored themselves a top 3 outright finish. So it is definitely not out of the equation for Will Brown to get car 55 onto the outright podium. And meanwhile, for Augusto Farfus, he is hoping that Dorian Boccolacci can engage with Maxime Martin for the lead of this race so he can draw himself nearer, because right now he's 4.2